Hello and welcome to this digital marketing full course by Intellipaat. Did you know the first digital ad was launched in 1994? It was a tiny rectangular banner on a website that said, "Have you ever clicked your mouse right here?" And believe it or not, 44% of people actually did click on it. From that one little banner, digital marketing took off, and today it's everywhere. Every scroll, every click, and every add to cart. It's all part of a strategy built on understanding people, patterns, and behavior. Fast forward to now, and brands aren't just advertising anymore. They're connecting through SEO, social media, email campaigns, Google Ads, content marketing, and every message is personalized, every click is tracked, and every story is backed by data. And that's exactly what this digital marketing full course is all about. We'll take you on a complete journey from understanding how marketing evolved in the digital era to mastering tools and strategies that top brands use today. You'll learn how to run successful ad campaigns, boost visibility with SEO, build powerful social media strategies, analyze data and insights, and even explore how AI is reshaping marketing. So, without any further ado, let's get started. Hello and welcome to this digital marketing full course by Intellipaat. Did you know the first digital ad was launched in 1994? It was a tiny rectangular banner on a website that said, "Have you ever clicked your mouse right here?" And believe it or not, 44% of people actually did click on it. From that one little banner, digital marketing took off, and today it's everywhere. Every scroll, every click, and every add to cart. It's all part of a strategy built on understanding people, patterns, and behavior. Fast forward to now, and brands aren't just advertising anymore. They're connecting through SEO, social media, email campaigns, Google Ads, content marketing, and every message is personalized, every click is tracked, and every story is backed by data. And that's exactly what this digital marketing full course is all about. We'll take you on a complete journey from understanding how marketing evolved in the digital era to mastering tools and strategies that top brands use today. You'll learn how to run successful ad campaigns, boost visibility with SEO, build powerful social media strategies, analyze data and insights, and even explore how AI is reshaping marketing. So, without any further ado, let's get started.
So, first of all, let's understand what is digital marketing, right? As the name suggests, digital marketing is basically the process which helps us identify the different strategy we do, the different marketing we do in the form of digital, right? So here, everything is measurable in the form of digital media. So digital means anything in the web versions, anything which you can measure, anything which you can track, and you name it, whatever concepts you have around digital marketing, everything is measurable. If you are running an email campaign, if you are running a social media activity, if you are promoting a particular video, if you are doing an organic campaign, all those data are easily traceable because in digital, we have to track each and everything about the user, right? Because at the end of the day, how you manage the user, how you look for the user engagement is the most important or the vital for any organizations. Okay. So digital marketing is the marketing of products or services using digital technologies on the internet through mobile phone applications, display advertising, and any other digital mediums. So it is basically a process or a strategy that will help you understand how a user is interacting with your product or services from multiple systems. It can be mobile, it can be your desktop, it can be it can be your website, it can be mobile, it can be any display advertising or any other digital platforms. Okay. Now, this is just a high level understanding about digital marketing practices. So you have SEO, you have video, you have mobile, you have ROI, return on investment being tracked, you have SEM. SEM is search engine marketing, right? What is SEO? Search engine optimization, pay-per-click content, social media. So we'll understand each of them theoretically, and we'll try to understand every data point about all of this. So, and we will try to run certain activities about how to understand the digital marketing. Now let's go and understand something in terms of the source. So I'm going to share an Excel because I want to make this program whenever like I take this intro to DM. I always make this program like more of a practical rather than theories, because digital marketing, if I continue with the theory, it is good to understand, but then at the end of the day you will feel like that okay, practically it is much easier to understand and engage with the digital marketing practices. Okay, now from what all different sources a visitor can come to the website. When I say source, I mean the channel. It can be digital channel, it can be offline channel, it can be other channels also, right? But how can a user come to the website? In terms of digital marketing, there are multiple sources from where the user can come and engage with the content, right? User can come from like, let's say sources like Google search. This is, you can mention this as, rather than Google, I'll say search engine, search or organic. Okay. And this one I'll mention as search paid. Why? I'll tell you. We'll mention this as search paid. Okay. So why we normally mention this as search organic and search paid? Because see, of course you can mention that like people coming from Google search and all, but there are different search engines, right? There are a lot of different search engines because if you talk about Google, there is one search engine, then there is Yahoo search engine, there is Bing search engine. So rather than mentioning Yahoo organic, Yahoo paid, Google organic, Google paid, Bing organic, Bing paid, it is better to say that okay, and Google contributes maximum out of all these sources. So we can say that our maximum traffic will come from search organic, search paid, that we will understand. Okay. Then we have, because someone mentioned about email as well, right? So email, we have something called direct. So a user can directly come to your website, right? And you will understand more about this when you go for this Google Analytics training tomorrow. You'll be able to understand deep level of understanding you will have around the sources and channels. Since we are studying digital marketing, so we'll try to understand some of the digital sources. Okay. Direct means when user comes to your website by directly typing, right? Then there is something called as internal traffic. So what is internal? Let's suppose you come to Intellipaat.com. From there you go to blog.intellipaat.com. That is internal, right? Then there can be referral traffic, right? We can have referral, we can have affiliate, we can have social. So social also have organic, social also have paid, right? So these are the primary channels from where a user can come and land to your website. But typically for us, it is better to understand some of the digital marketing, because in Google Analytics we'll cover everything. But in digital marketing, what are the different approaches you take in terms of digitally bringing the user? Now, when the user come directly to your website, that is not a digital marketing approach, right? I am coming to Intellipaat.com. So that's a direct approach. I have not seen any ads of yours. I have not organically come. So there is nothing you are prioritizing in terms of keywords or in terms of let's say paid activity, right? So your direct I will cut down. Internal also I will cut down, because internal means you come to a website, from there you go to some other website of this particular business, right? So again, that is the intent of the user. Digitally, I am not doing anything. So let's understand about all these sources. What is search organic? Let's understand them. Okay. So when I go to, let's say I'm going to google.com. When I go to google.com, this is my search engine. Okay. Let me search for a particular keyword called flight booking. Now, when I search for flight booking, so this is my, what is this? This is known as search keyword. Okay. Clear? Search keyword, because this is my Google search engine, this is my search keyword, and these are my search results. You can see how many results are there. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So 15 billion searches are there, 15 billion results are there. Okay, so for this particular keyword there is 15 billion results. Now when this is my search results, okay, so what is sponsored ads? What is sponsored? Sponsored means it is paid actually. Okay, so sponsored means paid. Okay, any paid ads will always have, right, Sachin, will have sponsored mentioned. Okay, Then you have this particular results also without sponsored. Now what is this? Without sponsored. So these are organic results because organically you are showing in the first page. Okay. Sponsored means you are paying money. Why it is paid? Because you are paying money to get these positions. So Cleartrip is paying here to get the sponsored ad. Cleartrip might be organically also coming here. See, organically also they are coming, but they are paying even money. Now you might ask this question that why Cleartrip is spending money when they are able to come organically. Okay. So what is organic? Organic is also known as free. Okay, free. That means to get this particular positions, you are paying zero money to be here. Okay, listed here. Now, the question is, tomorrow Suhash, Meenakshi, Razia, all of them starts their own business. Okay, will they get the first positions? Of course not. Because to get this first positions without paying money, so it needs lot of efforts from search engines. So you have to continuously do lot of good work, like you have to write lot of good content, you have to write lot of, like let's say keyword has to be prioritized. Then, like there should not be any duplicity in your website, there should not be any copied content, there should not be any grammatical errors. So if you are able to manage those, you will get the positions in this particular page. Okay. So when we say that organically how to rank, organically means you are coming to this particular page based on or free site. So organic means you are getting free positions, free visibility, free like let's say result in your search engine. Okay. So it is free actually. You are not paying anything. But for this, that, like let's suppose tomorrow if you start to do good activity in SEO, you will rank, but maybe you will rank in the third or the fourth page because you have started your business now. If I start to open a business called like let's suppose I've opened an apparel business. Okay. Now I have started using keyword called, like let's say uh, like let's say salwar suits and like jeans. So those are my keyword. Maybe I will rank in the seventh, eighth page organically because my business is very new. I have to compete with many companies, Amazon, Flipkart, who deals in those particular keywords, right? Then I have to, like compete with, let's say, Reliance Trends, right? Chroma, so not Chroma, this Pantaloons, right? Then there are, like so many other companies I have to compete with, Zara and like Levi's and all. So they are in this business from a very long time, so they have started writing good content from a very like let's say long time. So for them it is very easy to get the visibility. For me, I have to keep on doing good efforts. Okay. In organic, and let me open the my organic PPT also. I'll be able to help you understand better. Okay. I only do the SEO training, but like content is different, but I'll cover a few things in SEO. So SEO stands for search engine optimizations. It is the process of getting traffic from the free organic editorial or natural search, okay, without paying any money. Need for SEO because, see, why we need SEO? Because, see, paid means you are paying money to get the position, right? Paid means you are paying money. So today you are paying money, you get the position. So when I open this, so today Cleartrip, Exigo. So now this Virgin Atlantic and all those things that you see here are paid. You pay, you get the visibility. You do not pay, you will be out, right? So please understand that for every organization, it is okay to pay money for certain period of time. You cannot make the payment for the entire year, right? Because it is, you are actually spending money, so you have a limitations in terms of spending. But when you do the organic will always be there because it is your good efforts in terms of writing content, in terms of creating content, which is very helpful, right? So, and that content has to be always unique. You cannot copy. Go Ibibo cannot copy from Ismatrip cannot copy from Cleartrip. Okay. Sponsored means you are paying money. So if you pay, like let's say in every bidding, okay, there is something called low, like minimum bid and maximum bid. Minimum bidding means, let's suppose you have, I'm just picking an example. Let's suppose the minimum bidding is 10. Okay, I'm saying bidding, you all know, right? Minimum bidding, okay, let's assume 10, and let's say maximum bid is 100. Okay, so what does this means? This means this minimum means 10 means you have to at least pay 10 to get a sponsored ad. But maximum is 100. So if you pay 100, you get the positions here. Okay. So like let's say ClearTrip is paying 99. So they're below this one. Exigo is paying 80. They're below. Now it cannot happen that the someone is paying 90 and will be below Exigo. Okay. Now there might be sponsored ad at the bottom also. Look at this. Ismatrip ad is running bottom. Why? Because they have paid, let's say 20 rupees. So they will promote somewhere or the other, and organically you will always rank. Now this ad that you see here, which is a paid ad, okay, for paid ad, how the costing is done, let me tell you, and I will show you in the interface also today. So for this particular ad, let's suppose Virgin Atlantic is paying like 100 rupees for this particular ad, okay. So 100 rupees, let's say for 7 days, okay. So they are paying 100 rupees for 7 days. That means, and each click, let's suppose each click is costing you 10 rupees. Okay. So each click is costing you 10 rupees means when you click on each, like once I click here, it will cost me 10 rupees. Okay. So now let's assume you are paying 100 rupees for this ad, Virgin Airways, and they have taken this ad for 7 days. So for 7 days, this ad will be available. Now, each click, because it is also known as CPC. What is CPC? Cost per click. So that means your particular sponsored ads will run on the strategy of cost per click. So that means you have to pay 10 rupees for every click. Okay, 10 rupees for every click means how many clicks can happen? 10, right? No, not 70, 10. Because 70 into 10 is 700. So 700 because you have spent how much? 100 rupees I mentioned, right? For 7 days. So it is 10 rupees per click. How many click you can have maximum? 10 into 10, 100, right? You have invested 100 rupees. So in one day, all your 10 clicks can happen, or it can happen in 7 days also. Or maybe it can happen in such a scenario that in 7 days only 5 clicks has happened. So 5 clicks means 5 into 10 rupees per click, so 50 rupees, right? So in that case, how much you are left with? 50, because 100 you have invested minus 50, it will be 50 rupees. So that 50 rupees will not be refunded to you, because your ad has run for 7 days. You have selected 7 days, the ad ran for these 7 days, right? You will be now the cost per click model is I will pay only for click. Okay, for impression you do not have to worry. For click you have to pay. So you have to pay for each click means if 100 rupees I've invested and one click is 10 rupees, 10 into 10, 100. If it happened in one day, so your ad will be visible for one day. After that, it will not be visible unless you refill that. Okay. Now this part clear? How this process work? Okay. This is known as impression. Okay. This is known as ad impression. Ad impression. What is ad impressions? Ad impressions means how many times you have seen the ad. The paid ads, how many times you have seen. Then there is something called ad clicks. What is ad clicks? When I click on this ad, that is click. Please remember, if I click on this, they will cost some money. Showing this ad is not costing. Impression is not costing you anything. Of course, you have to purchase the ad. That's a separate thing. So what I'm saying, guys, to show this ad, companies are not spending money. Okay. This ad is running on CPC model, cost per click model. And what is this model? This model means you click, you pay. So if I click here, okay, let's assume I click on this. So when I clicked on this ad, okay, when I clicked on this particular ad, now when I clicked on this particular ad, this is where my money is spent. Every time you book a particular Google ads, it is always CPC model. As a outsider, how do we know? We know based on sponsored ad. If it's a sponsored ad, CPC model. If it is organically coming, you are not paying. So please understand, when I clicked here, I have actually spent some money of Virgin Airlines. I have spent because now I have seen this ad, clear trip, but I have not cost anything for them because I did not click. I have clicked here just to show you. Otherwise, intentionally, unintentionally, I do not click. And no one does that because you are unnecessarily costing, right? I clicked here. Did I went and book a ticket? Of course not. So it is basically a loss for them. And this is how it works actually. Whenever sponsored is there, it is always a paid ad. Where to launch this ad, how to do, I will come and I'll show you. But now you understand what is the difference between paid and organic. First of all, at any point of time, Google AdWords is considered to be most successful because in everyone do Google searches, right? So CPC model is always good, but you have to also understand, if you go with cost per click model, you have to pay money. Your organization need to have money, right? I am going for CPC model, but I do not have enough money. So then I will try to do organically. Okay. Now you all understand what is impression click? What is impression? How many times you have seen? Okay. So my question is, will there be any number for impression for a clear trip? For me, it is 1. So this sponsored ad I have seen, right? So it is 1. Okay. Maybe Suhash might also see. So 2. As a user, it is me only, right, who is accessing this. So how many times I can see this ad? Only once, right? So it is 1 impression. It is 1 impression because I, from my end, if I go above again and come back and if I see this ad twice, it is still 1 because 1 system, 1 impression. Okay. So if it is clicked or not, is not counted. Now the question is, if you are the same user, it will be 1, otherwise it will be 2. Okay. 1 impression means 1 click, you mean. There are 30 people, let's suppose, in this room. If 30 people search this, then 30 impression will be for clear trip. But you have to see, did I, let's suppose now, there might be additional ads also. Now I saw the Is My Trip. So 1 more impression for 1 for Salam here, 1 for clear trip. This is the second clear trip ad. Okay. Now, if I go to the second page, there might be few more ads. I have not seen. So not impression. The moment I go there, if I find some ad, so let's suppose okay. So let's suppose there is some other ads running here. If it is running, then it will show impressions. Okay. For that ad also. And now see, Malaysia Airlines have come. Okay. Malaysia Airlines means, see, now the other ads are removed here. Okay. Malaysia Airlines was not there when I was browsing through this page earlier, right? Now see, in the first page, Malaysia Airlines is showing. Why? Because this type of ads, it keeps on running. It is more of a stock market. So now Malaysia Airlines is paying 10 rupees. Tomorrow, Shalini Airlines opens a new business. So Shalini Airlines pays 50 rupees. She will be in the top. Okay. After that, Shalini Airlines says 2 clicks and all the clicks are completed, it will be out. Okay. Now let's say if the question was, if I refresh, if you refresh now, it can again change. Virgin Airlines is now, look at this, no ads are coming. Maybe it can show some for you, but for me it is not showing. And you will understand. See, I'll tell you why it happens. I will search in incognito, right? Same query I will search, flight booking only. I will just see the difference. Flight booking. Now look at this. I can see Mexico, I can see Skyscanner, I can see Clear Trip, Make My Trip. 4 ads I can see here. But when I was searching here in my Google, I am only seeing 1 ad. Why? Because if you have already seen an ad, okay, most of the time the ads are created in such a way that I will show ad for 2 times to you. If you do not respond, I will not show that ad. Okay. Sometimes some people click on click on those ads repeatedly. Clicking means you are spending money. You come 5 days and 5 clicks. So then that particular ad will be completely removed from that particular system because they will know that this particular user is wasting my money. Click means you are wasting money. Now, someone can book the business, but if you're not booking business, it is a waste, right? So they will try to, now when I search in incognito, they are not able to understand my system, right? So that's why it is showing there, but it is not showing here. Okay. Okay. Is this clear, everyone? Impression, how many times you have seen the ad? Click means how many times you have clicked on the ad. Now, what will be the impressions for this Exigo? One. How many clicks? In my case, 0. Now, based on clicks and impressions, we calculate CTR. CTR is also known as click through rate, and this is one of the very, very important digital marketing KPIs or metrics. What is CTR? Clicks divided by impressions into 100. I've given the formula here. Okay. So now tell me, for Exigo, in my case, what will be the CTR? It is 0% because it is 0 divided by 1 into 100. So it is ultimately it is coming as 0%, right? Now, if I click on this ad, now I clicked on this ad, right? What will be the CTR now? 100%, right? Yes, 1 divided by, it will be 1 divided by 1 into 100. That is 100%, right? Okay, clear? CTR is clicks divided by impressions into 100. Okay, so that means if you click, that is 1. Impression is always 1 if you have seen this ad. So 1 divided by 1 into 100. That's why it is 100%. And Omniberg Chrome extension. Okay, so just click here. Once you click here, it is showing remove from Chrome because I have already added. Okay, you can basically add this. For you, you have to add it. Okay, it is showing remove because I have already added there. Clear? Now I am telling you how this is helpful. So I will open my browser first. Now, when I click on right side and I click on inspect, okay, there you will see Omniberg already installed because I've installed that. Now, why this is helpful? This is helpful because when I clicked here, you refresh the page, the Omniberg will load all the different analytics tags that are running there. Okay. So let's suppose if I have to check something for Intellipaat, so you'll be able to see for Intellipaat.com, see, they will trigger Google Analytics and all those things. Okay. I'll not go deep into this because this will be covered, but just to give you an idea about impression. If I browse multiple times, will it be considered multiple clicks, multiple impressions? No. Why? I'm telling you. So whenever you see Google, now look at this, all the analytics code is fired, and this is for Intellipaat. So you can see that in Google Analytics, there is something called client ID. Okay. So you can see client ID. This client ID is always unique to my system. Okay. Your client ID will be different because this is captured based on clickstream data. What is clickstream data? Clickstream data is the combinations of data that is based on the browser, operating system, what time you are coming, which pages you are browsing, okay, your system configurations, your IP, and all those things, your IP, server IP, your let's say internal IP, all those things combined together to create this particular ID which is unique to me. Even if I see, if I click a multiple ad, same ad multiple times, okay? If I click same ad multiple times, the client ID is same. So it is not, otherwise what will happen, let's suppose Pranav is my competitor, okay? I have an apparel business, Pranav also apparel business. So now I can see Pranav is spending 10,000 rupees in a month for paid ads. So intentionally I will go and click every time on Pranav's ad. I'll spend all his money, right? So that approach is something which a user can see. Of course, no one will try to do those. These are very very limited. You will see that type of activity happening. But even if it happens, okay, your click will be considered once because based on this particular ID. Client ID, you can see this data, whatever data you see there, this will be from your Google Analytics report. Okay, so I can show you. See, like let's suppose you come here. Okay, so it is showing like some data like Zendesk web widget open, because this is my widget open, right? So then like let's suppose I minimize this. Okay, you will see another event filing. See, it will show minimize. It will show minimized like that you have minimized that. So see, web widget minimized. Okay, then like let's say you search for something called course. Okay, you enter, then look at this you have entered and you clicked on something called leadership. So look at this, like another page is coming. Okay, so that way everything is getting triggered. You scroll down the page. Okay, 90% scroll you make. So let's say you come down to 90% scroll, the scroll will also be captured here. Okay, so you can see like view search. I search for that activity, so it is showing view search is there. You search for course. I search for course, right? So that course is captured here. See, look at this, course is captured in view search results. I scroll for 90%, so 90% scroll is captured. All this data goes into Google Analytics because they are using Google Analytics, so it goes into Google Analytics. Okay. In digital marketing, you have understood something called Omnibus, which will help you identify the client ID. And that client ID is helpful because every data of that user is captured based on client ID. Cost per acquisitions is different, Shrikant. Cost per acquisition means to acquire a particular user, how much you are spending. Cost per click is only clicking that particular ad. Now, this is a very meaningful question. Cost per acquisition means to acquire a particular client, how much I have spent. Maybe you have spent 10 different activities, right? Cost per click is for this particular ad, what is the cost? Okay, so cost per click is always important when you are tracking your digital efforts. Okay, based on client ID, even when we click the link 2 times, still it will be considered one click. It will be considered one click. That's why I showed you how it is considered one click only, because you might have some confusions. I have shown you with the help of client ID. So that is a backend approach. We do not have to go to Omnibug and check it every time. Okay, I just wanted to show you in terms of backend approach. Now please understand a very important part of this element which we have to discuss now. We have mentioned something called search organic and search paid. Organic, zero payment you are making. Paid, you are paying money, right? So you all have the understanding now, right? Now, please understand one very important part in this discussion. So when I search for flight booking, okay, now this part is very important, guys. You have to understand one thing, that how do you understand what is organic, what is paid. This is purely based on sponsored. Now, when you in digital marketing, you have to present a dashboard. You have to present a report also, right? How do you understand that whether my data will come as paid and organic property? See, by default, any traffic that comes to this particular website, search engine, is considered to be Google search or organic. By default, it is always organic. Okay, so even if you're coming from sponsored ad, it is Google search. Whenever you are coming without sponsored ad, organic, it is again Google search. You have to make sure that any data that comes from organic is considered as Google search organic, and any data that comes from paid is Google search paid. So how do you understand those? I'll take a very similar example. This is ClearTrip paid, sponsored, right? And there is this ClearTrip organic also, right? So let me click on ClearTrip organic. Just look at the URL. I clicked on ClearTrip organic, not this one. So I have clicked on ClearTrip organic. Okay, URL is fine. Now I am clicking on ClearTrip paid. When I clicked on ClearTrip paid, look at this. The page is very similar. Same page, cleartrip.com flights, cleartrip.com flights. So how do my data will show that this is paid and the other one is organic? Only based on this query string parameter. Please understand this one, query string parameter, this one that you see, UTM source Google, UTM medium CPC, cost per click, then the campaign and all those. This data, if you delete, still the website will be same. Okay, but we need to always make sure that whenever you are launching a sponsored campaign or a paid campaign, that paid campaign has to have a particular, and you click, I'm clicking on Skyscanner. Now look at this, it will also have a query string parameter. See, UTM source, Google UTM medium CPC. Okay, if I come and click on Go IBBO, this will not have any UTM source, UTM medium, it will not have. See, okay, understood now? What is query string? UTM stands for Archkin Tracking Module. UTM stands for Archkin Tracking Module. This is used, UTM we use, okay, we use to provide our source or medium data. Okay, so UTM is, you can just go and Google it out, UTM full form. Okay, and you will see it is mentioned as Archkin tracking module. This one, not this one, sorry. It's a different one. UTM campaign full form. Okay, so it is Archkin tracking module. This one. Okay, so anything after the question mark is known as query string. Now, sometimes what happen, few companies use some other format. They use something called question mark, GCLID, or you can append anything. Okay, whatever your organizations feel like, this data is the only identifier that it is going to get the data in my paid account. Okay, is YouTube to be included? Yes, it has to be included, Shrikant. You can include either UTM or CID is campaign ID, or some other parameters. I'm just writing it down so that you will understand better. 99% of the organizations use UTM because Google Analytics is more comfortable with UTM. If you do not use UTM, the problem will be your data will always be considered a search engine. It is a paid activity, right, guys? You are paying money. So if I'm paying money, my data should always come as paid. Whenever there is a particular campaign, the campaign of a digital marketing campaign has to be always appended with query string parameter. Now, query string parameter can be UTM, query string parameter can be CID, query string parameter can be GCLID, whatever the companies are comfortable. I've said 99% of the organizations use UTM because Google Analytics and UTM are very much familiar. Second question, why do I create an UTM? So there is something called UTM builder. This one. Okay. So just go to this URL. Now look at this. I have to create a campaign for, let's say my website name is my trip. Okay. So my is my trip ke liye, I have to create a campaign. So first of all, it is asking me what is the URL. I will mention the URL here that my URL name is, let's suppose, let me open the page is my trip. So I'll just copy this. This is my URL. So let me copy this URL. I will come here. I'll update the URL. Second, it is asking me campaign ID. Wherever there is star, that is mandatory. If it is not star, it is not mandatory, optional. But let me update campaign ID as 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it is asking me source. So what is a source? Source means Google. So if I am doing a Google campaign, I'll write Google. If I'm doing a LinkedIn campaign, I'll update LinkedIn. Right? If I'm doing Facebook, I'll update Facebook or Meta. So now I'm doing a Google campaign. So Google. It is asking me medium. Medium is what type of campaign I'm generating. Is it an email campaign? Is it banner campaign? Is it CPC campaign? It is CPC, right? Because you might have seen here also, they have mentioned everywhere as CPC. Everywhere as CPC. When I clicked on this particular campaign ad, you can see medium, they have mentioned as CPC. See, medium paid, Google, they have mentioned as paid. So some organizations like Skyscanner has used CPC, I think. So CPC, right? Medium as CPC. So it is asking me medium can be CPC, can be banner, can be email. Now, please understand, we are creating a particular campaign from here. Okay. Now it is asking me campaign name. Campaign name, let's suppose we are in the April. So I am running a campaign called Q2 flights as my campaign name because January, February, March was Q1. So now it is Q2. Just mention that. Term, any keywords. So keyword says I'm giving 10% discount. And content is like, offer. whatever you want to write, guys, this is your like basically status that you have to update how you want to generate the campaign. Now look at this. When I updated those, automatically you can see a campaign URL is created. You can just copy this URL. You can come and you can open this. Okay, click. Now is my trip will open with this all the different parameters you have given. Okay, so now if someone has updated this as cost, that's fine. So paid campaign, if someone mentioned not CPC, paid campaign, okay, that's fine, it will update. So you can see now medium is updated as paid campaign. Okay, if someone mentions here it is offer, right, content, I'll mention like, let's say um, new offers. Now look at this, it is updated, automatically it is updated. So this is what is used to, like, normally few companies have Excel also where they update, and sometimes what happened, they use this particular template to update the queries. Okay, so now my this campaign is created. So next question is, I have created the campaign. I know that this is a paid campaign I'm generating. Where do I update this email? That might be your next question, right? So for this, we have to go to which tool? Because you will be launching this Google AdWords, right? This is your Google Ads campaign. Google Ads campaign means sponsored campaign. So for sponsored campaign, you have to go to Google AdWords tool to run the campaign. So when you come to this UTM parameters, this is basically giving you an example. This is giving you an example. So CPC means when you are launching a cost per click campaign. If you launch a banner campaign, display marketing, banner advertisement, affiliate marketing, then also you'll need a create a UTM parameters, right? So for that you will update banner here. If you are doing email campaign, then also you will need. Okay. So I'll open my email. I'll first open my email here. Okay, now please understand, these are email because I've opened my Gmail and these are email campaign, right? Email campaign, you all know when some campaign goes to your email. So that is email campaign. Okay. So now let's say there is something called Redison Rewards. Okay. So this is a particular campaign being shared from Redison. Okay. Now the moment I click here, what will happen? I will be taken to Redison website. You all agree, right? So when I click here, I'll be taken to Redison website. See, this time what is happening? They also have this query string parameter. It is updated with CID. So it is updated with CID. What is CID? I've already told you. CID means campaign ID, right? So Redison has something called this query, and then all these informations are there. Okay. So this query string, if I delete, I'll still be in the same page. Okay. Now I'll pick another example. So let's say I click on another email, IDFC. Okay. Compound your savings. I have to click because the purpose of email is very simple. You will click and you will go to that particular URL. Now they have used UTM source and UTM medium as email. Okay. So what is email? Email is when you are launching your particular campaign of email, then I'll use email here. Second is they have updated source as HPE. So here source is given as Google or newsletter. I will use newsletter because in email we promote a, let's say, newsletter. Tomorrow, if you want to mention sources, like let's say IDFC, this is my trip, right? Is EMI, okay, EMI sold. Okay, I can use this one also. Automatically, you see the URL will take that way. Now, if I'm doing an email campaign, in email campaign, what happens? Whenever you go to the email campaign, it will ask you that which URL you want the user to land. So I'll mention this URL. Okay. If you do not include this, please understand, guys, if you do not include this and you only have this URL, it will be the same URL. But in your analytics, you will never be able to identify that that user is coming from email. This will be considered as a direct. Direct means you will get a data in analytics, Google Analytics, it will show that 1,000 people came from direct, maybe out of 1,800 came from email. Just because you have not mentioned the query string, that email and all you have not mentioned, your data will never be considered as email because your analytics do not capture what informations you have in Gmail, Yahoo Mail, Rediff Mail. Okay, so that's why we will need query string parameter. So when I was mentioning something in this part, so now help me understand, where do I need the query string? In search organic, do we need a query string? It will always be no. How do you understand? Because see, I go and search, okay, I go and search for a keyword called, like, let's say digital marketing agencies. Okay. Now this is sponsored. I am talking about organic. So this is organic. We social. This is organic. I clicked. Do you see any query string parameter? Any query string parameter is there? No. Right. So is whenever you are doing organic, search organic, do we need a query string? What is query string? Anything that comes after question mark, UTM, or it can be or, okay, UTM, or it can be your or question mark CID, whatever it is there. Do we need a query string? No. For organic, we do not need. For paid, do we need? Paid we will need, because if we do not include in paid, the data of paid will go to organic, right? So in paid we will need. Email, do we need? In email, do we need all the data? It will be problem solving. Otherwise, data will come, but the correct data will not come. You are doing digital marketing. Tomorrow, you have to show the performance of digital marketing also, right? And help me also one thing understand, guys. I have gone to the practical side also today, but some organizations will not ask you to go to the practical. They will say, team, we have a digital marketing team who will work in terms of strategy. Query will be done by the other team, query taking. But trust me, you all should have a knowledge about what is query string, how it is appended, what are the different sources of digital marketing. You should know. Otherwise, like, some of your activity would be done by some other team. We should be confident enough to take the role, right? When I started my career, I was into research. Then I moved to consulting. Then I went to analytics, then digital marketing. This way, like, I started because I thought, like, that why should I leverage, like, data from some other person? So I thought, let me get involved in that processes. So this way it comes. I agree. What I was showing you in this case is basically your email campaign. Let me do one more activity in email campaign. See, Paytm offers. Okay, I click here. Oh, this is cashback. Like, let me check another one. Air India is there, right? So once I come to Air India, read more. It will take me to Air India, and now look at this: UTM source, UTM medium, email. All those are there. Okay. So now referral. Do we need email? Referral traffic, you all know, guys. Referral means, let's suppose in Mehul website, I have used my URL link. Okay. Do I need? So you can have both yes and no in this case. Why? I'll tell you. I'm trying to do all those in practical also, so that you can have those situation checked and you can understand. Okay. So let's suppose I go to a website. No, because by default, a referral is being triggered. From which website you are coming, it is triggered. Okay. But why yes is important? Like, let's suppose I have promoted my ad in this HubSpot website in the top and in the body and in the bottom. Okay. Now all of them are same. See, get a demo, get a demo, get a demo. Okay. So maybe in this case it will be like, let's suppose I'll have something called Shibendu. 3 6. Now if I click here, it will show referral HubSpot. If I click here, referral HubSpot in the footer. How do I understand? Like, let's say tomorrow I get a data, 1,000 visitors. How do I understand that it is coming from the top, body, or bottom? Because all of them has the same name. So then when I click here, it should trigger something with the query string. It can be any query string, but it should trigger. Okay, see, I clicked here. You will be able to see that query string is updated, like, let's say CTA, homepage, header, navigation. So now this data, like, I delete this data, you'll still be in this page, but my data will become stronger. Okay. Social affiliate, do we need query string? In affiliate, it is very, very important to have the query string. I'm again going to show you, because in digital marketing, affiliate marketing is a very important step. Okay. It's a very, very important step. Affiliate marketing means when I try to do the marketing with the help of third parties website. Okay. So let's suppose Shrikant has a website called medicalequipments.com and my website is insurance, like let's say uh, dginsurance.com. So Shrikant website has 10,000 visitors. So I thought if I put my logo or put my advertisement in Shrikant website, I can have 10,000 people view my ad also, right? So I have posted my ad there. Now, if I want to check that, okay, how many people are coming from that particular ad, then how can I see? Because for referral will be there, let's suppose from where you are coming, it's fine. But maybe you have to understand that people can come from Shrikant's website to my website by searching somewhere. But are they coming from this ad? If I have to track that, then you need to go and track this way. Like let's suppose I'll open something called Bajaj Field Serve. Okay. Now Bajaj Field Serve has a lot of visitors every time. Okay. So if I come here and if I search whether there is any affiliate marketing. Okay. Now look at this. SBI card is there. This is affiliate because Bajaj FinServ is a different website, SBI card. Now I click here. So when I click here, look at this. It is capturing something, right? Query string is there. So their URL is not running properly. They should have updated this URL. So it's not running. You can see and there is an error. Tracking offer is not active. The advertisement is running, offer is not. Anyway, I click on Agio. Now look at this. Agio is open now. So here they have captured in medium affiliate. Okay. So affiliate is basically now Agio will be able to understand that, okay, based on my affiliate marketing, how many people I am getting. Okay. If you ask me if I use something called let's say I use something called affiliate, it is for my understanding, right? Then also it's fine, but I will be able to understand. See, when I will update my URL in Bajaj website, I will make sure that I update the URL with the affiliate mention. That is the only requirements. Okay. So next is social organic. This one we need. Okay. Social organic. Do we need a query string parameter? No, we do not need. If I am, and you all are active in Facebook, right? Facebook, Instagram, and all. What is organic? Organic means in Facebook, let's suppose you go to Flipkart website. Okay, you open Facebook. So social organic means you go to, let's say, facebook.com. Okay, then you have your website called Sachin has its website, Facebook. Then Sachin wanted to go through Flipkart website. So Sachin, you have a search box in Facebook, right? You search Flipkart, you land to Flipkart website. That is organic, right? Then you click on certain product is displayed there. Flipkart has displayed a product called shirts at 99 rupees. You click there. So that is organic. Okay. So we do not need query. But what is social paid? Sachin is browsing through Facebook account and suddenly in the right side, Sachin saw a particular ad. That ad has to have a query string parameter. Okay, so social page, there is no question. If you do not have query string in the social page, then your data will come as social organic. I can explain you. Let me show you with LinkedIn. Okay. LinkedIn also has pages and organic. So let's browse through LinkedIn. I'll be able to show you something. So now look at this. Did I went to Databricks? No, it is showing promoted. Promoted is sponsored only. That means this is an ad. Agree, guys? This is an ad, right? This is paid, right? So now this ad that you see here is something I did not went to Databricks. If I went to Databricks and then I just go through their account, that is organic. Now it is paid. Now this is one impression. Okay, one impression because I've seen the ad for Databricks. Maybe Rahul go through the LinkedIn account. Rahul might not see the Databricks. Okay, I am able to see this. Second is when I saw this ad, did I click here? So if I do not click, query string will not be seen. If I click, like let's suppose I clicked on download. When I clicked on download, look at this databricks.com resources white paper. Do we have a query string? Yes, the query string is there. UTM medium, it is showing as paid. Okay, paid social. Look at this. Source is LinkedIn. So UTM source is LinkedIn, UTM medium is paid plus social. Okay, so now you will have a data that Databricks I have seen, and I have come to the website by clicking on paid. When I go and search for Databricks, B-R-I-C, Databricks, okay, I go to this Databricks website now, view page, and I go to the post. This is not a paid, okay. So if I go here, okay, this is also not paid. Now look at this. Did there any query string came? No, because this is organic. Now clear everyone? So this one I have covered. Now let's understand what are the objectives. Why digital marketing is so important. See, first objective of digital marketing is to increase the direct sales. Because whenever I'm doing paid campaign, you might be asking me a question. ClearTrip was there in organic. Why are they doing the paid campaign? Because ClearTrip was in the 7th or the 8th search result, right? So then above ClearTrip, there was Make My Trip, Is My Trip. So ClearTrip thought, hey, we have money. Why not to post it in the top? People will see my ad first and then they will click. Okay, improve conversion rate, because what happens when you do paid campaign, like let's suppose Amazon, they are extensively active in terms of paid campaign. Why? Because they have offers every month. They have this Navratri offer, they have this Christmas offer, they have this Eid offers, they have this Holi offers, they have Dashera, Diwali, then they have Children's Day, Parents Day, Father, Mother's Day. So every time they have those, they will launch. And they launch because they will try to create their ad at the top and people see, click and come to their website. So the conversion rate they want to increase in percentage of return visitors. So whenever you try to drive those campaign, you will try to drive them. Like sometimes what happen, I am going to office. Okay, so I'm sitting in the cab, and then there was a red light. So I thought I'm free for 2 minutes next. So I browsing through my Facebook. I suddenly saw an ad. I clicked there. So then there is an option that purchase now. I did not purchase that because I was in a hurry. I did not have the credit cards or debit cards. So then I came back home in the night and I remember that I came and directly booked that. So return visitors, you can expect more and more people. Organic traffic volume. Now, in terms of organic traffic, again, organic traffic is digital marketing only, right? What is organic traffic? Always remember, organic traffic is three things we do in organic traffic. Three major things. One is your on-page and off-page optimizations. Okay, what is on-page and off-page optimizations? Let me show you. Okay, so in SEO, yeah, let me give you some context about the SEO for the next 5 minutes. Say I come to Google. Okay, I go to the google.com and there I search for a keyword called let's say formal shirts. Okay, these are sponsored. I go to organic now. So I see the Mintra ad, Mintra organic, because no sponsored is there. So when I click here, okay, so it took me to the website. It took me to the website. Now, when I was searching for this particular this shirts, so you can see something written as buy men's formal shirts online. Okay, so if I click here, I'll just click here. Now hover around this. What you are getting is formal shirts for men, buy men's formal shirts online. So this is the title. This is title. Okay, title of this particular organic. Now once I click here, okay, you go to the website. This is my keyword. Formal shirts is my keyword. This is my title and this is my description. Slim fit strip formal shirt 1195 pure cotton formal shirt. So this is my description. So whenever I mentioned about on page website pages, on page means within your page. So when I go to this mintra.com, on page means that what are the on page elements I've discussed? Please remember again, on page I told you three things. Okay, I told you three things on page. One is keyword, the other one is the title, and then the third one is the description. Okay, so when whenever you go to the website, just select Control U. Go to the source code. Okay, Control U. Okay, like let's suppose I go to India Intellipaat. Okay, I go to Intellipaat or India Mart, any website. Go to the website, just select Control U. You go to the source page, and after you go to the source page, this is again not technical, guys. When you go to the source page, just use Control F, search. I think that you all know, and try searching for title. Now look at this: online professional training courses and certifications in Intellipaat. Okay. So if you hover around Intellipaat, look at the same thing. So this is my title. Keywords, right? Let me search for keywords. So keyword they have not updated here. It's okay. Keyword I will check it like from some other websites also. Third is descriptions. See, Intellipaat offers professional certification online training courses. Okay. So this is how you will be able to understand about the on-page activity. On-page means whatever activity you are doing within the page. Always remember, whatever you do within the page is on-page, and off-page means, like let's suppose I have added my link in some other website. Okay, there is like some forum wherein people are discussing about like what next to do after MBA. So I am basically like let's suppose I provide uh, executive MBA courses. So I've mentioned like if you have done MBA, you can go for executive MBA for 1 year because we are collaborated with like big corporations. You can get job placements. So I put my comment there, I put my link there. That is off page because I am not interacting within my page, I am interacting outside my page. And then on page, off page, I have covered now. Second is link building. What is link building? Link building is when you try to do this affiliate marketing. Okay, it is link building only, right? You are building the link somewhere else. So you are doing a paid campaign in affiliate. In link building, what happens mainly? Let's assume that one of you have a directory, medical directory, okay? And in medical directory, you have all the like medical equipments, medical like product, medical food, medical medicines, everything is there. So I deal in medical like equipments. So what I did, I posted my link in your website. That is backlink. Okay, so people come, saw your link, click there, land to my website. That is backlink. So these are the things that you have to do from the SEO perspective, so that if you're able to do that properly, if your content is good, if you're writing lots and lots of new like let's say uh, content, if you're writing lots and lots of like new keywords optimization, then automatically your performance also increases. Okay, so I can show you, like there is a tool called Answer the Public. What this tool does, like let's suppose I want to go for MBA course. Okay, so I am an MBA college. I want to see that okay, I want to target this MBA as a keyword. Now I have been always told that for SEO you need to write good content, good like story, good topics. So it is okay, fine, I will write that. But how many times I'll go to my content team, I'll ask them write like some content on MBA. They will say, okay, I have written a content on which MBA college is better. Is MBA better than PGDM? What should I do after MBA? So now they are saying, sir, I have written 100 MBA topics. I do not have any other idea. So this tool, you can see, will give you an idea about different topics people are searching in Google. Okay. So what people are searching, wherein MBA is there. So you can see, so it is now loading. It will give you an idea about what are the different queries people are searching. Like will MBA can get postponed? Will MBA CET 2025? Okay, CET 2025 be postponed. Okay, are MBA and PGDM same? Are MBA jobs stressful? Can MBA student do useful? What MBA teaches you? MBA who can do? Which MBA entrance exam is easy? MBA where to start? Right? When MBA college start? So look at this. So many different ideas you get, and it's not only this. You can get like other prepositions and a lot of other things. So this tool is going to help me what type of content I should run, what people are searching actually. Okay, so this way we evaluate a lot of things and reduce the bounce rate. See, when you try to do good things in digital marketing, so let me discuss about bounce rate. Okay, let me tell you. So let's suppose I come to intellipaat.com. Bounce rate is you come to the website, okay, and you close this window. This is bounce rate. Okay. When people coming to the website and move to some other website without spending, no, it can be other website or you close the website. So without spending much time, no, it is something like, let's say when I come to Intellipaat.com, okay, if I come to Intellipaat.com and if I click somewhere, so and then I close, it is not a bounce rate. If I refresh the page and then I close, it is not a bounce rate, because bounce rate means when you come to the website, when your first page is the last page, there is zero interaction, you have not spent more than 10 seconds, okay, you have not scrolled, you have not done anything, you close the window, it is a bounce rate. So that means only one page has been seen, only this page. If you refresh, it is two-page view. Two pages you have seen, right? So bounce rate is when you come and leave the page without any interaction. Interaction can be anything. You come and search for something. You click here, you click there, you refresh, you go to some other page and come back. So it is. Bounce rate is when there is zero interaction and there is only one page view. Only one page you have seen. What is page view? How many times you have seen the page is a page view. Okay. Key features of digital marketing: wide reach. Because see, when we do digital marketing, let's suppose like I have to promote a particular product. So I have a product called which I am using, which I am selling in the month of summer, let's say cooler. Okay, I want to sell cooler across India. So in digital marketing, it is wide reach because I can target everyone. But if you have to do let's say traditional marketing, right? So let's say bus hoardings, metro advertisements, then it is only for that particular city or area, right? So it is wide reach. Even if you want to target anything in US, Germany, Africa, Dubai, everywhere you can do that. Okay. Targeted marketing, it is more targeted. Whenever you launch digital marketing, you can select that, okay, this particular product is meant for female, so I'll promote only to female. This product is meant for female in the age group of 15 to 50, I'll promote that way. This particular product is meant for male and the age group is let's say 20 to 40, I'll promote that way. Because age, gender, country, city, everything you can select. Okay, it is cost effective. Just look at TV advertisement. TV advertisement are very costly. Then when the TV advertisement comes, a child of 5 years can be watching the TV. An executive who is working in an organization can also watch the TV ad, or someone a grandfather of 80 years is also watching. So your product is only meant for students. Okay, students who are in the age group of 20 to 30. So you might have that particular attendant, might not. So it is very cost expensive actually, the TV advertisements on. But if you look at digital marketing, very easy, cost effective, and you can have real time data. Engagement is good, brand awareness is good. So brand awareness, you can make the people aware about your brand very easily, and lot of engagement you will be able to see. Okay. Key components covered. This is the difference. Limited audience, reach out to maximum. Global marketing, targeted or client. You can client specific. Also, you can do non-versatile. Versatile can make changes. So once you have created a hoarding in metro and you have put there, will you be able to make the change? No. But if you have launched a particular social media campaign, you can make the change and update that, right? Delayed communications, because I seen an ad in metro. Okay, I might skip, forget. The next time I took the metro again, I saw that, then I come and click. But if you see the ad in your mobile, you can quickly do that, right? Okay.
Yeah. So let's get started with the first and foremost thing, which is analytics. Okay. So what is this analytics, guys? Okay. So how do you term this analytics? So before talking about analytics, so everything, I think you must have been hearing one way or the other across the industry that everybody is talking. You must have heard this word called data. Yes, data driven technology, data science, data analyst, data. You must have been hearing about this word every now and then. You open any article, you will see data there, right? So what is data? It's information, right? So what do you mean by that information is, when there are numbers which is justifying our theory, that's data, right? So if I simply say I'm getting website traffic, that is not data. I'm getting 1 million users every month, that is data. Both are the same information, but validated information is what we call it as data. Understood, guys? Everybody? So now different types of data are available. We have financial data, we have user data, we have consumer data, we have informational data, right? And then we have marketing data, we have sales data. Every department has its own data, right? Now, specifically this sessions, we are going to specifically talk about the marketing data, right? So what is this marketing data specifically is, marketing data is nothing but it is simply referring to any quantitative or qualitative information that gives us an insight to how a customer is behaving online, right? How is my audience engaging with my website? How is my audience, when I say audience engaging with my website, are they liking my content? Are they reading my blog? Are they clicking on the buttons that are available in the website? Are they hitting those likes, comments, and shares? Are they playing those videos that I put up in certain places, right? So all of this is what we call it as consumer actions. Okay. Now, analysis of these consumer actions with the data is what we call it as marketing data. Understood, guys? Everybody clear with this? Simple. Any understanding of the user actions being done on any digital platform, right? It could be a website, it could be a social media, it could be on emails, it could be on advertising. All of these activities, if I'm trying to assess and understand whether they are doing it or not, and all of this kind of activities is what we call it as marketing data analysis. Okay, it can be quantitative or it can be qualitative as well. Okay, so let me give you that understanding here. Let me write it down. Data driven marketing analytics. Okay, so now first and foremost, the definition of it. Marketing data refers to analysis of qualitative or quantitative data with regards to the consumer behavior on the digital platforms. Okay, so what are the digital platforms that you have? Digital platforms like website, social media, emails, these chatbots. So people go online and then they try to communicate, right? So chatbots. So those are one things. Yes, applications, absolutely. It could be videos, any of it. Okay, anything related. All this digital, right? So what is happening in a website? What is happening in social media? Or how many people are coming from social media to the website? How many people are coming from email to the website? So all of this analysis is what we call it as marketing data analysis. Okay. So now what are we trying to do that? So what are the different types of data inside the marketing data, right? So there are specifically 5 types of data that we need to understand. Okay, so 5 types of data that we actively pursue. Okay, so one is your web data. Okay, so one is your web data. Second is your ad data. Okay, ad data is how are your digital ads performing, so that is your ad data. Third one is your email data. Okay, fourth one is your social media data, right? So actively we'll be understanding all this information. And then finally, we have something called as CRM data. Okay, CRM data is something where we get the information on where did I get this users, the name, email ID, contact numbers, and everything will be saved in that customer relationship management. That is what we call it as CRM. Okay, so that is what we get to see in that CRM data. All right. So this is what, in a nutshell, what marketing analytics literally or marketing data analytics literally mean. So when you go to a website, right, I'll give you example. So when you go to a website or when you are trying to, understand something, like understand about a product or a software. Now, if you want to get more information on the service or a product, you will see a pop-up, right? Or you will see a form where it'll ask you for name, email address, contact numbers, phone numbers, and all, correct? Where you enter those details, right? So that is what we call it as a lead form. Once you submit that information, once you enter all those details and then submit that information, where is that information being saved? That information is being saved in this CRM. Okay, it's a background tool that all the companies will use to capture all the user information so that they can start sending it via emails or social media or any of it. Clear, guys? That's what CRM does. It will save all your information and then it will capture all this information into the CRM tool. It's an external source only that you have to integrate with your website. Okay, or it could be for your application also. Got it, guys? So that is what we have with regards to marketing data analytics. Okay, now why this data is needed? Why should we learn this data? Right? Why is it so important? Right? First and foremost, it will help us to understand, right? So understand the concept. Why this is needed? Why is this needed? Okay. So it will definitely improve the targeting. Okay. So let's say you started a business. Okay. Let's say you started, fashion wear. Okay. You started a fashion wear business. Okay. So now your fashion wear business is purely creating all those all those fashion wear, which is purely targeted for both men and women, which is, for young professionals or young individuals. Okay. So you are targeting young individual dresses only, right? So does it make any sense for you to, target the older generation? Does it make any sense to target all those people who are above 35 or 40, 45 years of, this thing? Because they'll be least interested, right? Correct? But how do you do that? We know that theoretically there is no point of me targeting older individuals. I want to target only young individuals. How do you do that? That is exactly where we need data. So data providing or targeting platforms or audience targeting will be very easy. I can specifically target this age group, right? I can specifically target the genders. I can specifically target, the locations also, and then absolutely do the right targeting. So for me to do this kind of right targeting, I need to get that data. If I have that data, now I'll get into it. Simple. Okay. Now, who is going to give this data? I'll tell you that there are certain platforms which will give that kind of a data information. I'll tell you on the go. Okay. For now, simply understand that this targeting is very much possible, which will help me to take those decisions. Okay. That is number one. Second thing, obviously, when you are, doing this kind of targeting, when you are targeting specific users and then you are trying to make business out of it, obviously, what is the immediate impact that you will have? It will boost your revenue, numbers, sales, paise, correct? It's all money. So obviously your money is not getting wasted. It is going into the right direction and then automatically that will improve your revenue because there is no unwanted ad spends or unwanted spends that is happening. Correct? So it literally boosts your revenue. So you will be able to allocate a budget based on the real performance. That is what I call it as digital advertising. Google ads, social media ads, Instagram ads, YouTube ads. All these are those revenue building tools that we are going to use it. Okay. And why should I believe this, sir? I'll tell you. You don't have to assume. That will give you very specific data for us showing that, okay, boss, there are these many audience available in this age group. So for this is going to be the budget. Randomly putting a signboard or a hoarding at a prime location and then assuming that people will come to your business versus targeted audience. Okay. So again, I'll give you an example here. Let's say you are in Mumbai or Delhi or Hyderabad. Pick up any prime location. Imagine any prime location around yourself. Okay. In a very nice junction, 2.5 lakh worth of a big hoarding on that main road. You have this. So what is the problem that you have with this? You don't know how many people are seeing this. As a business, I'm talking about. As a business, I don't know how many people are seeing my ad. I don't know based on that. I mean, I don't know whether how many people are attracted to that ad, how many people are liking that ad, how many people have really impressed with that ad and then purchased something looking at that design. I don't know. Correct? Makes sense, guys. So I don't have any clue what is happening when I put that 2.5 lakh of this thing. No real feedback, no engagement. I mean, there could be engagement, but I don't know. I'm blind. Correct? We cannot measure. Now, that is one part which the traditional marketing has been doing for almost 70, 80, 100, 150 years. Now, with the digital, I don't have that problem, right? I know how many people are seeing my ad. I very clearly can target everybody who is, exactly needed for this thing, who is the right audience for it. I know which age group to target. I know, specifically what gender. I mean, if my product is gender specific, let's say my product is lipstick, right? I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous if I show lipstick ads to men, correct? I should be only targeting women. Absolutely, right? So, no, now I don't have that capacity. I mean, looking at a Lakme lipstick on a busy road in Bangalore versus Lakme lipstick being projected to all women out there in Bangalore digitally. This is more sensible, right? The second option. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying this is how you boost your revenue, because your money is straight going into that space where you can actually make money out of it. Got it? So for that, again, you are relying on data, right? So there are platforms. I'll tell you what these platforms are, which will give us that data, whether these many people are there, where this audience is, what is the age group targeting and all of that. Okay. So that is number two, which is boost our revenue. It will we'll allocate those budget based on real data, not assumptions. We don't simply assume that, okay, I'll put a nice hoarding in, Kormangala and then I'll expect everything to happen. No, that doesn't work, right? So that is number two, right? Okay, let me fill this. Allocate the budgets based on real performance, not assumptions. Okay. And then third thing, I can literally track the users. So again, taking the same example of the hoarding, like I said, I don't know how many people are seeing it, liking it, doing any engagement with it. But digitally, I can literally know how many people are clicking on it, how many people are liking on it, how many people are commenting on it, how many people are coming by clicking on that ad to my website. After they come to my website, how many people are staying for this much time, how many people are scrolling the content, how many people are playing the video in my website, how many people are filling a form. I can literally get to know the track of everything. That's the beauty of digital marketing. That's the beauty of data analysis. That's the beauty of data tracking, right? So I have the power to literally track what a user is doing on a daily basis within my business. I have more control. Okay, let me give you an example. I'm sure everybody must be using Zomato or Swiggy. Yeah, at least, you must have used in the last 1 week only. Maybe you must have used today also, being Sunday, right? So how come Zomato is sending you those notifications time on time, literally suggesting that, for example, hey Shalini, here is your favorite biryani waiting for you, right? Or it could be something like, hey Srikanth, hot idli is waiting for you, correct? So basically, this kind of messaging, this kind of personalized messaging, how do you think it is coming to you? And if you understand it right, Altaf will be getting a customized message. Srikanth might be getting a different message. Swapna might be getting a different message altogether. Correct? Everybody is getting their own customized, work basically, right? How is that is happening? Because they are able to track your activity based on the orders, right? Based on the orders that you are doing, it is absolutely picking up that information and then giving you that, projecting that message, customized notification. Now, similarly, I'll be able to understand with the digital advertising or social media or YouTube or whatever it is, I will know specifically how many users. I'm talking about the count, not individual user data. I'm talking about how many people out of, literally, right? I'll be able to literally tell you that 10,000 visitors have come to my website. Okay. So out of these 10,000 visitors, so there are 6,000 visitors who scroll down. Okay. Who scrolled down the page. Okay. Out of that 6,000 users, I would say 3,000 visitors completely read the page. Okay. And out of that 3,000 visitors, now I'm going to say that 1,500 visitors have signed up. Signed up ka matlab filled a form or maybe a subscription or something. Out of that 1,500 visitors also, I will say 600 visitors have purchased my product then and there. Okay. Now look at this data. So You have control over everything. That's what I'm saying. You clearly know how many people came here. Out of this, you clearly know how 6,000 visitors have scrolled down. Out of the 6,000, 3,000, 50% of them, they have literally read the entire page. Out of that 3,000, 1,500 visitors, they literally showed interest and then came forward. And finally, you have 600 visitors who have literally purchased the product then and there. You get it? Now I have total control from here till here. That is what I am talking about tracking. Okay. Now, what all can be tracked in this? I can track literally, I can track the age, I can track the gender, I can track the location, I can track the devices, what kind of devices you have, right? I can track the devices, I can literally track the network, I can literally track, the browser, okay, what kind of browser the user is using, right? And literally, I mean, don't get freaked out here. I can literally tell what kind of a smartphone you are also using. You understand? Now, if you are thinking you are using your phone with 100% privacy, now it's time to basically get that understanding that nothing is private. Okay, so please come out of that dogma or that kind of basic thing that okay, my phone is private, nothing is private. Okay, we track everything. Unfortunately, we are the culprits. Got it? So that's how it is. So, the kind of approach that you usually take is literally dependent on the kind of business that you are also doing, right? So when you are looking at a business and then if you are trying to do it in a retail way, right? I mean, if you're more or less on the B2C side of it, things are entirely different. But when you are on a B2B vertical, it is entirely different. Because in the B2B vertical, it's all about competition. Yes, absolutely, it is competition. For that, accordingly, you will see that. But when it comes to digital marketing, I think fixing ourselves internally is more important rather than focusing on the competitor and then creating a hayward on this. So that's really absolutely important, right? So I've been doing this since a long time, right? So that's how it is suggested also, at least on the digital side of it. When it comes to specific internal data and everything, that's a different approach altogether, right? Okay, yeah, that is this thing, guys. And then basically, like I said, you will be able to gain all of these things. And finally, what can you do with this all information? What can you do with this thing is you can refine your strategy. Okay, you can literally refine your strategy. So what is this refining of your strategy literally means is technically maybe you assumed that most of your audience will be male, but suddenly you realize that your actual audience is female. Okay, then obviously your entire strategy changes, right? So that is what I'm calling it as refining, right? So when I say refining, you are trying to optimize what it's gonna work for you and then literally ignore what it doesn't work for you. Okay, so you're gonna do that. So that is what I'm talking about refining a strategy, right? Now we'll try to understand how this data is collected, right? So data, how is this data coming, sir? So where is this data coming? What are those places where all this data is being collected? What is that solid source where I'm literally I think that nobody is tracking. I get confused sometimes. How are they knowing all this information? How are the companies knowing all this information? Okay, so let's try to understand what those processes are. Where is this data getting collected? Okay, first and foremost, you will have cookies. Okay, in your browser, when you are browsing something, when you go to certain website, you will see this nice pop-up saying that accept the cookies, allow only few or deny. Correct? Have you been there, guys? Everybody, when you visit a website, there will be a pop-up which is asking you that we would like to put cookies on your browser where we'll be following you for certain time zone, right? So that is what we call it as cookies. So unfortunately or fortunately, unfortunately for the customer, fortunately for the business, okay, what we do is you never read it. Correct? Since it is disturbing your viewpoint, you will simply accept and then move on. Correct? Everybody does this. Everybody does the same thing. They literally simply opens a website and then the moment they see this accept cookies, they'll simply click on accept. Okay, so the moment you accept the cookies, what is going to happen is the website tracker is now following you digitally everywhere. Okay, so that is exactly the reason why when you go to Amazon, okay, and let me give you an example. So when you go to Amazon, right, you have gone to Amazon, and then you have seen a Nike shoe, for instance, some Nike shoe you have seen. So because of some reason you suddenly left Amazon. I mean, you exited the application, right? So after 2 days, you are opening some random website, okay, and you are scrolling. While you are scrolling, you will see exactly the same Nike shoe that you have seen on Amazon a couple of days ago. Yes, everybody must have gone through this for sure. Maybe it might not be Nike shoe, but something else also. But you will have the same process, right? They are following you, or it could be on YouTube, it could be on a website, it could be on Facebook, it could be on social media, it could be anywhere. Okay, so this kind of process is happening because of this cookies only. Got it? So literal tracker, which is literally getting you all the information, and then they are following you like a shadow, right? Now, if you simply, instead of accepting it, if you are blocking it, okay, if you block the cookies, now what happens is this tracker will be disabled. Okay, so these guys will not be able to follow you. If they are able to not follow you, that means you'll not get the ads. Simple. Okay, so that is how the cookies work. So you, by simply clicking once on this accept, this is what is happening in the background. All this thing is started immediately. You are giving permission to them. Okay, this is number one. Okay, so how long will this track? So some people will track you for 90 days. Some trackers will track you for 30 days. Some will be there for one entire year also, right? So they keep on tracking until you reject it, until you manually go to that website and then block it. It will keep on tracking you. And it's a one-time thing. You must have also observed that. If you have been using the same website again and again, only first time you will see allow cookies. Second time, third time, fourth time, you will not see that pop up. You must have already observed that. If not, try this next time. Okay. Yeah. So that is one of it. Cookies, number one, right? Everybody understood the cookies part, guys. Very important, because cookies are really necessary for us. So don't look at the negative side of it. Look at the positive side of it. What can you do to enhance your customer experience with this data, right? So just look at the positive side. Every technology will have positives and negatives. Let's focus on the positive side of it. Okay, let's not look into the brighter, darker side of it. Let's look at the brighter side of it, right? So whatever that is there for us to actually enhance my customer experience, let's use the data for that things. That's it. That's what you need to understand. Okay, yeah. There is something called as UTM parameters that companies do. Okay, so what is that UTM parameters? Basically, okay, so we call it as universal tracking meter. So that is UTM. So basically, you can track what kind of this. So for example, I'll tell you what is this UTM parameters. Let's say I'm doing ad campaigns. Okay, so when I say ad campaigns, let's say I'm working for let's pick up Mamaearth. Okay, I'm sure everybody must have heard about Mamaearth. Yeah, okay. All right. So it's a cosmetic brand for kids. Okay, for younger moms and their kids, toddlers. Basically, it's a cosmetic brand. Okay, yeah. Now let's say I'm doing three products. Okay, one is baby shampoo. Okay, and then I have baby moisturizer. Okay, and then there is baby wash. Okay, so three products. So I'm having three products that I'm doing ad campaign. So I'm promoting baby shampoo, I'm promoting moisturizer, I'm also promoting baby wash. Okay. Okay. So now we have these three products that are being promoted. Okay. Now as a company head, right? So I am the CEO of the company. I want to understand how many people specifically have looked for shampoo. Okay. Specifically about the moisturizer and then the wash. I want to know very clearly in the process only how many have come from this, how many have come from this, the count of it. Okay, so how many is for this, how many is for this. So if I had to have that, so cookies are not going to help here. Okay, so that is where I need to be using these parameters, where I'll be able to understand what is the source of this shampoo. When I say source, how many of them have come from Instagram, how many of them have come from Facebook, how many of them have come from email, how many of them have come from YouTube, right? So I want to get diversified data for each of it, right? So the source of each of it has to be known for every product. Okay, so that is where I'll be using my UTM parameters. Got it, guys? Understood? So how do you detect, sir? How do I know this kind of this thing is happening? Is when you open any advertisement, you will understand. Okay, so let me show you live. Till now, I've been writing a lot. I'll now show you live of how this thing works. Okay, so basically, okay, what is a UTM? UTM is universal testing. So basically, UTM parameters, universal not testing. It's a tracking parameter. Okay, so it is literally called as a tracking module. I think it's Urchin tracking module. It's URCHIN. So that is something, it's just given by someone who has been doing that. All right. So let me share how this UTM parameters work. How do you know this is working on that? Okay. So let's say I'm searching for digital marketing course. Okay. So you see right now I'm seeing these ads. So right now this is sponsored, right? Anywhere if you're seeing sponsored, that means it's an ad. Okay. Yeah. So in this ad, if I now click on it, okay, or if I, use this one, for example, or maybe anything for this growth school. So you will have, UTM parameters which are included, which will tell me literally like, this is what the users are doing. Okay. So let me share, let me see if these guys are using it. Yeah. So if you see, I don't know if the URL is visible, guys. Okay. So this is the URL that you are seeing, right? The URL, this one, I've selected this. Yeah. So in this URL, you see the source is Google. Can you see that? The source is Google. All right. And the source is Google, medium is search. So where is this coming from? It is coming from search results. So that is, where you are getting the understanding that, okay, any user now, the Hemant right now, the user has visited this landing page, this ISB landing page from Google through search. So this is how the UTM parameters work. Okay, now if I now fill this form, basically this information, if I fill it, the user, the analytics will reflect there saying that, okay, this is coming from Google. This is coming from search. Okay. Cookies are not this. Cookies will have a different thing entirely. Now you see here, the cookies are there. Cookies will now literally track all you guys. This is something. Okay. UTM I have already mentioned, Emmanuel. It's on the top. It is Urchin tracking module. Okay. Yeah. So that is what it is. So nobody will ask you what is UTM. Okay. Don't focus on that too much. UTM parameters is something which is used for tracking. That's it. Okay. So that's how it is. All right. So this is what I'm talking about, the tracking methodology, right? So you will literally know this is coming from Google and this is coming from search. If you go to YouTube and then do the same thing also, there also you'll find the same thing. Okay. You literally get to know the, parameters as well. Okay. Let's try it on LinkedIn. Let's see if we try to click on any ad and if it is taking me to the website. So that also will have a little bit of a promotion. Yeah. You see that Nation Connections, NC Visas Immigration Services Private Limited. Let me try. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So now, this is an ad that I can see it in LinkedIn. Okay, this is a LinkedIn platform and I'm seeing this ad. Okay, you see this promoted. So it's an ad. So now if I click on this learn more, okay, it will take me to the Deloitte website. Oh, sorry, it's taking me to LinkedIn. Okay, so now it is asking me about an interest or something. Okay. Let's try something else. Okay, this is ISB. Okay, this is also an application. So basically the point is right, when you're trying to click on a product, this is also a lead gen form. Okay, so technically we are not able to get it, guys, but you understood the concept, right? So you will be able to track that. So who will do that is basically we, the digital marketers, have to do it, right? So we have to make sure that we are creating these kind of UTM parameters to track whether the user is coming from this direction or not. Okay, so understood, guys, everybody? So two concepts very clearly. One is your, cookies, and the second is your UTM parameters. Okay. All right. So we have, this UTM parameters and everything. So far we have understood that this is what it's all about, right? Now, I'm telling you that, okay, we are tracking data. We are able to understand what is the age, gender, location, device, everything, all this information, right? So if we have to track all of this, obviously, we need some source which can help us, right? So we need one, single source which can help us track all this information, right? Basically, how do we access this information? So is there anything that can help us to get all these details? Is what we have something called as Google Analytics. Okay. So Google Analytics is a tool which will help us to understand what is happening what kind of a data we can track across different sources, right? So, Google Analytics will be integrated into a website. All right. So for Google Analytics to work, we need to definitely have a website first and foremost. Okay. So when we have a website, so we are gonna integrate, right? So we are gonna integrate a code of Google Analytics, okay, which we call it as GA4. We are gonna integrate a code of GA4 into this website, okay, so that we can track all the user activity that is happening within your website. Okay, so whatever that is happening within your website, you will be able to track all of that information. Okay, so it could be within your website or an application as well. Okay, so right, first and foremost, so to access all this information, all this data that I'm talking about, right? I want to talk about age, gender, and location, and all of these things, right? So if I have to access all of this information, so I want a source, I want a tool which can help me do that, right? So for me to track that information, so Google itself is giving a tool. Boss, why are you suffering so much? Why are you breaking your head for this data? Let me give you that information, okay? Because I have more information on what is happening with your website. So I'll tell you, I'll give you all that information, but I want you to use that tool called Google Analytics. Okay. So this Google Analytics will give me all that information happening within my website only. Okay. Whatever is happening within my website, I'll get all that information, or within the application. If it is happening within an application, if it is an app or a website. In both of this, I'll be able to understand whoever is coming to my website, what is their age group, what is their gender, what kind of devices they are using. All that information is coming to this. Okay. For this, if we had to access that information, so we have to integrate a code of Google Analytics. Okay. So a code of Google Analytics, which is the latest code, we call it as Google Analytics 4, GA4. This is the version of the Google Analytics. Okay. So if you are wondering what is this GA4, it is Google Analytics 4, version number 4. Okay. So that means literally this is the version, latest version that we are integrating into any website that we hold on. Okay. So before this, there used to be UA, which is Universal Analytics. The older version of it is Universal Analytics. Now we have GA. GA is Google Analytics, latest version. GA4 is the latest version. Okay. Previously, there used to be a version, just like your Android phone, guys. You have Android and iPhone, phones, right? Where you get those application updates or software updates. This is also similar to that. This is the latest version, which is now existing in the market. Okay. Now, what all Google Analytics can track. Let me show you the live platform. That way you will visually understand what it all can track. Okay. So this is one of the Google Analytics that I'm accessing for one of the websites called MMDM. Okay. So MMDM is my own website basically. So this is the data coming to this website, right? So actively there are 31,000 users in the last 7 days. So there are 30,000 users who are coming to my website, and out of which 17,000 users are new users. Okay. So out of which 17,000 literally are new users, and they are spending 5 minutes of average time on my website, right? And right now there are 267 users on my website, out of which people from Bangladesh are 66, from India are 34, from US 30, from Brazil 14. So I have all the international audience. Okay. So again, if I go down the same number of this thing, so we have different data that is following up, right? So this is currently happening for this website. This is the website that is happening right now. Okay, where I'm doing this consultation. So marketing consultation, sales consultations, and all of this thing. All right. So this is what I have been doing, and for this website right now, this is what the traffic that is flowing into it. Okay, and individually again, this is marketing, sales, and all of that. All right. So this is what is happening right now in this website. All right, for the data for that website, right? Along with that, I'll be also able to get to know the data. Okay, what is happening in the last 28 days, right? I'm just showing you the numbers or what kind of data that you get using Google Analytics. Okay, this is real-time data. Right now, there are these 255 users right now on this website. Which website? This website. This is the website where people are now flowing into. Okay, for this website right now, this is the data that is coming from this website. Coming to this website, and it is tracking all this information right now. Okay. Now in the last, I think 1 month, probably from March 28, last 28 days, there are close to 1 lakh active users who have come to my website. Okay, 1 lakh users, right? And a little bit of revenue that is flowing into these numbers. All right. So I'm not making any money directly through the website. It is happening in the background, okay, through PayPal and all of that. That's why, you don't see revenue numbers. So anyway, now what is the average time that they are spending? They are spending 5 minutes, 57 seconds on an average. Okay. So on an average, this is what is happening for this, website. So now similarly, I can get, the total users in detail of what are the sources coming, right? So from where these guys are coming. So are these coming from paid search? Yes, 21,000. I'm doing paid ads and I'm getting 21,000 users from that paid search. Number one. Number two, cross network. So probably from different social channels, I'm getting the traffic of 20,000 closely. Direct traffic. So which is people are directly entering this mmdm.in website in the browser and then coming to it. That is number three. Okay. And then organic searches, people are searching in Google. If they are going on to Google and then searching for mmdm.in. Okay. So that is what they are getting in Google. Okay. Directly they are searching for mmdm.in and then hitting that enter. Now you are seeing this growth master, course catalog, all the student registration and everything. So this is my own website. So when you are searching for mmdm.in, you get this one, growth master website. Okay. So people coming from this source of search is what this organic search is. Okay. So that is what it is. And then display is something where it is, coming from different websites. All right. So this is one type of a data. All right. So along with that, so let's see the engagement probably. So I'm just showing you live understanding of the platform, guys. That's it. We'll go into each and everything very clearly what all these things individually are. What do you mean by active users? What are new users? Right? What is these events? What are these engagement times? What is this user stickiness? Right? So all this information you will get it there. Don't worry. Okay. So from where the sources are coming, what is this organic? What is the paid? Right? What is this direct cross paid search unassigned? What are these things? We'll definitely absolutely discuss. Okay. What is this session? What is an engaged session? Each and everything I'll explain in detail. You don't worry. Okay. So basically you need to understand this is just a showcase for you that all this is happening and this is the kind of a data that you can track. Okay. So I clearly know how many people are coming directly to my website. I clearly know how many people are coming from, the different sources. I know how many people are coming from paid search. I literally know everything, right? So that is what you will be getting to know how it works. Got it? Yeah. So I was mentioning that, how many users are coming at different timelines and all of that, right? So this is how you keep a track of it. Okay. Along with that, you will be able to see, I told you about the devices, right? So I told you about the demographics, how many people or what is the age group that you will be able to track and all, right? So yeah, you see, this is the country basically. Okay. And you can also get to see the location if you want to see the city specifically from where you are getting this. So you can select the city as well. So you'll get the city data. Okay. Technically, you see from Bangladesh, this is what it is. Let us check the country. So I can also apply filters here. So I can select country and then I can literally apply the filters. Then I can put up the city. All right. And here inside this, I can search for Hyderabad also. I want. So Hyderabad right now I think is nothing. Yeah. So let's say if I had to filter this as a country, yeah, I'm getting it from Patna. So from India, I can literally see this. Okay. Let's put maybe 100. So there are a lot of international audience for me. So people coming from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan. There are a lot of audience coming from Islamabad. So from India, there are Lucknow audience. People from Delhi, Lucknow, Indore, right? Bangalore, Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Chennai. So this is all happened in the last 1 month. Okay. So if I had to do specifically for India from Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Chennai, right, Mumbai, almost every place in Hyderabad, in India, Guwahati, Bhubaneswar, Jaipur, right? So, I mean, these are all known places for us, and so it is easy for me to showcase that it is how it is. So this is absolutely free, guys. Again, I repeat. So this is not a paid tool. This is absolutely free. Okay. So imagine a free tool giving you this levels of detailed information. Now there is also a paid version of it where you will get much extensive detail that will cost you around like I think 1.5 crore a year. That is much more advanced level basically, but it is technically not that needed. I mean, you don't have to invest so much, but because you have too much of open data available, right? And like I said, you can also check the tech details of what users are using, what kind of devices. Let me show you that as well. Okay, yeah, you see the kind of browser they are using, right? So here I can literally the Chrome, people coming from Google Chrome, people coming from Android Web View, which is your Android phones, Safari, iPhone users, Edge, people who are doing from Edge, and Samsung Internet, Firefox, Opera, Phoenix browser, and you can also check the device brand. Okay, so you see Samsung, Xiaomi, Apple, Vivo, Realme, Oppo, Infinix, Techno, Google, Motorola. So now that's what I kept telling basically. So you will be able to understand what kind of devices your own users are using, right? And not just that, okay, I can literally tell you the device model as well, okay, literally what kind of models they are using. Okay, so you see this iPhone 13, iPhone 11, V2 X625, BG6, Nexus 5X. So this is the kind of brands that my users are watching it. Okay, so this is literally, I mean, you have iPad Air, iPhone 12 Pro Max, all of this naked information. You can literally know all this information, right? So this is how you can literally create. I mean, you can literally get it. So I mean, right now you are seeing all my users' information, right? So I cannot, I mean, I literally know what my users are using. Got it? But the catch is I don't know who that user is. Simple, right? So that is how it is. So this is the kind of data that you can get it through analytics, and this is absolutely free, right? Now, the catch here is you will be only able to see your own website data. I cannot see competitors' data here. Got it? I cannot open entity data and then get access to all that information on that website. Because that's the catch. I told you, right, in the beginning, you have to integrate this Google Analytics to the website. Only then you will be able to get that detail. So for you to integrate into a website, obviously you cannot randomly integrate that into a website. You need to have access to that website, obviously, right? So who has access to the website? Obviously the owners of the website. Got it? So that's one of the reason why you cannot have access to all this private information. I am literally showing you all this information because that's okay for me to do it, right? But I'm anyway not showing how do I say private information of my users, right? So until then that is absolutely fine, correct? So that's how we do this. But now it's not about getting excited with this data. Now, how we are going to use this data, and then basically how we are going to make sure that we are utilizing this data to analyze. So the job of a digital marketer is not look at data and then get excited, right? So it is how do I do this analysis and then make sure that I'm doing something which is helpful for my business. Okay. So that is the game that we need to understand. That is how you need to do this. That is how you need to play around, right? That is exactly, the things that you should understand when it comes to this particular part of it. Got it? So like I said, now for example, okay, let's say for example, I'm taking the demographic detail, right? So when I say demographic detail, so let's say for example, I'm getting a lot of data coming from Bangladesh, right? You see, I'm getting a lot of data coming from Bangladesh. Specifically now I'll check, okay, I'm now excited. Okay, what is happening in Bangladesh right now? Why are people behind me, right? Or if it is, traffic coming from India, so more than India, it is coming from Bangladesh. What is happening right now? So is there any business value that I can tap into that? Are those people looking for some kind of services or consultation, right? Are those people trying to get more education? So what is it that is happening there, right? So I'll compare this and then I'll probably go back to last 12 months and then see which country has contributed a lot, okay, for this business of mine, right? I'll check that information. It is still there. So India is 119 and Bangladesh is 136, for instance, right? So let's take that example. Now, what is the takeaway here? How do I get to make the maximum value of Bangladesh audience, right? So specifically, how many are coming from this Bangladesh? What is that city which is actually making a lot of sense, right? Internally within Bangladesh, right? So probably it is Dhaka. You see, from Dhaka, I'm getting almost 50,000 of the traffic coming from it. Now, what can I do with this? That's a marketing analytics that I have to do the analysis. Okay. Because most of them are spending close to, 2 minutes on this website. They are probably consuming everything. What is happening there? So I'll have to do that. So technically, I already know because I have been receiving all those consultations and all of that, right? Anyway, that is there. So this is what you need to excel. And for that, this is the tool that we are using right now. Okay. So right now we have been using these kind of tools to get that understanding of how it works, right? So I'm gonna tell you how this is going to work for you as well, so that you will have that understanding of, okay, this is what I can do, right? So I'll make you guys also, since you don't have a website right now, so I'll make you guys understand what are the features and everything there inside this. Okay, accordingly, you will get that understanding of how it works. Got it, guys? So that is how it is. So, simply you will get that understanding of how all of these systems are working. Okay, so what is the kind of advertising cost that I had for the businesses for the kind of solutions that I'm giving? So, what is the ad cost? How many people are clicking on my ads? What is the spend that I am doing for my ads? All of that information. Okay. So probably in the last 1 week, there is $4,000 spent on this, on the advertising. So I mean, there are all the campaigns and all the list that I have it here for different kinds of products and different kind of methodologies. Okay. So all this information, you will get to know, you'll have an understanding of all of this. Okay. So now start thinking why digital marketing is so good, why digital marketing is so important. Because this is all vulnerable data, right? Obviously, I cannot put it out into the public and then say that, okay, I'm inviting all the digital marketers, come work on this, right? So technically, anything that you hamper here with the data, with the digital marketing stuff, it is going to directly hit the reputation of the business. Yes, that is vulnerability. And so I'll be preferring only experts to do this rather than random users who doesn't know, the understanding of a business detailedly. I'll be preferring better all those people who have little bit of control and who have this authority of handling all the businesses, right? So that's the reason why you will not see the open hiring happening for all the digital marketers and experts and all of that, because they are trusting with their business with this data, right? So obviously that needs a little bit of loyalty, that needs a little bit of trust factor needed for you to run the business, right? So that is where you have a little bit of a trouble, and that is exactly why you need to understand the depth of digital marketing. And once you get into it, you will have a beautiful side of it, right? So right now, I'm currently training all the Google employees in India for the past 2 years. So all the branches, starting with Delhi, Gurgaon, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, everybody are getting trained by myself. I mean, imagine I'm training Google employees only directly. So that means Google employees also need digital marketing, guys. Come on. Now, that's, I think that's all I can say about this thing. So when you have the best of the best, where we are all dependent on Google, and those Google employees are dependent on me, and that person is training you for all of this, now, you don't have to worry about your career for sure. Skills wise, you'll get the best. Okay. Yeah, that is how, this is painted out.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
First and foremost, the versions of it. Okay, just like our Android phones, just like everything else, Google Analytics also had a previous version. Okay, so right now the version that we are looking at is what we call it as GA4, which is Google Analytics 4, that I have explained last time. Okay, but there is also something called as UA, which is Universal Analytics. Universal Analytics is the previous version, usually called it as UA. Okay, So universal analytics, used to be the older version of Google Analytics, where it used to very clearly give a very detailed understanding of everything with regards to the analytics before. But just like our Android phone is getting updated, so GA4 is going to give us the latest and most profound analytics which is needed for you guys to track what is happening with the website. All right, so clear guys, that is what you need to understand with regards to your website and the latest version of the analytics part of it. Got it? So now, and the versions of it basically are these two, UA and Google Analytics. But people also have this understanding that, okay, sir, do we have only Google Analytics to give us the data? No, absolutely not. We have other things as well, like Adobe Analytics and Google Data Studio as well. Right. So any of these things will actually, right now Adobe Analytics is also there and Google Data Studio is also there. So out of three, Google Analytics is absolutely most accurate and most reliable source for data visualization, reporting, and analysis as well. Okay. And the best part, this is absolutely free. Got it? Again, I repeat myself, guys. There are three very good things which are available for analytics right now. One is Google Analytics, the other one is Adobe Analytics, and the other one is Google Data Studio. Right? So three, very fundamentally good, decent analytic tools. Specifically, again, these are all marketing tools. So if you are talking about basically IBM or Watson Analytics, or if you're thinking of much more deeper analytics, those are all different data analytics tools. Okay, this is specific to marketing analytics. Please remember that. If somebody asks you, can you give me a very nice tool about marketing analytics, your answer should be GA4. All right. If they ask you, can you give me very nice visualization tools, then it is something related, something different from marketing analytics. Please remember that. All right. Yeah. So let me write it down. So first and foremost, GA4, free resource, most accurate, better for visualization of data without any reporting, easy reporting, and most reliable software for marketers and marketing analytics users. Okay, like I said, Google Analytics is the latest version of all the analytics. Okay, and Universal Analytics is something which is older version. Okay, so older version of analytics, and it is decommissioned. Okay, it is not in place. It's not working right now. It is not even existing. There is older version. This is the older version of it. Right now we are using GA4. Okay, so which is useful for all the marketers, right? Basically, where, since it is very easily available and it is a free resource, it will give us most accurate data, and it is better for visualization also. The last time we have seen that kind of graphs and everything, right? So which day, what kind of a data is coming, what is the social traffic, what is that, the search traffic, what is that differences from where the traffic is coming, how many devices are being used, all that data, it is easy for visualization. You can see it and then you can automatically understand, right? And it doesn't have any code. You don't have to go through lines of codes like the developers do. It is very clearly and easily accessible, and for visually it is also easy. Okay, so that is what I was mentioning, and this is the most reliable analytics tool for all the marketers, and it is called marketing analytics tool. There are also other analytics tools like the Watson Analytics, which is higher level of analytics tools which are used by data scientists. Okay, so where people use data, people who are into data science and the advanced levels of analytics, they use advanced levels of tools which are like Watson Analytics, or something which is beyond the Microsoft Analytics tools and all of that. But this is specifically GA4 is specifically used for individual marketing teams inside the bigger companies. Okay, that is what GA4 is right now. So you might be thinking, so there are also other alternatives to GA4. All right, so alternatives. So there are alternatives to Google Analytics. So alternatives to Google Analytics are nothing but your Adobe Analytics. Adobe Analytics is an alternative to Google Analytics. It is also the same thing. It will also give you the same data. It will also project everything visually, everything. It is also good, but it is not as competent as Google Analytics. Simple, right? So it is also good only, but I'm suggesting that this is much more better, right? There is also one more product which is also a Google's own product. Okay, it is called as Google Data Studio. Okay, so Google Data Studio is basically the advanced levels of analytics. Okay, so when I say advanced levels of analytics, people who want to very seriously go ahead and then do or track the data for 5 years, 10 years, and then do the analysis part of it, that is what they use. That is where they use Google Data Studio. All right. So now moving on to the next aspect of it, guys, which is the admin part of it, right? So the first one is what we have discussed, the options. Now let's discuss the admin section, right? So what is this admin section? So Google Analytics is giving us, very nice platform of, managing our account. Okay, managing our data flow, right? Managing or understanding the attribution models. I'll tell you each of it, don't worry. So what is this account? What is the data flow? What is this attribution model that I'm talking about, right? So when I talk about account, just like your bank account, just like your Facebook account or Instagram account or whatever online digital accounts you have, for every account, okay, you will have settings, right? What are those settings available? Who can access this kind of analytics tools within your own company, right? So where the data is collected, how is this data represented, and how is it organized related to the website or an application, right? What are the data streams that are available? All of this you will get to know, or you will be able to edit and set up in your account. So let's take Instagram account. So when you have Instagram account, for your Instagram account, there is Instagram account settings. Yes. Inside that settings, you will be able to change your name, your profile picture, your bio, your date of birth, your email ID, your phone numbers. All of that can be changed. Yes. So that is what we call it as account settings. Similarly, here also you have similar kind of an account settings where you will be able to manage what all the things that you need to know with regards to data, right? So this account settings is what we'll be able to understand, right? So what all do we have inside this account and what all you should know specifically, because Google Analytics is very extensive, right? If you start learning today with Google Analytics, and probably it might take, practically speaking, it will take for you to practically understand everything for at least 3 years. At least 3 years, I'm telling you, because it's so deep and so vast that it is very hard for you to, pinpoint at one single direction and then go inside it. So if you focus on one aspect of it, as you go deeper and deeper and deeper, it will keep on going. Okay, so what I have done is I have made sure that within these sessions you get the fundamentals where you need to get started. From there it will be easy for you to pick it up. Got it? So right now we are going to discuss that only at the account level. Number one, first and foremost, at the admin section. So we are going to discuss about the account level, and specifically in the account level we are going to discuss, okay, inside the account level we are going to check what are the settings that are available. Okay, so what are those things, what are the settings are available, and then who can access your account? Okay, we call it as access management. So what is this access management? Basically where you have, let's say for example, you wanted someone to look after this website's data and then understand how this user can access your tool. Okay, let's say for example, I'm right now the owner of let's say Intellipaat. Okay, so Intellipaat, or let's say I'm in the analytics team of Intellipaat right now. Okay, so I have every detail with regards to my website, how much traffic is coming in, etc., all the blah blah blah. Right now, let's say for example, Chetan has reached out to me saying that, sir, I think I see some problem with your analytics. I think the code is not implemented right, or the traffic, is not getting captured right. Your website traffic is very low. So he came up with some problem, saying that there is some problem with the analytics, right? So now you tell me, is it right for me to give access to Chetan directly saying that, okay, here is my email ID password, you go ahead, check everything, and then tell me what is the problem? That is the most foolish thing I would ever do. Correct? Yes. So it is not, it should not be there, right? So this is just like giving my, uh, you know, vault lock door entry gate to directly to everybody, to the that person called Chetan, saying that, okay, you go ahead and then do whatever you want, and then once you are done, let me know. So for that to happen, I have to give access, right? So I have to give very specific access where he can get that basic information, whatever is needed, right? And then make sure that whatever is needed for him, he should be able to get that understanding. And then simply once it is done, I'll remove them. Got it? So similarly, this kind of access management is also there for Google Analytics very specifically, which is helping everybody to do that. Okay. So basically the business risk will be more if I give direct access to my business data, right? So what is the number one lesson here? Never give access to anybody, without a written contract saying that you can access this. All right, this is number one lesson that you should know for all those people who are looking out for new jobs or people who are looking for that digital marketing positions. So you should always remember this. Never give easy access to anybody. So when I say easy access to anybody, you might be working for a digital marketing agency, right? And you're working remotely. You cannot share this data to your household people also. Simple. Got it? Rule number one. So never share any critical information of your own business or your own, when I say the business that you are working for, never share any of your information to anybody across your household, your brother, your sister, nobody, right? So it is really, really important. It is very critical data, right? Never give that direct access, number one, right? Now, okay, sir, now I understood that, okay, we need to give limited access. So what are those limited accesses available? Okay, there are 5 types of access levels that are available. That is what I'm going to write it down now. Okay, first and foremost is the administrator level. Okay, admin level, you basically, the name says it all, right? Full access and control of the account, right? So that is what we call it as admin level. You basically know it, right? And then there is the next level called as editor role, right? Where you can edit the reports and change a little bit of a settings. Okay. Editor access, limited access, but can change a few settings. Okay. Limited access, but you can have a little bit of a few changes, right? Along with that, they'll not have access. I mean, basically now this person at this level of editor, they'll not have any access to add or remove any users. No access to add or remove any users, right? The other day, if you remember, I have shown you one of my client's account where I was not able to add any people. So I have limited access. I have editor access, but I don't have full access. And then and then the next level of access that you have is a marketer access. Okay, you have a marketer access next. Okay, this is also limited. You can visualize the data, you can do the reporting, you can create cohorts. Okay, so I'll tell you what cohorts and all of that are. Okay, don't worry. And then you can also understand what are the attribution models. All right, so you'll be able to understand the attribution models, limited access. Okay, if I simply write limited, it will be a different word. Okay, so you have limited access, and you can visualize the entire data, and you will be able to report. When I say report, basically, if you like to share this to somebody else, you can do that. And there is also something called as cohort analysis and attribution models, which I'll tell you in the next upcoming pointers. Okay, for now, simply understand that marketer will have this kind of this thing. Okay, and then comes your analyst, right? So what does this analytics guys do, right? What is this, people, what are these things, who are these people who are gonna use this kind of a role? Is they will be able to create and edit the dashboards and basically work on the data visualization. Okay, so what do you mean by data visualization? So you have been repeating this word called data visualization, which I don't understand. I'll tell you. Data visualization is simply something where, for example, okay, let's say I'll take the same example. Let's say I am the CFO or Chief Financial Officer of Philips. Okay, so I'm right now associated with Philips, and I am a CFO of the entire biggest wing of Philips. Okay, so now if a marketing team comes to me saying that, sir, there is this traffic coming from search campaigns, this traffic coming from Facebook campaigns, and all of that, I don't even understand what he's talking. I'll simply nod my head saying that okay, 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 but I'll not understand. Correct? So for me to easily understand, if it is visually shown that, sir, for the entire website of Philips, this is where the traffic is coming from, and visually I can see that, okay, there is a Facebook icon. From Facebook, there is this many millions coming to website, and there is Instagram, and this is where the users are coming, and there is email, this is where the users are coming. If I can see that visually, it is easy for me to interpret. Forget about everything. Right now, what I'm doing with you guys also is the same thing. Visualization. I am, literally saying that just observe, because I have a mind map. So I am visually giving you that easy exposure to understanding by writing all of these things using a mind map. So that is what we call it as data visualizations, making data simplified to make sure that the senior level management, or the C-suite, we usually call it as, they will have an understanding of this data. Now, what will they do by understanding this data? They will make informed decisions based on the data. Let's say, for example, if I'm getting 1% of email marketing traffic coming to my website, now as a management, I'll say that why are we getting very less emails, right? That means we are not focusing too much on emails. So let's start focusing a little bit of marketing budget. Let's push a little bit of marketing budget towards emails. So this kind of decisions will be taken based on this data visualization only. That is what is a job of an analyst. Okay, what they do is they look at the data, make that complex data easily understandable through visualization. That is nothing but your data visualization. This you could also relate to anybody who is always talking about that data. Everybody in your home, someone or the other who is working as data analyst, or any of that kind of a person in your cousins or anybody, if they're talking this language, that means this is what they're doing. Okay, and let me write it down just for understanding. Clear. So that is what the data analysts do. And the final one is the basic one, viewer. Okay, these guys will have only access to read data only. Okay, they'll not be able to download any information, they'll not be able to share any information, they'll not be able to speak about anything at all to anybody. They can simply see it. Okay, the first example that I told you about Chetan. Now, when Chetan says, sir, I would like to look at your Google Analytics to have a detailed understanding of it. So which access I'm going to give it to him? Your access, right? Now, Swapna has a little bit of understanding of data analysis, right? So when Swapna comes to me, and she's a part of my analytics team, if she comes to me saying that, Mr. Hemant, I need a little bit of more detail with regards to data analysis. So I need, I want to create dashboards which will be easy for management to understand. So then what access I'm going to give it to Swapna? Data analyst, absolutely, right? And then there is Sarthak, who says that, sir, I'm not understanding why my landing page is not working, sir. I think somewhere data is missing. I would like to verify whether, my attribution model is working or not. I don't know. There is something wrong with my landing page. I want to understand that, right? That is where I'll give marketer access. Got it? I'll say, and then specifically, let's say, for example, Srikanth comes to me saying that, Hemant, I would like to add one of the new person to this role, right? I would like to give access to analytics. So now what kind of an access that Srikanth is looking for? Admin level, right? Yeah, editor access or admin level. Basically, the person who is reaching out to him to give access is the admin, right? So most of the detail what admin has, it also has the editor also will have similar kind of an access. Only thing is no access to remove or add any users. Simple. So there is the next level where we call it as property level settings. Okay. So what is that property is what I'm going to discuss right now. Okay. So there is something called as property level settings. Okay. So what is this property? Property is nothing but this is a place where you collect the data and report it. Okay, simple. So I have told you all of this information, right? We have never discussed about where is this data going, right? So report it when I say with regards to your website or your application. Okay. Yeah, so you will have to create this kind of a property. So this is just like a subset where you have, let me draw a chart for you. Okay. So GA4 is your account. Okay. Inside account, you will have something called as property. Okay. And inside property is where you will have the data. Okay. Just to give a little bit of more detailed example, I'll tell you. So there is, let's say, for example, there is, I'll take Intellipaat only. Okay. Intellipaat account. Okay. Inside this Intellipaat account, I'll have two properties. Okay. One is a website and the other one is an application. Okay. So website has a different data and application has a different data. Okay. Can you now relate to this? So what is Intellipaat account is account here? This is your account, right? And then website is a one property. Application is another property. Got it? So two properties. So for one account, you will have two properties, or it can be multiple properties also. Okay. So that is where you will have, this data visualization and everything. For individually, you will have this thing. So that is what I'm calling it as a property. So this is a place where you collect the data and report it, whether it is a website or an application. Okay. Let me write it down here as an example so that you will understand these both clearly. Yeah. Simple, nothing to confuse. So you have a company, and within the company, you have two things to track. One is a website, second is an application, right? So now if you want to track an Android application, for any of it, for both of it, you'll have the data, right? So this account is at the account level, all the things that we discussed right now. Inside this account, this website and application, we call it as two individual properties. Website property, application property. Okay, so that is just it. That is what I wanted to explain. Okay, what is this property? Got it? Talk about next, which is the data collection. Okay, data collection. All right. So data collection is something where we are going to discuss. So like I said, there are three types of data streams. I call it as. Okay, one is a website. Okay, web data stream. Second is iOS, and the third is Android. Okay, so three types of streams that will be very clearly available, and I'm going to show you live of what are these things available in the website. Okay, so how do you set it up? So I'm going to show you live of how do you set up this Google Analytics using all of these settings. I'll show you all of these settings while I'm doing this live probably in the next like 15-20 minutes after I do that. Okay, so the next thing that we are going to discuss is the attribution models and the data flow. After that, I'm going to show you live of all of these things. All right. Right. So now when it comes to the data flow, right? So I have talked about data collection. Now we have to discuss about the data flow, right? So data, will not be real time, is not available in the free version. of GA4. Okay. So I'm coming to that. So you are thinking, sir, the other day you showed me about the live data flowing, right? So how is that possible? I'll tell you. So only 30 minutes of real time data is visually available. Okay. But if you want to download this data, right? If you want to access this data, right? Let's say, for example, we have Swapna. Okay, we have Swapna, we have okay, I'll write all together. So let's say we have Swapna, we have Shivam, we have Shrikant, okay, and we have Yogesh. All of these people, they came to my website. Okay, they landed in the home page, and then they went into About Us. Okay, and then they went into course page, and then from course page they went into contact page. Okay, and finally they exited. Okay, so and when did this happen? This happened on 19th April, right? So now on the other side, Hemant being the admin of ABC website, okay? So now Hemant will be able to get to know this information, data recorded on 19th April, okay, can be seen, can be reported only after 48 hours, right? So Hemant will be able to access this only on only after 21st, that is 22nd of April. I'll be able to know. Okay, is the date where Hemant will get to know the full data info. Okay, so now there are a lot of confusions here. So some people come to me saying that, sir, yesterday there was a user, I was checking it manually, tomorrow only I got the detail. There is cases, like I said, up to 48 hours. Some cases it will be within 1 day, some cases it will be within 6 hours, but most of the cases to get the accurate data, like I said, accurate data, it is only after 48 hours. Now if you did any campaign today, if you're doing any kind of work today, and if there are users coming to your website live right now, you'll not be able to see any of that data today. You will be able to see only that after 2 days. Okay. Yeah. So basically, why is it taking so much time? Google doesn't want to do it live, and that is where it differentiated the paid analytics versus the regular free analytics. Okay, so since it is giving for free, it is saying that, okay, boss, you have to wait, right? Obviously, this is just like, you are trying to have a darshan for free, right? You know what happens when you go to a temple where you are in a free darshan versus paid ticket, correct? So you will obviously have to wait for it, right? This is also similar like that. Okay, yeah, it shows no data for the past 48 hours. All right, so what is this attribution, sir? You have been telling this attribution, you have been repeated like this is some mantra, but what is this attribution? Okay, attribution is nothing but, okay, giving credit to the one responsible for the success of a sale. Okay, let's say, for example, I am doing a marketing campaign. Okay, if I'm doing a marketing campaign, right? So if I am, creating a YouTube ad, right? So my objective of my ad is to generate 1,000 YouTube views. Okay. So again, I repeat myself, I am doing a marketing campaign where I am running a YouTube ad. Okay. So the objective of this YouTube ad is to bring 1,000 YouTube views. Okay. 1,000 views for that video. All right. So now out of these 1,000 views, after I get those views, I am also expecting this to have at least, out of these 1,000 views, I am expecting at least 10% of the views to click on the link that I am giving in the ad. Okay. So what will be the 10% of the views? 1,000 views, which is 100 clicks. Okay. So 100 people will click on this. Out of these 100 people, let's say people, after clicking on this ad, they are coming to a landing page or to a website, to a web page. Okay. So let's say out of 100, there are 50 people who have, properly landed, and then they started scrolling, reading the entire, a page. Okay. So again, remember, marketing campaign I created, I created YouTube ad. From YouTube ad, I am expecting 1000 views. And from 1000 views, I got 100 ad clicks. From 100 ad clicks, 50 people came to my. So out of 100 ad clicks, there are 50 people who are visiting the page. Okay. From 50, let's say there are 5 people who have got, 5 people who purchased my product from the website. Got it? From 1000 views to 5 sales at the end of the entire process. So let me write it down. What is attribution? Giving credit to the ones responsible for a conversion or a sale or a purchase, whatever. Okay. So now again, I'll write an example. I was saying about I did a marketing campaign and did a YouTube ad. Okay. So this YouTube ad, let's say it is generating 1000 YouTube views. All right. So out of this 1000 YouTube views, let's say I'm getting 10% of views as clicks. 10% of views as clicks. What is the number here? So that is 100 clicks. Okay. So out of 100 clicks, right? So 50 users landed and explored the web page. Okay. 50 people out of this have clicked and then landed and explored the web page, right? Out of this, 5 people purchased my product. All right. So this is what happened, guys. Now the real question comes. Okay. Who is responsible for these 5 people to purchase my product? Is it because of the web page? Is it because of these clicks? Is it because of these YouTube views? Right? What is it? Identifying that level of methodology is what we call it as attribution. Everybody has their own version. I will say that whatever happened before, I don't care. Because of this landing page only, I got 5 sales. That's what I'll say. Right? So somebody else will say that no, without YouTube, this is not even possible, right? So YouTube is the reason why I got a sale. Some other people will have a different approach. They'll say that without a marketing campaign, there is no YouTube only. So marketing campaign is the first thing which is, creating this kind of an effect, right? So if you ask me, everybody is right only, right? So everybody is right in their own version, right? But the kind of detailing that you should know is the kind of attributions that they are attributions that we have. So we are trying to assess what kind of attribution models are present and which is the most effective attribution model out of everything. Okay. Even though there are a lot of theories, around the attribution models. So which attribution model is going to work and which attribution model is not useful, which attribution model is most effective, and what the markets are using is what we need to understand. Got it, guys? Yeah, every logic of yours, whoever said the answers, everybody is right. All right. But which is the most effective one? So I am going to tell you which is the most effective one. For that to happen, let's try to look at the models. Okay. What are different models? Okay. So first model is first click attribution model. Okay. First click attribution model is something where I am saying that the first action that has happened, right, or the first action that has happened, click, because of click only I got a sale. If I take this approach, that is what we call it as first click attribution. So that means I am giving credit to the first action taken, okay, as the source of sale. Understood, guys? So if my model is considering that, okay, because of the first click only the sale has happened, that is what we call it as first click attribution. Okay. Credit is something, I'm saying that, okay, because of this only I'm, getting the sale. Credit is not the banking credit, guys. Okay. Don't take that as a credit. Credit is like, okay, how do I say this? let's say I'll give you a basic example, guys. Okay, we have Shalini, we have Sachin, we have Mradul, and we have Sarthak. 4 people in a team. Okay, so basically 4 people are there, and out of 4 people, so let's say for example my business plan got successful, and all of these 4 people have put their efforts, right? And then Shalini is the last person who has done one ad, and because of that ad only I'm getting the entire result, right? So instead of giving credit to Shalini, saying that Shalini, you did a great good job, I'll give credit to Mradul, saying that because of Mradul, your initiation of business plan only gave us these sales. So that is what is credit. I'll give credit to Mradul. So giving credit to the first person is the first click attribution instead of the last one. Okay. So simple understanding. That's how it is. So I am saying that because of this, I am getting that, the end result. Okay, that is first click. The opposite of it is the last click. Last click attribution is because of this final 50 users only, because of this landing page, and because of this button only, these people purchased. That is what is the last click, the last action that has happened to get this sale. That is what I call it as last click attribution. Simply, if I am taking credit, if I'm giving credit to the final action happened before the purchase, that is what we call it as last click. First click is the first action that has happened. Last click is the last action that has happened. Just before your sale, this has happened. And so this is the last of the entire process. So this is the last thing that has happened. And so if I am giving credit to this landing page, then that is my last click attribution. Okay. Now, if I am taking the first attribution, first space, right? Because of this marketing campaign only, this entire thing happened. If I do that, that is your first click attribution. I am giving credit to this. Okay. Again, this is all performance analysis only. I am just theoretically assuming that because of this only that has happened. Simple. Okay. So now these two are the things. Basically, for you to understand where you are getting maximum, benefit coming. Is it, I mean, if you don't understand which is giving you the entire value proposition, then obviously you'll not be able to understand. Got it? So if you simply say, I mean, how will you know if something went wrong? Okay, so now things, let's say for example, you have 5 people purchased. Imagine that there is no sales at all. So where do you think it has gone wrong? Correct? Is it the views to clicks that went wrong, or is it the landing page is wrong? How will you gauge if you're not using an attribution model? So that's the reason why we have to use that attribution models to understand where you are going wrong, okay, or where you are going right also, the other way around. I'll give you a very practical example. This should give you a little bit of understanding at least. Okay, so let's say iPhone 16 is launched. All right, so the first time when you saw iPhone 16, let's say for example, is a YouTube ad. Okay, if you have seen the first time on YouTube ad, okay, after you have seen the YouTube ad, you went to Google and then searched for iPhone 16. This is second action. First action is what? I'll write it down also, just so that you all know. Okay, so I saw iPhone 16 ad on YouTube. This is my first action. Okay, and then went to Google search and then clicked on iPhone or Apple web page link. This is my second action. Got it? After I clicked, obviously I'm going to Apple web page. This is my second action. After I went into my into Apple website, okay, I scrolled and watched the entire page, right? And then, sorry, this is my third action. All right. After this, I went to Amazon and checked the price reviews and ratings. Okay. This is my fourth action. After this, I went to again YouTube. Okay. I went to YouTube and searched for unboxing videos. Okay. by, let's say, who is this guy? Technical Guruji. Yes, I was searching for that word. So I went to Technical Guruji to find that unboxing video. This is action item 5, fifth action. Okay. And then I go to Flipkart. Okay. Place an order. Okay. This is sixth action. This is what every human on the planet does when you want to buy a smartphone. Yes, you all do this. Correct? We all do this. If we want something, we do this only. First time we'll see an ad, then we go to search, we go to official website, we take the entire detail, and then what we do is we, go to Amazon and then check for public reviews, ratings, pros, cons, all the technical stuff, everything there. And then finally, again, we go back to YouTube and then search for, these videos, unboxing videos or everything. And finally, we place an order. Okay. Yeah, word of mouth is, not digital. I'm talking about only the digital aspects. Digitally, what we do. Correct? Now I am going to give you the attribution model. Okay. Now, what is the final thing that has happened? This placing an order. Okay. So, just before placing this order, what it has happened? YouTube. Okay. If I say YouTube is the reason for my sale, this is what we call it as last click. Understood? Because of YouTube only, my sale has happened. If I say that, if I follow that kind of a model, I call it as last click. Okay. So the reason for this placing order is because of YouTube. If I say that, if I follow that methodology, I call it as last click attribution model. Okay. Yes. One step before the final. Yes. The last click attribution. Okay. So there is another theory saying that अरे अगर आईफोन का एड ही नहीं दिखाए तो इफ देर इज नो एड एट all this would never happen, right? If I follow that model, if there is no way I have shown this iPhone 16 ad to some person, then all this would never happen. So I give credit to this activity, which is the first ad on YouTube. This is what we call it as first click. Now it is clear. Because of YouTube की वजह से मेरा ये सेल हुआ, that is your last click. But at the same time, I'm also saying that if I'm not following that, if I'm following the other route, saying that अगर YouTube पे ad ही नहीं दिखाए तो, then all of this would never happen, right? So I'll give credit to first activity, which is the ad on YouTube, right? So that is what we call it as first click attribution. Got it? So these are the two attributions which I am trying to say in the last 10 minutes. This is what I am trying to say in the last 10 minutes about first click and last click. Okay, these both are clear, right? Now I am gonna say another model where I am saying that first click, last click nahi, all these are equally important for the sale to happen. Okay, all these are equally important for the sale to happen, right? So that is your linear attribution. I am giving credit to everything. That is what we call it as linear attribution model. First click, last click nahi. I am saying that this is equally responsible for a sale, this is equally responsible for a sale, this is equally responsible for a sale, this everything. All these 5 steps are equally important for this sale to happen. That is what we call it as linear attribution. Okay, equal credit to every stage which led to sale. Okay, the reason why I am discussing all of these models, okay, now I am going to tell you why I am discussing all of these models. So over a period of time, Google Analytics started treating this data in terms of projecting, right? So obviously we are looking at Google Analytics. We are dependent on Google Analytics for data, right? So Google Analytics will give us that this is the most accurate data, boss. Now you decide whether you want to use this kind of a model or that kind of a model. So it will give us a little bit of options, right? But most of the cases by default, there is one model which we are using right now, right? So I'll tell you cases where previously what used to happen. That way you'll understand that, Emmanuel. Simple. Previously, the earlier days of analytics, people used to believe that first click is the reason. Later, people started believing that no, last click is the reason. And then people got confused that everything is important, right? So finally people got a little bit of confused. Okay, which one to follow, right? So that is when there is another kind of a model finally which we are using right now, okay, which is nothing but data driven model. There are also other two models which I don't want to confuse. So there is something called data driven model, right? So based on the actions at every stage, it is going to decide that this is the reason why it got sale. For sometimes it could be second action, for some it could be fourth action, for some it could be third action, for some it could be first action, or it could be last action. Okay, so based on the activity of the users, based on the data, I am going to decide that, okay, this is how the sale has happened. So this is the most effective model that we are using right now. Most effective and used in the market right now. Sir, you could have simply told this. Why are you confusing with all this first click, last click, linear and all of this? Why is it needed, sir? Why are you breaking your head? I'll tell you, this is what you will get it in an interview. Data driven is the most and highly used, this thing. So I'll write it down, right? So data driven model, I'll give an example. Okay. 100% credit distributed to the sources. Okay, let's say we are getting from Instagram, I mean we are getting traffic from Instagram, from Facebook, from email, from LinkedIn. All right, if you're getting from WhatsApp. All right, so let's say now I mean we don't do that kind of a distribution and all of that. Google Analytics will take care of it. Google will know because everything is being tracked by Google. It can track end to end everything. That is why we are using Google Analytics as a source, right? So that is internally dependent on the Google algorithm, which we cannot tap into. But yeah, simply understand that it is giving the right credit. Let's say Instagram is the reason for 10%, 10% credit, right? So Facebook might be contributing to 20%, right? Email might be contributing to 5%, all right? And LinkedIn might be contributing to 40%. All right. And WhatsApp, how much is left over? 40, 60, 75. And WhatsApp could be contributing by 25%. Okay. So this is distribution. And obviously, you are getting all the sources as a reason. So it is not equal. Here in this case of linear, you are giving credit to Instagram as all 100 by 25. Sorry, all 100 by 5. Okay. So you're giving 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, equal credit to all these things. But here in the data driven, you will get this understanding of which source is giving you the right answer, right? So that is how data driven model works, right? So this, we will not be, doing this. Google will do it on our behalf, right? And we will give instruction to Google saying that, boss, follow data driven attribution only. Don't follow linear, don't follow last click, or don't follow first click. Okay. So this is the website. Okay, so not a great website, but a simple website that he wanted to simply project. Okay, though he doesn't want this to be a greater source of a business, but he wants to simply present this and then make sure that if anybody gets any kind of an inquiry, have a little bit of a WhatsApp integrated. Okay, we have done that, and then we have created different products list, and every product list every product has its own page created, and a little bit of clientele listings. So all this reviews, ratings, client testimonials, contact page, everything. So similarly, we have the about section and other ones as well. Okay, this is a simple website, right? So for this website, now we haven't set up. So we haven't set up analytics for this because it's just started. So we are now starting, Google Analytics for this, and this is entirely created in WordPress. Okay. Okay. Now for this website, we have to set up analytics. All right. So the easiest way to do this setup, this analytics is, let's open Google Analytics.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm signing into analytics. Okay, so this is my older analytics, guys, and this is where I have all the accounts created. These are all different accounts that I'm handling right now. Okay. Okay. So this is how it is. Okay. So all the accounts that I have that I have access to. All right. Now I have to create a new account. Right. So for that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open the home page and then create a new account altogether. Yeah. So once you are here at the admin section, basically, okay. So usually you will be in the home section or report section, right? So wherever you are, you can simply, okay, simply navigate to admin section. So in the admin section, you will have something called as create on the top left. Okay. So here there is two things. One is your account and the other one is a property. All right. I zoomed in, guys. I hope this is visible. So I'm now about to create a new account. So account is literally the business, right? So what is the business that I'm going to create for? Freezer marketing. Okay. So the moment I click on create account, this is what I have. So I have to go through a 5-step process: account creation, property creation, business details, objectives, and data collection. I'll walk you through each and everything step by step. Okay. First and foremost, when you are trying to create an account, so here is where you have to write that account name. Okay. So the account name is going to be the company name, which is Freezer Marketing. Okay. The first step. After that, these are like basic terms and conditions things. Okay. So you can select it. You can accept everything that is needed and then simply click on next. Okay. And here is where it comes your property. Okay. The property that we are dealing here is, what is this? Is this a website or an application? So what will be the property that I'm going to create here? Website, right? So obviously property name is a website. What is that website? Freezer Marketing. I'll write it as FAM. Okay. Yeah. So if it is an application, I'll write app FAM. Okay. And then reporting time zone. Where am I right now? India. So I'll select Indian time zone. Okay. And the currency, INR, Indian rupee. Okay. Simple. What I did is at the account creation, what is the thing that I have done? I have added the website name or the business name, okay, which is Freezer Marketing. And then immediately after I click on next, I have the property, and the property that I'm creating is website, just like I wrote it in the mind map. Yeah, right. Then I'll simply click on next, and this is where it'll ask me about the details of the business, right? So what is the category? So what is it into? Is it into electronics? Is it into anything else? So let's see if this is fitting into any other category other than business. Okay, so this falls into electronics because this is into refrigeration systems. Okay. Okay, now it's the next. All right. So this is where you choose your business objective. So what you are trying to do with the analytics. Okay, how are you gonna use analytics for, right? So you are gonna use analytics to generate leads, or you want to take action, or sales, or understanding how your website or app traffic is working, or how are your users engaging with you, right? So all the four, obviously I want all of it, right? If you select only one of it, obviously it will give you data related to this, but why would I want to miss the others, right? So it's like, everybody says that beautiful thing, right? Why should boys have all the fun? So some similar kind of it. So you are trying to generate, or you're trying to have access to all the data which is coming to your website. All right. So that you can also relate to that attribution models and everything, all that information you can do it, right? Now, this is your fourth stage, and now click on create. Okay. So the moment you click on create, you will have terms of service agreement, where by default, everybody will do this mistake. Please remember this. There is no point of you creating Google Analytics account for Indians and then accept US terms. Okay. So you have to search for Indian terms and then only accept it. Got it? Now you select it. Of course, we all have the habit of not reading anything at all, right? So you'll have two things here. You have to select both. Okay. You'll have two analytics terms of service and then data sharing terms, right? Simply accept. And this is where your game starts, right? So this is the data collection pointer that I was mentioning in the mind map. Okay, where I was saying there will be three options for you to choose. One is a website, the other is an Android application, the other is an iOS application. Okay, so here is a kicker. You cannot select all three at once, or you cannot select multiple things at once. Okay, you can start collecting data for any one of it. Again, I repeat myself, guys. You cannot select all three at once and then track data. You have to create a property for web separately, for Android app separately, for iOS app separately. If you want to track website and if you want to track Android app, so you need to create two properties, one for website and one for Android application. Okay. And if you also have an iOS application, you will have to create three properties, one for web, one for Android, one for iOS. So that is how it works. All right. So simply what you should be understanding is for every, yes, the account will be the same. That's what I told you before also. So the account will be the same. Account is still, free share marketing only, but you are trying to track the data of three different aspects in a different ones. You cannot track all together. Again, when I say this, you should also understand that this is an interview question. Can you create three properties, or can you create under one property for a website and an Android also? It is not possible. You should remember that. Okay, when somebody asks you what are the platforms that you can, what are the types of properties that you can create inside analytics, what is your answer? Three properties you can create. One is for website, one is for Android application, one is for iOS application. What is that fourth property? Now, you must have seen Intellipaat website. Yes. So this, where is this? Yeah. This is Intellipaat website. Okay, you all know this, correct? And then there is also another portal called LMS. Yeah. This is the login portal. Yes, you all have access to this. So now you see this is a generic website which is accessible to everybody. But this is only accessible to all those people who have joined this. Yes. Who have already logged into Intellipaat, who have already submitted their, who have already subscribed to a course, right? So if I want to track these two, both of them belong to the intellipaat.com only, but this is what we call it as subdomain, right? lms.intellipaat.com is a subdomain of the main website called intellipaat.com. It's a sister website, right? So this sister websites also can be created using this platform. It is still a website only, but it will become a different property. Now, I want to track both of them separately. How will you do that? Again, here only you can do that using the web stream only. Okay, using the web stream only, you can give that website link of where you should, what kind of a website you want to track. Okay, so this is another vertical inside web only that you can create two, 3, 4, 5. You can create no matter how many you want. Okay, so that is what you will have. So sometimes inside a website also you might have to track two things differently. I'll show you after this how that two things will be tracked separately. I'll show you. I have one of my client. I'll show you that data live. Okay, so that is also a question. So if I can create, can I create separate property or a separate tracking for my subdomain? Can I do that? Yes, you can absolutely do that. Okay. Yeah. Now let's proceed further and then let's try to implement the website. Now, the moment I click on website, you see I have the URL, the website URL, right? So here is where I can give my website URL, whichever it is. If I want to track the LMS, I can give LMS URL. If I want to track the original website, I'll give that original website. Got it? So now this is the website that I want to give a track. I want to track. So I'm gonna copy this then paste it here. Okay, but it doesn't want HTTPS. I'm removing it. All right, cool. So now coming to the another point called as data stream. Okay, so I'm coming to this point of stream. There is something called as a stream and there is something called as property. Till now I have told you about the property. Now I'm going to tell you the data stream. Okay, which I want to keep a track of, right? Where I want to get the data coming from, right? Data stream. Data stream is the flow of data from where to where, right? Is what we call it as a stream, right? Property is something where you are trying to understand which platform is, I mean, for which platform you are trying to track the data, right? So the platforms that we have available are the three things. One is website, the other one is iOS, and the other one is Android. So those are three different properties that are available. That is where you also wanted to keep a track of, right? Now, when it comes to stream, stream is something where you wanted to specifically track data of that pointer. Okay, so property might or might not have different kind of streams, but when it comes to the web stream or the application stream or iOS stream, it is all the same. Okay, so when you select the website, you will have a different stream coming up. When you have the Android selected, you will have a different stream coming up. When you have iOS selected, you will have a different stream coming up, right? So people also consider property and data streams as one because those are almost similar. Okay, but technically speaking, property is different, data streams are different. All right, so don't break your head. What is the difference between the data stream and the property? Property is little above the data streams. Okay, so remember the hierarchy: account ke under property inside a property you will have data stream. So simple understanding, remember this instead of trying to differentiate between the data stream and properties. Okay, property accounts will have properties will have data streams. Okay, and most of the properties will have one stream only. Most of the properties will have only one data stream, and that's why properties and data streams are considered as one. And then next thing that we are going to track is, that's next thing that we need to understand is something called as measurement. So these are the things that you should be very careful, guys. So by default, now this is an interview question for everybody. What is Google Analytics tracking by default? Google is tracking by default the page views. How many people are coming to your website? Google Analytics will keep a track of it. How many scrolls are happening? It will track. How many outbound clicks are happening? It will track. How many people are searching within the site? That will track. How many form interactions? Anybody who is trying to fill that contact details. So that interactions are by default captured. Video engagement. How many people are watching those videos? Clicking on that video, playing that video, all of that video engagement. How many people are downloading your files like PDF downloads, image files, and any of it? All of these things by default, they are measured, okay, using Google Analytics, inside Google Analytics. So that is what we call it as enhanced measurement, right? Everybody clear with this, guys? The measurement of it. So what is Google Analytics measuring? It is measuring all this data. All these data points into something measurable is what we call it as enhanced measurement. All right. Now, another coming question that you will also have. This is where advanced interviewers will ask you, what is one metric by default Google Analytics will track? By default, without you enabling anything only, what is that one metric which Google Analytics will track? That is page views. Remember this. Okay. Page views is something which is by default. You don't even have to select any of this. Even if you switch off all of this also, it will keep a track of your page views. Okay. All the other ones are optional. You can select, or if you don't want, you can ignore. And now, after I click on create and continue, okay. So now the next stage is to integrate. I am now creating the analytics, but I have to form a connection between the website and this Google Analytics, right? वो bridge fill करना है मुझे. I have to connect both things together. The analytics has to be linked with my website to get that connection, right? So only then the data flow will be happening, right? The stream that I was talking about, that stream will continue only when I do that, right? So that is exactly what will happen now, right? Now it is creating the data, right? Now it is going to give me, now you see the website is now linked, right? So now it is gonna give me this setup. Okay, so there is something called as Google tag, right? So what is this Google tag? How do we form that connection? Is it will ask us to, create a link between this Google Analytics and the website. Okay, so how will that link be established? Is so it is two ways. One is install with GoDaddy. If you have already used GoDaddy as a domain purchase, you can do that, or else this manual thing is always recommended. Okay, it will say that install with GoDaddy and all, but you as a digital marketer, you have to follow the manual process. So what is it suggesting? You see below is the Google tag for this account. Copy and paste it in the code of every page of your website immediately after the head element. All right. So what it is suggesting now was, I am now giving you a code. So this is the code, right? Now take this code and then drop it in your website of every page, right? So of the every page of your website immediately after this thing, right? Now how do you drop this, right? I'm going to show you that. Now I'm going to copy this. I'm going to my website dashboard, the back end of the dashboard. Okay, this is the WordPress website. All right. So in the WordPress website, there is a plugin. Okay. So there is a plugin called as Code Snippets. All right. I'm going to show you how that works. Okay. There is something called as WPCode, insert headers and footers. So I usually use this. You can use the other ones also. Okay. So I'm going to install it. So without having a hassle of getting into the developer stuff, right? You can simply do this by your own self without any hesitation. All you have to do is just install this plugin called Code Snippets or WPCode. And then you see in this section, just navigate to this, go to header and footer. Okay. So inside this header and footer, just at this section of header, paste it. Okay. So you go to plugins, search for code snippets or WPCode, just I did, install it, activate it, and then navigate to header and footer section of it. Copy the code that you have taken from analytics, paste it in your website, and now click on save changes. Okay. Yeah. Now. So now basically if this is the process that you set up for a WordPress website. Okay. Sir, what if a developer is creating this entire website, right? So I don't have any access to this code and all of that. So what to do? Simple. Just take this, copy this, write down an email saying that, boss, I want you to paste it on the website, right? So the developer will take care of it. All right. So if you are doing this, entirely with WordPress, you should be able to do this. But if you are using a different website like Wix or something else who is which is being done by some other developer, then you just have to simply send them this code and then take a screenshot of it. Simply, you don't have to do anything at all. Just take a screenshot of it and then copy this code onto that email. They'll take care of it. You don't even have to do anything. They'll just paste it. Okay. Now, after this is done, okay, now you don't have to do it in every page. So header, see, header and footer. So usually this is header for this website. This is header. Okay, this Freezer marketing logo, this home, and all of this is header part. And then at the end of it, you will have a footer. Okay, irrespective of whatever page you are, even if you navigate to the about section or contact page also, right? This header doesn't change. Correct? For every page, the header is constant. That is why we call it as header, right? When it is constant, obviously, you simply have to paste it in the header section of it. That is what we did. Got it? If you are wondering, sir, you have pasted only in one header and you're, but that Google Analytics was suggesting to paste it every page, right? You don't have to do that. Just header part will do. Okay. So once you do that, click on save changes. So now I have installed it. Now I am going to test the installation. Okay. So now Google Analytics is going to check whether this is rightly installed or not, right? So I'm going to click the test installation. It is testing. All this is live, guys. I have not created this account before for this website. All right. Yeah. You see? Yeah, you see this? Google tag was correctly detected on your website. It is giving me a confirmation. Perfect. Got it? So this is done. Now I click on confirm. So you need to check this, guys. Okay, usually this will be hidden. I mean, you will be something like this. You should check this at the down of it. Okay, when you do that, make sure that you are seeing this one. It is correctly detecting. Now the connection is established. Now this is an indication that Google Analytics tag has been probably correctly linked in the website. All right. Now I click confirm. Yes. Now it says data collection isn't active for your website. If you tagged all of these instructions and all, this is fine. Okay. So it says no data received. All right. So keep all of this information now. So sir, since we did this live, we were able to do this. Now you are saying that send it to developer. Now the developer will return tell you that Mr. Hemant, I have done it. Why are you worried about it? I have already done it, right? How do you check? How do you confirm whether they have really integrated the code or not, right? I'll tell you, I'll give you a trick. Okay. Again, for everybody who is wondering what I'm talking about, guys, if you are giving this code to somebody else, right, the developer, and the developer is installing your code, and when you reach out to the developer, they are simply bluffing you, saying that, Hemant, I have already installed. But as a digital marketer, you should know, right? You should understand, you should do a check. How do you check whether they have integrated this or not? Okay, so I am going to tell you how to check with that. Okay, so simply go to this website. Okay, right click on the website. You will see something called as page source, view page source. Okay, so go to the website, any the website where you have created this Google Analytics, and then click on view page source or control U. Okay, you will see the source code. You will see the source code of the website just like you are seeing right now. Okay, so there click on control F and then search for GA. Okay, or search for analytics. Okay, so or else I think we'll have to search for this G tag. Okay, so simply search for G tag. Yeah, you see this? You see this G tag? So whenever you see this G tag, that means your analytics is integrated. You see, Google Tag Manager.com, gtag.gas, and all of this, all the blah blah blah. Got it, guys? In the script, Control F and then search for G tag. The moment you click on G tag, if this is visible, that means the code is integrated. How do you check if your developer has done it right or not? This is the easiest way for you to find it. This is applicable to whatever website it is, you can check it. Okay. Yeah. And if you want to sound smart, I'll also tell you. I'll also tell you how to sound smart, right? You can simply use this one, right? You see this measurement ID. So simply copy this and then instead of searching for G tag, search for this tag. Okay. Now you see that. So this is the same ID that is available here. Got it? This is the same ID. If both IDs are matching, that means your code is integrated. Now you can be confident. If it is not a WordPress website, if it is somebody else who is creating a website, and if they tell you that I have integrated, this is how you check it. Okay. Yeah, we call it as measurement ID, not stream ID. Okay. So people call it as measurement ID. Stream ID is also, there. Stream IDs usually will not be visible. Okay. Measurement ID is recorded. Stream ID is for your internal purpose. Okay. Yeah. So mostly you will have measurement ID that will be recorded. All right. Perfect. So now this is completely done. Now let's close this. Right. So now I am done with this. I'm going to next. Okay. It says data collection is pending, right? Usually when you set it up, it says data collection is pending. All you have to do is continue to home. By default, it is ready only, but it will say that no data received and all of that. Okay. You see right now I have opened this website, right? Okay. That's why It is now recording. This is what I said. Active users in the last 30 minutes. In the last 30 minutes, I have opened this website. I kept it open, correct? And so it is showing my data. First user, one user. All right. 48 hours to actually record this entire data. You see, active users are 0 because it is not able to detect this right now. But in real time, it will show me that it is 1, 2, 3, 4. But active users, you will still see 0 even after you are seeing 4, 5 times. Okay. And you will see users coming from different places. Okay. Real time overview. Now you will see real data. Okay. So that is the location coming. Now everybody click on that and everybody will be on home page. You will see different data coming from different places. Right now it is only me. So page views are increasing. So this is what it is. So every data that is visible will be visible. Now this data that you are talking about, right? So basically, I mean, this data is right now real time, right? So all these 18 users, 19 users, and all of this, basically, you will not get in your regular data. Okay. So for example, here in the home page, so right now in front of you, we have seen these many users, but you see the active users, you will not get this data. This will only be visible after 2 days. That's what I was mentioning before. Okay. So here basically you will have something called as attribution settings. Okay. So this is what I was talking about in the attribution. So by default, you will have data driven model. Okay. So all the other models have been decommissioned. They have been removed. We have only 2 models, data driven and last click, right? So by default, it is selected as data driven model. So all those questions, how do I select this? How do I put this setting? How do I do that? All of that here. Okay, you only have 2 things. One by default is data driven and it will only take care. Okay, you don't have to do anything at all. And the last, account access management, guys, the one which we discussed in the first instances. Account access is, this is where I can give access to anybody. So I am the admin. And these are the roles that you have, which I talked about. Administrator, editor, marketer, analyst, viewer.
All right. So search engine marketing. What do you think has been the marketing spends, overall marketing spends for Pan India region in the year 2023 and 2024? So for 2023, that's the number. In 2024, this number was approximately, close to this. Now, from an 85,000 crores to 100,000 crores, before that, in 2022, this number was floating somewhere between 70,000 CR. And it was a lot lesser a year before that. Now, my next question is, now we know that the overall spends of marketing was around 85,000 to 100,000 CR for Pan India region. Perfect. That's a good number, which means this is a huge market for all the advertisers, for all the brands, for all the big brands, small brands, because the kind of inventory that we have, we can run for all kind of demographics, mostly for all kind of industries as well. And we have a good content consumptions by audiences as well, because we are also one of the largest smartphone users market. Close to 75 crore plus users owns a smartphone in India. So which means digitalization has been seen a massive revolution and improvement year on year for Pan India. Now if I have to bifurcate that this 100,000 crores, what can be the split between traditional versus digital, which means what percentage of advertisement spends has gone to traditional versus what has gone to digital? 45-55. So that I'm saying in this, when it comes to the split, now what is the sports that is currently trending in India? IPL, correct? So IPL is the biggest, I would say, largest inventory in the media fraternity of the Indian market. The kind of audiences, the kind of cookies, when I say audiences is equal to cookies in India right now, is something that all the brands would love to advertise in that market. Not across only sports like Dream 11, we have insurance companies, we have FMCG, we have e-com. All of them wants to capture that platform because that's how marketing works. Now, that's something that we have seen right now when it comes to IPL, when it comes to digitalization, beyond Google and Meta. But traditional, in the same time, if you're watching television, if you're watching IPL on Star Sports or whichever channel is getting broadcasted, you still see ads there. Ads is something that for traditional, it has gone down over the years. I'll talk about that data. Now, if I just, give you a split here, the split has been close to 55 to 45%. So 55% has been on the digital front and 45% has been on the traditional front. If you go a year before that, this was a little on the lower side for digital, a little on the higher side for traditional. But if you compare it with like 2020 or 2019 or 2018, I will exclude 2020 and 2021 because that was the pre, I would say, COVID era. So I'm not getting into that because all the brands transitions themselves into the traditional, into the digital part as well. But if I have to do an apple to apple comparison, Rahul, Shantani, and everybody else, 2018 is when traditional was on a very higher side, around 60 to 65%, versus digital was around 30 to 40%. This number has now increased towards the digital front, plus the increase in the spends across pan India region. So we were floating around 45,000, 50,000 CR overall spends in marketing, which has now increased to 100,000 CR over the last 7 years. This is expected to grow by another, you know, 200,000 in the next 7 years, which means we are about to hit a very massive number. And when I say platforms like Google and Meta, they have their own monopoly when it comes to digital marketing. But keeping that aside, we know that traditional and digital, if I have to choose, digital right now is the future for all the global brands, companies, industries, not only for India but across the globe here. Now, my second question to you is, when we know the split between traditional and digital, uh, and we know that there are two major giants playing around globally with their spends. One is Google and one is Meta. Now, this 55%, can you guess what churn or what percentage do these two eat up when it comes to spends combinedly out of this 55% in digital? Google and Meta has a combined share of close to 70% in digital marketing. All other players are very small when it comes to these two giants. And Google, along with that 70%, has close to 45% only for their kind of partners, the search engine, and everything. So Meta is still trying to cope up, wants to get that 50-50 share, but it's a long journey, I would say. Now, who are the other competitors in the market? We have Bing, we have Yahoo, we have Taboola, we have all other, Snapchat, but they have a very, I would say, very less percentage, or the pie is very less versus these two major giants. Now, we have two advertisers here. Let's say Razia and we have Ishu. These two have two different brands. One is into, let's say, an app-based marketing. The other is having an, let's say, e-commerce marketing. Let's say Razia has developed an app for food delivery. She wants to advertise on the digital platforms. So since you have started your education with Intellipaat, what do you think? Why should they choose Google over Meta, or vice versa? Why should they choose Meta over Google? Well, I'll give you three easy reasons. One which you already covered. Wait a second. Why Google? Because it has over 85% market share in the search engine marketing platform. It has what? 85% plus, over 85% of market share in the SEM platform. What does that mean? That means if I right now go to google.com, okay, and if I type, let's say, cheap flight tickets, because I'm looking for a best deal, I could see Expedia, cheap flights, Priceline, all are sponsored here, which means these are all paid ads. 85% of those searches, or more than 85% of those searches, happens on Google. Is it a good data? Which means Google has their own monopoly? Correct? But monopoly on a good side. Why? Because they have grown over the years. They have made sure that their platform is user friendly. They provide all the relevant information. And that's the reason advertisers want to pay more to show their ads on Google, because we know, we as consumers, we used to love to use Google. Why? Out of 70 plus folks that I have in my session right now, how many of you are Android users? Probably majority of the chunk. Even I'm an Android user. And who owns Android? Alphabet, Google. Which means when I buy an Android phone, and when I set it up, Google as a search engine is already installed in my phone as a default browser. Now it depends on me whether I want to install on any other browser or not. That's secondary. But what I'm saying, the pre-installed browser comes on my phone is Google. So that's how Google understands that how do I capture my audiences. I don't want to let my audiences go, because they don't want to lose even 1% of chances of having that audience use a Safari with, let's say, a different search engine, let's say Bing, Safari, or let's say Mozilla Firefox, anything as such. But like I said, it has over 85% market share in the search engine platform as well. Now, next, what's the second major, somewhat said wider reach? Okay, let me give you that number here. It has over 3 million plus website partners, okay, apps, Gmail, YouTube, where your ads can show to the audiences. How many website partners? 3 million plus website partners. So which means your ads can show up on multiple platforms. Like for example, let's say NDTV Sports. Okay, that's a third party website. Or speedtest.net. There's a score that I want to see. It says Punjab Kings versus KKR. It's 112-0, amazing batting. But I'm not here to see the IPL score. I'm here to show you that this is a space where I can see an ad, but it's not showing right now. Probably it will come up in some time. So this is where I can expect to see a Google ad. So a display ad, an image ad. Unlike cheap flight tickets, where this is a text ad, this is how we go ahead and see ads on third-party platforms. Let me just give you another website. Let me open speedtest.net. On the top right corner, guys, you will see an eye icon on the ad. You can click on the eye icon. You can say ads by Google. Correct? So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like currently, I'm trying to this is the website on my speedtest.net. It's taking some time, but usually, yeah, there you go. HP, ads by Google. Can you see that? So a Google ad on a non-Google platform. So what are these? These are partners. See MailChimp ad on my screen. It's a MailChimp ad, and it's an ad by Google. So what I'm trying to say is, because of their massive, somebody said massive reach, wider reach, this is the reach that I'm talking about, guys. Google has amazing reach. So many audiences there. And third, you can advertise multiple campaign types, you can advertise with any amount. So there is no pre-required budget decided by Google. You can even advertise with 1 rupee, because we are sitting in different places, Shahid. We all are in different geographic location, right? So ads will be shown basis the geographic location and targeting. Okay. Now, next, I move on to the next part, which is, Meta and Google. Now we understand that that's a monopoly of Google, a good way of growth that they have shown. People have been using Google for a very long time. People have been using Meta as well for a very long time. That's what would be my count. As a devil's advocate, I would like to, argue on that front. See, Meta also is a very amazing platform, I'm telling you. I love Meta as well to use. But when it comes to audiences, I'll give you what kind of audiences that Meta has, what kind of audiences does Google has. So Meta, when it comes to targeting, Meta has interest-based audiences, majorly. What do you mean by interest-based audiences? Okay, interest-based audiences. So let's say, these people have signed up on Meta. And once they have signed up, they have connected with their friends, their family, their relatives, extended family members as well. And they have continued to browse on Facebook. Meanwhile, parallelly, apart from connecting their friends, what else can we do? We can like the pages that I follow, that I love to use. For example, I am a shopper on Flipkart. I'm a shopper on let's say Myntra. So I would like their pages on Facebook. Correct. Why? Because at the end, I can get to see a lot of offers on there. If any offers are coming up, I can understand what has been the new offers, what has been the old offers. If anything, as such, if I missed, I could like that page and I could get every update there. Second, I love to, consume sports as a content, specifically to cricket. So I would like BCCI or IPL's page there. So that I can understand which game is scheduled for today, who has won the previous game, where I can see the highlights as well, everything. Plus, what else? Additionally to that, if I love traveling, I would follow travel related pages. If I'm a trader, I'm a banker, I would follow pages related to stock exchange, stock market. For me, the moment I get up in the morning, I could see what is the update for today. I know I read news, but that's what I'm saying. I would love to keep myself updated on the social media platform with such activities. So, which means Meta understands that Swapna as an audience, she loves to consume sports as a content. One, that's one cohort that she is into. Second, the second interest category is probably she loves to shop. So she is a very online good. She's an online shopper. So she's in the second category. Third, she is into trading as well, which is stock market. So she is into the third category as well. So she has interest across one, two, and three categories. So which means if now Aman is an advertiser or Aman is a digital marketer who is working for an agency representing, let's say, a BFSI company, a banking and finance, Swapna becomes a very, interest-based audiences for this brand, because then my ads can be shown to Swapna because she has interest in these brands. I repeat again, interest, not intent. Okay, she might have an habit of browsing, all content related to stock market, shopping, or sports, but she's not currently looking forward to buy any mutual fund subscriptions or probably invest anything or looking to shop any iPhones or clothes, anything as such. So that's how the interest audience looks like. Versus on Google, the audiences that Google has for us is nothing but intent based. Now, what is the meaning of intent based here? Particularly looking for a product. Yes, we might buy something we search for. Now, why did I go on Google a while ago? Why? Because I was looking for what? Flight ticket? What kind of flight ticket? A cheap flight ticket? Better deal? Good deal? Because I want to travel within a couple of states within in US, so I'm looking for a good deal. So yeah, Google understands that I'm a potential buyer for a flight ticket. So Google has been a medium to connect me with all the companies who are into selling flight tickets, like Expedia, Capital One Shopping, or Priceline. In India, if you search, you might see Make My Trip, Skyscanner, Happy Easy Go, Ease My Trip, and etc. etc. So I have shown an intent to buy a flight ticket. Versus I'm on Meta, I have an interest of traveling, but I'm not looking forward to buy a flight ticket as of now. Then comes the medium. Now, the kind of medium that Meta has here is a push medium. And for a Google, it has a pull medium. Now, Avik, what is the difference between a push medium and a pull medium for ads for Meta and Google? On Meta, you do not search anything. The ads are shown on your screen basis the interest that you have. Am I correct? So the ads are thrown across on your screen. 1, 2, 3. You scroll the feed 1, 2, 3. You go on Instagram right now. You can see a lot of ads there. Just go on Instagram. Scroll a couple of reels. You will see ads. You did not search for an ad, right? But it came across on your screen. That's a push medium. We push the ad on your screen, bases your interest. Versus Google search engine marketing, the ads are basis for a pull medium, which means you connect with me on my search engine. You type anything, I will connect you with the advertisers who are selling the same product or services. Now, both platforms are good. Okay, when it comes to advertisement, amazing platforms, both of them. Both of them are own capabilities. They have their own pros and cons, I agree. But like I said, all right, next, let's understand what's the sale, what is the meaning of it says, so the reflection of ads doesn't depend on how long the domain or website exists. Now, let's move on to the next part. The next part is probably the sales funnel. What is a sales funnel? A for awareness, I for interest, D for desire. What else? So awareness, interest, desire, and action. This is a sales funnel which works not only for traditional but also for digital as well, applied to both Google and Meta. Now let's understand that in a practical way. Let's say I'm on the platform Google right now, Google search engine, and I'm typing, let's say, probably sofa sets. Now on the screen, I could see sofa sets here. The ads are coming up for Ashley Furniture, Crazy Discount Furniture, and I could see the ads for luxury modern light and gray right arm facing chair, modern pillow, and the prices are there as well. If you type in your search engine right now, you could see sofa sets with an image coming up. Now these are all Google shopping ad. What I'm trying to say is awareness. I'm currently in the awareness section, which means that Google is trying to connect me to the advertisers who are selling sofas. Google is trying to connect me with advertisers who are selling sofas here. So, for example, I have customizable modern panola sofa, luxury modern light gray, sectional sofa leather, etc. etc. Now comes the second step in the sales funnel, which is interest. Out of so many available options for me, which one do I love? Probably I'll go with, let's say, this one, the first one, customizable modern sofa by Rove Concept. I click. This is where I have taken an interest. So I fall under the second category now, which is the interest section. In the interest section, what do I see? I see the product. I see the delivery part, Atlanta, Georgia. I see overview, details, dimensions, a guide to dressed in modular design, and a couple of pictures and some testimonials. Great. I've taken interest and I love the product. Oh wow, I've got a 25% off site wide if I enter my email. Superb. So I'll enter my email and get a code on my email right away. So I can utilize that as well. Plus 10% voucher if applicable. Now I have shown a desire. Yeah, this product is pretty much great. It's a also balances the expense of sitting. I can understand and read it the entire product brochure or download a PDF here. I can see the details as well. 8 gauge, 3-layer, high density foam cushioning tab. Perfect. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on add to cart. This is where the desire step comes in, which means I've shown a desire to buy the product because I have been super impressed with the kind of website they have, the kind of product testimonials that they have kept. The customers are also happy. The pricing is also pretty good. Last but not the least, action. Action is I end up purchasing the product. So awareness, interest, desire, and action. Action is nothing but purchase complete. That's known as IDA. That's a sales funnel. Now, in a digital marketing field, the average conversion rate, when I say conversion rate is basically sales, leads, or website traffic from awareness to action is just 2%, which means if 100 people have seen the product, only 2 will end up buying. That's the average benchmark. Anything above 2.5% is considered to be amazing. Anything less than 2%, your ads are not running that great. So always remember that part. All right, so let's move on to the next part. What is the next part? The next part is the interesting part. Creating Google Ads campaign. We all wanted to do that. We have been waiting, but how do I start that? Ads.google.com. That's where we have to create a Google Ads account first. Ads.google.com, you can click here and then you can go to Google Ads and you can be on this page, or on Google only you can type Google Ads sign up. You can do that, or you can go to Google and type Google Ads sign up and you can be on this page as well. Click on create your first campaign. Enter your business name. If you have a business, just enter the name. If you have a business, just enter your name there. That's it. Perfect. Scroll down. Now, if you have a website, just enter the website. If you do not have a website, just mention a random website like abc.com. Click on next. Link accounts. You don't have to link anything. Scroll down. Click on next again. Click on skip again. Leave campaign creation. Perfect. Now we come to the payment page. So we have billing country, time zone, currency. So what I'm trying to say is, guys, we have 4 levels here: account, campaign, ad group, and ad. Right now we're at the account level. In the account level, we have 4 things: email address, email address, billing country, time zone, and currency. Currency and time zone cannot be changed once you choose here and proceed forward. So make sure that the time zone IST is something that you want to continue your ads to be shown in that time zone, and currency where you want to see the spends for your business or for your client's business in that currency. And then click on continue. Perfect. Now it is taking your payments profile from your Google Ads, Google, Play Store. Add a payment method. Okay, net banking did not work. We'll try with net banking one more time. If net banking does not work, we'll choose pay with credit card or debit card. Pay with net banking, yes. Choose. Add a manual amount. Try for 100 rupees here. Oh, minimum 500 ही है ना, ठीक है. 500 ही है minimum. Click on continue. I agree. Scroll down, click on no. Continue. Submit. We'll try all the 3 methods. जहाँ पे भी हमें पेमेंट करने, अगर नई ऑप्शन है तो फिर हमें पेमेंट करना पड़ेगा मिनिमम एटलीस्ट. Click on bank transfer. Scroll down. Submit. Perfect. Click on continue. Scroll down. Now it says your account was created. To start running your ads, you will need to complete advertiser verification. Scroll down this page. Click on continue. And then select, is your organization an advertising agency? Select no, because you all are individual accounts. Scroll down. Do you pay Google Ads directly? Yes, 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 yes. Scroll down. Save and continue. And you are done. Now, we were using this sheet, right? In the past, like I said, that Google Ads account has 4 levels. Okay, so we have account level. Okay, we have campaign level, we have ad group level, and we have ads, keywords, and extensions level. There are 4 levels. Okay, account level happens to be the parent level. Campaign, where you actually select all the campaigns here, the objective. Ad group is where you choose the ad group. What is ad group? For differentiation of product and services. I'll teach you the definition in some time, and then ads, keywords, and extension level. Now coming to account level. So in the account level, there are a couple of things. The first is email address. Second is billing country. Third is time zone. Then currency. And then payment details. Okay. Where email address is something that you already got automatically signed up, तो ये आपके पास आया नहीं, ठीक है? Billing country, time zone, currency, payment details. These 4 things you have seen it already. Now, time zone and currency and billing country, you can't change it later on after you have already created the account. Make sure that in mind. Payment details and email address can be changed anytime, which means if Shantini has created an account today and she wants to give an access to her account to me and she wants to move out completely, that can be done. I repeat, that can be done anytime in the future. Or else, if Shahid has created an account and he has added a credit card, debit card, however he wants to add a different payment method, Shahid can add a payment method, a different payment method anytime during the course of his account running, I would say. So these 2 can be changed. However, these 3, the billing country, time zone, and currency, my friends, will not be changed once you have selected. Next is campaign level. Now, I will not write all the options here because there are a lot of options here. Now, what I'm going to tell you is campaign level is something that is the objective of the campaign. Now, how do I do that? So here is the account, a proper, perfect Google Ads account which I've created. Now we are on the campaign level. This is the overview page. Whenever you log into your Google Ads account, guys, you will see this as your home page. Okay, this is the UI, the first UI home page of Google Ads interface. You click on plus new campaign or you click on create new campaign. Both of them lands you to the same page. So you click on new campaign and click on new campaign here. And over here, I can see a lot of options coming up which says campaign objective. We have sales, we have leads, we have traffic, we have promotion, we have awareness, we have local store, we have create a campaign without guidance. Now, when it comes to sales, we have drive sales online, in-app, by phone, or in store. Now, the companies which will be majorly using this objective will be ones who have a sales option, like Flipkart, Amazon, e-commerce websites, which have a sales option. They will use this campaign goal, campaign objective, marketing objective. Then comes leads. What is leads? Get leads and other conversions by encouraging customers to take action, which means if you have a website which has leads or conversions, which you consider leads as conversions. What is a lead and what is a sale? Sale is something that you purchase anything from an actual website, like you enter your credit card and debit card details and you purchase something. Lead is something where you enter your details, like if you go to Intellipaat right now, Intellipaat is running an ad, and if I go to intellipaat.com, and if you scroll down, this is a tech website which promotes courses, one of the known premier institutes in India. Here I can see request a free demo. I can click on request a free demo, and in the free demo, this is where the lead form is. It is asking my name, my title, email address, phone number, company name, request message, and submit. And this is a lead. So I'm not buying anything right now unless and until I get a free demo and I'm completely satisfied that yeah, this EdTech Institute can fulfill whatever I am actually looking for to in terms of learning and upskilling myself. That's when the lead is captured. And then the lead happens to be a qualifying lead, and then the qualifying lead. So that's when you are in the process of choosing leads, then you can choose this particular option, leads. Then comes up website traffic. Which websites which companies do you think will choose this? it will be justdial.com, google.com, youtube.com. You have to have such websites जहाँ पे आपको sales नहीं चाहिए, leads नहीं चाहिए. All you are looking forward to get a traffic only. Then comes of app promotion. What exactly is the major talk of the hour, which is mobile apps. So if you are a digital marketing manager for, let's say, Uber, Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, Amazon, Flipkart, where your entire business hub is dependent on apps only, or any cab booking services like BlueSmart. Currently BlueSmart is closed, but I know, I'm saying, then app promotion is a campaign that you need to run to only and only get app installs, app engagements, presentations, etc., etc., etc. Then comes up awareness and consideration. What is awareness and consideration? So basically, digital marketing has 3 different levels: top funnel, mid funnel, and lower funnel. Top funnel is basically the I would say, let me just explain you in this way. And this is the lower funnel: top funnel, mid funnel, and lower funnel. So top funnel is basically the cold audiences. Okay, usually do a lot of branding here. Okay, mid funnel is basically the warm audiences. Okay, warm audiences is basically consideration campaigns. Okay, lower funnel is basically the hot audiences, where you create conversion campaigns here. So this is the funnel journey which I wanted to talk about. Now, top funnel, mid funnel, and lower funnel. Now, what is a cold audiences, or who are cold audiences? Cold audiences are someone who does not know my product, who has never seen my product. Basically, the fence sitters, who has been the silent audiences in the market, who don't know anything about my brand. So for them, I will choose this particular goal, branding, where I will run campaigns for impressions. Say, hey, I'm launching a new product. Why don't you go ahead and explore that product? It can be anything. It can be an app, it can be a website, it can be a product, it can be a subscription, anything. Okay, so for them, I would run a branding campaign just to increase my visibility across the digital platforms. That is known as branding campaigns. Then comes mid funnel or warm audiences. Warm audiences are those cohorts who knows my products, who have interacted with my product on my brand, on my website, but they have actually not purchased anything in the past. That is known as warm audiences. The last is lower funnel, which is hot audiences. Hot audiences are someone who has purchased my product, who has actually been a customer. Those are hot audiences. That is known as lower funnel campaigns. So always remember, top funnel campaigns will be a little cheaper. Consideration will be a little on the highest side, CPCs. Lower funnel will be the highest CPC here, because you are doing a remarketing sort of a campaign. So that's when you have goals coming up here all across top, mid, lower funnel. Then comes local store visits and so what exactly is local store visits and promotion? So if Google, if you have a store like a restaurant, or if you have not exactly, okay, restaurant, you have a boutique, you have a clinic, you have a garage, anything, and you want people to come to that place via Google, or a mobile shop. Okay, Aryan, let's go with that as well. And you want people to have a footfall traffic to that store or clinic. You can run a Google campaign to drive footfall traffic. Yes, that is possible. How is that possible? Because Google has their own platform, which is known as Google My Business. And in Google My Business, you can see Google My Business, Google Business Profile, and you can see here, I can click on that. And if I'm opening a new store, or anywhere in India, a new clinic, or let's say a garage, a mobile shop, I need to first register my store here. So once I've registered my store, it's not Google Ads, I'm talking about Google My Business, GMB. I have put my address, I have put my email address and physical address and the store timings, the industry. Google will send me a physical postcard in the next 14 days. That particular physical postcards of Google gets delivered to my address. I am ready to go ahead and share my location, or I'm live on Google Maps. So if Chandini or Abhay or anybody else is eager to, visit to my restaurant or store anywhere, I can just share the Google Map link with them, and they'll be able to be there on by checking how far is it. So that's where Google has a lot of map listings on their platforms, and they can capitalize on that by using local store visits and promotion using GPS. And I can have those people walk into my store or restaurant using this campaign type. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different campaign types that I have that I can choose to create a campaign. And last but not the least, create a campaign without a guidance. If I don't want to go with any other goal, just this goal, I can choose this as well. For now, I will go ahead and go with sales. And if I go with sales, I would go ahead and let's say click on continue. Once I click on continue, I have campaign types. Now performance max, shopping, demand gen, search, video, display. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 campaign types. We will now create a search campaign only. Drive sales on Google search with text ads. I repeat, we will create a search campaign to show our ads on search engine. And that's why it is known as search campaign. We'll click on that and we'll click on continue. And we'll click on start new. And now we're on the campaign settings. To reach the right people, start by defining key settings for your campaign. It says Google Search Partners, Google Display Network. Uncheck the display network here. Once you select campaign objective, you will see this option there. Okay. Now, there are two options coming up under campaign settings. So let me just, यहाँ पे campaign settings, I went to campaign settings and I went to network. Under campaign settings, network. On networks पे ही, I have an option which says Google Search Partners and Google Display Network. But Google Search Partners, if I click on this link, it says my ads will appear on Google Search and Search Partners. But what if I uncheck it? Then my ads is restricted to only google.com. But what is Google Search Partners? What is Google Search Partners? If I put a check mark, my reach increases. Now, what do you mean by search partners? Search partners are third-party website. For example, let's say ask.com. Okay. I go to ask.com and I type, let's say, cheap flight tickets. Okay. The same keyword which I have entered on google.com. I'm on third-party website. And if I type cheap flight tickets, you can see price line which says book cheap flights, get up to 40% off. If I right click on this ad and click on copy link address, I come back here and paste it. You can see it's a Google ad link. Can you see that? www.googleadservices.com. So that's when your reach increases. So if you choose, if you choose like a Google Search Partners, your ad is eligible to show on third-party website which have partnered with Google to show Google's ads, and in return they earn certain commission from Google. But then again, it depends on you. For search campaign, I usually don't prefer. I prefer, only google.com. However, if you have a client which is based out of US, you can try this option, because in US a lot of manufacturers like Dell, I mean basically not Dell only, Windows laptop का पकड़ लो, उनका जो प्री इंस्टॉल्ड ब्राउजर या सर्च इंजन आता है वो Bing आता है. तो Bing तो Google का पार्टनर नहीं है, but there are a lot of people here, a lot of users here who uses different search engines. So Google के partners है, so you can run the ads there as well. But for India, I haven't got much success with Google Search Partners, to be honest, with whatever clients I had in the past. But for any other country, you can definitely this is an option. But that does not mean that you can't try. You can try. Like I said, that depends on the number of clients or brands that I have worked with in the past. But you have someone, if you want to explore is always an option. Experiment is always there as an option. You can go ahead and search for it or use it. But now I will not choose. I will just skip Google Search Partners. I will only restrict my ads to google.com. And if I scroll down in the bottom, I have select location for this campaign. I have all countries, India, and enter another location. Now comes the location part. So on the left hand side, you can see campaign settings. Now I'm going to locations. In the location part, by default, my ads can show up on all countries and territories wherever Google is operational. I repeat, Wherever Google is operational, my ad is eligible to show on that location. Coming up to India, since you have created the campaign while physically present in India, you can see the location India. अगर आप कहीं और based out हो apart from any other country like UAE, Australia, UK, US, you will see that country coming up here. So it takes up your physical location from there, wherever you have created the account. So all countries and territories by default, or you can choose one single country. Now I have a question from Shantini. She says, no, I want multiple countries if I want to target. Yeah. So choose the third option. Choose, let's say, India from here and click on include. Then let's say you want to target, let's say, UAE. Okay. There comes UAE. Click on include. So you can choose multiple countries. There is no limit here. Can I choose multiple cities? Yeah, you can. Just remove the countries' names here. Type Delhi. Okay. And click on, let's say, include. Then let's say Kolkata. Then let's say include. Then let's say Mumbai. Then click on include. So Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, I can select multiple cities from here as well. You can also select cities from different countries depending, but your ads will show only in Indian standard time zone. That's what I'm saying. So अगर सुबह 9 बजे दिल्ली में, कोलकाता में और इंडिया की सिटी में सुबह 9 बज रहे हैं, और अगर आपने लंदन सिलेक्ट कर रखा है इन लोकेशंस के साथ, तो लंदन में सुबह 9 बजे का ऐसा नहीं है. जब भी इंडिया में 9 बजेगा, that's when the ads will be live even in London. So London is how much? 5 hours, 30 minutes behind, I would say, GMT. So आप पकड़ लो, फिर वहाँ अर्ली मॉर्निंग हो रहा होगा उस टाइम पे, you know. So that's how you're gonna do it. So that's what I'm gonna say. You can select all countries and territories, which comes as a by default, one single country, multiple cities, multiple countries. But then I get a question from Shrikant. He says, no, Avik, that's fine. You've explained amazingly well. But I want you to just tell me if I have like a store, like a mobile shop, and I want a restaurant, let's say, and I want to target only 5 kilometer ka radius mein that restaurant. How do I do that? So click on advanced search here. Once you click on advanced search, you have an option which says radius. Now change the radius to, let's say, kilometer and change it to 5 here. You can keep it to miles as well, up to you. Click on kilometer, and under kilometer, let's say I've selected IGI Airport. So it says Indira Gandhi International Airport, New Delhi. Click on include, and here we go. So my Shrikant's ad will be shown only in this 5 kilometer radius. So if you have a business, a store, a physical store where you want a footfall traffic, that's not only footfall traffic, online ad bhi chala sakte ho aap. That's the radius targeting that you can do. This is known as radius targeting. So you can target a particular radius like 5 kilometers, 6 kilometer, 10 kilometer location around a particular area or a pin code, and you can start advertising there online. That's what radius targeting is. So again, all countries and territories, one country, multiple countries, multiple cities, radius targeting. Now what? Now I'm going to show you one more feature of Google. So I go to location again here, and let's say I want to target a location which is India, and I'm currently delivering my product everywhere in India, except Pune, because there is an issue with the logistic partner. So even if the person sees the ad, I won't be able to deliver the product because I'm still in a negotiation deal with one of the logistic partners there. Once that deal is fixed, probably I'll be able to fix my delivery part and my ads will be live there. Or it will take more time for me to ship the product and added cost. So what I'm going to do is, my current targeting location is India. You can see it's perfectly in blue color. And if I want to exclude a location, just type the location Pune and select exclude here. So you can see the one location within your targeted location is in red is the excluded location. So people in Pune won't be able to see your ad. Apart from that, everybody else will be able to see the ad. So now I'll exclude that option from here. Let's target entire pan India. Click on save. Perfect. Now what? I have location option advanced. So location option advanced is again giving me two options, presence or interest, or presence. Presence or interest, let's say India is chosen as a targeting location here. And then I have presence or interest. It says people in regularly in or who have shown interest in your included location. What does that mean? that means that not only people in India will be able to see my ad, if anyone across the world, if using the same keyword that I'm using on first to show my ad. For example, let's say insurance in India, okay, health insurance in India, and or I'm using a domain, let's say google.co.in. So Google has different domains. For India, it's co.in. For US, it's .com. For UK, it's UK. For Canada, it's CA. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead and type presence or interest. So basically, health insurance in India. Okay. What is my current location? It's the States. I'm physically based out here, but I'm able to see ads for India, which is Policy Bazaar, Niva Bupa, Tata AIG. Can you see that? Why? Because I have mentioned my location as India. So I've shown interest for the targeting location, which is India. So if the person is not based out of India physically, but he or she is taking interest, still can see the ad on the Google search engine. Okay, that's when I can show the ad. Second, what I'm trying to tell you is, even if I'm using a google.co.in domain, I can still see ads for India. So basically, this is basically for travel companies, majorly for travel companies. Why? Because let's say if I'm in the US and let's say cabs outside Delhi airport, I am trying to see if I can get an ad. Okay. Okay, it's not showing the ad right now. Okay, yeah. So cabs outside Dubai airport, I can see an ad for Dubai-based taxi service while I'm based in US, or you can also search while you are based out of India, that a different third location is showing the ad for my particular location, because that's where travel companies, knows that they will need to entertain tourists, and that's when this comes up. But if you are someone who wants to only restrict the location to people who are physically present in that location, go with the second option, which is people in or regularly in your included location. So your ad will be shown to people who are physically present in India, and apart from that, no other filter would work, with which people who are also interested will not be able to see your ad. Now comes languages. Now by default, English is chosen as a language for Google Ads. You are free to select multiple languages from here. You can select Hindi, you can select Marathi, you can select Punjabi, Telugu, Tamil. But does that mean that you have to create ads in those languages? No, absolutely not. Uh, Once you selected, let's say, multiple languages here, whatever language settings is there on my browser, I repeat, whatever language settings is there on my browser, Google will translate the ad in that language and show it to the end user. Make sense? कभी ऐसा हुआ आपका क्रोम का लैंग्वेज सेटिंग चेंज हो गया एंड यू आर सीइंग ऑल द कंटेंट ऑफ गूगल इन हिंदी और एनी अदर लैंग्वेज? डिड यू ट्राई दैट? इफ नॉट, आई वुड सजेस्ट डू इट. क्रोम पे लैंग्वेज सेटिंग्स का ऑप्शन है, आप चेंज करके गूगल सर्च पे जा सकते हो, चेंज इट टू हिंदी एंड सी द एड्स विल बी शोन टू यू इन हिंदी. सेम पॉलिसी बाजार का एड, तो पॉलिसी बाजार ने हिंदी में एड नहीं बनाया, आप बना सकते हो, देयर इज नो रेस्ट्रिक्शंस ऑन दैट. वर्नाकुलर कैंपेन वर्क्स बेस्ट इन इंडिया, बट लाइक आई सेड, इफ यू हैव टाइम, द क्लाइंट इज गिविंग यू कंटेंट, क्योंकि कंटेंट सबसे बड़ी चीज है. कंटेंट नहीं मिलेगा तो क्या करोगे आप? तो जनरली क्लाइंट कंटेंट देते नहीं है, क्लाइंट कंटेंट भी हमसे लिखवाते हैं. तो हम क्या करते हैं कि उतना टाइम नहीं है, लेट्स गो अहेड एंड चूज मल्टीपल लैंग्वेजेस एंड डू इट. बट इफ यू आर समवन हु is ready to invest big and client is ready to give content, go for it. Vernacular campaign is the best, I would say. Now comes up ad rotation. Ad rotation, skip start date and end date. Now you can choose a future start date as well. Let's say I want to start the campaign on 1st of May. So I'll choose 1st of May here, and my campaign will be started on 1st of May. And I can select an end date as well. Let's say the campaign can end on 30th of June, which means automatically the campaign will begin on 1st and the campaign will end on 30th of June. I don't have to manually log in. Shagun and Shahid, I don't have to manually log in. System automatically activate करके pause भी कर देगा 2 महीने बाद campaign. So that option is also there. Then comes up the next option under more settings. You can choose ad schedule. This is what I was talking about. So if this particular campaign is targeting India and my current time zone is set to IST, I know that majority of the businesses in India works from 9 to 5 or 10 to 6, 9 to 6 or 10 to 7. I would go and select, let's say, Monday to Fridays, and I would choose the time here. Scroll down, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And my ads will be shown to people during these time zones only. Now, let's say additionally you say, no, Avik, I have Saturday also a working day, but it's a half day. So select Saturday from here, and from Saturdays, select, let's say, nine a.m. to 2 p.m. Perfect. So now ad setting is complete. Let's go to the next part. Now we'll go to keywords and ads. We are now in the ad group section. Keywords and ads. Now this is where we are in the ad group section. Now what is ad group? Ad group is nothing but the third layer or the third level in the Google Ads account. So if I scroll down, you will see ad group. In the ad group section, ad group is nothing but segmentation of a product or service. I repeat, the definition of ad group is segmentation of a product and service. What does that mean? So for example, I have created an account. Let's say the account is of Flipkart, okay? And campaign is equal to sales, okay? Objective. So my ad group will be, let's say, ad group 1, okay? Ad group 2 and ad group 3. At a minimum, you can create up to 10,000 ad groups. So ad group 1, segmentation of product and services. So for example, the first ad group is all about, let's say, clothing. The second ad group can be electronics. The third ad group can be, let's say, furnitures. This is what ad group is. So if it's for Intellipaat and the campaign is leads, the ad group 1 can be for digital marketing campaigns, ad group 2 can be for data science, ad group 3 can be for, let's say, DevOps engineer courses, anything as such. So these are the ad group, and then comes ads, keywords, and extensions. So under clothing, the ads will be related to clothing. Extensions and keywords will be related to clothing only. Then comes electronics. In ad group number 2, the ads will be related to electronics. Keywords will be related to electronics, and extensions will be related to electronics. Third is furnitures. Ads will be related to furnitures. Keyword will be related to furnitures. Extensions will be related to furniture. So this is a tree basically. We'll understand 3 B's. The first B is equal to budget, okay? The second B is equal to building strategy. And the third B is bid. That's my own jargons that I use, okay? Budget, bidding strategy, and bid. Now, these are all part of your campaign only. Now let's start with budget. When it comes to budget, we have a budget which is known as a daily one, a daily budget. We don't have a monthly budget, Mohit. Neither we have a quarterly budget, Akanksha. Neither we have a weekly. It's all daily budget. So if you come to campaign, on the left hand side, in the bottom, there is budget that you choose. So it says set your average daily budget for this campaign. Now, let's say my average daily budget that I have is 100 rupees that I'm putting on this campaign, which means I'm willing to spend not more than 100 INR per day for this campaign. So if I've chosen 100 daily, what will be my monthly maximum? How much will Google charge me after a month? Correct answer is 3040. Now we'll get to that part. 3040. How exactly does it get calculated is your monthly maximum is an amount which Google will not charge beyond that amount for that month. Okay, so Google calculates your monthly maximum. The formula is your daily budget into 30.4. Now the question is, what is 30.4? So 30.4 is nothing but Google has decided that since, like Mohit said, every month has different number of days. Some has 30, some has 31, 28 as well. So Google has come up with an average number of 30.4. How did Google come up to this number? They come up with this number by dividing the total number of days in a year with the total number of months. So 365 by 12 is nothing but 30.4. So whatever your daily budget is, that will be multiplied with 30.4, and that will be your monthly maximum. So Google will not charge you beyond that amount. It can be less than that, it can be up to, depending on your campaign performance. Now, second statement, your monthly maximum, okay, will always be calculated from first calendar day of that month. I repeat, first calendar day of that month, which means if you're starting your campaign on 1st of May with a daily budget of 100, okay, the monthly maximum for the entire May would be 100 into 30.4. Cool. Now, let's say if you're starting your campaign on mid of the month, which is 15th of May, with a daily budget of 100, your monthly maximum still remains 100 into 30.4, 3040. Just clearing that doubt. So now your question should be that, Avik, since my campaign is running for 15 days of that month, how come my monthly maximum is 3040? Like I said, monthly maximum is always calculated from first calendar day of that month. Point number one. Point number two is that's the monthly maximum. Now, depending on the performance, let's say on 15th you start the campaign, you with a budget of 100. Google sees that, wow, the campaign has exhausted $100 INR. Then again on, let's say, 16th of May, Google again sees the same trend. So for the next 5 days, let's say 16th, 17th, 18th, you are exhausting your daily budget, which means your campaign has more potential. So there will be certain days when Google, depending on the traffic, Google can charge, let's say, twice of your daily budget, up to twice of your daily budget, which can be 200. And this is what we call as budget over delivery. That again depends on your campaign performance. It's not like that Google wants to make money, so Google can charge you 200. So Google can show your ads more than their daily budget, up to 2 times of your daily budget, and that is known as budget over delivery, but it will not surpass 3040. Now, there can be certain days where your campaign is not even performing. Let's say it's not even touching 100, it's only reaching 50, or an amount of, let's say, 40, 45. In that case, Google sees that your ad does not have any potential. So at the end, your campaign might not even perform. So don't worry about that. This is just a hypothetical scenario that I'm giving. But these are the two different scenarios which I wanted to show you. One, where your campaign starts on the first day and it goes BAU. The budget over delivery can happen in both the cases. That depends on how your campaign performs. And scenario number two, where your campaign starts mid of the month, and again, your campaign might go over delivery, have a budget over delivery, depending on the performance. All right, now let's move on to the next part, which is budget is done. What's next? Next is bidding strategy. Now, what is bidding strategy? Bidding strategy is nothing. You can write down the definition if you want to. It's a strategy that you choose to tailor your ads on Google. I repeat, it's a strategy that you choose to tailor your ads on Google. Avik, I did not understand. Can you explain me in simple terms? Yeah, I can. So for example, there is a car which is social media marketing students who have completed with me. I've given this example before as well. So there's a car which is parked outside your house and you want to drive that car. You get into the car, you close the door, but there is no key. There is a fuel. Fuel is nothing but budget. So bidding strategy is that key. The strategy which you choose to tailor your ads on Google is known as bidding strategy. That's a definition. Now, bidding strategy has three different pillars here. Okay. Number one is focus on clicks. Okay. Number two is focus on conversions. Number three is focus on impressions. Similarly, in the car as well, we have a sports mode, eco mode, terrain mode, drive mode, city mode, whatever it is. Similarly, bidding strategy has three different pillars. Once you have the key, you can choose which one do you want to focus on. If you want to focus on clicks, there are two bidding strategies associated with focus on clicks. One is manual cost per click, which is CPC. Other is maximize clicks. We'll understand this later in the campaign settings. Second is focus on conversions and focus on impressions. I'll park it for week 2 and week 3. For now, focus on clicks is manual cost per click and maximize clicks. These are the two bidding strategies associated with bidding strategy focusing only on clicks. Now, where do I choose bidding? You come here and you go to bidding, the first option. Now, if you go to bidding here, there is conversions, there is conversion value, impressions, other optimizations. For now, I'll go to clicks and I will not set anything as of now. I'll skip this option. Then I will quickly jump on to, it says keyword and asset generation, keyword planner. When we cover that. Now we'll go to keywords and ads. In keywords and ads, let's say everybody knows this brand in India. Check this website out. Everybody knows WakeFit. What does it deals with? Furnitures, mattresses. Majorly, they started with mattresses. Now they are into almost everything. They have like dining, study table, furnishing, kitchen, decor, essentials, kids, furnitures, almost everything. Now, if I have to create a campaign for WakeFit and I give you a flowchart of the entire Google Ads campaign structure, how the structure looks like. So if I go to session number 1 here, and you can see it says account is equal to Flipkart, campaign is equal to sales, ad group 1, ad group 2, ad group 3, clothing, electronics, and furnitures. That's for Flipkart. Now, if I have to do the same for WakeFit, I can choose mattresses, I can choose home appliances and office chairs or furniture, something like that. I can do that for WakeFit. So over here, let's go ahead and start one for, let's say, ad group number 1. Now, one call out I would want to make, do not use any third-party URL. I'm using it because I'm keeping in the draft mode. You guys can use your own URL if you have. If not, you assume that you're working for WakeFit and Flipkart, but in the landing page, try to use your own Instagram or Facebook or LinkedIn URL and practice that way. Okay, do not use any third-party URL here. All right, now it's asking me for a landing page. Landing page is what? The page where the user will land after clicking on the ad. That is known as landing page. All right, here is the link for sofa sets. Copy the link, come back and paste it here. Above the landing page, it says get keyword suggestions. So why do I need the landing page? To get certain keyword suggestions. So there are two ways you can get the keyword suggestion. Number one, you can enter the final URL and Google will give you keyword suggestions. Like I entered, the landing page for sofa sets. I click on this option, get keyword suggestions. And here are the keywords that Google has suggested: WakeFit mattress, furniture store, online furniture, buy furniture, furniture beds, mattress beds, bed shop. Or if you think, no, I don't want to go with the landing page, I would choose my product myself. So go to the second option here and type sofa sets. Hit enter. Once you hit enter, click on update keyword suggestions. Google will say, can we replace the existing ones? Yes, you can. Google. Now we will check sofa sectional, living room couch, buy a sofa, leather furniture sets, cheap furniture sets. Not exactly relevant. If you want, you can keep it. If you want, you can remove it. I think the previous one was pretty much relevant for my business to start off with, but still a lot of keywords that I can use from here. So I'll click on yes, replace, and it will be replaced from the previous set of keywords. Now on the right hand side, you can see weekly clicks I can expect 784. Average cost per click is 89 cents or paise here. So weekly cost is 700.68. So what I'm trying to say is this is an overall assumption of how many clicks can you get with a daily budget of 100 that I have added in the campaign. Now, I've got the keyword example set of, let's say, 5-6 keywords. Usually the recommended is at least 10 to 15 keywords. We'll get to that part in some time. Now, if I scroll down, okay, I am in the ad section finally. Now I'm coming back to this sheet, and now I'll go to session number 2, and over here I'll scroll down. Types of search ads. Here, if I click on, the first is responsive search ads. The second is dynamic keyword insertion. The third is call ads. The fourth is dynamic search ads. So responsive search ads, dynamic keyword insertion, call ads, and dynamic search ads. These are the 4 different types of ads that is there under a search campaign majorly. Now, what are the benefits of each of these ads? We'll discuss each of them in detail. The first one, responsive search ad. This ad has one final URL, okay, 15 headlines with 30 characters each, and 4 descriptions with 90 characters each. Let's begin understanding responsive search ad. Here is a responsive search ad that I have to create after I've selected my keywords. So now what is the landing page? The landing page is the same, which is sofa set. So once I've entered the landing page, over here you can see the preview, guys. The preview is something that is very, very interesting. You can refer to it and see how your ad will actually look like on a laptop and on a cell phone, on a mobile device. And you can see it says wakefit.co. wakefit.co. Now, here, just below the URL, you have an option which says display path. Now, under display path, I have 2 boxes which says 15 characters. Now, what can I do with this display path? Like you see on wakefit.co, there is a / and there is nothing after that. I can decorate the URL. How? I can type certain characters like buy sofa sets. And my URL will now be wakefit.co/buy/sofa-sets. Looks good, better than the previous one. Now if I move a little towards bottom of the page, I could see headline begins from here. Each headline is of 30 characters. Now I need my creative minds in this session to give me 15 unique headlines within 30 characters for WakeFit sofa sets. Come on, use your creative minds here. Use ChatGPT. You want to use Ask Perplexity, whatever. Comfort, luxury, affordable. Designer sofa set, okay? Buy sofa set at 30% discount. Designer sofa sets. Sofa sets under 10,000. Upgrade your living room. The new age furniture. Find your dream sofa. Relax and enjoy. Where comfort meets style. Now there are a couple of more headlines which I need to fill. So the question from Manish is, Avik, do I need to fill all the 15 headlines? Is it necessary? No, the minimum is 3. But it's good if you enter all the 15 headlines. It's like you are having more options. Luxury sofa set in budget. Style your home with WakeFit. All right, I'll keep it to that only. Now I move to the descriptions. In description, I think Google might suggest some to me. Is Google suggesting some? Let's see. Not yet. Click on view ideas. Not yet. Now I need descriptions. So, okay, I have one description ready. It's exceeding the characters. All right, I will just remove few of them. Okay, then Sai Kiran, transform your living, and then I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. It's again exceeding a bit of characters here. All right. Description number 3 and number 3 and number 4. Perfect. Now let's see the ad. Luxury sofa set in budget - find your dream sofa. These are the ad previews. It says sponsored. Then if I scroll down, designer sofa sets, buy sofa sets at 30% discount. Elegant and cozy sofa set, etc., etc. And this is how the ad will appear on a desktop. If I click on, not exactly, the new edge furniture, find your dream sofa, and stylish sofa, great prices. How does Google pick which headline to show out of the 15 headlines that I have? Out of the 15 headlines that I have, how does Google pick? So now my answer to that question would be, if you have 15 headlines, okay, you have 15 different types of product. Let's say you're selling smartphones, or let's say sofa set. Let's keep it to sofa sets only. And if somebody's typing recliner sofa sets and you have a headline which is closely matching to recliner sofa sets, that particular headline will be shown to the end user. If this person is searching for, let's say, one seater sofa, or let's say L-shaped sofa, that particular headline, if it's matching closely with the keyword, the ad will be popped up. So that is how the overall algorithm works. Now let's say if it's a generic headline, then how Google picks it up. So Google will pick the combination of multiple headlines, whichever is performing the great as per Google's algorithm during that ad auction time. Now, what is ad auction? Keep that term aside. Just understand, whenever your ad competes with other competitors in that auction, whichever headline is performing the best, the combination of 15, that particular headline will be shown to the end user. So I gave you 3 scenarios. Number 1, when the headline matches closely with the keyword that the end user searches. Number 2, whichever product the end user is searching, if it's very close to the headline, that also is eligible to show. Number 3, in the ad auction, whichever headline is performing the best, if it's a generic one out of the available combinations, that particular headline will be showing to the end user. So that is how responsive search ad works, with a combination of 15 headlines and 4 descriptions and 1 final URL. So you can start with 3 headlines. Okay, Shubham, minimum is 3, but again, I leave that on you, how many you want to go for. Now, if I move forward, what else do I have? So if I scroll down simply now, assume that my ad is created, okay? And once my ad is created, if I click on next, the budget is again 100. Then I click on next. Okay, so it says your ad has excessive capitalization, show more detail, and there are certain policies which I need to follow. Usually don't continue if there are excessive capitalization, but I'll just run through the headlines once again. Oh, okay, buy sofa set at 30% discount. Anything else that has capitalization? Not really. Check the ad strength here. The ad strength is currently poor. There are 4 rankings: poor, average, good, and excellent. Not always you will have excellent, but it's okay if you go to average. Poor, don't keep it to poor, because again it affects your ad quality here at the end. Now if I click on next, and I have an option to publish the campaign and publish. So my campaign is ready to be shown. It's live. Now, how much time does Google take for my campaign to be live? So Google takes almost 4 hours. They review the keyword, they review your landing page, they review your ads. Your ads go into under review. And after, usually they say 1 to 2 business days, but 4-5 ghante mein your ad should be live if it's abiding all the policies. Now I cancel this and I go to the campaigns here. And here are all the campaigns that I have created. Let me just zoom out for a moment. I can filter the campaigns from here. I can only filter search campaigns. That's the UI. You can play around with the UI if you want to. And here is my campaign. Okay. JA_IP_sales. So if you want to pick which campaign do you want to play around with, so click on filter and let's say name and campaign name. Campaign name contains 27. Apply. And if you click on apply, usually this loads and that's my campaign. So this is the campaign that we're going to be playing around. So that's how nomenclature helps us. Now, follow me directly. This is the first vertical menu. Understand the UI first. Create a campaign. You can create from here. There are campaigns, first vertical menu, goals, tools, billing, admin. And on the next vertical menu, we have overview, recommendations, insights, campaigns, ad groups. I'm not giving you definition of each and everything right now. We will go through that. I'm just saying, understand the interface. And now I'm on the campaign settings. You can see it's on the campaign part. And this is the campaign name. What's next after campaign? Ad group. So if you click on this campaign, you jump onto the ad group part right now. And the ad group is sofa sets. And if you click on sofa sets, I jump onto keywords. So buy furniture, online furniture, furniture store, all are pending review. If you want to see the ad, here is the ad. Click on the ad section. Everything is there on the second vertical menu itself. Comfort, luxury, home, designer, sofa sets, pending, under review. Coming back to this term, responsive search ad. So we'll jump on to the second ad type. The next ad type is dynamic keyword insertion. In short, DKI. Okay, dynamic keyword insertion. How exactly does that work? Click on the plus icon. Okay, we'll choose the same option, which is responsive search ad only. And there are 9 headlines. Okay, do I need the 9 headlines? I don't need the 9 headlines. Now I have deleted all the headlines. It says only 3 headlines are required. What's next that I need to do? Just type by PUY, shift and curly bracket. I repeat, shift and curly bracket on the keyboard. Keyword insertion. That's it. My ad is created. Buy sofa, up to 30% off, wide range of collections. Let's go and see the preview if there are some recommendations by Google. I'll just add the term online. Now it says up to 30% off, buy sofa online. Now, how does this particular ad works? So for example, now Shubham, if you go on Google and type L-shaped sofa, the headline dynamically changes to buy L-shaped sofa online. If Bhakti, you go on Google and type buy recliner sofa sets, the headline automatically changes to buy recliner sofa sets online. So whatever you are typing on Google, if it is matching with the term with your dynamic keyword insertion, the ad headline automatically changes. I'll give you one example here. Dynamic the headline is buy chocolate, and if I scroll down, Sangeeta is searching dark chocolate bar on Google. The headline for her will be buy dark chocolate. Sai Kiran is searching for sugar-free chocolate. The headline for him will be buy sugar-free chocolate. I'm searching for gourmet chocolate truffles. The headline will be buy chocolate. Why this did not transition into buy gourmet chocolate truffles? Because it is exceeding 30 characters. But the rest of them, they dynamically changes as per the user's search query. Now moving on to call ads, kind of business that I run, Avik, it's more of a call, handling sort of a business. Like I don't want people to go to the website and spend time. For example, I have a garage, I have a dental clinic, I have a, let's say, roof repairing services, any local services that I have. Let's anything, laundry services, whatever. And I usually, or AC repairing services. I want basically someone who can, directly call to my business rather than, going to the website, filling a form. So I need a ad type which serves that purpose. So I said, okay. Let me see if I can give you that, some sort of an option here. So I went to buy sofa sets and I simply just click on save ad and I'm done. Towing, freelancing, US में तो local services are booming like crazy. Google ads they are running. Now, how do I create that ad? If I click on the plus icon, Navik, there is no call ad option. Yeah, they won't be because my objective is sales. In sales, there is no call ad option, right? All I need is purchases at the end. So what do? So I press a shortcut on my keyboard. That is GC. Again, nothing that you need to learn right now, but if you know the shortcuts, I'll share the link with you. Google Ads ka shortcuts. So here I go to campaign settings. In the campaign settings, I have, what do I have? Conversion goals. I have a marketing objective. And in the marketing objective, I select no goal guidance. In the no goal guidance, when I choose and save, so let me refresh the page. All right, now I click on the plus icon. I have the same campaign. So it took a little time to load up. Usually Google Ads, trust me, sometimes does really slow performances on the UI. All right, call ad. Now, what is a call ad? Call ad is basically, like I said, if you have a local services and you are trying to get calls to your business, click on call ad, click on sofa sets. The first thing that I have is the country where the business is getting operated out of. Select United States and then select India if your business is operating out of India, and then the phone number. Let's say I copy the number and paste it here. Okay. Then comes a final URL. It's recommended, but again, it's not mandate. However, you need a verification URL. Now, final URL and verification URL, these are two different features. Okay. Now, let's say if I have a website which is for AC repair services, and let's say it's A Today. This is the link, atoday.net. Assuming that this business is getting operated out of India. And if I copy that, come back here, I can enter it here and I can enter it here as well automatically. You can remove the final URL and continue with verification URL. Now, what is verification URL and final URL? Final URL is when you want people to land on the website along with a call only ad. So people will have both the options. They can call as well. They can land on the website as well. Marzi aapki, theek hai? So in this ad type, you can see this guy has entered. Ideally, call option mere paas hoga nahi because I'm on a laptop. But if I click on call, there will be a QR code which will be shown to me. And in that, see, this is the QR code. This is the number. But this guy has entered, directly an ad type, what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove final URL because I only want a call only ad. So I'll keep a verification URL. Verification URL is when this number should match on the website. So when Google will crawl your website, the number should match in the text format. Otherwise, your ad will not be approved. Then airtoday.net, AC, okay. Or I'll say call now. And then headline one, let's say AC repair right at your doorstep. Get 10% off on first booking. Here today, description, AC repair at your doorstep. We provide same day service available. Perfect. So now AC repair at your doorstep, we provide best services, same day service available, call now. So that's how the ad will function. So the ad will show up only on desktop, only on callable devices. It will not be shown up on any other devices. And if it's on a beta right now, where the ad will show up on certain locations, Google is trying to test it out, showing it on desktop, but you won't be able to call it because desktop doesn't have a calling feature. But ideally, this ad type majorly shows on callable devices, mobile only. So once you click on that number, it takes you to your dialer pad directly. So you call the business. So if you want, you can check right now on your phone. You can go on google.com from your smartphone on a Google Chrome browser. Just type, let's say, roadside assistance or any local services keyword right now, and you will see an ad coming up with the call only function. It will ask you to call directly. So that is a call only ad, only shows on callable devices, and it is allowing businesses which have a local services, they can use this feature. This feature is really amazing, I would say. Okay, now coming back to this page wherein call only ad is covered. Now these three ads that we have covered, call only ads will be on the expensive side. Inca CPC will be 30 to 40% more expensive than the responsive dynamic keyword ad. The reason is every call Google tries, every click that happens will be a call that what Google focuses on. So the CPC will always be on the higher side for call only ads. It's a very good campaign. If you can get a client who wants only calls, this is the great ad feature, I would say. Now we have covered three different types of ads. I will now create. Now on the top, what I'm writing is ad group type. All the first three ads uses standard. Okay. Now the first three ad groups, which is the first three ad types, which is responsive search ad, dynamic keyword insertion, and call ads. All the three ads uses standard ad group. What do you mean by standard ad group, Avik? Standard ad group are the ad groups which uses a typical form of Google Ads, I would say Google Ads flowchart, wherein you create a campaign, you create an ad, you create a campaign, you create an ad group, you create an ad, and then you choose keywords. All the four stages. And then when the keyword matches with the user's search query, the ad triggers. I repeat, whenever the keyword matches with the user's search query, your keyword, the ad will trigger for any of these three, and that comes under standard. And it has a lot of manual intervention. So you create a campaign, you create ad group, you create ad, you add keyword. So all the four stages are covered. Versus a dynamic search ad, which more or less uses completely automated format. You create a campaign, you create an ad group, and that's it. The rest of the part is done by the system. So for creating a dynamic search ad, you first choose a dynamic ad group. It can't be created on a standard ad group. And targeting is keyword? No. Targeting is keyword in a different format. I will tell you that in the next 5 minutes. So let's begin dynamic search ad. So yeah, let me go ahead and choose cancel ad groups. Click on the, see, I'm on ad group option here, ad group, okay, not campaign. Click on the plus option, and this ad group within that camp will be created within that campaign only. Click on dynamic, not standard, continue. Website, wakefit.co, perfect. Ad group, sofas underscore dynamic, so that we can differentiate which one is which. And then there are 3 targeting options: categories, specific web pages, and all web pages. I will write the categories here. Categories, specific web pages, all web pages. Now I will click on save and continue. I'll come to that in some time. Here you can see dynamically generated, headline dynamically generated, display URL dynamically generated. All I have to do is, let's say, choose a description. So WakeFit, copy, sofas, perfect. Done. So I've created only description, save and continue. Now these are 2 ad groups. I choose sofas underscore dynamic, and then I go creating dynamic ad target. Click on dynamic ad target, click on the plus icon, and I have categories. The moment you have entered wakefit.co, you can see Google has picked up categories from my website. So what am I selling? I'm selling furnitures, 58 categories. Okay. I'm selling furnitures, I'm selling home decor, I'm selling beds, I'm selling mattresses, I'm selling tables, and everything in the inventory, chair as well. So Google has picked almost everything. If I talk about sofas, you can search here as well. And there are so many categories. Let's pick this category, let's say mattress category, and just showing you the preview here. Buy mattress online in India, get up to 48% off WakeFit. It is directly picking content from my website. How? I'll come to that. But see, this is how it works. Now, the category, exactly the sofa category is not coming up. So what I'm going to do is I will choose specific URL. In specific URL, I will pick, let's say, the sofa URL. This is the sofa category, and I'll click on add. Click on add and save. Now what will happen is Google will create ads from the content of my website. I repeat, from the content of this landing page. So if now Aryan goes on Google and types looking for sofa sets, Sangeeta goes on Google, looks for recliner sofa sets, somebody else is going on Google and types anything related to sofa sets, Google automatically will be creating ads from the content. Whatever content you have within the website, any product, anything, Google will create ads from there. So your ad ka jhanjat is gone. You don't have to add keywords because Google directly targets from the user query and maps it to the landing page that you have. So that keyword ka jhanjat is also gone. You just create campaign and choose dynamic ad group and add a description. That's it. Now, what's the category option? Category option is again furniture. Let's say if you select furniture, Google will create ads from the entire furniture category. It can be from bedroom furnitures, living room furnitures, anything. So not every people will be ready to accept the automation here. Some might test and try it out. So they say, okay, Avik, I'll go with specific URLs first. If the performance is great, then I will choose category. Okay, so I'll choose category then, but I'm sold here, I'm done. Let's choose all web pages. So that's the last option. If you're done with specific web pages and you got good results, you're gone with categories, you got good results. The last option is all web pages. You choose all web pages, and then system creates ad from the entire website. So that's the best ad type right now in terms of dynamic. So dynamic ad, search ad is something that it captures the missing keywords that you have forgotten to choose in your search campaign. It makes sure that it captures each and every part of your website, and it's completely automated, saves a lot of time of yours than what you're doing it on responsive or dynamic or call only ad. Now your follow-up question might be, so I can use dynamic, Avik, why would I create a responsive dynamic keyword insertion or call only ad? Okay, like I said, if you have ₹100 budget, split that out. Okay, you will see if you're creating like campaigns, you would see 70% of your budget is getting on the normal ads, 30% on dynamic. Don't invest the entire ads on dynamic, then you won't have any control. You can't change the headlines, you can't change the descriptions, and you won't have much control there. So Google always prefers that you use manual ads there. And dynamic, you can create a separate ad group and then you can run the campaigns. You can create a separate campaign as well, no harm in that. But all I'm saying, don't invest your entire money in dynamic. Keep a split, or keep more of an ad on manual part and less of an ad on dynamic search ad part. All right, so now we are done with dynamic ads targeting, and we have the next part is a pretty interesting part. Now we are moving on to keywords. Now, what is keywords? All right, keyword has three parts: search keywords, search terms, negative keywords. All right. Now, what is the definition of search keywords? Please write down the definition. Search keywords are the words that the advertiser chooses for which they want to show their ads. I repeat, search keywords are the words that the advertiser chooses for which they want to show their ads. That is what you choose. Okay. Search terms. Write down the definition of search terms. Search terms are the terms that the end user types on Google which triggered our ads. Negative keywords. Negative keywords are the words that you choose for which you do not want to show your ads. Now let's move to search keyword. Perfect. Search keyword, there are a couple of match types. The first is broad match. Example, let's say red Nike shoes. That's my keyword. And then I have search term. What is search term? Search term is the end user types on Google. So this is what I have chosen, the advertiser. The end user, let's say Anjani, Sangeeta, Abarna, they have typed, let's say, red shoes. Okay. Shoes informal. Red shirts. Best Nike t-shirts. Cheap Nike t-shirts. Now, if somebody is typing red shoes on Google, will my ad trigger or not? What if somebody is typing shoes informal? No. What about red shirts? This might. Cheap Nike t-shirts. All right. What if I tell you it will trigger on all the 4 search terms? What a shocker. Yeah, don't get shocked, don't worry. It's already a broad match, understand guys, okay? Google is trying to improve broad match, but we are still facing a lot of problems. I'll come to that part. But yeah, right on the definition first. Whenever the end user search term matches with either of the word of my keyword, the ad will trigger. I repeat, whenever the end user search term matches with either of the word of my keyword, the ad will trigger. In this case, in red Nike shoes, red shoes definitely was a match. Shoes informal, shoes was a match. Red shirts, red cheap Nike t-shirts, Nike was a match. Now, broad match has no filters. Broad, understand the meaning. Okay, there is no filter. It is intended to work in that way. It targets the top funnel audiences basically. जो कुछ भी सर्च कर रहे हैं खाली मैच होना चाहिए, मुझे ट्रैफिक चाहिए. कल मैंने समझाया था ना, टॉप फनल, मिड फनल एंड लोअर फनल. So basically this is based for the top funnel sort of a category. Now search terms, anything. Now Google does claim that we have improved our broad match over the years. I'm giving an example. We have not. I'm still using broad match and on a couple of my ad groups, and the campaign really performs. I mean, it bleeds heavily, but still I had to keep some room open. So I have a separate campaign which I've created for broad match with a very less budget. Just wanted to, make sure that some sort of a traffic is what I want to capture there. So yeah, that is broad match. Coming to the next match type. The next match type is something that you would love to use. It's phrase match. Same keyword, red Nike shoes, but a bit of symbols now in inverted commas. So within the inverted commas, the ad will be shown. Will the first one trigger? Red shoes, red shirts, cheap Nike t-shirts? What if I tell you that all the first 4 will not show the ad? Only the last one will be relevant. I'm adding one more. Looking for red Nike shoes. This also will trigger. Write down the definition first. Whenever the end user search term matches with my keyword in the same order or has a similar meaning, in the bracket write close variant, the ad will trigger. I repeat, whenever the end user search term matches with my keyword in the same order or has a similar meaning, the ad will trigger. In the first case, it could have been triggered, but just because of one word, it did not, because I mentioned I'm only selling red Nike shoes. So red shoes is a very broad term here. Now, if I want to share a similar meaning, it can be sneakers by Nike in red. This will trigger the ad. It does not have all the same word in the order, but has a similar meaning. Make sense, everybody? Or ladies' hats, women's hats. This will also trigger here. Vacation in Miami, holiday in Miami. That's it. Similar phrase, similar meaning, right? Now the last match type in the lineup, which can be your favorite if you want to make it your favorite, is exact match. Again, red Nike shoes, but a different symbol, not inverted commas. It will be a square bracket. What it will be? A square bracket. Now let's go and copy here. Now tell me, red shoes? That's an easy one. The first four will not trigger. I know that you guys are intelligent. But tell me the last three. The last three. Shoes by Nike in red. Looking for red Nike shoes. Sneakers by Nike in red. And then the last one. Red Nike shoes. The last one will trigger for sure. What if I tell you the other three will also show the ad? Now you might want to fight with me. Whenever the end user search term matches with the keyword in the exact format or has a similar meaning, close variant, the ad will trigger. Now, I'm going back to 2019 when I was, we were transitioning from Google's old ads interface to the new ads interface. And Google wanted to launch, a pilot wherein they had four match types earlier. They had broad match, they had phrase match, they had exact match, and they had broad match modifier. I'll not get into broad match modifier. Again, you'll get confused. So exclude that. Now we are left out with three. So Google understood using that their data that, let's say, Razia, Manish, and Rishabh, and even me, we four of us, we usually type, similar meaning, and we lose out on ad searches. So for example, if Sangeeta is the advertiser who is selling red Nike shoes, and if we four of them are typing similar meanings earlier, we will not see the ads for phrase match, because phrase match was only intended to cover searches which in the same order or different order, irrespective of the prefix and suffix, but it should be having all the three words present. Similar meaning was not there. So Google tried that pilot, and they understood that advertisers like Sangeeta were able to capture more audiences who were looking for the same product but in a different search format. And that's when advertisers across the globe with phrase match got a boom in their conversions. They were like, wow, we love it. We love Google. We like amazing company, blah, 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 blah. But now the major problem began in their community forum where Google has Google Ads community forum. The exact match advertisers were not happy. They were like, oh my god, now what should we do? Should we go ahead and change it to phrase match? Should we go ahead and change it to like a new campaign? What shall we do, Google? But Google did not utilize that, and Google said, wait, our pilot was successful, so we are extending that feature to exact match now. And that's how the similar meaning got added as a feature on exact match too. Now a lot of people will not share the story, but I have experienced it all myself from 2019 till 2025. Now that we are sitting, a lot of transition has happened around the keyword part, but still I still remember how Google handled all of that pilot and everything. So now, yeah, so sneakers by Nike in red. Now what's the difference? There's a very thin difference here, a very thin line, I would say, how exactly this differentiates from the exact matches. Even in sneakers by Nike, if somebody types as misspelling, let's say, okay, sneakers may, if somebody types sneakers by Nike in red and phrase match with a misspelling, this will capture in phrase. But if the same thing happens in exact, that will not be captured. That is only a thin difference that is happening right now. Now comes the most interesting part, and that's where I would need you guys to use your creative minds here. But before that, I'll give you certain more examples so that you can, utilize your time in the example part, and I will copy and paste it as well here. Okay, have a look. You can go through it later on. But let's say broad match. The keyword is low carb diet plans. People are searching carb free foods, low carb diets. The ad will show Mediterranean diet books. Yes. How to cut carbs for beginners. Yes. Carb free meals. Yes. The ads will show for all the search terms here. That's how broad match has been intended to work. Now, see, Google has been playing very smart. They are trying to keep it very relevant to low carb. But I'm telling you, there would be there would be scenarios when it will be totally off the phrase if the even if I type, let's say, just workout plan and not low carb diet plan, the ad will still show. Just saying. Now, phrase match. Phrase match, let's say tennis shoes, shoes for tennis, yes. Buy tennis shoes on sale, yes. Red tennis shoes, yes. Comfortable tennis sneakers, yes. Tennis store, no. Shop for sneakers, no. Exact match. Exact match again. Shoes for men, square brackets. Shoes men, yes. Men shoes, yes. Singular. Men shoe, yes. Shoes for a man, absolutely yes. Shoes for boys, no. Men's tennis shoes, no. That's how the example of keywords come up here. Now, I will move on to the third part of the keyword here, and I wanted to cover negative keywords. That is what is very, very interesting and gonna take our time for the next 20 minutes. Negative keywords. I already said that negative keywords are the words that you choose for which you do not want to show the ads. Okay. So, for example, if let's say Surabhi, you are the advertiser, and you said that I am choosing a keyword, red on Nike shoes, and my search term people are searching red shirts, and your ad is getting triggered. So it is not relevant, right, Surabhi? So what can you do? So you can utilize the feature which is negative keywords. So what is negative keywords? Again, you choose the keywords for which you don't want to show the ads. So now if the shirts is triggering your ads which are not selling currently, totally irrelevant, what you can do is there are match types within negative keyword as well. Now, once Surabhi has chosen, let's say, a negative keyword, Google will stop showing that ad to the user for that term. So, for example, here, let's say negative keyword has three match types. Positive keyword we already saw, negative has three: negative broad, negative phrase, and negative exact. In negative keyword, right now we are using negative broad match, and somebody is typing, let's say, running shoes, and my ad is getting triggered. I'm not selling running shoes, I'm only selling tennis shoes. So what Surabhi did here is Surabhi added negative broad match keyword as running shoes, which means she has specified to Google that, hey Google, anyone who is looking for running shoes going forward will not be seeing my ad. Clear? So now if Manish on Google types blue tennis shoes, perfect, showing the ad, yes. If anybody is typing running shoe, it is still triggering the ads. I'll come back to that in some time. If anybody is typing blue running shoes, it will not show Surabhi. Anybody is typing shoes running, it will not show again. If anybody is typing running shoes, exact broad match that you have typed, it will not show. However, it will not filter the singular part. Singular, you have to add another keyword, running shoe, which means two keyword. So now the definition here is your ad won't show if the search contains all your negative keyword terms, even if the terms are in different order. So जो भी आपका positive broad match का the definition that I said, it's just the opposite, the negative broad match. That's it. Broad match में either of the terms was there, the ad would not trigger. Here, all the terms has to match. Only even if it's in a different order, the ad will not show. So which means if I don't want to show my ads for running shoes, it will stop whatever user has typed running shoes before or after. Or even if the user has typed running blue shoes, that's fine. It will still not show, but it will trigger in singular format. Negative phrase. Negative phrase, again, you have now chosen running shoes in negative phrase match. So if somebody is typing blue tennis shoes, the ad will show. Running shoe, again, the singular is not getting covered. The ad will show. Blue running shoes, the ad will not show. Shoes running, the ad will show. Okay, unlike broad match, it did not show. Phrase match, it will. Running shoes, it will not show. The definition is the ad won't show as long as all the keyword terms are present in the search in the same order. So whatever the definition that you wrote in positive broad match, the negative phrase match is just the opposite. All the words has to be there in the same order. Okay, now coming to the last part, which is negative exact match. So if the search contains the exact keywords in the same order without extra words, so your ad may still show if the search contains the keyword with additional words. Your ad won't show if the search contains the exact keyword in the same order without extra words. For example, running shoes. So it'll be last example again for you. Running shoes, your ad is be showing for all the searches except running shoes. How do I choose keywords? So right now you can see the keyword that I have here is 9 keywords. On the bottom right corner, you can see the count here. How do I add keywords? So go to keywords, click on plus. Anything that you do plus, it's an addition of that particular, I would say.
Sir,
So now if I want to add keywords, let's say buy sofa sets. Okay? The keyword is in broad match. You click on save and the keyword is added. So you can see buy sofa sets, match type broad, and pending under review. Okay? How many keywords do I have now? 10 keywords. What if I want to add a keyword in phrase match? So let's say sofa sets under 10,000, inverted comma closed and inverted comma open. What if I want to add an exact match? Luxury sofa sets, square bracket and square bracket. You can also add a URL here to filter out. Click on save and okay, sofa sets under 10,000 and luxury sofa sets. So you can see the phrase match, exact and phrase. Now you're like, okay, Avik, it can overlap. Yes, it will overlap. Never keep multiple match types in one ad group. Always create different ad groups, no matter what. Then click on the edit icon here on the top. You can select the edit icon. And let's say you want to go to edit, change match types, change all match types. And I asked, let's say Aryan, which match type do you want? He said, Avik, let's go with phrase. Click on preview. See the preview. Do not click apply immediately. Now I have 12 keywords. Google will show me a preview, which keywords are being changed or anything as such. See, the preview shows buy furniture in broad match removed, buy furniture added in phrase match. So it's working as intended. Perfect. Click on apply and all the keywords are now in phrase match. Now, if you want to add, let's say negative keywords, here is the negative keyword part. You can add plus negative keyword in phrase match, in exact match, in broad match from here. So sofa sets, this is where the data comes into picture. Have a look. Sofa sets, the average monthly searches in India is between 100,000 to 1 million. There has been no change in the last 3 months. If there's a positive change, the trend will show. If there's a negative change, the trend will show. There is a no year-on-year change. The competition is pretty high. Here is the bid range. Bid is nothing but CPC, the third B in the lineup. If you remember, 3 Bs I spoke about. So budget, bidding strategy, and bid. Bid is nothing but CPC, cost per click. How much am I willing to pay per click? So as per the data here, this keyword has a CPC between 0.87 to 8.93 INR. This is where the keyword data comes into picture. Now, all the digital marketers, they first start exploring keyword planner, then they go ahead and add those keywords in your existing campaign. Now, for example, if I want to add sofa sets, okay, let's say L-shaped sofa, leather couches for sale, sofa sectional. If I want to add these 5 keywords, I'll select these 5. I'll click on plan. I'll click on existing campaign. And then which campaign was it? This is the campaign, 27th April, sofa sets. And which match type? I would go with phrase match and add keywords. And in the next 10 seconds, you would see it has been added to the campaign. 5 keywords added to the campaign. Keyword planner, once you've understood, this is the ideal campaign structure. So in the ideal campaign structure, I would copy again these 3 things. Let's say brand campaign, generic campaign, competitor campaign. 3 things. Now in the brand campaign, the keyword that you need to add is nothing but the brand keywords. For example, WakeFit sofa sets. Get results. Now you can see all the keyword are related to WakeFit. If you want, you can add WakeFit sofa as well from here. Click on get results. Probably the volume would go a little highest. All right. And then over here, what you can do is simply see the amount of keywords, 84 keywords available. Download the keywords. Okay. Click on Google Sheets and click on download. Follow me directly here. Okay. This is a very important part which I'm explaining. Perfect. So Control A, okay, copy the raw file, rename it as keyword brand underscore raw, okay. Then click on the plus icon, paste it, remove all the keyword part. You don't need anything else. Delete currency INR. You can keep it. You can delete it. 3-month change, and then you can put a filter if you want to. In the filter by condition, text contents, WakeFit. Okay. Now here I have close to how many keywords? $81 keywords. So this becomes my brand keywords. Now you don't need 81. You can always filter out. Do you need 0, 50? No. Now I'm down to how many? Let's say 25 to 30 keywords. Do we want to also include 50 searches? I don't think so. 50 searches for pan India is way too less. But again, depends on client to client. You can go ahead and save this part. Now again, come back to keyword planner. Okay. In the keyword planner, now it's time to add generic keywords. Now, what generic keywords? What do you mean by generic keywords? Which does not have any brand name. For example, buy sofa sets. Non-branded, all generic. Affordable sofa set, everything. Then you download the same set of keyword, filter out and add a new tab here with generic keywords. And then do the same thing with competitor as well. But now if I have to choose competitor for WakeFit, what can be the competitors? Pepper Fry. What else? IKEA, yes. Sleepwell, yes. Those were the keywords. So that will be my ideal campaign structure. So brand campaign will have branded campaign keyword. Generic campaign will have generic keywords. Competitor campaign will have competitor keyword. Once I have the keyword structure ready, I will write a mail, add this file, send it over to the client. The client will review the keyword list and then will give me a go ahead that let's go ahead and start our campaign. That's when you create the campaign. Either you copy the keywords and paste it in the initial part as well, or you come back and later you can add the file. All depends on you. Nothing changes there.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC analytics and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
My question to you is social media marketing. I mean, we have Google, man. I can publish my ads, so many campaign types. Why do I need to do a social media marketing? Why not just can I stick with Google only? What is the need of advertising on social media for any brand? Wider reach. Google also has Ishwendra wider reach. Google has billions of users. People are using social media daily. People are using Google also daily, aren't you? Most of the time is free. Since when Google has started to charge you? Because of more traffic there. The social engagement, user friendly, everyone available on social media nowadays. Everybody is available on Google also nowadays. 85% users are also on Gmail. So I'm expecting them to have Google accounts, which means 70% of them also have Android phones. So social media provides option for engagement. Okay. So audiences, I would say, is the bridge there. We are everywhere. Our choices are fluid, So yeah, people wants to be part of every other platform. So what I feel is why social media is important today is keep everything aside. Google as a platform is great when it comes to advertisement. Let's rewind our clock 2 decades back, and there was no social media back then. And even if there was, the utilization or the consumption of that content was way too less versus what is happening today. In the last 2 decades, I feel like we have evolved majorly in terms of the revolution of internet from where it was to where it is today, and how we are as a consumer, forget that, how we are as a user are connected to this entire world through internet. That's one way of looking at it. Second, I feel is what social media provides for a user is one, the content. What kind of content? The content that you are ready to consume, it is readily available, be it the current affairs, be it any sort of history, be it any sort of future predictions, be it any sort of promotions. We are connected that way. Second, I feel like with social media, we are able to connect with our friends, our family, and we are able to make new friends globally as well. So we have made the world very small using social media platforms. So we are able to connect with our friends, our family. So the reach has increased via that. When I say reach, I'm not talking about the audience reach. I'm talking about a person's usual reach. Probably he started off with one friend, then 10, then 100, then 1,000, then 10,000, and then it moved on. So earlier it was friends, then it became followers, and those followers have now made those people influencers as well. So that's how social media has evolved. So I can be in touch with anybody here on social media. When I say social media, I'm not focusing on Facebook only. When I say Meta or Instagram, I'm taking up all the channels here, be it let's say LinkedIn, Twitter, Snapchat. TikTok is not there in India, but it's in US. Yes, it is. So yes, those are the platforms, and additionally, definitely the boss of all, which is Meta and Instagram. So I can stay in touch with all of my friends through social media, and I can get in and update what exactly is going on in their lives. I can post my update as well. I can engage with their content. I can like, subscribe, share, repost, retweet, comment. uh, I can do all sort of such activities on social media. Versus Google, I would say I'm the only user there where I feel I'm more isolated as a user, because it's just me and the platform. So I browse, I get out, and that's it. Or on YouTube, probably I comment, and that's it. But on social media, it's the actual engagement that happens with people. You meet, you greet, you expand your network. Yes, no, maybe. That's what the power of social media is. Correct, people. And now adding that term marketing. which was my first question. Why social media marketing? Whatever I spoke now was why social media is important. Now, once I add marketing, the game begins, and the game is pretty big here. Why marketing? Understand again. It's an opportunity area for all the social media marketing platforms, or for all the social media platforms at the first place. Why? Because if Darshana and Sushila are friends, and probably if Sushila has liked a content related to a travel blog or a travel offer, uh, and Darshana is connected to Sushila via Instagram or Facebook, she has already seen her activities there. So she might also is interested in that, becoming a prospect customer for that brand. So but for the brands, for companies, for any small and medium businesses, this place is a hub, uh, I would say a readily available hub of consumer, where I know which consumer are actually browsing what topics, and I can target them basis their interests. So basically, if Sushila is somewhere interested in travel, sports, I can put content ads on her feed or on a messenger. I would see a couple of platforms where our ads get exposed, and at the end I can reach multiple such users using their behavior across social media. And the best part, it's a bit cheaper than Google, I would say. So if the Google, if the pricing is, let's say, an X amount, this will be, I would say, 15-20% cheaper than X amount what we pay on Google. Plus the audience are pretty good, very good platforms for, I would say, especially for D2C brands, e-com brands. Facebook, Instagram has been the hub, and that's how the entire journey and the, I would say, layout happens for the brands and the roadmap that they build. So we'll get to that in some time, but for now, let me begin. All right, social media marketing. It says the first thing: what, why, and how. We need to understand. When it comes to social media marketing, let's understand the what part. Number one, what is social media marketing? Okay. What is social media marketing? It's nothing but utilizing, the social media channels to create and inspire the audience to make sure that they hook to your brand. It also turns yourself into a marketer rather than a customer. That is what the what part is. What is social media marketing? Utilizing the social media channels to create and inspire the audience to make sure that you're hooked to the brand, and it also turns yourself into a marketer rather than a consumer. Now if I talk about the next part, which is why, question should be, why should you invest time on social media? The reason of it that we should invest time on social media is audience size. Yes, the audience size is great. What is the audience size of social media users in India? All platforms, not just Facebook. In India, if I take all these social media platforms, what I could understand is there are close to 500 million social media users across our country. Yeah, approximately 500 million, which is 50 cr. So it's a very huge number. So that's the audience size. The power of social media is something that you can see here. What's next? The next is these audience size are nothing but millions of consumers. Correct? Yes, no, maybe. They are millions of consumers. Why? But Avik, you just said audience. How they can become consumers? They are just audience, right? They are users. How they can become consumers? You tell me. Why did I say millions of consumers? Like I said, they're prospect customers, man. There's a reason they are browsing social media, not just connections, but also understanding what's trending, what I should be keep up with, anything that I can place my ads and make them and create a need for them. Yeah, you should buy. So they can buy, they are interested to buy, they're currently exploring to buy. Anything can happen. Affinity in marketing, happy bhi hai. All sort of life events, sort of an audiences are here. So there are millions of consumers. What are they? They are expressive audience. What do you mean by expressive audience? Expressive than interest, yes. And then that expressive audience becomes a market need. And then once they become a market need, they search for the products or they take interest in the products that they are looking to purchase in terms of cookies. Now, cookies, when I say search, I'm not talking about Google search here. I'm talking about like looking forward to understanding what sort of products they are interested in. Is any offer going on Meta, engaging with such activities on Twitter, Instagram, any other platform. So those millions of customers are nothing but expressive audiences. They are the market needs, I would say. And then they actually search for the product. They actually explore the product. And we as brand managers or digital marketers, we love to promote such product where the audience are looking forward to. So that becomes our hub of prospective customer. In addition to that, we have a huge network, not just consumers. What else do we have on social media? So we have, I would say, we have a huge network of businesses on social media. What do you mean by huge network of businesses? We have a huge network of advertisers. What does that mean? We have a huge network of business development managers. We have a huge network of marketeers, sales, and we have a huge network consumers and entrepreneurs. Let's start with the first one. What do you mean by businesses? Huge network of businesses, is it true or is it false? Do we have a huge network of businesses on social media? Do we have business pages? Do we have companies being listed? We have it, right? Then advertisers. What do you mean by business development managers? On LinkedIn, have you ever checked your messages when there is a direct message, which means that if I'm connected to Akanksha or Surbi on LinkedIn, I can send them directly a message like there's a hiring going on or there is an update, I can refer you. And there is a second kind of a message, which is a connection message. For example, if I'm not connected to Shrikant and I want to connect, and I have an option to send a message. And there is a third kind of a message, which is in-mail, where I get to receive a lot of direct ads from people who are promoting, let's say, training certifications, who are, let's say, organizing a webinar on AI, who are organizing any offline shows, from in-mail, from those content. Have you seen such options? Or any business development manager who is trying to connect with you because you're in the similar lines of business and you can be a client for those companies. Have you seen that? So I'll give you one example. Since I was working with agency Densu Media or LS Digital, you know, agencies usually love to have a lot of partners. So a lot of business development managers used to ping me that, hi Avik, we are an audience, AI based audience platform. We can help you, grow your clients or grow your brands. If you are up for a demo, do let us know. We'll be happy to uh, let you explore the platform. Now, what does that mean? For example, let's say Rahul Pavitra is advertising already on Facebook with an audience size of, let's say, 50. There will be a point where they will reach to a saturation point by showing the same ad again and again. And they need to find new options, new growth, new opportunity area. And there is one such company, and this one such company, as an example, I'll say, this is a website, VServe. Basically, they have a huge audience database. They have accumulated with Meta or different companies. So if Rahul wants to explore this as a partner, they can sign up with VServe, and VServe will run the ad from Rahul's account with their set of audiences. So what happens here? It's an innovation. It's something that Rahul is trying for the first time with a new partner, with a new company to grow his business. Similarly, there will be many such business development managers or sales folks who will reach out to you via phone, via messages, via email, that we are there, in the same line of business. Why don't you partner? Similarly, if you remember, I told you in Google has 3 million website partners, right? Where I can show my ads. Similarly, there are certain agencies or certain companies in India who have, their own set of partners where I pay them money and they show my ads on their platform. For example, let's say MyGate app. Yeah. So MyGate again is an app. Basically, okay, it's an app. This is how it is. Let me just zoom in. So, for example, if you are living in a society, let's say DLF society, and DLF has given you access to MyGate, and if someone who is delivering the order, you will first get a notification on your phone. If you approve, only then this person will be allowed to go ahead and enter your building, entry and exit. Not just entry and exit, people who are part of that society can also connect. It's basically a small social media platform within the app itself. But my major discussion is not about that. In this app, you can see a lot of ads as well. Related to what? Related to, let's say, home cleaning, gym, other local services specifically. Then you will have ads related to Zomato, Swiggy within that app. Additionally, you can also have ads for urban clap like home cleaning, pest services, and then you can have ads related to door lock, door changes, interior designing, because these are an amazing platform for targeting the best users. They are actually using this app on a daily basis and helps me reach out to the most relevant people versus what I can reach on any other platform, even on Google. So what I'm trying to say is those people have their own set of platform. I can't reach to MyGate directly. I have to go via agency. So those agencies will reach out to you that we have an option to, show your local services ad on a platform like MyGate, where people can, go ahead and sign up, register, take your services. I have taken so many urban clap services with MyGate only because of the ads that I've seen. So those ads are not something that I can build from Google or Meta. There has to be external partners. So that's what I'm saying, that business development managers are everywhere for every companies. They are very, very important here. And I feel that's how we build our networks. Then marketers are we guys, salespeople, consumers are also us, the cookies, and entrepreneurs. Basically, we have all the entrepreneurs currently. The pages on Facebook, their pages on Meta, their pages on Twitter. Every other entrepreneur definitely is available today. So that's a huge, network is what I'm saying. Then what? So millions of consumers, expressive audiences, huge network, and then we have reach is very easy and faster. The reach is very easy and faster. Yeah, obviously the reach is very easy because you just send a connection request, the person accepts, and we can go ahead and get in touch with the people. Then comes ease of using is convenient. The UI is pretty simple. So that covers my, why part. So how you're going to shape the businesses. So what I'm saying is we covered the what part, what is social media marketing, why part, why should you invest time in social media? And then comes the how part. How is basically how are you going to shape the business with social media marketing? That's what is important, right? If a brand is investing in that social media platform with an X amount of money, how do you shape, grow your business? So I would say strategic ways to ensure the business goals are met. What does that mean? That means once you have started to advertise on social media, you need to ensure there are certain roadmap that you follow. And that roadmap is nothing but certain ways which helps you define your business well. So what does exactly that we mean? So if I talk about what are the strategic ways that we need to met. So for example, you need to have like a monthly target, then you need to have a quarterly target as well, then you need to have a half yearly target, finally annual goals. So every brand will have a marketing budget aligned at the start of the calendar year or financial year. Now that's where you need to understand that what kind of budget do they have. If that's an annual budget, a lot of folks will have an annual budget only. A lot of companies that I have worked with also used to have an annual budget. We used to break it down into half yearly budget, Pavitra, Emmanuel. And that half yearly budget, I used to also again break it down in terms of quarterly and monthly. Now, that does not mean that if I have a budget of, let's say, 10 crores, I'll divide it into 5 crores half yearly. It's not going to happen like that. Usually, you will do the same calculation and then 5 divided by, let's say, in quarters. It's not that's how it's going to work. Or 2.5, 2.5, 2.5, 2.5. It's not going to be like that. So I'll tell you, every brand will have a peak season and a non-peak season. So if you know that you're from a BFSI company and you're from an investment sector, a lot of your peak season or consumers will start investing in the month of Jan, Feb, March. Why? Because तभी हमारा टैक्स डिक्लेयर होता है, अगर आपको याद होगा तो इन्वेस्टमेंट हम लोग डिक्लेयर करते हैं, है ना? At the beginning of the year, calendar year, we invest and we declare, we want to save as much tax as possible. Similarly, agar aap e-commerce brand se ho, your peak season will be July. That's when the end of season sale begins. And then there is one season which is the December season, where is one of the end of reason sale. So that what is EORS sale and EOSS sale. So that's where the two peak seasons. So you need to, bifurcate the budget basis your peak and the non-peak season. And those peak seasons will have a higher target because, people will buy more, people will explore more, people will look out for more products at a cheaper price. And there are non-peak season wherein you know that you can't afford to run any more sales, but you still need to meet your target. You will have a lower budget, slightly lower budget than what you used to have in your peak seasons, but you need to meet your target as well. So if my yearly budget is 10 crore, and if I'm looking to accumulate, let's say 100,000 users, new acquisitions, I need to understand at which month or which quarter I am going to get more audiences, so that the non-peak seasons does not have to bleed more money, and I can compensate that with the overachieved numbers which I already had in my peak seasons. You guys have your target for your companies, respective companies. I'm sure you do. So how do you divide the target? Do you like go with annual targets, or do you have a monthly target as well? How do you define the target? Do you guys sit for monthly reviews, MBRs, okay, quarterly as well? What happens when you don't meet the target? Do you have a plan of action? Do you get into a war room situation? War room situation is when you are actually way behind the target. You have tried everything, it's not working. You're not getting users, you're not getting the sales, you're not getting subscriptions, whatever it is. And all the management are now in a room, in a meeting room, and it's like a do or die situation. Yes. And that's where the layoff happens. They take some very harder decisions at that table. So it's going to be kind of a war room. They'll just dictate and you have to do. There's nothing, no negotiation that can happen on that table now. You extend your shifts, you work in the weekends, do whatever it can to meet that target given by the views. That's what a war room is. So yeah, we do have monthly targets, and monthly also has been divided by weekly and then daily. Every business has a target, right? Without target, Intellipaat also does have a target. Same goes for any other company that we work for. Clear? What's next that we can build? Then we need to build a digital marketing funnel. What is a funnel? I already told you guys, the top funnel, letting the customer know that this is my product. We can do the same here. Awareness, perfect. My learners are smart and intelligent, amazing. Then what? We can also have people understand benefits of the product, reasons why should you invest in this product. That is what brand awareness is. Exactly. And this is nothing but, brand awareness, isn't it, guys? This is brand awareness. Then we get into the next stage. The next stage is what? Consideration. What happens in consideration? These are those customers who are interested in the product. We've already discussed that in Google sessions. These who have interacted with your brand, understands your brand, they want to know more about the product, correct? And what happens here? The decision maker becomes easier at this stage. Is it? Yes, no, maybe. And the final part. What is the final part? Conversions. Isn't that important? That is important, right? What happens in conversions? In conversions, the best part is sale coming from the customer after they have thoroughly understood the product. Then benefit that they get by using that product. Usually, इसके बाद brands, they just run the ads basis the funnel. इसके बाद एक और stage आता है. What is it? And why is it important for all the brands today? Correct. The part which is very important here, guys, is nothing but post-sales experience, which is very, very important. Post-sales experience mein, what you can see is, we can understand reviews of our product, okay? How exactly the product is doing in the market by the people, they can review it. We can get testimonial that attracts more new audiences, the reviews. Third is the most important part is the referrals. Even upselling. Yes, we can upsell as well. Ratings. Ratings is reviews. I've mentioned testimonials there. I can give you an example here. Let's say I take an example of Tata Nexon EV. It's a good car, right? A little pricey, but it's a good car. Let's say they have floated a social media posts, okay, and in that social media post, let's say 10,000 people have seen it. That 30% of social media posts, I would say 3,000 might consider buying the product, which is nothing but, again, I would say 10% of consideration phase. Then I would say 300 chances of buying, 300 consumers might buy the car, 10% conversion. The end, 30 sale. So understand the flowchart here. Tata Nexon EV, we have a social media post, 10,000 people have seen. 30% of that, post is where 30% of those people, 3,000 people are in the considering phase. 10% have already considered, which is 3,000 has now come down to 300 people who are in the intent phase, is showing intent of buying the product. Okay, I want to buy the CV, I want to buy the car, I want to buy this amazing vehicle or machine. And at the end, 30 people have gone to, let's say, pre-book the car and have made the payment. So from, I would say, 10,000 people seen to 30 people is a 10% conversion overall. 30 sale here is not a bad deal. It's a pretty good deal, and a conversion rate is also higher. So that's how social media marketing, the experience is how it works, from a awareness phase to a consideration phase to a final sales phase here. And then after that, we can actually have them share their post sale experience. How was the service? Can they do a short video on the Tata Motors channel, the ownership experience? They can go ahead and write some reviews on our LinkedIn, Meta, and Twitter channel, so that my marketing even goes more stronger. Usually Tata ke service center mein experience काफी खराब होता है, is what I heard. But if they are able to, nurture this post sale experience in a better way, that engagement is gonna go very strong. Now there's a reason Hyundai is excelling here. There's a reason Maruti Suzuki is excelling here, because they know how to give the customer a post sale experience. Gadi bechna should not be the only goal. The major goal is, how do I make sure that this person is a long lasting consumer for me? They, even if they upgrade a car after 5 years, it should be with Maruti or it should be with Hyundai only. That's how brand loyalty is, and that can only come up how exactly the post experience is. Make sense? Customer delight to ha. And India has one of the best, I would say, places where the customer management is amazing. Hospitality, our hospitality is amazing there. In US, you will miss that. You won't see that often here. It's more of a DIY job, do it yourself, almost everywhere. Unlike in India, if you there is a breakdown in your car, you go to a mechanic and fix that. You can get it done in like less than $1,000. In US, things are pretty rough and tight. If you have parts in your home, that's great. Otherwise, it's gonna cost you a bomb, almost like $100, $150. So usually students here, or who have recently moved, they would usually do it by themselves. So it's a DIY place kind of a thing. So we are blessed in India, I would say, because our hospitality has been one of the strongest so far that I have seen. After service is there, but even if it's a normal wear and tear, things are expensive, is what I'm saying. जैसे कि आपने कल टाटा की गाड़ी खरीदी, within a year or two, let's say there is a small breakdown, you get into a car, you get into a car shop, service center में ले गए, you speak to the guy, and the guy knows you, हाँ sir, you have bought the car, I'll do the service, give me 2 hours or 1 hour, I'll do it. It's not that easy here. Even if you have I would say car you've bought and it's within warranty, and if you want like ease of service, the service centers are very far, almost 45 minutes to an hour drive, and plus you need to have an appointment, and there is no guarantee whether the appointment will be fixed or not. Even they have confirmed, because there's a lot of labor shortages here. Yeah, that's the reason it becomes way pricier. One of my friend had to like replace tires. He had like the bill was around $270 just to replace the tires. The tires he already bought, he just wanted to replace them. I'm sure in India you're gonna go do that at a very cheaper price. So postal experience reviews, testimonials is something that you need to be very top of that. And let's move on to the next part. So now we have completed the what, why, and how part. What's next in the social media marketing, if I want to understand? So the next part is again a little more interesting. Consumer day-to-day life. What does that mean? Consumer day-to-day life for social media marketing, and why is it important? We are now getting into consumer day-to-day life section. Consumer day-to-day life section is nothing but our overall activity. So let's say 7 a.m. we get up, okay, and once we have woken up, once we woke up, we first thing that we do is unlock our phone. And what do you see? Notifications, correct? From notifications, what do you see? WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, correct? You see Intellipaat. You also see, let's say, missed calls, if any. Then what? On WhatsApp, you have messages. 7 a.m. you woke up, see messages, where were we? Messages. And usually the average time spent around here is 30 to 45 minutes. Now the next part. What is the next part? 9 a.m. After completing your schedule here, what do you usually do at 9 a.m.? At 9 a.m., travel. Meeting tension is the next part. Travel to where? Travel to work. We all travel to work. While we commute to office, Ola, Uber, Rapido, car, bike, private, whatever you have, you can travel on that. And then once you do that, while you travel, what is one thing you love to listen? Music apps. And those music apps can be what? Spotify, YouTube, Wink, Savan, correct? And then once you reach office, you start working on your desk, and then comes 11. At 11, what happens? Usually you have some quick snack, then you watch reels, shorts while having breakfast, you browse certain feeds like Instagram, Facebook, X, etc. And then comes the later part, which is 2 p.m. What happens at 2? 2 p.m. Nehul goes for lunch, checks again his WhatsApp status. You must have seen WhatsApp status more than 10 times since 7 a.m. Nehul. And then comes, he chats, he checks the calls and mails. And probably some folks also might want to do some shopping in that 1 hour just to browse. And in that shopping time, they would go to Myntra, they would go to Flipkart, Amazon, etc. etc. Since the lunch is of 1 hour, you still have good time handy. So what you can do is you can check some blogs, you can check some, let's say, how to have a good fitness regime, some cooking videos, travel videos, DIY videos, etc. etc. Then again, 5 o'clock, what happens? You have a tea time again. In that tea time, some tea, some people who have started early probably reached home. You can have some sports. Work starts at 5 p.m. Wow, lovely. Which industry, Mangesh, are you from? You can do some googling as well, like scrolling, browsing, etc., etc., etc. Then you reach home. Then 9 p.m. dinner, next day plan, any news that is going on, you can watch that. And finally, after dinner, 11 p.m., bit of Netflix, bit of messaging, bit of phone calls, and that's how the entire consumer day journey, day-to-day life looks like. I guess it's more or less the same, right? Except Saturday and Sunday, where our screen time is the highest. So what, why, and how? Consumer life. We have checked consumer life. Now the next part, which is Facebook. We call it as network of channels. On Facebook, we have two kinds of profiles here. One is a personal profile, personal profile for us that we have created for ourselves. So we can connect with our friends, family, relatives, etc. Expand our network. What's next? Then comes a business page. Business profile, yes. On personal profile, what we have is profile picture. We have bios. What is a bio? About yourself, correct? And then we have details. Details about what? Study, relationship status, work. Then you have photos. Under photos, you have a folder to save memory. Then you get into likes and follows. Usually business, celebrities, and influencers. That's what we do on Facebook. Now comes the business page. What do we have on a business page? Because that is what is more important. In the business page, you have a logo, business logo. You have a cover picture, don't you? You do have, right? Then you have a bio, which speaks about the company. You have contact details of the company. You mean to say the contact details of website, phone number, address. Then you have content sharing, which is nothing but the content can be in the form of text, image, infographics. Have you seen that? The business content, videos, podcast, articles, and blogs. What else do you have? Then you have a professional dashboard. That particular dashboard will show you insights. Insights about what? Insights about demographics. What kind of audiences are actually engaging with your content? Yes, you actually see that. I'll show you guys in the upcoming weeks. You see the age, gender, location. You can see engagement. Engagement can be likes, comments, shares. What else? You can also see engagement related to interests. Then in the business page itself, you will have like certain metrics. In that metrics, you will have a measurable data. You have reach, you have clicks, you have message, you have WhatsApp, you have reach to clicks to conversion, all those data. Then you also have metrics related to, let's say, post boost, if any post that you have boosted on social media, any ad that you have run, etc., etc. Those data will be available in that particular business page. So you can see the difference between a personal profile versus a business page. What kind of option Facebook gives for all the business users here. Business page, under business page we have professional dashboards, insights, demographics, age, gender, location, engagement, like, comment, shares, interests, and everything. In that professional dashboard we also have a couple of things which I wanted to add here. For example, we have settings and privacy. You might have seen this option. Okay, we have security option as well. Under security we have email, we have two-step authentication. That's what we have. Correct, everybody? And finally, the part which you have been waiting for, which is Ads Manager. In that Ads Manager, we have ad campaigns. Okay, we have ads. We have specific platforms. The platforms, let's say Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, Messenger, Audience Network as well. These are a couple of platforms, all the platforms basically of Meta, where you can actually connect with people, show the ads, browse the ads. What is Audience Network? Audience network is nothing but it's an extended network of Meta, just like Google Display Partners or Google Partner websites, where other website or other partners who are sharing the information with Facebook. Facebook decides to show the ads with them. Those are audience network. So what are Google Display Partners, Emmanuel? Websites who get traffic, healthy traffic, and who have partnered with Google, where Google can show ads on their website. Correct? So what is audience network for Meta? Audience network are nothing but collection of websites where people are browsing, apart from Facebook's owned and operated platform, where Facebook could tie up and have partnership with those platforms to extend their network of ads to those certain platform. And in exchange, they get audiences. Many are there, any third-party platforms. Here is an example. See, banner ads on a third-party platform. See, what else do we have on Facebook? We have Facebook groups. What is Facebook groups? Where you can bring along common perspectives, people under one roof, and it's highly effective. An example that you can give me of Facebook groups that you're part of. I'm not on Facebook, but just asking anyone who is part of Facebook groups. Yes, Truecaller is yes, as an example of audience network manager. Yes, car selling groups. Yes, realtors group as well. A lot of realtors would be there. Facebook events manager, Nagpur foodies. Okay, nice. Facebook events manager is nothing, not the kind of events that you're thinking in your mind. It's not event. It's basically a place where you can set up pixels for all your conversion tags, micro or macro. We'll get to that part in the later weeks, not today, but yeah, just giving you a brief. Then this were for Facebook network of channels. Apart from Facebook, we have a lot of the channels, market. Like for example, we have Instagram, a part of Meta only. We have LinkedIn. We'll see LinkedIn one ad later in the last session. X, which is Twitter previously. We have Pinterest. With Pinterest, we have like Snapchat. With Snapchat, we have like Quora. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 platforms and 7 Meta. So far, we have 7 platforms in India right now. If you can pick any other, Reddit bhi hai, Reddit ko bhi le sakte ho. These are some of the platforms where you can understand the network of channels which we were discussing. So we started off with social media marketing with what, why, and how. We covered the what part, why part, and how part. Then we moved on to understanding how exactly each and every question is important. Then followed by consumer day-to-day life. Then consumer day-to-day life, we understood the overall consumer journey, behavior, day-to-day life that they have. Then we have network of channels. We have Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, Pinterest, Snapchat, Quora. Now, the next part, the resources. In the resources that I can refer to understand this more, you can refer to Search Engine Journal. You can refer to, let's say, HubSpot to understand more about social media. When I say social media, not the course, but understanding the depth of it in terms of evolution of social media marketing overall. You can go to X as well, type any keyword, you can see as well. So these are a couple of resources which you can refer to. Even you have Harvard Business Review, you have Sprout Social, and you have Buffer. Apart from that, I'm here as well, which is from Intellipaat. A couple of digital marketing institutes is also you can understand the resources. So for me, most of them are free. It's usually free. These are resources, right? They have like blogs, testimonials, case studies. It's free of cost. We'll get to that now. I'm not sure how many of you have seen it, but Facebook Marketplace. How many of you have been to Facebook Marketplace? What is it? People said it's like OLX. Yes, it's like OLX, but it's a more, I would say, advanced version of OLX. It's pretty good. So, for example, if I want to, currently I'm based out of Arkansas, and if I want to change this location, and if I want to, let's say, check for Houston, let's say 3 miles or let's say 5 miles, click on apply. You can choose a location from here. Once you have chosen the location, you go to the search engine bar, and in the search engine, let's say you are looking for cars for sale. This will show you all the cars available for sale, be it new, be it majorly it's used market only. And let's say, for example, I'm actually looking to buy a car right now, and if I'm looking forward to buy a car, let's say I will go down, I can put a price quote here. Once I've chosen a price quote, uh, let's say this is the car that I'm willing to buy. This is around priced at around $3,000, and it's 2007 Lexus GS350, has gone over like 185,000 miles, roughly around close to 300,000 kilometers, I would say. And then the seller information is this. The seller is in Facebook since 2010, and I can see the description of the car as well. No check engine light, sensor light on, new tires was changed like a while ago. So it's great. So, and then I can see the miles per gallon, how much is it? And if possible, I can go ahead and, let's say, send a message to this person directly, and I can schedule a visit. If required, I can see the car pictures here, and then I can end up buying it. Not just that, if you want to see for your location for India as well, I can change it to Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, whichever places you want to, and you can actually get in touch with the buyers, sellers, and you can go ahead and 400,000, still good to go, man. The roads are pretty clean here. One of my friend got a 200,000 miles over Hyundai. It's running pretty strong. Let's see, what do we have for Delhi? It will take some time, but here it is. We have a couple of cars as well for sale in Delhi. Yeah, it's going pretty good here as well. We have Verna, we have like Honda City. You can search anything. This is a marketplace platform. This place is also pretty good. Why did I start with this place? Is because you need to understand how marketplace have started dominating the search engine here as well. If I want something, and if the user is on Facebook already, let's create a buy and sell platform already, and the person will be in my platform browsing my UI UX interface through that platform, and end up getting the product whichever the person is looking forward to. इंडिया में ये कितना चलता है मुझे नहीं पता, but I can see listings here. US में तो it's very good, even if students, specifically for students marketplaces, if they are moving to US for the first time for their undergrad or grad studies or PhDs, they can get a lot of options at a very cheaper price. Like for example, beds, mattresses, study tables. They like sell it off. So yeah, I'm not sure about how India this is working, but it's good here. Scam risks are also high, but not here, because in my apartment I'm the only one who's working. All three of them are students, so we all have, OLX is not here. So all the other three people are part of this university only, and they have experienced good, I would say, deals on Facebook Marketplace, because students are usually on a budget, right? They can't just go around flexing the money and all, especially the undergrads. Grads to chalo from India, they would gain some experience, save some money, and then they'll move in here. Undergrads, they have just completed their 12th and they move in, completing their undergrad studies here. So yeah, Facebook Marketplace is where you begin your overall journey in terms of buying and selling. Now, what's next? If I go to Facebook, here it is a demo profile which I have actually, went ahead and created just to start off my digital marketing, social media marketing places. And you can see here is my profile, here is Meta AI, here is my friend list, the memories, the saved, the groups, the video, the marketplaces. If I go to see more, I have the ads manager, I have the birthdays, I have climate science center, crisis response, events, feeds, fundraisers, messenger, and a lot of options here. Then I have 3 accounts which I'm associated with, Just Advertise, which is my own, Northern Moose, one of my client, Skincart, again one of my client. Both of them are from India as well. So here is a typical Facebook interface. I'm sure people who are on desktop are seeing the same kind of interface. And on the right hand side, I have my profile icon. If I click here, I have settings and privacy. I have help and support, display and accessibility, and everything as well from here. Then we'll start with pages. If I go ahead and let's say click on pages here, it will tell me which pages do I actually manage. So you can see create a post, create a post, create a post for 3 different accounts that I manage. Plus, if I do not have a page, I can create a page right from here. Let's create a page, everybody. Okay, click on new incognito window. Just go to google.com, type Facebook sign up. Just click on Facebook sign up, click on the first link. This is for people who do not have a Facebook account, not for everybody. Click on create new account. The rest of the people can use your email ID and password and click on login. Yahan pe it will ask your first name, last name. People who do not have an account, this is how you create one. First name, last name, date of birth, gender, mobile number, which is mandatory, email address mandatory, new password, sign up, you're done. Facebook home. On the left hand side, you can see all the options: meta.ai, friends, memory, groups, video, marketplace. Click on see more. Perfect. Click on pages. Click on the option create a new profile or page. Now there are 2 options here when you create a page, everyone: personal profile or public page. We will not go with personal profile. We already have a personal profile. We will create a public page. What is a public page? A public page where I want people to come and explore and connect with me. Click on public page, click on next. Scroll down, create a page to engage new customers and fans. Use advanced professional tools, assign access to others, get actionable insights, reach people, more people. Get started, my friend. Reach more people. And there you go. On the left hand side, getting options to fill the name. If you have an interest of opening a company or anything, what would be that industry and what would be the name? You can enter that name. Everyone, please do the same. If you want to open a page, what page will that be related to? Just enter the name of that page. Chaliye, the page is almost created. Any other thing is required? Let's see. Platform. So enter the opening hours. What hour are you? हो गया. Click on next. Left side पे next. अब आता है profile picture पे. चलिए guys, go to meta.ai. बंद नहीं करना, सिर्फ meta.ai open करना है. Now what is meta.ai? It's a platform offered by Meta everybody, where you can give a command just like ChatGPT, but more advanced, I would say. Click on login and it will generate images for you, headlines for you, descriptions for you. Bottom right पे arrow पे click करो. Bottom right पे जो है. Everybody logged into meta.ai. Now what you have to do is go back to your Meta business page, copy the description here, paste it there, give a space and type the command, create cover photo and profile picture image for Facebook page. Click on enter, the blue icon. Let's wait. Give a command, guys, everybody, for your own businesses that you're creating. There you go. You can click on animate and it will give you animate image as well. Looks great, everyone. You can change the size. Let's say cover photo के लिए आपको चाहिए 16:9. Generate. Click on generate. Yes. Click on generate again. Perfect. ये ऊपर वाला second वाला I guess is amazing. हाँ, उसको download पे click कीजिए. Now go to Meta business page. Click on the image. ठीक है, done. Go back to meta.ai. Download the profile picture. Change the ratio to 1:1 on the left. Generate. Perfect. First one, download. Go back to Meta business page and upload the picture on profile. Perfect. Add an action button. Click on add an action button. Click on try it. Click on view shop. Click on next. That's it. Next. So you can add a custom action button which is needed, which is good to make your app page more appealing. Why this is important, guys? Understand, making page is the first thing that you need to do. Click on next. Click on next. Next. Achha, come back. Go back to shop option is there. Go back to Facebook. Meta page again. Choose a different action button. Click on back. Facebook shop available है नहीं. Back. Learn more. That's it. Click on next. अपना website का link डाल दीजिए यहाँ पे. So for now, I'm driving the traffic to my website. Later on, I'll customize it basis whatever updates that I have for my shop. Make sense, everyone? Now you can click on invite friends. You can select all and everybody will get the invite to connect with your page. Now click on next. Click on done. Perfect. Congratulations, you have created your very first Facebook page. This is how you create a page. This is step 1.
in your social media marketing journey. The client will pay you to create a page, not just run ads. So अगर पेज नहीं बनाने आएगा तो फिर मुश्किल होगा. बिना पेज के आप Facebook ads नहीं बना सकते. I'm again telling you, without a Facebook page, you can't create a meta ad account. You can't run a meta ad without a Facebook page. A page has to be there. Now see the page information. He has posts on the top. He has about us. He has mentions. He has reviews. He has followers. Do some engagement, guys, on the page. Great. So now we have almost done the page creation and I'm very happy here. Let's see what else do we have. We have post, we have about, we have mentions, reviews. So now good job, guys. You have created the first step successfully. On the left hand side, you will see professional dashboard. If you click on that, you will understand this dashboard is, this will tell you how many people have engaged with your post, the reach. So for now, you have 2 followers. Okay. You have engagement. The post engagement will show up here. If anybody has liked your page, it will show up here as well. Scroll down. On the left, you can click on home as well. New followers. You will see there are 2 new followers. Scroll down. And then there is reaction, comment, shares, photo views, and everything. Scroll down again. Scroll down. Perfect. When you have 100 followers, you will see what kind of audiences you have here only. When I say audiences, I mean the age, gender, location. You will see it here. All right.
The last conclusion that we had here was network of channels. We had like logo, profile picture, metrics, ads manager, Facebook groups, Facebook events manager. Now, in addition to that, what I would try to understand, we'll move on to the next hierarchy part. And this is very, very important. What is it? How exactly it's going to work? Let's see. We call it as Meta Business Suite. How many of you have heard about this term before? What is a Meta Business Suite? And how different is it from the business page? We just covered the business page. We understood what is there in a business page. But what exactly is this? I've heard. Try. Guess. What is a Meta Business Suite? Just try. Unlike Google Ads, where you have a Google Ads platform and you log into your Google Ads platform and then you go ahead and control your ads. Then let's say you have a Google My Business. So you logged into Google My Business, you go to google.com and you type, let's say, GMB, and you log into Google My Business and control that account as well. Then let's say you log into Merchant Center, right? Again, a separate platform, and you go ahead and manage Merchant Center as well. In short, what I'm trying to say is when it comes to Google, Google has multiple businesses where we operate, but at the end, there are different platforms that I have to log in. There is not one single platform where I would be able to control all my apps within the dashboard. I'm sure it offers such option within Gmail, like the products in Gmail, but it's not like the way that I want it to be, because it offers everything of all Google products, not only the ads part or any other profile part. But when it comes to Meta Business Suite, Meta Business Suite is a one and all platform, which offers you to manage the presence of your profile, Shrikant, like Facebook, your profile, Emmanuel, like Instagram, and your profile like WhatsApp. So on one page, you can literally create and manage everything here itself. So for example, on your screen right now, you can see the page of a website which is skincart.co, which is related to skincare products. You have a Meta business suites here. On the left, I could see a home. On the left, I could see a notification. On the left, I could see an AdWords manager. I could see inbox. I could see content. I have a planner, ads, insight. And this is the magic. You create all tools and you could see all the tools associated with Meta. So it's one-stop solution for all your available apps and controls of your single Meta account known as Meta Business Suite. Make sense? So if you want to write the definition, you can write it down. Meta Business Suite is a free all-in-one tool which helps you manage your presence on Meta owned platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Yeah, Meta Business Suite is a free all-in-one platform or tool for which helps you manage your businesses on Meta owned platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. It's just a all in one tool, free all in one tool. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and understand here. We understood what is it. Now, what do we have inside it? So under Meta Business Suite, we have a profile. We can manage our profile. Okay. We can manage a page. We can manage ad campaigns. We can also do like tracking all this data. We can also do SDK setup. What is SDK setup? Basically tracking pixels, connecting an app through Meta like Shopify, WooCommerce, any other third-party platforms. I can do that as well. Any other apps as well I can connect. I can set up events and conversions. And also I can do like pixels as well. What is events? Events is basically setting up conversion action and then followed by running pixels too. So this is what WordPress offers. And on the left hand side, you can see the options which I have within the Meta Business Suite. Now, I'll show you the controls. How do you log into Meta Business Suite? You just go to google.com and just type Meta Business Suite. And then click on that. You log in to the business page. Now, over here, when we created a page, we went on to understanding like what exactly can we do. For example, if I have like a home section, I can see my page skin cart and see I have connected the Instagram as well and Facebook as well. I can see the messages. Over here, I can see manage my content as well, which is the planner. What kind of pages do I have? Some post on Instagram, which is automatically being linked here. And if I click on more posts, I can see a couple of other posts as well. I can see the post and reels as well for the brand, which probably I'm managing right now. But on the end, if I click on like X icon, I would exit. And then if I have ran any recent ad for this brand in the last like 60 days, I would see a performance here as well. Now, this ad and the Facebook ads that we are talking about are slightly different. This ad is something that you can directly run from here. Not much control you will get, just giving you a brief. But the ad that I'm going to create later today, a full-fledged campaign on Meta, that would be a different one. We'll talk about that a little later as well. On the left, we have a business portfolio. Now let's see what exactly do we have a business portfolio here. What kind of campaigns am I running? I can see here. What do I have as a profiles? I can see that profile as well. And I can see all of that on business settings. On the left hand side, then comes my notifications, which is a very important part. What do I have in the notifications? The ad is scheduled to run, tap for details. Your skin card ad is scheduled to run. And this is what the notifications that I get related to all notifications. Then I can go to businesses. I can see the business part as well. Notifications related to any business messages or business notifications, any settings, any updates. I can click on ads. I can see the notifications related to ads and certain profiles related notifications as well. Then on the left hand side, after home and notifications, we have the third option, which is AdWords Manager. Over here, you can see account overview, campaigns, audiences, billing and payments, and ads reporting. So let's go to AdWords Manager, let's go to account overview, and let's understand what do we have there. And now we have come to Ads Manager section. We'll create a full-fledged ads account later today, but just giving an overview here. On this, you can see what kind of options do I get. So this is an ads platform, a standalone dedicated Facebook ads platform. You can see the URL adsmanager.facebook.com. Now, if I go ahead and go to campaigns, I can create a campaign right from here. Then within the ads interface, I'm still on the ad interface. I can go to ads reporting. What kind of reports do I generate? What kind of reports do I want to see? I can get into that in detail, like the granular level part, which is the ad section part. And in the ad section, I would be more than happy to also customize the report and send it off to my client in a weekly basis. See, over here, I can have the matrices on your screen ready. From month May to 1st of May to 31st of May, this has been the performance. My campaign has spent close to 600 INR with a frequency of 1.03. Impressions has been 7,000. Reach has been 6,842. By spending 587, I was able to reach a unique audience size of close to 7K. Not bad, I would say, but we need to get to the sales part. There's some custom issue related to the pixels. We'll fix that. And yeah. Then on the left hand side, we have audiences. And below that, we have billing and payments. So let's go to audiences first. Here, I can see the audience center accounts, what matters to you, like we can create a custom audience, lookalike, save. I'll all explain this in detail. And then I have billing and payments. You can add a credit card, debit card, just like Google, and you can start making payments automatically for your ads. Then we have Events Manager and certain other tools. And I'll come back to the previous page. Then that's it. Then comes inbox and then comes content. Let's go to content and see what do we have under content within the Meta Business Suite. On the left, you can see how many posts have I uploaded, any reels, any stories, any A/B testing, any feed related post, any mentions and tags, any clips, playlist, series. So let's start with post first. How many posts have we published? We have like frizz, dry ends, dull hair, say goodbye to all of it with this Velasi hair hair cream or hair care here. Date published 20th May, and I could see a couple of reach. I have seen like 29 comments, 8 shares, and this is all organic. Okay, we did not run any ad. It was just a post which my client did on her profile, business profile, which was skinguard.co. Then we had sun protection that doubles as your beauty vesties, yes please. And we have 74 likes, 43 comments and shares. If you want to publish a post or a reel, you can go ahead and do it from here on the top right corner. You can create a post, you can create a reel, and then you can continue seeing the data from here as well. So it's like, I would say, promoting a content without paying a single penny to go ahead and to Meta. It's just like an organic part of it. So if you're like, no, Avik, I don't have money right now, I don't want to spend on ads, I just want to learn how social media marketing works. So this is the step one. This is the foundation part. On your Meta Business Suite, you can go to content. Content gives you an option to create a post, to create a reel, and later on you can track the reel from here. So if you want to create a post right from here, you can create a story, you can create a post, you can create a reel. So let's say if I want to create a post from here, On the left hand side, you can see skincard.co and skincard official. You need to choose which page do you want to post. So I want to post it on my Facebook page and I want to post it on my Instagram page. Over here, then you need to add a photo or a video. What photo do I need to publish? So click on photo and video. Then I can choose any photo from here. Let's say I want to promote this particular product, which is anti-hair fall shampoo. You can then, if you want, you can change it. I can add certain tags if I want to. I can add a video as well. Then I can put a text. And where do you want to post? Choose the page and platform on the top, which is post to text solution. You have Instagram as well. You can connect your Instagram later on. For now, you can skip it and then add a photo or a video. Now enter the text what you're promoting. Giving a command, give me descriptions of AC inverter, and I'm posting my post first time on Meta Business Suite. Great. So here's a possible description for your business. Great. Copy the same and paste it. Copying the same and pasting it. On the top, on the right hand side, you can see text solution introducing your trusted partner. And he can see since you're posting now before you publish. Wait a second. If you see, guys, on the left hand side, here's an option which says scheduling options. Just like Google Ads, you can schedule a post. If you turn on the schedule option, you can actually see the Facebook part where exactly he wants to schedule. For now, just keep it for today only. Select the time right now. What is the time right now? Just select that time. Click on cancel and turn off the scheduling for now. Then you have a public and restricted icon. Once you publish, this will be public post. If you want, so you can keep it a restricted post as well. It all depends on the client. And then click on done and let's see the post, how it looks like, Sathak. Over here, this is the post that, now there's the calendar which you have clicked on. On the left, click on content on above that. Here, he can see there are 4 reach. Now, if he wants to create a reel, he can create a reel right from the top. We have created a post, now we'll create a reel as well. Create a reel. Do you have your Instagram? Do you want to connect your Instagram? So you can copy and paste the same description which you did from meta.ai and go to meta.ai, give it a command, create a Facebook reel for AC inverter services. Give a command, create a let's see how it works. Give a command, create a new reel for Facebook Business Inverter. So this is how a typical reel looks like, and with the description that he wants to. So we'll not download it right now, but this is how the reel would actually show on your phone or laptop. Go back to the Meta Business Suite. Since you do not have it, will not copy someone else's content. That's actually not correct. But do you understand the part? And you can actually upload any song or any audio from here, which is available with Meta. Make sure you don't get a copyright strike. That is also important. So either you use a non-copyright songs or you use your own songs. So usually I have seen people using Bollywood movie song and using it on Insta Reel. That's great as far as it's not monetized, but if it's monetized, then you will lose all the earnings, is what I'm saying. So make sure that that comes into your mind. अगर आप Instagram पे organic कर रहे हो तो ठीक है, but अगर आपका channel monetized है, then तो problem हो जाएगी. you lose the earnings. ठीक है? You can use the audio as well. You can use the video as well as you want. Then you can click on next. And here you can click on share your story, share to groups. Click on the group that you want to share. There is no group right now. Click on share and job's done. That's it. So we have created one reel, we have created one post. That's it. On the left, now what do we have? We have stories. Now we saw a post, we saw a reel. What is a story? Reel is again nothing but a longer format of a post, where post is basically can be in the form of image and video. It's all club. If it's an image post, it's again a static. If it's a reel, it's going to be in the form of video. The video length can be between 6 seconds to 30 seconds. I'm not sure if it's 1 minute right now. I'm not going to comment, but I guess it's 1 minute right now. So if you ask me, Avik, is Instagram Shorts reels? Yes, it is kind of a reel only, but YouTube has called it as a Shorts. It all started with TikTok back in 2019 and 2020 before it got banned, and Instagram saw the opportunity, YouTube saw the opportunity and started promoting Reel. So again, Reel is a form of video, a very short video in a form of portrait, which fits your mobile screen. Post in the form of image is an image, is a static image, which helps you, give the image a better reach there to your followers. Story is again a status which disappears automatically within 24 hours. So Reel, post, and stories. Let's go to next part, which is A/B testing. Click on A/B testing. Now it says we can create an A/B test right now, but it'll not get into the A/B testing part unless we have understood the campaign and stuff. But just to give you a brief, if you can click on create A/B test. So basically you can create a format, select a format here. Let's say you want to test two different versions of a product in the form of, let's say, image. That's version 1. Add an image. Click on add photo. Great. Add a text. You have to go back and copy it from the previous meta.ai. Perfect. So that's version 1 on the right hand side. Now let's go to version 2. Again, image. Add a photo, a different one. Copy the same text. Works. Now scroll up, have a quick look, guys. Made two different variations of, one is Anand Refrigerations, one is Tech Solutions. And the text is more or less the same, it's just the image is different. Now click on next. Test name is creative test. Give the name as a creative test. Perfect. Description is not needed right now. You can skip it. Determining a winner. Now we need to choose what are we, gonna make a winner out of what metric? Reactions. Click on reactions. Drop down. See, you can choose a winner from comments. How many comments each of the sharers got? You can choose a winner from how many posts have got shares, people reached, or link clicks. I guess people reached is the first foundation, I feel. Click on people reached. Test duration 2 hours. Now it's too short. 3 hours, 24 hours maximum time allowed. So tomorrow when we come back, we'll have a winner and we'll see which one has got a clear, hands-on winner from the post. Click on preview and publish. So variables, image, testing, creative test, publishing now. Who can see this? Public, people reached. So my key metric is how many people have I reached? Okay, everyone. And what is the duration of the test? It's going to be 1 day. What happens next? So Facebook, after the test has ended, will notify the results, and the winning post will be the only one distributed moving forwards. You can view the results on the A/B test tab tomorrow. Click on publish now. We are creating your test. Similarly, you can do a test for videos as well. You can do a test for link clicks as well. You can do a test on stories as well. So thus the post gets posted twice. Let's see, it's done. Your A/B testing has created the winning version of the post. Click on done, refresh. Let's see. It is only one post, but system will try to understand using AI and machine learning which out of the two is the winner in the next 24 hours. So it's going to be one post only. The A/B testing is having two creatives. So system decides which one of the two will be the winner out of the same. And over here, preview my one, number of post 2, status live now, time and impression, 23 hours remaining. Now in the feed, you can see what kind of post have you published so far. If you scroll down, you can see the date range 27th May to 31st May. He has published like 2 posts. So feed and grid is basically, you can see in a smaller format, how many posts have you promoted so far. Then let's go to mentions and tags. Now you tell me, what is mentions and tags? Can we edit here? We can't, right? The second one. It's not allowing. Create post. I'll give you a live example. Wait. Add a photo. Can you see an option of a tag option? Click on tag beside the pencil icon. You can tag people here or you can tag businesses here. That's one way of looking at it. Second, if let's say I have collabed with Surabhi or Sushila or Shrikant, these three are micro influencers on Facebook or Instagram. Micro influencers are someone who have a follower of between 10,000 to a lakh. So I have reached out to them and they have promoted my product, tagging my business on Instagram or Facebook. So I would see my post ka tag getting tagged with their post as well. Hote hai na influencers, if I've collabed with them, what Sarthak said earlier in the message. So if someone has tagged me promoting my product on their reel, I can see the data under tags as well. Make sense? Click on cancel. Cancel again. Discard changes. Now on the left, click on clips. Click on clips by stream. What is clips? Clips are nothing but it's a short video moments created from longer video moments. So basically you can actually find, edit, share clips in the content section. So in the content section, if you have a longer video, you can trim it and you can see the clips here. It's a good feature. Yeah, exactly. Just a highlight for something that you have already posted, and that's just a top up to that by trimming it. Then we have playlist. What do we have in playlist? Then I have a reel playlist. I have a video playlist. Click on reel playlist. How many of you have YouTube or any other music app access like Spotify, Ghana, Savan? Do we have a playlist there of our own? Do we have a playlist? I can do the same here. I can write what kind of playlist. Let's say I have 10 products. I'm doing AC refrigeration as well, repair. I'm doing like AC repair, refrigerator repair, all other electronic repairs. So whatever AC that I have repaired in the past, I have videos for that. I can upload those reels here and I can choose and save those files. Similarly, if I have refrigeration videos as well, I can upload the same and share it as well here. So basically, I'm preparing my own playlist. What will that help me in? So Surabhi, it will help me in if I in the future I'm trying to create a new ad for any of my previous posts, I can directly go to the playlist and choose the file from there rather than uploading it again from my desktop or laptop. Now we have series on the left. Has any one of you before explored all these options on Meta? No, right? Now what is a series? This I want you guys to do a homework. Come back to me with me tomorrow. Tell me, okay, note it down. This is a homework and tell me what is a series. Pause it right now. We don't want it. Now, what's next in the lineup? The next in the lineup is on the left. Content. Let's go to planner. Now, what is a planner? Planner is basically a calendar which is giving you all kinds of visibility, what you want to do throughout the month, throughout the year. Remember I told you guys about every brand has a peak season and a non-peak season in the past. Now, let's say in January you have a 1 lakh rupee budget and you want to spend 60% of it by June and the remaining 40% by December. So 60,000 you will spend in the first 6 months, dividing 2 quarters, JFM and AMJ. Let's say AMJ would happen 50% and JFM is also 50%. So you can actually plan in this calendar what exactly you want to do during each month of that quarter. So for example, I have AMJ June is starting, and then the next 40% budget I need to distribute between uh, August, September, October, and OND. So in July, August, September, JAS May, what exactly I'll do is I'll plan. So I'll go to calendar in the month of, click on month on the left, change it to July 1st. I can just click on schedule here on the first icon, Tuesday, that is June. Yes, click on plus, schedule a post, schedule a story, create a reel, schedule ad. I can actually schedule a post which will automatically go live on July 1st. I can schedule a story which will automatically go live again on July 1st. And I can create a reel which will automatically go live on July 1st and schedule an ad as well. So I can prepare an entire future proof calendar with the content that I know I will be promoting throughout this year. Is that great? Same आपको वहीं ले जाएगा. पोस्ट पे क्लिक करोगे, क्लिक करो, आप वहीं जाओगे जो हमारा कंटेंट के अंदर जो पोस्ट वाला ऑप्शन था. कुछ नया नहीं है. It's just that you are doing it in advance. नहीं वहीं से जाओगे आप कैलेंडर से ही. Yes, click. See, you came to the same page. Change it to 30th of June, 29th. Okay. So basically the maximum window buffer is 1 month is what Facebook is saying. ठीक है. I'll correct myself there. Facebook has now given you a window of a maximum of 29 days. So you can set up an advanced scheduling 29 days in advance, then the day you're starting so that you can schedule a post. Click on cancel here. On the left, what do we have next? Insights. Click on view all insights. Click on overview first. We'll start with overview. Insights. Insights is basically nothing but you can see what has been the overall performance insight related to your post. Performance insights related to your post. The date range is 3rd May to 30th of May. There has been 6 views from non-followers 100%, from followers 0%. All the views that came are from non-followers, that's fine. The reach is also 3 from non-followers, scroll down again. The net interactions are 0%, follows 0%, and I can see what has been the recent content that I have promoted. It's again a one-stop dashboard. We can see all the data for your clients. Click on plan. You have weekly plan, publish one ad, connect to Instagram, publish one post on Facebook, publish one story on Facebook, maintain a response rate of 1%, visit insights. You can see the same here as well. Then click on results. You can see export views, reach, custom interactions, link clicks. Click on audience. What kind of demographics have interacted with your audiences? You can see that as well. Like you can see followers, you can see trends, you can see potential audiences, age and gender, towns and cities, top countries. Then click on messaging. Close this box. How many contacts have actually messaged you? You can see that. Messaging conversation started, and then benchmarking. Click on benchmarking on the left, benchmarking. Compare your performance against businesses in the home service category. You have Facebook lower than others in followers, follows lower than others, content lower than others. Then you have overview and content. Click on overview. 6 views, 3 reach, watch time, and click on post. Now on the top there is post. You can see the graph. ये post का data है. Then stories, then reels, then videos, then live. Click on content, and again the same content. Last but not the least, earnings. I'm sure all of you will be excited about this part. What is earnings? Great. So we have covered Meta Business Suite, most of it. Now on the left hand side, there is a sandwich icon. Click on all tools. The sandwich icon, all tools. 3 dashes. उसके ऊपर all tools. उसके ऊपर all tools. Guys, जितने भी options मैंने सिखाए हैं, just memorize it. If you're appearing for a digital marketer interview, on the left hand side, you have 3 sandwich icon again in the bottom left one. ठीक है. Now on the first tab, open the first tab. ये नहीं, Meta Business Suite नहीं, अपना first tab जो है. Profile icon पे click. Any profile icon. Page है ना, profile icon पे जाइए. Click on that. Click. आया profile icon. अब लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में क्या आ रहा है? फेसबुक आइकन पे क्लिक ऑन फेसबुक आइकन. यहाँ पे आ रहा है meta.ai, friends, welcome, marketplaces, groups, video marketplace. Click on see more, ads manager, birthdays, climate science center, events, feeds, fundraisers. We'll go to groups now. Group is nothing but it's again a feature where you can collaborate with like-minded people which have the same interest that you have created the group for. For example, let's say you have create a new group. The group name, let's say create a group basis whatever your interest is right now. Has to choose a privacy. Is it a public group or do you want to keep it a private group? Up to you. So click on create. Once she has created the group which is bridal makeup, she'll scroll down and she's an option which says invite people to join. You can select the people that you want to invite from here. Just select 1 or 2 people if it's okay. Send invites. Perfect. Now it says add a cover photo. Do you have a photo that you can choose? Yeah, you can upload or you can use Meta AI as well. Done. Saved? I guess it's saved. Save changes. Save changes option is there on the top right corner. There you go, save changes. Now scroll down. You need to add a description, and you can use a description. Let's say whatever the page's group is all about. Now you need to copy the link and share it on the chat. Which chat? The chat which is there for this meet. On the bottom you have WebEx icon. Yes. वहाँ पे देखो chat का option होगा ऊपर. आपके स्क्रीन के ऊपर एक ऑप्शन आ रहा होगा येलो कलर में. Select that icon. It will show you the chat option. Then select chat from there, and you can copy and paste it here. You can access the page. So this is how groups are created, and you can collaborate with people who can, we have a like-minded ideas there. And can you create a multiple group? Click on the back arrow. Let's see if we can create multiple groups. Create a new group. Let's say the group name is all about AI. Keep the I and in the last I in small letters. Perfect. Choose privacy. Now let's say we'll keep it private. Click on create. Okay. Now go to meta.ai and select a cover photo for your page. Meta.ai. Open a new window. Yes. Meta.ai. Perfect. Give it a command. Create a cover photo for a page or a Facebook group page related to AI. Give a command. Select your date of year of birth. You need to be 18 years and older to use AI, which I'm sure you are. So just choose like 2000, 1998, 9, whatever. Great. Continue. Click on login. Yeah, continue as your own name. नीचे continue पे click कीजिए. Scroll down. Confirm. Okay, let it generate now. Whichever page you want to go with. Click on the image, the first one or the second one. First open the image, then download. If you hover your mouse on the image, there is a download icon there. Perfect. Now go back to your Facebook page, group. The third last window. Yes. Select edit, upload photo, downloads, the first one. Save changes. Perfect. Scroll down, add a description. Go to Meta AI, give a command. Give me a Facebook description for a group related to AI. Copy it. Go back to your Facebook page, add a description, paste it. What is the last thing that it's asking you to do? Create a post. Click on create a post. Upload the same image. Click on the image icon. Add a photo video. Click on add a photo video there. Select the first photo. Open. Scroll down. Post. Perfect. Now copy the page link and share it on the group. So people have started to join. On the right hand side, now you have requests. See. And on the top, you have option to approve all or decline all. All right, so Meta Business Suite is done. All the icons are covered. We have covered groups as well. Now, In the group, what else can I do? Go to the group homepage. First of all, click on approve all so that you understand how the members works here. Great. Now click on the group. Go to community home. Scroll down. There are 9 members in the group right now. Not bad. Now see the options that you see in the group. First of all, discussion is going on. What discussions you can want, you can continue. Click on members. You can write a welcome post here for all the members. Hi guys, welcome to this group. This group is all about discussions on new AI trends. Will AI take over digital media, or will it be beneficial for all the brands? Go to events and click on find events. There is no find events right now. Scroll down. Click on find events. Discover events. Create new event. So you can create an event here. Yes, actually you can create an event. Select the profile Glam Hub by Shagun. Profile drop down. That's it. Okay. Now event name is AI, all about AI group members meetup. Make it as virtual meetup. And let's say the meetup date is probably May 31st. You can choose the date at 11 p.m. or you can choose a different date. That's up to you. Let's say 1st of June. Tomorrow is Sunday. And Sunday morning, you want to go for, let's say, 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. Then you will have a Facebook Live. Schedule a Facebook Live for your event so that people can watch. Or you can choose add a link so that people know when the event starts, or other clear instructions on how to participate. There are 3 options. So let's go with Facebook Live first. And then scroll down. This event is public. Anyone or of Facebook will be able to see it once you publish it. Then options are coming up. Market your event. Drop down. Select on that. Choose a category. Who do you want to market this event for? Visual artist, social issues, comedy, crafts, dance, drinks, TV and movies. So since the event is public, Facebook will try to get you as many audiences as possible. Okay. Then let's go to the second one. What is the second one? Add a co-host. You can actually add a co-host here. If your friends who is added there, who knows more about AI or is from a tech background, you can add that co-host as well. If you click inside the box. So these are your friends whom you can choose to be the co-host there as well. Okay. Let's go with the third one. Scroll down. Add tickets. If you have tickets for this event, like book my show link, you can paste it here. Then repeat event. जैसे अपना Google Meet में होता है ना, Teams में, we have a recurring meetup calendar. We can do that. Then the last, which is communication settings. Show guest list, host people in an event. Post must be approved by host. Post and comment detected as potential spam will be held for your review. All those things. Now scroll up to the top. We chose Facebook Live, right? Let's choose the second option. External link. If you have a Google Meet link that you want to go ahead and schedule, you can put it here. So it should not be only Facebook link live. It can be a Google Meet, a Teams link, a Zoom link. Click on other. Scroll down. This event is for public, and that's it. So you can close this event box since we are not actually creating an event, but yeah, you can do it in case if you want to in the future. Great. Leave the page. Now, since we have understood how to create an event, click on the back arrow. Click on membership questions on the bottom. No, on the left bottom, membership questions. Ask pending members up to 3 questions when they request to join your group. So for example, any member, let's say click on add a question. The first question, let's say going forward, any new user wants to join a group. You can ask a question like, let's pick a basic question. Let's say, do you know about AI? On the right, you have a question type. It can be checkboxes, it can be multiple choices, it can be an answer. Or let's say you remove this question and you put a different question. How do you think AI has evolved over the years? Please share your thoughts. Okay? If the person is seriously interested in joining the group, that person should speak about AI, right? Question types, select the drop down, let's say write an answer. Save. That's it.
All right. So WordPress, WordPress is one of this content management system tool. Okay. WordPress is basically a content management system tool, and content management is what? Managing the content, right? So there are a lot of different other products available in the market today. So WordPress is one of them. Then Optimizely CMS is there. Adobe has Adobe Experience Manager, Magento, then Shopify. Then a lot of other tools are there, right? Wix and all are there. WordPress is very popular because of the level of integration that WordPress provides. In WordPress, we define that as plugin, and you'll come to know, like let's say you have designed a website. So in that website, you want to integrate, let's suppose you want to integrate a language. Okay, so you can integrate with the help of plugins. Yes, powerhouse of WordPress, right? So you can have let's say Google Analytics plugin, you can have SEO plugin, you can have let's say this chat plugin, everything, whatever, tomorrow you start with an e-commerce. So tomorrow you say, I want this payment. So payment gateway plugin also you can have. So, okay. So our work would be to create a WordPress account, and from WordPress account, it is very easy to navigate and go and understand about different plugins and all. Okay. So, but before that, let's understand what is WordPress and what is content management system. Okay. So there is a web browser. You request on a web page or a file in a browser, right? What happened? You go to Google, you go to the browser and type google.com, right? Then your DNS, that is the domain name service, will check the domain name. So tomorrow, if Ayushi wants to open her website, ayushisharma.com, so if that website exists or not, your DNS will check the domain, right? So if the DNS finds that yes, the domain is there, so it will show you the page, right? Then the site web server will send back the data of the requested web page. So now what happened? Whenever let's say anyone goes and type ayushisharma.com, so DNS will check yes that exists, and then it will show you. So this is how the web browser to domain name service to your hosted web server is actually working. Okay. Now to understand about the content management system, so CMS is basically a software platform. It's a platform actually. Content management is a platform. WordPress is a platform wherein we can create pages, we can manage pages, we can modify the pages. Today, Swaraj has created a particular website, right? So tomorrow Swaraj wants okay, Swaraj website has 10 pages. Tomorrow Swaraj wants to add another 20 more pages. So he can always go and create those pages. He can manage. If the pages are created, you can delete the page, you can rename the page, you can modify the page, all those things you can do. Because it's a platform wherein all the content related activities can be done. Wherein you can make all the modification changes, everything based on your requirements. Okay. So it is how the content management normally works. Okay. And the best part is if Rahul is working there, Swaraj is working there, let's say other people also wants to work, yes, you can work it. Because there you have the option to have multiple users to work at same time. So maybe let's say one of the user will be working in terms of creating the pages. The other user is modifying. The third user is actually designing the pages. Okay, updating some images. So multiple people can manage that. And to manage those platforms, to manage those applications, you need to give the access control also, right? So if Swaraj is a website, he can think okay, let me give Rahul the admin access. So admin means Rahul can modify, Rahul can update, Rahul can delete, Rahul can change, whatever is what. Admins means you have the master access there, right? So similarly, like let's say if Swaraj says like that I want to give only like the edit option to Ayushi. So Ayushi can only edit. So Swaraj says I want to give Ritesh like the read only access. So Ritesh can only see. Okay, he cannot edit, he cannot modify because he has the read access. So you can give a lot of different access based on the requirements. Okay. Now in a CMS environment, you have the options to modify, create, manage, measure, deliver, develop, optimize, and extend. So first of all, what is creating? Creating means you have to create multiple pages, right? So creating means when you create your page, when you let's say like you have a website to be created, you created pages, like 10 pages created. So there is page creations. Then you have the manage. Manage means you will try to manage the content. You will try to write certain things. You will try change certain things. That is manage, right? So manage is basically how you manage things, like what all things you need, what all things you do not want. You can delete, you can archive, all those things you can do, right? Then comes the measure. Measure means you need to understand the pages that you've created, whether it is successful or not. How do you understand whether let's say 10 pages are there. Out of the 10 pages, which pages are most engaging, which pages have the maximum bounce rate. So we need to understand those metrics, because then you will be able to see in if you have the digital marketing course, that will surely be covered, those metrics. So I will not go deep into that, but I'll give you a high level understanding. So let's suppose let's assume you come to the website. Okay, this is one website when a person visits and come out instantly without giving much time on the site. Okay, so Swaraj, you are partially right. When a person visit and come out instantly, okay, without giving it doesn't mean that without giving much time on the site. It can be something like let's say you come here and within a second you clicked on this particular page. So let's suppose you open HubSpot.com and then from there you went and clicked on let's say within a second you clicked on this one, okay, and then you close this. So will it be a bounce rate? No, it will not be a bounce rate, because bounce rate means when a person comes and leave the page without any activity, without any interactions, without any engagement. Okay. So whenever a user comes to your website and within a fraction of a second the user will leave or not, that's a separate thing. But if the user do not interact with any other page, do not interact with, let's say if I come here and refresh the page and then I close the window, then it is not a bounce rate, because in bounce rate it has to be always one single page. Whenever you come to HubSpot.com and you click here, it's a double page, right? 2 times the page is open. This is 1 time the page is open. Whenever you refresh or you click it again, it's a second time. So please remember one high definitions of bounce rate is when your first page is the last page with zero interaction and zero engagement. There is no interaction, no clicks, nothing, no scroll, no clicks, no hover, not hover, not searching, nothing is doing the user. And then it should be one single page. That means there should be one single page. So the first page would be the last page, but in that page it will have only one time the page will open. It will not be that I clicked that page, refresh the page. So there is a bounce rate. Okay. So yeah, so we were discussing about measure, right? So measure means understanding that whether your website is performing better or not, whether your website is able to let's say get to the certain goals that you have captured, right? So to measure the success of your website, you would need some data point, which WordPress will give you. WordPress has their own inbuilt system that will give you the data that yes, this page is performing good and all. Otherwise, you can have your Google Analytics implemented. You can have your SEO. SEO, I hope everyone knows, right? Search engine optimization. Okay. So what is SEO? right? Search engine optimization. So whenever you go to google.com or bing.com or yahoo.com, these are your let's say this can be considered as your search engines, right? So now let's suppose I come and I want to browse through a particular keyword called flight booking. Okay, now when I search for flight booking, so when I come from this particular flight booking keyword, now look at this, there is a sponsored ad and there are free ads, right? So whenever you see this free ads, these are search engine, these are SEO, these are organic result. Okay, so this is my search engine, which is Google search engine. This is my search keyword, that is anything that I'm searching in Google is my search keyword, and these are my search results. Okay, so these are my search results, and when I search for this, there is something mentioned as sponsored, so these are paid search result. So this is my sponsored ad. So these are the sponsored ads, and then you have organic ads. So sponsors means you are paying money. Sponsors means you are paying money to get the visibility here, right? And organic means it is by default. You are doing good content and all, so you are getting the visibility here. So in terms of the WordPress account creation, it is very important that in your WordPress you will get this SEO benefit implemented. Okay, so we'll try to develop how SEO can be benefited with the help of WordPress, but for paid ads you need Google AdWords tool. Now whenever you want to go to plugin, I would recommend that do not copy the plugin just because you see that coming from. Okay, I'll show you. I'll show you everything. So first of all, please understand there is something called plugins. Okay, let me show you. See, this is my WordPress account. Okay, are you able to see? So this particular setup that you see here, this is one WordPress account I created for Jaipuria. So that's why I'm showing you. But this one that you see here, this is the backend. This particular backend you all will create. Okay. So just to give you an understanding here, first of all, I started discussing something that when there was a question that is WordPress better. I would say WordPress better than Shopify if you want to explore plugins. Now the question is, what is the so now the question is that when I want to use the plugin, what is plugin? Plugin is any third-party tools that you want to integrate with your WordPress. Why do you want to integrate? Because you would be able to manage, let's say, as I mentioned that in plugins you have language plugin, right? You have something called let's say chat plugin. You have something called Google Analytics plugin. You have something called SEO plugin. So the best part is the plugins will come inbuilt with your WordPress. You do not have to integrate anything. Whenever you go, so here you can see there is something called Yoast plugin, right? So we were discussing about Yoast plugin. Now what is Yoast plugin? Automate technical SEO and make optimizing content a breeze with the executive feature. So that means I am able to manage my SEO with the help of this plugin. Okay. Now, if you already have a separate SEO team, will help you understand how this is done. But they're let's suppose you are a one team member or two team member organization. So you do not want to hire many people. You want to manage with the help of plugins. You can do from here. So there are a lot of plugins actually available. Okay, you just need to search. You will have that confidence. Okay. So this plugins is something that will help you manage all your third-party activity. Now you all understand. See, we have developed a website. So is website development the only purpose, guys? Revant, is website development is the only purpose? Yes. You need data to see that whether how many people are coming to the website, right? How many people are bouncing from your website? How many people are filling up the form? It's an e-commerce website. Then you will try to see how many people are adding a product to the cart, purchasing the product. So from where you get that data? You get that data from analytics. So what you will do here? You will come and integrate Google Analytics. Okay. So what I'm saying is this interface that you see here will be once we create your WordPress account, this interface will be available to you. Then we will go to the plugins and we will add all the plugins that is necessary to your website, right? Let's say Google Analytics, language. For for language we have this Google Translate, right? You can have Google Translate, you can have chat, you can have something called let's say form. If there is a form integrations you want to do, you can do that as well. So lot of plugins, thousands and thousands of plugins. The best part with WordPress is these plugins, and then you have these themes also. Second one is the themes. Look at this. There are so many themes available. Themes are nothing but the designs. There are so many designs available. You will be happy to see, whatever design you need, you'll have that. You do not need a developer or a designer to create a design for you. It has plenty of designs. Okay. So there is something called Google Speed Index. Okay. Google Speed Index. So when you go to this one and any website, so let's suppose I want to check the performance of Intellipaat. Okay, INT. So this is my website. I'll copy this. These are required once your website is developed. Okay. Now I come to this. I will click here. Now look at this. It gives me the speed of mobile and desktop, right? So now Intellipaat is mostly in the average and in the green. So red means you are not doing good. It is in let's say dangerous situation. Okay, orange is average, green is that you are doing wonderful. Okay, so and similarly in desktop also you can have the data, and desktop it is doing pretty good. You can see the numbers will come very soon. So why the performance? This is known as LCP, largest contentful. Okay, so you can see 74 is the performance, right? So there are mostly things in the green, there are mostly things in the orange, there is red also, because of which the performance is in middle. So if it is goes beyond 85, then probably it will be green, right? 90, 95, that will be green. So why is see, it is 90 to 100 is green, it should be always above 85. How to increase LCP, CLS? Is there any technique? Yes. So here you will see that they have given all the required let's say steps, diagnostic steps. How can you increase the largest contentful paint? Now, what is LCP? LCP is how much time. Of course, it has to be in second, because let's suppose Ritesh has a website. I open the website and it took me 20 seconds. Do you think I'll wait for 20 seconds for the page to hover and over? So even that's the challenge, right, guys? So largest contentful means to load your entire content, how much second it took, right? So interaction means how much time it took to interact, one paint with another paint, and then 2 to 3 seconds is good, yeah. So and first content means once I open this website. So let's say when I open this website, so this is my first content, right? So whenever I open. So this is my first content. How much time to load this first content? How much time to load this entire content? So those things are measured in the time in your speed index. Now, if you go through this data, it will recommend you. See, third-party code block, layout shape, all those things are mentioned here. You just click and it will give you the reasons here. So you can see all the reasons, and the developer will start working around this, because your purpose should be always clear, that I have to make sure that my page load is minimized. If the page load is heavy, your performance of the SEO will be impacted, your performance of the overall website will be impacted, right? So how do we do? Because we were discussing that we should not go and update every plugins that is free. We should select what all is important in our case. So in this case, what is happening, guys? Let's suppose if this is my website, okay, there is Google Analytics plugin, you go to the Control U. So what will happen? There are multiple plugins here, right? One by one. So first plugin and first code will read, pass. Then second code means second plugin, third plugin, fourth plugin. So automatically what happened? One by one, each of the plugin is loading. So this page is getting delayed, right? It's getting heavier. The load time is increasing. So that's why I am saying that we need to focus around the plugin that is more important for our business. Not that just because free, get every plugins included, right? For Amazon, you wanted to see Amazon.in also. It's very simple. You just go and type Amazon.in. Okay. So you can see it is diagnostic and the report will come. And this keeps on changing. Do not think that this is the final one. It will keep on changing. The developer does some good things, it will change after some time. That way it works. Okay, so the report will come. Now, is there any plugin to increase the site speed or only developers can do? To increase the site speed, you should check the data. There is something called Lighthouse also. Okay, so you can install another one, Lighthouse. Just try to write it down. Lighthouse speed test. This is Chrome extension. Okay, this extension. Just download this extension. So this one I have already downloaded. So it will show. See, I have already added. So it is showing remove from Chrome. Okay. So what it does, when you go here, you will be able to in your extensions, you'll be able to see all the extensions that are downloaded. Okay. So this is my Lighthouse. Let's suppose when I come to, if I come to Intellipaat.com, okay, now this extension is downloaded, so you can open this and it will give you the data now. Generate report, okay? See, so this report is generated automatically. So just install Lighthouse Chrome extension. You can check quickly. Otherwise, you can always have the option. Right? We were discussing about the measure. Now, how we measure this? We will measure with the help of data. That yes, my bounce rate is good, is below 40%. My website performance engagement is good, right? My people are engaging with my content. Then scroll rate is good. People are spending time in my website. So all those data points will give me good understanding that yes, I'm able to measure the success of my website. If there are 10 pages, I will be able to measure which page is doing good, which page is doing better. Okay. Now, after you measure this, there is something called deliver. What is deliver? Deliver means you have to deliver certain messaging, right? So deliver the content, deliver the message, deliver the pages. So that is the deliver part. Then the development. Development is basically developing new pages, new content, right? After that comes the optimize. What is optimize? Optimize means let's suppose your page is showing 70% bounce rate. Is it good? Very good, Swaraj, seamless interface. So now how do we understand that whether optimize, whether the page is performing good or bad, right? So let's suppose if your page is having, let's say 70% bounce rate, will you consider good? No, it is not good. Then you will try to see the data, right? So make it better, right, Nehul? So optimize is to make it better based on the data. So your page is having 70% bounce rate. That means I have to make some changes. So based on the data, that means where people are not clicking, whether people are facing the issues. So there you have to leverage certain data. So there is a website which is VWO Wingify. I will help you create a free account with this VWO. Then, or if you already have a website or you are planning to create your own website, then I will guide you how you can do A/B testing. Okay. For others who have not heard about A/B testing, it's very simple, guys. A/B testing means you have this particular website. Okay. And in this website, you find that, okay, my page is showing 70% bounce rate. That means if 100 people are coming, 70 people are leaving. Only 30 people are staying or moving to some other page. So that is a worry for me, right? 70% means people are not engaging. Mostly people are not engaging. I have to make my people engage so that they can come and let's say achieve the goal that I have. For Intellipaat, the goal is to get form fills, right? The people come and filled up a form, right? People come and create a login. So if that is not happening, I will do a change. So when I do the change, does that guarantee that let's suppose tomorrow I suggest that, okay, my form fills has come down severely low. So in this website, and let's suppose this is a WordPress page, I want to have let's say a form here. So in this form, I will try to see whether people are clicking on the form and submitting. But if I implement the form tomorrow, it can happen that rather than 70%, now my bounce rate has gone to 80%. So rather than making the complete shift, I will say that, okay, let's create another page that will have a form here and a testimonial out here. And I will do a 50-50% split. That means out of 100 people, 50 people will see this page and 50 people will see the page with the form and the testimonial. Then I will see which one is performing better. Okay, that is A/B testing. So this data point will be accumulated by your A/B testing platform only. You can have a integrations of your WordPress with your A/B testing platform. Okay, so this one I will cover. Okay, so INP is basically your Google search engine core vital, search engine vital term. It is mainly used by the search engine team, someone who works in the SEO. Okay, so INP stands for interaction to next paint. Okay, so that means this data, INP data, which is your interaction to the next paint, is will help you understand the responsiveness of your website. That how much quickly your website is responding or reacting to the user interaction. Like let's say I come to this website, I click here. Okay, how quickly it responds to give me this data. So that is INP. Okay, so here it can be anything let's suppose it can be clicking on the button, or it can be anything I search for something. Okay, I search for Google Analytics, and then how much quickly that particular page has been covered, that is INP. So here we will try to understand the execution time of generating that INP requirement. Okay, so it is important. I will go let's say step by step. Second thing, I think what you mentioned, INP and CNP you mentioned, right? Yeah, CLP you mentioned, right? So CLP is let's say something I discussed here also, cumulative layout shift. So cumulative layout shift is again some part of your Google Search Console data, core vitals data only. So ideally what happened, your always remember this, when I was pulling this data, there was this CLP, cumulative layout. So just so cumulative layout shift. Okay, this is CLS, and CLS and CLP are almost that mentioned as the same part only. So cumulative layout performance or shift and all. So it should be here 0.15 is there. It should be always less than 0.1. It is 0.15. That's why it is average. Okay. So let's say what it does is basically it will track you that whenever you let's say click on any particular element, how much time it took to load that particular element. Okay, and this particular custom requirement has to be captured every time in your website. I come here, I click on any element, how much time it took to load that element. All those things are very, very important and very, very required. Okay, okay. So now let me see after this optimize, once you decide that okay, this is doing good, so you will make the changes, you will extend that. Let's suppose I launch a particular page for product A. If it is doing good, I will extend that particular page for product B, product C, right? That is the extension, how you manage those things. So from optimize, we go to the extend, wherein we can extend, we can manage, we can arrange any level of let's say leverage any level of let's say importance you want to do. And finally is the modification. If any changes need, we can modify that also. Okay, so quickly going through a few more things. So why is WordPress so helpful, or rather why is CMS very helpful? Because see, earlier what happened, nowadays with the help of content management system, we can manage any level of content, right? We can manage any level of content, we can create content, we can delete content, we can modify content, we can add multiple contents. So those are very easily done. Earlier, it was very, very tough, because we are so dependent on the developer. So let's suppose if there was a developer, we used to go to them. So they will say, okay, we'll get this done. They used to charge very high cost. Then they used to, if any changes has to be done, we were dependent on them. So sometimes they will say, okay, we'll make the changes, but 5 changes free. After that, I'll cost. So a lot of dependencies were there. Just to cut the dependency, this type of CMS platform, WordPress and all came into picture. They are very easy to use, very easy to install, because I will just download couple of plugins, okay, and you will see couple of tools, and you'll see that the installations is completed. Then for managing your commerce, that is your let's say for your business, for your content management, for your blog. Very helpful. You have a lot of plugins, which I already told you. So as Swaraj mentioned rightly, that we do not have to be dependent on someone writing the code for us. The plugins are created in such a way that you go just download the plugin, the code is already embedded. Okay, I know that, okay, I need a code to transform my website, which is in English, to, let's say, Hindi. So it's already done. I will just install the plugin. Why do I need someone to come and write a content and change that? So that is the easiest part actually. And it is again an open source license. Okay, it's free for everyone. A lot of themes are there, a lot of frameworks are there. So which make this WordPress very easy to manage and communicate. Coming to some of the features of your content management system, user management, right? So what is user management? User management means you'll be able to give roles. So when I was showing this, see, there is this user, right? So you can see, you will get this particular users management. See, we can add new user. So if I add a new user, it is asking me, do you want to give the role of an editor or author or administrator or contributor? Right. So, and to give this, now please understand one thing, like let's suppose Bala has the editor role. Okay, so Bala cannot give the administrator role to Ayushi. Ritesh has the admin role. So Ritesh can only give the admin to Ayushi. Admins mean you can manage everything. So to give someone access, you need admin. Okay. So here, editor will only be able to edit the content. Author will be able to view the content. Contributor will be contributing, writing and all. Administrator will be managing everything. Okay. Approver and that type of multiple. You just mention the email ID and just send invitations, automatically they will be added here. Okay. Then content creations and editing. It is something called what you see is what you get. Okay. So content creation and editing means once you go to the post. So, and same thing you will be having in your WordPress also, guys. The WordPress, every interface of WordPress will remain almost the same, similar. Okay. So when you go to the post, there is all post, and look at this, there are so many posts created. If you want to create a new post, what I will do? I will go and click on add post. Okay. Post means these are blogs. Always remember, for articles or blogs, we name it post. Okay. Now just mention the blog name of that blog name, write the content. If you want to use any image and all, I will go here and I can add like what exactly you need. You need a paragraph? Do you need heading? Do you need code? Do you need to add video, image, gallery, audio? If I need to add image, it will ask upload image. So I can click on upload. I can upload from here, or you can select if there is image already there in the in your particular this WordPress account, so it will get ordered. In Google Photos also you can update. Okay, once it is completed, guys, you can publish this article. You can publish this, so that means your content is available to everyone. Now, this is required. This is required in order to create your post. Okay, so post means any images we can add or only no copyright. It will become one more post, blog post or article. To add your page, you need to go to the pages section. See, there you have all pages. Now about us, contact us. See, okay, blog is one content of that. Okay, then digital detox, a lot of other pages. Now you see in pages, if you want to create multiple pages, I'll click on add page. So once I click on add page, now this page will be created. So let's say now I want to create a page called contact us. Okay, so my contact us is created. Now you might be asking that, okay, there is some backup there. I will not click on backup now. So see, now after contact us, you might write some text there, let's say sample text, like whatever text you want, something like this. Then you want to use a form. Okay, so if you want to use a form, you can click here or you can click here. Both are same only, guys. So if I click here, you can see I will search whether form is there. So form is there. So I can just insert that form. Okay. So this way it is asking contact form you want to use. Yes, contact form. See. email, phone, name. A form is created. A form is created. If you want to add multiple, you can add it. Okay, you can change the weight, you can change the design. Say contact us is created. Now publish it. It will be done. If you say no, I want to also use like a particular image here. So to add the image again, go here. Okay, again go to the top. So click this. Now add an image. Just search this, add an image. So you can go and add an image again. Okay, so it's an image. Image will drop here. So this way, and I do not want you all to think like oh, it is something we cannot do. No, it is very easy. When you will be developing the website, it will be very easy. That's why I'm giving you a very basic understanding about what all things are there. Okay. So now next is content storage. The CMS stores content in a database, ensuring it's easily retrievable and editable at any time. See, once I was actually going through this, okay, you might have seen there is something mentioned as storage. Now 25 GB storage. You have to take the decision, guys. Okay. Now another one, like what I was saying, the content storage. See, content storage means if it is a blogging website and you are creating 100 blogs per week, then I would recommend go for like the high volume GB. Otherwise, what happened? The problem would be there. Your page, see, you have a very limited storage, and you are keeping adding lot of pages, lot of content. So it's simply like your computer system. Nowadays we have 1 TB space. Why? Because so that our computer runs faster. If it is a less and you create pages, it normally gets hanged up and all, right? So just to make sure that the page is not impacted that way, we have to select a storage accordingly. But I understand unnecessarily purchasing a storage and paying monthly that amount, and who knows after 1 year the rate can also go higher. So that part you have to take and your business has to take. Templates and themes, pre-designed layouts. So I've already discussed about templates and themes. So whenever you go to the appearance, there is this themes. And you can see that there are so many different themes are available. You go and just install, you just go and look at different themes. You need art and design, you need business, you need portfolio, you need store, you need real estate, you need authors. So there are plenty of let's say plenty, and there are plenty of this plugins, themes that you can use for. So templates and themes, then SEO tools to optimize the website for search engine. Built-in SEO tools and extensions are there. Okay, so we'll try to use some tools that can help us build the SEO. So that also we'll do. Multiple plugins, multiple extensions are there. These are helpful because you are able to manage multiple activity based on what your website needs, right? And security. See, the most important part is WordPress is very secure, right? So your CMS are very secure that sometimes you might fear that okay, my things will get let's say copied, or my thing will let's say get deleted, or my things will let's say get maybe conflicting with certain governance. So your CMS will take care of that particular security part. And publishing means you can decide that when you want that to be published, how instantly you want to be published. Okay, managing the content and publishing. Publishing is once you come to this, whenever you create a particular post, add a post. Okay, whenever you add a post, then you will be able to share also, right? If let's suppose you want to create an e-commerce website with thousands product, you can do that. But once you come here, you will be able to see. Once I go here, under the themes, under the appearance, there is this themes. Okay, in this themes, if you look at e-commerce, just like e-commerce. So these are e-commerce themes. Okay, so you can select any of the e-commerce. Like let's suppose let's suppose this one you want to select. You can select this e-commerce theme. Okay, you can just select you can preview this, how this theme would look like. Okay, and once this see, it's an e-commerce, you can add your product, every product name and all. Now for the payment gateway, it is better to have a live website, otherwise there is no point, right? So coming back and finally you'll be able to publish it, like something that we did here, right? So you create the website, you publish it, and you'll be able to manage it. Say it is asking like an activate. I will not activate, otherwise the website will change. So quickly going through some few couple of more slides. So see how the content management system works. Okay, how we are discussing about WordPress, so you can consider WordPress how it works. So there, this is the CMS hosted application. This is something which we'll be developing. Okay, so we'll be developing the hosted environment of the CMS. Hosted means let's say we might be mentioning this creating a hosted platform or a hosting environment for your WordPress. What does hosting environment means? Any idea? What does this means? Okay. So see, hosted means the environment of your WordPress account that you're creating is controlled in your own system. Okay. So you can see here, if you look at this, this is basically the PC, right? This is the PC which is there in your own hosted environment. So it will be in your own computer. When you ever you create a particular website, that's what I actually said, that we will try to develop this in our own hosting environment. So my website will be in my PC, Somia's website will be in Somia's PC, right? Shashi's website will be in Shashi's PC. That's how it will work. So we will develop the same website, like in a very fancy website, like e-commerce website. You want every plugins and all, we'll install everything, but it will not be live. So that means if I want to see what Shashi has developed, I will not be able to see because that is not live. It will not be live. Hosted means it is not live, right? So once you get that FTP is file, this is file transfer protocol, right? So once you think yes, I now know the website name. So the website name is shashi.com. So then you you go and make it live. You go and make it live. So your hosting provider will give you the details. You have to provide the details to them, and the hosting provider will make it live. And once it is make it live, then you have the site visitor. That means people will be able to come to your website. Whenever you are creating your hosting environment, it will only be accessible to you people. So the moment you make it live, site visitor will be there. Okay. Now, these are the different CMS platform that you see. WordPress is there, then Magento, Joomla, okay, Shopify. So the process is very simple. You create, edit, you publish, you can archive it. That is the main process here, right? Then, and multiple users with different permission knowledge can be, okay. So what I'm saying, in your content management systems, you will be able to create and edit. That means you'll be able to build support with or without the coding knowledge. Why we are using the CMS? Because let's assume we have not much of understanding around the coding language. So we don't have to worry about the coding language. We'll be able to manage very internally about what all changes and what all things has to be done. From there, we will be able to publish it. Like when you publish, a lot of people will work in terms of different requirement, and whichever pages you do not need, you can archive also. Okay. Now, these are some of the different tools. So WordPress beginners, let's suppose if you want to use a CMS platform, WordPress is the best. Joomla and Drupal is a lot of technical things are required. Okay. So that's why WordPress is so popular. Almost, I would say the numbers right now, the numbers I'm not sure, but I think 60% out of the total websites are using WordPress. That is the the power of WordPress today. WordPress development, maintenance services, plugins, customized blogs, theme integration, design themes, convert existing website into WordPress, implement and set up. All those things we'll do in the WordPress environment. Okay. Why CMS? Because easy to manage, SEO friendly, zero dependency, time saving, complete control, low cost. This is what we have already discussed as well. Right. Now, get your distributions of digital. This is content management system. Okay. These are the different tools. You can see it is 40 to 50, 60%. I think that right now the numbers is, which is using WordPress. So that means if 100 people are there, out of which 40, 50 people are using WordPress only. If 100 people are using website development, 40, 50 are using WordPress. So you can understand the dependency of WordPress across all the other domains. Then these are the different type of CMS platforms. We are using the open source CMS type summary. Choosing a hosting plan is required. Develop a complete professional website, develop an e-commerce website. You can do anything, basic SEO, affiliate marketing, Google AdSense, approval, all those things are there. Now, the last slide that I wanted to show you about what we are studying in terms of the entire content management system. So please understand this one, that if you look at the house, in the house, there is a furniture, and there is an address. So your house is the hosting. What is hosting? Hosting is where exactly things will be stored, right? Hosting is like, let's suppose, like I've mentioned for hosting, Hostinger, right? Hostinger with 25 GB storage, 50 GB storage. So hosting is where the data, the files, all those things are stored, right? So your data, your files, your images, videos, blogs, content. So similarly, you can consider house to be hosting. Your house is the place where furnitures, utensils, everything are stored, right? So your house is considered to be hosting. Furniture is the data files. Now, furniture in the house, there are a lot of furnitures, right? So, similar in hosting, the data files will be stored. In house, we store the furniture. In hosting, we store the data files. And the address of the house, like let's say, ABC, corporations, Bangalore, this and that. So, this address will give you the understanding about where this house is present. Similarly, domain name will help you understand, like let's say www.intellipaat.com will help me understand where exactly the data and all those things I can find, right? This is very easy to actually understand. Whosoever get confused, what is domain, what is data files, what is hosting. So you can just consider that as part of a house and it will be very easy to understand and visualize. Okay. I actually wanted to help you understand with the WordPress installation. As and when we go with the WordPress, you will understand more about that, why we use what technicalities it has. So all those things we can cover, right? Okay. So you need two files, guys, XAMPP and your WordPress. Okay. So XAMPP and WordPress is required. Now, to download the WordPress, I've already told you, you need to go to WordPress.org. Okay, just go to wordpress.org, click on get WordPress, and you have this WordPress, download WordPress 6.8.1. Just click on this. I've already downloaded. You can see that in my, you can just see in my, let's say download folder, it will be there. So see, WordPress I've downloaded today. So it is already there. Okay. Now, I have mentioned two software you need to install. WordPress.org, I've told you. You need to go to WordPress.org. Just click on download WordPress 6.8.1. It will be downloaded in your download folder. Do not do anything. Let it get downloaded. Next, you have to download is the XAMPP. XAMPP. XAMPP download. Okay. So let's say you might be asking a question, why XAMPP? What is the, if I click on XAMPP, so you will see that there are download three options are there. Okay. Any version, Ayushi, any versions, it is better download the first one only. But if you download second or third, it's the same only. You don't have to worry. No, now see, if you do not have the XAMPP, your WordPress will not run. Always remember, you need XAMPP to use your WordPress. Okay. So with the help of XAMPP only, you will be running the PHP code in the database. You need a database, right, guys? To store all the data and all, you need a database. So the XAMPP will help you run the PHP code in the database. Okay. WordPress is what? WordPress is made by mixing with PHP, right? And this XAMPP will help you in that process. To run the PHP, you need a server, right? And that XAMPP will act as that server in terms of your database management. Okay. So to download the XAMPP, it is going to take time. It will take time. And I think it's going to take a good amount of time, because if I click here, you will be able to see it. Okay, so now it has started. Please click there, everyone. So see, I was mentioning that when you download the XAMPP, it is better you download in your D drive. Okay, because if you download in the C drive or in the desktop, that is also work. But tomorrow, let's suppose you format your system, so everything gets removed. Your database will also get erased with XAMPP. Right. So try to make it in the D drive. Otherwise, if you think no, I want to keep it in C or is desktop, anywhere you can keep it. Okay. So after downloading the XAMPP, guys, there are some steps I'll tell you. See, once you click here, okay. But because it is going to take time, see, I click on yes, and then what happened? Your XAMPP will open. Now, after the XAMPP is open, you have to click on next, next, next. Now it is going to take time. So let your XAMPP and WordPress be downloaded. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let's start with the introduction of digital marketing, guys. Simple. I'll make it very simple, very easy to understand. Okay, so you don't have to break your head into anything at all. So whatever was taught before also, that is fine. I mean, that is also okay. All those people who have listened to it. So I'm going to give you a different story. So this way you'll make it'll be much more easier for you as well. All right. So I have a question for you. When do you think marketing started? When actually do you think marketing started? Is it in 1900s? Is it in 1700s? Or is it in Stone Age? So when was it? Okay, 1900, 1600, 1700. Okay, cool. So basically you have a thought that, okay, it all started long back only. It is not near. It all started very effectively only, right? To understand when it all started, you need to understand what it is actually, correct? So very clearly now everybody knows that marketing is all about promoting a product or a service, correct? Service to the ones who need it or who want it or who are aspiring for it, correct? So this is pretty much what marketing is all about. Selling is different, guys. Again, marketing is different, selling is different, sales are different. Marketing and sales both are not same. Okay, so both are literally different. So marketing is about promoting something. Selling is something is you're literally pushing a user to buy your product. Okay, so technically marketers are all storytellers, right? Like I am doing right now. Okay, so now when you're thinking of promoting a product or a service, right? So let's start with the fundamentals. So we all think that it happened somewhere at 1600, 1700, 1800, first century BC, whatever it is, right? But technically when it all start is, it all started with the early days in the civilization only. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you. So what do you mean? What do you mean, sir? So what is this early days of civilization? So I'll tell you, when the civilization started, right? What were the three goals that people had, guys? Correct? Everybody was striving for only this thing, nothing else. So we all have all the comforts right now, and so we are not able to get the differences and all of those things very clearly. But we had three things very clearly out there at that point of time, right? So let's take one example in food category. Okay, so since I'm talking about people were really good at agriculture, I mean they are trying to understand what seed gives you what yield, right? So let's take two cases here. Okay, let me pick up two names here. Maybe I'll pick up Anwar. Okay, and I'll pick up Balamurli Krishna. Okay, so I'm writing Krishna, sorry. Yeah, so let's say that, two people who are really good at agriculture. Okay, let's say Anwar is, Anwar has figured out how to produce paddy. Okay, and then Krishna had that ability to produce wheat. Okay, not weed, wheat. Okay, so don't take me wrong. It's wheat, very clearly wheat. So this is why I use mind maps. Okay, so paddy is something that Anwar is really good at, and Krishna figured out that, okay, wheat is also really good. I mean, both these are technically the agricultural scientists at that point of time. Got it? So that is what it is. So you have paddy and then you have wheat. So Anwar on one side, let's say for example, Anwar produced initially in the initial days of this thing, Anwar produced like one bag of paddy. Okay, so initially one bag of paddy, and then same thing happened with Krishna as well. Okay, so it is one bag of wheat. All right, now, so both of them, it is sufficient at the initial point of time. They were running happy, and over a period of time they were like jobless, they don't know what to do, they are like sitting alone. So then what Anwar did is he scaled the paddy model. So what he did, instead of one bag of paddy, so now he understood that how to grow one bag of paddy. So he made sure that he's scaling it up. So now within a year he now grew 100 bags of paddy. Okay, the same thing happened with Krishna as well. 100 bags of wheat. All right. All right. So basically now, both of them have in excess, correct? So technically they have excess. So they don't know what to do. What will Anwar do with 100 bags of paddy? Technically when he need is only one bag, correct? So they were, sitting under a banyan tree very nicely crossed to opposite to each other, facing different directions. And then they were thinking, they were the best thinkers at that point of time. They were sitting and then they were having a, their favorite masala chai. Don't ask me, at that time we don't have masala chai, sir. So what are you talking? Imagine, that's okay. We are people of imagination, right? So they were having their chai at that point of time, and then they understood that they were thinking, very deeply thinking that what do I do with these 100 bags? I don't understand, right? So that is exactly where, I mean, both of their thoughts were crossing each other, and then somehow they got into discussion, and then that is exactly where they had a thought that, okay, why don't I share this to this guy? Okay, Anwar thought the same thing, Krishna also thought the same thing, right? So both of them literally thought of the same concept, here and out. Now there are two cases. Anwar and Krishna, both of them, they presented to each other in two ways. Okay, Anwar on one side, he says that, hey Krishna, I see that you don't have paddy, I have something in excess. So I have 100 bags of paddy, I just need 25 bags, and 75 bags I want you to take out, take away. This is one type of presentation. So Anwar literally goes and then says that, hey Krishna, I have 75 bags of paddy useless, I want you to take it. This is one presentation. Listening to this, Krishna literally said that, okay, what do you want me to do with that 75 bags of paddy? What do? I only have left out with 100 bags of wheat. So you are coming again with 75 additional bags of paddy. What do I do now? Right? This is the lesson number 1 in terms of communication. Communication lesson number 1. Okay, for any marketer out there. So you go out there saying that, hey, I have this product with me, I want you to buy. Do you think people will buy from you? Absolutely not. Right? Now, looking at these two, Anwar and Krishna, there came up a new person, right? So there came Ayushi. Ayushi listened to both of their conversation and then said later. So Ayushi went to Krishna saying that, hey Krishna, I see that you have excess bags of wheat. And then she did the same thing with Anwar as well. So, hey Anwar, I also see that you have 75 bags of paddy. So let's do one thing. No? So I'll, start promoting your product. Okay. And then I'll give you something in return. Right. So if you are okay to, share that 75 bags of paddy with me, I'll be somehow, negotiating with Krishna, and then I'll be bringing up 75, bags of wheat with you, or some count of wheat. Right. So that is where now Ayushi stepped in, right? So the first interaction that Ayushi had with Anwar, okay, now look at this conversation. So Ayushi said that, hey, Anwar, I really understand that you really want to shell out your 75 bags of paddy, but do you know that there is another one in the same town who is producing fantastic wheat, which has very high calorific value, which is having a very good glycemic index, and this is going to give you or keep you energized for longer time. So you will be able to produce more bags of paddy, and I'll be able to take care of it by selling it out. Right. So now look at this conversation, how it turned out. Got it? The same thing she, went to Krishna and also communicated the same thing. Hey Krishna, I see that you have a very fantastic, wheat bags. But let me tell you, there is a person, okay, who is growing amazing paddy out there. So this paddy is I have personally eaten it. I feel very energized, and my skin started glowing, and I have a very high carbohydrate value. So I have a very high carbohydrate value. I am able to work more than before. I used to feel very numb before, but because of this secret ingredient, so I started having more energy right now. The magic of communication. This is communication. Communication is never about talking in a language. Communication is not about talking in English or Hindi or any local language. It's all about presenting a different perspective and then making someone feel that this is great, right? That is communication. And this exchange of two things. So, Ayushi successfully made these two exchange those resources without even knowing each other. Okay. So the first part, just exchange of resources. Just exchange of resources is what we call it as. Someone already mentioned that. Right. So over a period of time, what happened, right? So everybody started becoming smart. So everybody started copying Ayushi. So just like I'm training you guys, Ayushi also trained everybody. So started people, the aspect of sharing this mutual exchange of systems started. And then over a period of time, it converted into something called as traditional marketing. Okay. So here what happened, the industrial revolution started. So, this 100 bags of paddy now became 1 ton. Okay. 1 ton per farmer. And farmers also grow, right? So farmers grew like crazy. So there were 1 lakh farmers, 20 lakh farmers, 15 lakh farmers across the world. And then automatically this has become now excess, right? So they want a new medium to share that kind of a medium. And that is exactly where traditional marketing started. So they want to reach out to larger audiences. Though they don't want to limit to only their own villages. Now they want to expand to bigger areas, right? That is exactly what traditional marketing came up. So it all started with, agriculture. I mean, it all started with food, clothing, and shelter. Then it came down to different industries. It came down to automobile sector. It came down to heavy machinery. It came down to everything, right? So that is why we call it in the industrial revolution. All right. So now what happened in traditional marketing? The method of promotion has become bigger, right? So where you don't have to go to person and then start dealing with it. So you can now go to a larger set of audience sets, right? So that is where, we started using newspaper as a medium. Okay. We started using newspaper as a medium. All right. Television as a medium to promote. We used radios as a medium to promote. We used a print media as a medium to use. Okay. What all fall in print media? We have all these pamphlets, right? Billboards, hoardings, right? Again, magazines, correct? Yes, banners, all of this. These all started, with regards to, the print banner, the kind of this thing. And this happened almost till 2000, year 2000, this year 2000, right? So, and along with that, we had word of mouth. So people started becoming the advertisers, right? So this all happened, with regards to traditional marketing, right? Now, here comes the problem. Great. Now what happened is basically, so, over a period of time, the efficiency levels of these things are very good. So people started, really relying on these traditional marketing systems, and people also really loved it. I mean, the audience were also very active. They were proactive. They, the conversions were happening. When I say conversion, the sales were happening good. Revenue started kicking in very actively. Everything is happened like a, very nice. It's like everybody's happy, right? So the market started booming like crazy. Everything went up. The economic value also started going high. All of this happened, right? Then obviously, when the market is too good, obviously there'll be some, bad things also happening. So what are certain things that are happening here? Okay. So what are those negative things that were happening? So traditional marketing has been traditionally good, but what are those negative aspects? So let me ask you a question. So I am now putting an ad on newspaper. All right. So try to answer this question. Do I know how many users have seen it? Correct? No, I don't have any idea. Yes. So I don't know. I don't know whether how many people have actually seen it. I'm assuming. So it all is coming to assumption, right? At the same time, I don't know actually how many people liked it. Correct? If there is anyone coming to my branch for a discussion, I don't know whether he has seen a newspaper ad or a television or a radio or a print media or a word of mouth. Correct? So I don't have any clue. So basically, what am I missing here? Data. Correct? I don't have any data here. I'm just blindly going with, random assumptions. Correct? At the same time, if I had to also understand what the competitors are doing, I used to manually go send people and then figure out what those guys are doing. So if I'm trying to sell Bajaj, for example, so I have to literally ask Hero, I ask my people to go to Hero and then test their bikes and then come up with a solution. So that is what I used to do, right? And then, that is one of the problem. Okay. And if I had to, let's say I want to target a person from Mumbai and I am here sitting in Hyderabad, I cannot do that. So again, location is a problem. correct? And if I want to target specific interests of the audience, so I want to only target, let's say for example, there is Gillette, right? So Gillette is something which I want to sell only for men, obviously. But if I am putting a very nice billboard over there, right? If I am putting very nice, billboard out there, very good big hoarding, right? Showing this is the best that a man can ever get. All the women would be running out to me saying that, how can you say this? This is, the world of women empowerment. You are putting women away and all of that. Correct? So it's useless putting this thing. Again, the same thing. When I'm putting something which is very specific to the, women, obviously, women clothing, for instance, why would I put a women clothing out there in a very big, nice hoarding where men are looking at it? Pointless. Correct? Make sense, guys? So I am wasting certain amount of energy, time, resources, finances, and all of that, expecting that this is something which might happen in a good way. Okay, expecting, right? So basically, I am 100% not sure what I am doing, but somehow magically it happened because people were really attracted to it, right? Because audience is something, consumer is something where they'll always get attracted to new things, and then they drift themselves to that direction by the product. All right. So now here the kicker is, so along with all of these problems, right? The biggest problem is money, investment. Investment is very high. Just look at the numbers here. In today's world, if I had to do a newspaper ad, so basically for one ad, they are going to charge. I mean, if it is a front page, then it is going to charge in lakhs only. But let's take, for example, we have 50,000 charge for this, right? And then for a TV ad these days, for any kind of OTT, they are charging based on the time that your ad is, right? And how many times it is going up. So if you are taking a television ad on an average, that will cost you, somewhere around like, 45. So yeah, if it is a television ad, then basically it might, cost you somewhere around 75,000 or something. So 75 plus 50, it's 1,25,000 already. And for a radio, anywhere between 20 25,000, if I had to give any ad in Vividh Bharati, right? So 1 or 2.8. So it will cost somewhere around 25,000 for sure. So again, that is 1.5, 1,50,000, and any billboard or hoarding is going to cost me 1.5 lakh, for specific timeline, maybe 15 days or something, right? So that is again costing me another 1.5, which is totaling up to 3 lakhs now. All right. And to handle all these work, I need manpower. So even if I take 10 people, even if for each of them I pay 10,000 also, another 1 lakh. So technically on an average, you take 5 lakhs a month as an expense, marketing expense. Right, guys? So when you look at all of these things, now that is exactly where people like me started thinking digitally. Okay, now we have internet, we have websites, we have certain tools that we can access. Why can't we shift this entire market of traditional thing into something called digital, where we now try to use something called as digital marketing, right? So where we'll be able to do larger reach, okay, better targeting, location specific, interest driven, demographic targeting, one second. Yeah. So demographic value creation. So demographic value creation is basically I'll be able to target according to the age, gender as well. All right. So I think location specific also can be put out here. Yeah. So I'll be able to do this kind of a targeting, and then with least or almost less investment, I can do this, and low resources. I can do it with very few resources, and it's completely online. Now you see, looking at everything, you will have all your things under control. Okay. And the best part is data driven marketing. We'll have data with us. We'll be able to, do the right things in a good way, right? So that is why we have to do digital marketing. Okay. So now within the same thing, previously, now if you take a few examples here. So previously we had, where is this? Yeah. So previously we had newspaper, but right now we have websites, right? So Yeah, so we have multiple platforms. So what are those platforms right now? So that is what we are going to discuss. So previously there were newspapers, now we have websites. So previously there were television, now we have YouTube, right? Previously there were radios, now we have podcast, correct? So previously there were, billboards, print media and all of that. What do we have now? What do we have now is social media, correct? So all of this combined together, we have social media. Now this opens a new bracket altogether. We have, what do we have in social media? We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have X right now, which is previously called as Twitter, right? And then we have LinkedIn, we just saw it. We have Snapchat, right? We have TikTok. Yeah, all these are there. Pinterest, yes. Yeah, we have Pinterest, right? YouTube is not a social media platform, guys. Yeah, Telegram can be called as social media, yes. But YouTube is never social media, guys. Let me, break this myth for you. So it's a myth versus fact. So YouTube is never a social media platform, okay? So YouTube is something, which is a video platform, right? It is not a exchange of, information. So basically you don't go out there, post whatever you want, right? I mean, when it comes to social media, I mean, you cannot interact with anybody very actively. You cannot go there, message with anyone. You will not get any of those things, okay? So that is something which is not a social media. Social media purpose is to make sure that you are talking to each other, communicating with each other, and then getting those updates in a live feed, right? So this is a video engine basically. So, I think, yeah, like rightly Swaraj said, it's a video engine basically. So you will have all of these things there, but it is not a very active social media platform. All right. So when somebody says that YouTube is a social media, it is not a social media. It is just information sharing platform and technically video driven. Okay. Yeah. WhatsApp is also not a social media channel, guys. WhatsApp is just a texting service. It's a texting service, guys, basically. Right. So this is what we have with regards to the WhatsApp. You are just exchanging or communicating with each other there. So it is not the same thing. Yeah, Threads is social media platform. WhatsApp for business is also not social media, sir. So WhatsApp technically, whether it is a business side of it or whether it is a the personal side of it, both of them are not social media. Okay, simple. No, I literally said it. These are the only social media platforms. Everything else that you're talking is not social media. Reddit can be treated as a social media, but not technically, it is not so active. I mean, maybe we can still call it as a social media only, Revant, but it is not so aggressive as these social media platforms. Okay, so we can still call it a social media only for Reddit because it has a plethora of other platforms where we can deal with it. So you have news, you have updates coming up, you have a common portal, you have a community, you have groups and all of that. So we can still call it as a social media, but not very aggressive like these platforms we have right now, or very not stable like these ones. TikTok is banned in India, guys. That doesn't mean that you should not know about TikTok. TikTok is still active across all the world. I have done with Philips. So I dealt with Amsterdam area. I've been there. So TikTok is very widely used in Amsterdam, and yeah, it is very active there. So you cannot say that I don't know TikTok. It is banned in India, so we are against TikTok. So okay, please don't have that kind of attitude. We have to be working across all the verticals. All right. Yeah. So now we have social media also along with that. Now, instead of word of mouth, what do we have? Technically, previously word of mouth. Now what do we have? Online reviews. We call it as UGC, user generated content. Okay, so this is exactly what we do on Amazon, Flipkart. We go everywhere, even on Zomato, right? So we put out our beautiful stars, ratings, reviews, and all of that. So that is UGC, correct? Along with that, so we have, just having a website is not enough. So for website to go out and then start performing, right? So across millions and millions and millions of websites, so we have something which we have to also make sure that it is reaching to the audiences in a good way, right? So how do we make sure that my website is reaching to the ones who are, trying to understand a certain concept is what we call it as SEO, technically search engine optimization. Okay, so we are optimizing our website according to the search engines. Okay, So this is what we'll be discussing after this, after I do with this introduction part, and then we'll get started there. All right. So that is what we'll be doing, and then we'll be reaching out to multiple audiences here. And then along with that, we have other verticals also coming up. Okay. So I have already listed the verticals in it, but let me list it out again. So website creation part of it, and then SEO, and then social media. All right. And then we have, social media out there. Okay. And then we have something called as influencer marketing. Right. And then we have analytics here, specifically where, we'll be dealing with GA4, which will give us all the numbers related to what we can do. And then we have something called as affiliate marketing, right? So affiliate marketing is basically, to just give an intro of it. So some people are really good at marketing and selling, right? While some people are basically, owners of certain business. Okay. So there are three people usually in this kind of a business. Basically, one is someone who is a manufacturer, who is the owner of a product. And then there is the other one who is the buyer. So he is the consumer. There'll be somewhere in between who will take this product out there, just like Ayushi did before. Take this product out there and then start selling the product to the consumer at a, obviously commission percentage, right? So exactly what here Ayushi did, in the Ayushi example that I have explained before. Right. So that is something, what we call it as. So for this services, basically for whatever sale happened out of that, they'll take a commission. That is what we call it as affiliate, right? And then we have something called as advertising, right? So where we deal with Google ads as a service, and then where we'll be trying to do meta ads, right? And then we have LinkedIn ads. We can use these platforms to promote ourselves, right? So meta ads are nothing but Facebook and Instagram ads. All right. And then there is also advanced levels of these things, which we call it as programmatic, like DV360, SA360 and all, which is, very, very advanced level. All right. So that is what we have with regards to the advertising side of it. Okay. And Google Ads specifically is a tool that we are using, but overall we call it as SEM, which is search engine marketing. Search engine marketing. Okay. For this, we are using Google Ads as a tool. So we have content marketing. So it is all about how do we use content, whether it is videos or image content or text content and all of that. So how do we utilize all of these things to make sure that we are getting the right one? All right. And then, yes, we have email marketing as well. So how do we effectively communicate our, services or products to larger database, right? So all of these are the, verticals of digital marketing that you will also be learning. All right, guys. Clear, everybody? So this is what digital marketing is all about. So we are literally using all of these products. Okay. All of these products basically, to promote the products. All of these verticals to promote the products of any business. Okay. Across all the industries. All right. Now, so disadvantage technically, if I had to write it in a, yeah. So disadvantage is everyone can do this. Okay. So I'll tell you the disadvantages. I'll also tell you how to beat this also. Right. So I'll also tell you what, this can be, a serious problem, and how do you handle this kind of this thing as well. Okay. And then easy access to brands. So this is a very, big disadvantage if you, to a certain extent as well. Right. So easy access to brands. So they think that, okay, I can now do whatever I want. I mean, the consumer can do whatever they want online, right? They can also cheat you. They can also put some negative things on you. They can literally go out on Twitter and then start is also one of the disadvantage. And then apart from that, yes, like negative feedback is going to that specific, a branch or something, and then they used to sell that, hey, what kind of idiotic product you gave me? This is not at all working. I don't want this product. I want a refund. So this was a issue limited to only consumer and the company. But now it is quite out in the open, right? So people are not doing this in the first place. They are literally going to Twitter and then they are doing everything out there. Got it? So negative reviews is a serious problem, right? Along with that, excess data analysis is a serious problem, right? So what do you mean by excess data analysis? Let's say, for example, you did a survey today. Okay. When you did a survey today with 100 audiences, right? Asking whether the product is good or bad. Okay, let's say you got the review as good. Okay, you did the same survey for the same audiences, let's say on a different, probably after 2 months. Okay, this is month of July, so let's say you did it in the September. In the month of September, the same audience will now say bad. With my experience, I'm telling you this will happen. The same audience will tell you that no, product is very bad, right? You will be thinking that, what is the problem with my product? My product, previously they said that everything is right. Why are they now saying this is bad? You will be doing all the analysis. You'll be going into data. You'll be going into landing pages. You'll be trying to understand what did I do wrong? Where did my marketing team went wrong and all of that, right? So you might be in your own thinking, but technically the problem would be something where competitor created the same product. You'll never think about it. So excess data analysis, bigger problem. You will think that the problem is with you. No, the problem is the competitor created something as similar to you only. People just jumped from this to this. And so now they will feel that, okay, this product is really good. Something which happened with Mamaearth and Cetaphil. Yeah, I don't know if you heard these brands or not. There are two baby products called Cetaphil and Mamaearth. So Cetaphil is a US brand. So basically, Cetaphil is very famous for kids, right? So they started coming into Indian market. They started dominating. So suddenly someone, who is really good at these things, they also thought that, okay, why can't we create our own product? So let's go something with Mamaearth and Himalaya, right? You must have heard about it. I mean, all those people who are having kids, or at least have their brothers and sisters dealing with kids, you will do that. So this guy created with good scent. Mamaearth, you pick up any Mamaearth product, you will see excess scent. Scent is that smell. Cetaphil will not have any kind of ordering things at all, right? So this guy thought that, okay, why can't I create similar kind of a product and then do this? So everybody started shifting from Cetaphil to Mamaearth just because it's a new thing. Later again they realized and then went back to Cetaphil and other alternatives. But yeah, I mean, people who love Mamaearth, they use it, and people who love Cetaphil, they use it. I'm not talking about the consumer choices. I'm talking about the marketing shift that has happened. Cetaphil did nothing wrong. They were really good with their own products. But when the competitor comes with a new product, this is what happens. So for the past probably 6 months or 1 year, okay, exactly, AI. So everybody knows that AI is coming, but why people get to this point is basically because people are now accustomed to using Gemini. They are accustomed to using ChatGPT for asking questions, right? So Google till now, it used to give up all those answers with a list saying that, boss, whatever question that you asked on Google search, I'm going to give you the list of all of these things which are the best according to me, according to my algorithm, right? But right now, what Gemini and ChatGPT are doing is you just go out there, ask a question, they are giving you right straight answers without even making your mind cluttered, right? So that is not a problem of digital market, right? It's the problem of the concept itself. Okay, so some things will eventually get extinct, right? They might transform, but these concepts will be pushed back to those shelves. Got it? Just like we had barter system transform into traditional transforming into digital now transforming into AI marketing. This will also eventually keep on going it. So one of the biggest disadvantage there is that only. That's why it is not just the digital marketers edge, but also for these ones. Okay, yeah. Easy access is good for companies who want to do ads for their products and service, but for digital marketer to earn money will be challenging. I mean, that's both ways. So like you said, right? So you have flipped the coin. You have both ways. So disadvantage is for digital marketing entirely. Now, see, I'll tell you let's bring up very fundamental question here. What's the difference between someone who is learning with, this Intellipaat course versus someone who is learning from YouTube? Is it the digital marketer problem or is it the digital marketing concept problem? Both are same languages, both are same concepts. Why is it different? Strategy. Strategy is the difference. So strategy is not with digital marketer. It is with the concept or this way or that way. It's all the strategy. So why is Heyman successful? Why is he able to withstand this 15 years of career while everybody is quitting digital marketing profession within 1 year? If the job market was bad, why is Hemant still doing it? If the job market is very good, why is Hemant doing a training basically? So you'll have multiple, theories coming up from each question basically. So yeah, apart from that, one of the other disadvantages that I personally felt is something where even though if we have all of this access as well, right? So one of the biggest problem that disadvantage that I personally faced, even with all the other things, is the consumer behavior. Okay, so consumer behavior is never constant from Monday to Sunday. It's never the same. No matter how many tools you use, no matter how much data analysis that you do, this is never constant, right? And we on the other side, if you are trying to gauge why this is happening, then I think after doing all the understanding and all the theorization, I finally figured out that people are crazy. That's what. That's the only answer that I could come up with. So people are never constant. They are never, in the same thing. So people are crazy. So people don't know what they want and what they want to do at any point of time, and we will not be able to, take them in the right direction. That do this, don't do this, and all, because people won't listen to us. So that's a simple thing. So now, when we understood that this is how consumers are doing, from Monday to Sunday, this is how they are getting in that direction. What we are trying to do is, at least based on their actions, we are trying to break down certain things. Okay, so based on their engagement levels. Okay, so basically, when you're trying to do that, engaging with your content, probably, like maybe they might be hitting likes, or they might be hitting those shares, or they might be putting something, or they might be watching something on Netflix over a period of time, like they are watching too much of action movies. So based on that, I can take certain decisions. So that is what I can fine tune and then turn that disadvantage into an advantage, right? So consumer behavior is always an disadvantage, not just for digital marketing, but for other types of marketing as well. So that is something which the world is always trying to cap into. But finally, that includes myself. So I have used marketing analytics to a very extreme levels, and then I figured out that okay, there is no point of doing this analysis only when the consumer itself is not consumer themselves, they are not constantly making certain useful decisions. So now let's not think of why my brand is going down. Let's think of what can we do to make sure that we are taking my taking my business go forward. So that's the only thing that we have to worry about. And last time also I have mentioned, so there is nothing called as good product or a bad product, good business or a bad business. Whatever business it is, our job is to make sure that it is making good, it is getting good only. That is the fundamental job of any marketing person, whether it is digital or traditional. We don't have choices to make. We should not be making choices. The choice is never, okay, I'll stay with the good product, I'll not choose bad product. No, your choice, you don't have a choice at all. As a marketer, you have to make sure that you are taking the business or the product, whatever that you are responsible for, forward. That's it. Whether it is good, bad, ugly, you have to make it a brand, right? Think of all the brands, every brand, it all follows only on this segment. There is nothing called good product or a bad product. You have to make it a good product when it is a bad product. Let's start with understanding of this introduction to SEO, guys. So what technically is SEO? Okay, so before we go that, so let's do the usual thing as we always do. So let's say, for example, okay, so let's take a user journey. All right, so how will this user move from one aspect to the other, or what do they do usually? All right, so if you take user journey, for instance, and then let's say if this user is trying to buy a smartphone. Okay, so let's try to understand what this guy does usually in a cycle. Okay, so what are the steps that this guy will usually go through, right? So first and foremost, what this guy does, when they are thinking of buying a smartphone itself, first and foremost they go to Google, correct? They go to Google, they do a little bit of Google search. Okay, so what do they usually search? So if they are already decided that okay, I want to buy iPhone, okay, so iPhone 16. So if they want to buy an iPhone 16, basically they just simply go and then search for iPhone 16, right? Or if they are not good fans of iPhone 16, then possibly they'll search for something like best smartphone under maybe 25,000 or something. Okay, I'm just putting the number, right? Yeah, it could be Samsung, anything, anything for that matter, right? So when they do that, what usually I'm talking about very fundamental first thing that they do. So when they do these things, so obviously they'll have a list of things, right? So you have top list. In the top list, first you will see the second result, okay, and you will see the third result, right? Something like this. When they see these things, then basically they'll go to this thing, and if they are not happy with any of the three websites which are showing that, then probably they'll change the query. Correct, guys? This is what usually people do. So what is Google doing here? Google is giving basically the list of all those websites which Google thinks that this can be of help to someone who is searching. Correct? So it is showing the list of all those websites where Google will think or assume that, okay, since a user is asking me a question, so let me answer this basically. Okay, let me answer by giving them, list of options. What are all the options that are available? All right. So that is what it is. So you'll have all of these things and you will have, this kind of a specific aspects there, right? So it will be now for now since we have millions and millions of these things, right? So when I say these things, the websites, when you have millions and millions of websites out there, why is Google picking up only these websites like Big C or Sangeeta or Universal Mobiles or sell things and all of that? So obviously there is certain kind of a process, right? So what is that process? So that is what we are here to learn, right? So obviously Google is projecting certain websites specifically, okay, to users who search for something related to the business product, right? So Google is obviously projecting that, right? So what is that projection? List of websites in an order, all right? So let's look at it live. Okay, let's go to Google and then let's try to do this activity live. So now I am here in Google and I am trying to search for something. Best smart. Okay, you see all those examples that it is giving. So I am directly going with this. So when I am searching for this best smartphone under 25,000, I am getting list of options. Yeah, you see this one, best mobile phones under 30,000 in India, best mobile phones under 25,000, and then you have list of videos, and then you have Flipkart, and then you have best smartphones, I mean, from Gadget 360, and then you have the FAQs, and then you have the list of products, okay, and then brand picks. Look at Bajaj Finserv, Amazon, list of all the products way down till here. Okay. So when I search for Google, when I did something, so Google is giving me this information, this entire information right here. Okay, it is giving me an option to boss according to my understanding and my knowledge. So these are the best things according to your search. Okay, and no, now you pick up whichever you like. So now I'll go to this one and then check if things are working out well or not. If they are okay for me, then I'll be able to get some information what I'm looking for. If they are not okay, I'll come back. I'll go to this BWOM gadgets. If these are not okay, I'll go back to videos or I'll check back Flipkart and all of this. All right. So this is usually how it happens. Now, within this only, there are a lot of technical things that you should know. Okay. First things first, like I said before, Why is Google putting these 91 mobiles on top? Why is Google putting B-bomb gadgets now on top? Why not, this Supreme mobiles on top? Why is Supreme mobiles on the 10th position? Similarly, why is this happening? Why is this Quora in 5th page? Now we are in the 5th page of Google, correct? And then you have all these YouTube videos. This is in 5th page. Now, if it is in 2nd page, there is something else. Again, 91 mobiles in 2nd page. Smart Pricks, Digit.in, Reddit, Zoom, Techclusive, all of this. So why is that happening? Basically, is again, like I said, Google is encouraging those people who are following certain rules and regulations, right? What are those rules and regulations, right? So how is Google coming up with this 91 mobiles? Is that 91 mobiles paying Google something to get here? We don't know. Is that 91 mobiles doing something with content? We don't know. So, there could be different reasons or different kind of approaches. But specifically, why is this happening is Google, these websites which are related to 91mobiles.com, they are very good in terms of presenting. They understood that basically there are a lot of these, these are the kind of searches that audiences are doing. Based on these searches only, I should be able to, project certain good things here. Okay. So that is what Google understood. This website called 91 Mobiles understood very clearly. At the same time, they also understood for the fact that, okay, if we had to come up in the first place, then we have to follow certain rules and regulations that we need to address. So what are those rules and regulations? What is these rules and regulations that you are talking about? That is exactly what optimizing is. Okay. How do I optimize this 91mobiles.com? If I am the owner of 91 mobiles, how do I optimize my 91mobiles.com to be on top of the search engine result when someone searches for best smartphone? Right? That exactly is SEO. Okay. So I'm talking about one search, one result. Okay. Like this, there are n number of searches, n number of results that we need to be thinking about. Got it, guys? So the process of optimizing my website according to search, whatever the user is doing, following the rules and regulations of Google to be on top of it is what SEO is. Simple. Okay, search engine optimization. Clear with this, guys? There are n number of definitions suggesting what SEO is, but this is the easiest way for you to remember. Cool. So that is what it is. So now, what is the objective of Google? Objective of any website? What is the objective of 91 mobiles here? To be on top of search engine. Now the question is, why should you be on top of search engine? You can be in any of the 5th page or 6th page or 7th page, or it could be in the 10th page as well, right? Why you should always be on top? To get more visitors, to bring traffic to the website, consumer behavior. Okay. People mostly don't go to other pages, right? Because people see more and likely to click only. Okay. Organic traffic, very good. People who already know a little bit of SEO, yes. Simple. Why should we be on SERP in the first pages? Why should we aim for first position? Okay. This is where I always call people to think of the first principles methodology. Okay. You know what is first principles? Basically, you ask certain question again and again and again. You go deeper into the question. Ultimately, where you will end up to one single question where you don't have further questions. That is the core question, we call it as. That is called first principles. Okay. So the first principles is basically, if you are not on top, you'll not get any benefit. Simple. Okay. So why you will not get any benefit is, think about yourself. Okay. Always I say this. The first principles in marketing is common sense. Okay. And second principle that you should also understand is, with regards to related to this common sense is, you should always put yourself in both the shoes. Okay. What is shoe number one? You think like a customer. You act like a customer. You always think like a customer. Okay. And what is issue number 2? Once you understand what customer thinking, now you start acting like a marketer. Yes, seller or a marketer or whatever. Right. So you have to act in both ways. Then only you will be able to market your product right. All right. So the question that I am asking here basically that you need to ask is, if you are a consumer right now, if you are going to online right now, what is your tendency? Do you click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 links altogether, 10 websites altogether? No. You only look for 1, 2, 3, 4, or if you are more patient, you will have 5. Correct? Make sense? Yes. So, I mean, anybody. So technically, people will not have that kind of a patience to, go to that extent and then get everything done, right? So you will maximum have that patience till five users, right? And if you are very particular about some information where you are searching very aggressively, then you might go to maybe 6 or 7. But beyond that, you will not go it. But this is very rare cases. But generic cases here is basically it's only the top 3 or top 5. Correct? So for that reason, you have to be on top. Number 1. Now that you understood this, okay, first principle shoe number 1 is covered. Now as a marketer, what you should do? Simple. You have to make sure that you are now impressing, or you are trying this optimization part of it. Next question is, why should we do it only for Google? Biggest question. Why should we do it only for Google? We have Yahoo, we have Bing, we have all of that. Why are we doing it only for Google? Why are we doing only for search engine optimization basically? Correct. So because people trust Google, Google is fast. Okay, it is fast. People trust it. People had that habit now. It's a habit for everybody. If you want a question, then people almost till now, before ChatGPT I'm talking about, people still go to Google for asking questions. Okay, it's a answer engine. It is a big brother. Right? People literally go to Google and then literally search anything also. Yes. Yeah, big daddy. Yeah, you can call it as. So this is that answer engine which is giving all that solutions faster with the trustworthy information. And people also now formed a habit of asking this question to Google. Okay. So even grandparents are also now suggesting us, why are you asking everybody? Just go Google. No, you will get all the information. Correct? You must have heard this from your, boomers also. Right? So this is a kind of what we have for Google, right? Now, now, what is happening with this answer engines over a period of time is, these answer engines also, adapt to new technologies. They also try to give the best for users, right? So, and it is the biggest one, obviously. Bigger, better, and very engaging also, right? So now this answer engine is giving all these, information. Now, basically, the website owners, whoever is owning these websites, okay, they have 2 choices, right? So it is literally two choices. One is to climb up the ladder of search engine by impressing customers over a period of time. Okay. So one option is, okay, I don't care about this SEO and all of that, which most of the website owners do. They don't have an understanding of SEO. They don't, relate to SEO at all. They think that, okay, let me build up my consumer base, and then eventually automatically everything will come to me. That is one type. Okay. So that is climbing up the ladder, one step at a time. You start a business, you have a website, you will have, blogs written over a period of time. And then you are slowly getting that customers over a period of time. And the other way around is follow Google guidelines related to SEO and impress Google to get to the top of SERP, which is search engine results page. Okay, so the one which we have seen before, we call it as SERP. So SERP is nothing but basically, where we have listed, where we have seen that list of all those URLs, videos, and all of that, right? That is what we call it as SERP. Okay. So this is second option. So people who don't want to get into SEO, they'll use this methodology. Okay. So the play here is basically they think that over a period of time, if I can get the customers, ranking faster. Okay. If I can get the customer ranking, then automatically SEO will boost up is what they think. Okay. The website owners. The other option is to follow Google guidelines related to SEO and then impress Google. Okay. So these are the two things that you can do. Now, this, if you follow, if you are trying to, basically follow certain, if you are trying to build up this customer base over a period of time, right? So obviously that is going to take time. And here the problem is you not growing is not a problem. Okay. You growing slowly is not a problem. But if there is any competitor, right, who is doing similar services and is also doing SEO, then obviously chances of getting this, digital business becomes faster. Okay. So basically what is going to happen is, the competitor is going to outrun you within no time because they are following Google guidelines and this is faster methodology to get there. Got it, guys? So this is exactly what everybody is failing. So people might have greatest websites. People might have very good response, physically. But if they are not digitally available, this is what they'll be missing out. This is exactly the FOMO. Okay. You must have seen, if you can now think of anybody inside your own family or your friends, if they are into business, now this is the first window opportunity for you to get started as a digital marketer. What you can do? Okay, boss, you have a website. Are you doing SEO for that? They'll say that, ye kya hai, bhai? What is SEO? I never heard about it. What the hell is this SEO? Right? Now you start saying that, okay, SEO is this kind of a process. So I am now learning this SEO, from, expert from Intellipaat. So let me tell you how this works and let me, if there is an opportunity, let me work out, this SEO for you. Probably this will help you get that traffic, get that visibility on search engines and everything. Okay. Now, all those people who are thinking that, okay, how do I get a job in digital marketing? Your first window opportunity is now open, guys. All those people who are thinking that how can I earn a job? How can I get an opportunity with digital marketing? This is the first window. SEO, very readily out there. Right. So the first opportunity is now out in the open. Now we'll go into each and every aspect very detailedly so that you can start making money right there only as a freelance also. Okay. Now, now the competitor will, is doing this kind of a process. Obviously, the ranking also gets faster, right? So that is very clearly done. Okay. Now, along with this, right? So Google is also giving another opportunity, right? I think, here we discussed something about search engine marketing. I don't know where did I write it. Yeah. Google is also giving, another option to those people who, don't have time. They think that, okay, boss, this is going to take a little bit of time. I think, I don't have that much patience. I want the business to be up and running faster, right? So there are certain businesses which say that I don't have time and I want this results faster. Okay. So now when you talk about fast, okay, when you're talking about speed, basically, so how long SEO is going to happen? So SEO timeline is starting a minimum of 3 months to 6 months to get started. Okay, when I say started, to list on the search engines, not on top of search engine results page, to list on the Google search. It could be on second page or it could be on the third page. So to get to second and third pages, it will take a minimum of 3 to 6 months. To get to the top of, search engines, it might take years altogether. It might be 1 year, it might be 2 years, it might be 3 years. Sometimes, for certain businesses, it will take 5 years also, right? So now, as you can see, it is very clearly time taking, right? So that is exactly where some people will say that I don't have time for this. I want results faster. For them, Google is saying that, okay, boss, for you, I have very clearly something called as Google Ads, okay, where you spend money and then I'll list the results on top of it. Okay. So how does this work? Let me again show you live. Okay. Let's say I'm searching for digital marketing course. Okay. Now I have the AI showing up. Google Gemini is giving me very clear results directly here only, suggesting that who are the best providers and all of that. Okay. So there are also a list of, academies here. All right. And then now you see there is something called as sponsored. So there is something called as this sponsored, right? Right. So you see this sponsored here, and then you're also seeing this sponsored, right? So these are something which are given by Google Ads. Google Ads is giving us this opportunity for all these ISB, XLR, upgrade, and is that something on Vybrook Advertising Academy. So Google is giving these options to these people, saying that, okay, boss, since you don't have that patience, so why don't you invest? So this is where, these guys will invest, and then they put money through Google Ads to get these results here. Okay. So all the other ones where, you are able to, get this to a certain extent apart from these things are the SEO results. All right. So that is very clearly defined. Now you understood, guys. So anybody who is investing in ads, okay, so anybody who is investing in ads, so these guys will be able to come up on top. All right, guys. Now the follow-up question to that is, sir, if Google Ads is giving these options in the top, okay, so will these sponsored ads will be on in the first results, or the organic, or these SEO results will be on top? Which ones will be given first priority? Again, common sense. These guys are paying Google, and this SEO is, these ones is absolutely free. You don't have to pay anything. Okay. Obviously, Google will list the one who is paying them only, advertising, people who are giving them the ads, right? So, ISB and these ones will be pushed to the top, even above the SEO. Even if Udemy is on top of everything also, it will still push the ads only for the first instance. Okay, this is mandatory. If there are no ads at all, nobody is doing ads, you saw that, no? That 91 mobiles example. So there were no ads only, basically, right? So literally no ads, and all those no ads, I mean, people who doesn't have any ads, 91 mobiles will be on top. This must have happened with you also. You must have searched exactly these things, right? So digital marketing course online, then exactly you must have seen Intellipaat ads, and you must have clicked on it. And if you click on it, then basically you will go to the same landing page. Okay. But you never know whether that is a sponsored ad or a this one. Got it? So that is how you will get that, right? Now you see there are two kinds of results, right? You are seeing the sponsored results, and you are also seeing the regular results, right? So these ones is what we call it as paid result. Remember this word, guys. So search engine paid result. This is what paid results looks like. And this is what we call it as organic results, right? So anywhere you are seeing this sponsored, that means it's a very clear indication that this is a paid service. Somebody is paying for it, right? Who is that somebody? Obviously someone from Upgrade, right? If XLR is getting this sponsored on top, that means XLR is paying money to Google to be listed here. All right. So why are why are they, listed here? So is it constant every time? No, it is not constant. For every search, this will change. Now, if I hit research, I mean, if I hit search again, so these positions will be changing. You see, now we have ISB, XLR, upgrade, and something here, right? So if I now hit search again, so it's going to go. Yeah, you see now only two results are showing up, ISB and XLR. Now you got it, guys. So this will be changing for every search. It is never constant. So this is what you should know with regards to what SEO is all about. All right. So we have paid results, and we have sponsored results, and we have the organic results. So you should remember that organic results very clearly. Okay. Now we'll be working not on these things. We'll be working on organic results only. What we should be doing with these organic results. Okay. So we have discussed a little bit of introduction to SEO, and let me give a little bit of brief of what we discussed. Okay. So we discussed about introduction to SEO. Okay. Basically, we just started with the introduction part of it. So we talked about what is SEO. Okay. So what is SEO? So basically, SEO, we discussed about the user journey, what a user usually does. So we talked about a customer where, let's say, they were trying to buy a smartphone. Okay. So when they have the intention to buy a smartphone, what do? They go to Google, correct? So they something like iPhone 16 or budget friendly smartphone under 25K, right? Or which is better, Samsung or iPhone, something like this, right? So I think I gave similar examples, but it might not be exactly the same, but yeah, something like this, right? So this is what it is. And then we had the showcase. I literally showcased list of all the results live on Google search, correct? So that is exactly where we saw the list of different websites. So we saw top result, top first result, and then we saw second result, and top second, and then top third. And then along with these different websites, we also saw sponsored sites, correct? Remember, so results which have sponsored tag above the URL, correct? So this is what we discussed. And these sponsored sites are usually what we call it as Google search ads. Along with that, we also discussed there will be organic results. So these are basically the SEO results, right, guys? So are you getting anything? Yeah. So this is what we discussed. And then also we discussed a little bit about the Google Ads benefits. So benefits is basically these results are given top list priority up to 5 results, correct? So no matter how hard you do your SEO, so your first first 5 results basically will be literally about the sponsored ads. So that means Google Ads only will be dedicatedly there, right? So that is there. And along with that, you'll have faster results in business. Okay, when I say faster results, it's not about the speed of how it loads. It's about, people will be more attracted to you because they'll click the first ones. Okay. And technically you have to invest money to get these results. Okay. But there are also other factors that are dependent to be visible on top. So something like quality score. I told you last time, quality score, ad rank, right? Quality score, ad rank, and then we have technical requirements like ad policies and all. Okay, right. So that is what we discussed. So when Google Ads is already being on top, so why are we doing it basically? So now this is what you need to understand here. It's a simple question basically. So sir, you are saying that Google Ads is giving the top 5 results no matter how hard we give you this one, right? So when you are saying that the first 5 results are obviously done by Google Ads, why are we doing SEO? So we don't have to do this SEO at all, right? So now let's discuss. If Google Ads is there, why are we still doing this SEO kind of thing? Okay, so very simple. Let's talk about side effects of relying solely on Google Ads. Okay, so relying solely on Google Ads, one of the biggest side effect is basically, what if you are exhausted with the budget? Okay, obviously, so it's all about money that you have to invest, right? So you are investing that money, then obviously once your budget is exhausted, so it will not have any loyalty. Google Ads will not show you any kind of loyalty. It will simply throw you out. Okay, when I say throw you out, your results will no more be visible on the search results. As long as you pump in money to Google Ads, your results will be showcased in the search results. Once your budget is exhausted, once you stop paying to Google, then obviously Google will not show you any kind of a loyalty. Okay, so it will push you behind and you will not be visible in the search engine at all. Got it, guys? This is one of the key takeaway. So the reason why I'm stressing this so much is, when you go to real clients, when someone asks you that why are you doing this SEO is not needed, so if we just let's do Google Ads only, we'll get everything done. No, that is not actually there. So lot of people will, be under that assumption that Google Ads se kaam ho jayega. Nahi, right? So Google Ads will only work until basically, until and unless you are completely exhausted with the budget. So until then, you will have everything running smoothly. Okay. But once your money is done, once you have stopped the spending, then everything is gone. Got it? So that is the reason. So when your client or anybody who thinks they are smart and they suggest you this, don't do this. Okay. So this is one of the biggest side effect that Google Ads will have. Okay. So along with that also, okay. So using Google Ads will not even boost your natural rankings. Okay. So just because you are spending, like I said, Google will not show you any kind of a loyalty. Just because you have consistently spent for, basically, 6 months of spends and all of that. Got it? So using Google Ads will not even boost your natural rankings. Natural rankings are basically something where, like I said, like I was saying, basically, if you have spent, let's say 1 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees or 20 lakh rupees on Google Ads for last 6 months, right? So don't assume that Google will give you a little bit of push in the natural organic results. No, it will not. Okay. Not at all. Completely not at all. All right. So it will not give you any, boost to your natural rankings. That is also one of the side effects. Now, the benefits, basically, let's look at the benefits of SEO in a simple terms, right? So benefits is basically, these will stay long term. Any work that you do in SEO, okay, they will stay for long term on the search engine. Okay. And I can also say very confidently that not just in the search engine, but also in the AI engines. Okay. AI engines are nothing but Gemini. It will also stay on GPT, Chat GPT. It will also stay on Perplexity. It will also stay on Cloud AI. It will also stay on Copilot. Okay. It will also stay on all the platforms which are completely using these versions. Okay, the natural search engines. Yes, DeepSeek, Grok, the latest version of Grok. You name it, whatever you want to name it, you name it. So all of these source will be the main SEO part. So where are they getting information? From the SEO engines. Okay. So now this should answer all your questions that, sir, everybody is talking that SEO is dead. SEO is this, SEO is that, and all of this. So this is a straight answer to all your questions. Okay. So any SEO that you are going to do going forward, so that is going to keep active in the AI engines as well, not just search engines, but AI engines. Search engines are slowly eventually going down. So, now Google also is transforming its answer engine into something called as AI mode. I don't know how many of you have seen that. So all of that, you'll get with this only. Got it? Yes. So AI mode is being prompted to new people on desktops and versions. So basically, it's an answer engine. So the searches have gone up. So it has all the features that literally is letting the consumer ask the question and it is giving the answer rather than the choices. Okay. So I'm going to give that breakdown as well, how it's going to change and all of that. But again, you have to stay tuned and then understand all of this very clearly. Okay. And then the biggest information, the biggest thing here basically with regards to SEO, the benefits of SEO even with the AI world is the listings. Okay. And very, very, very importantly, guys, brand recall. Okay. Is it good to have that kind of this thing? So the technical term that you are looking for is that brand recall. So when you are doing SEO or when you are doing Google Ads, right? So I'm going to talk a little bit of a funnel as well, then you will understand bigger things. So when you are doing this kind of an SEO listings, or it could be Google Ads also, the main objective, at the fundamental, aspect of it, the main objective for any kind of digital marketing activity is to generate awareness. Fundamentally, if you don't create brand awareness, if nobody knows what you are, if nobody is able to see what you are, basically, then you are nothing. You are so dead. Correct? So this is also one of the, pivot point. So the pivot point here is when somebody asks, so I'll tell you why I'm stressing this so much. There'll be a lot of people out there who will say that, sir, we have been doing this business for 3 generations now. Okay. We have been traditionally so strong. Our business, मेरा business तो चल रहा है sir, अब सब कुछ बढ़िया है. I am just transforming, I just took over from my father's business and I am now taking all of this thing on my own. Right? Trust me, I have seen many businesses terribly fail when they are not digitally adapting. Okay. So when I say terribly fail, so even though they are making good business traditionally, if they are not digitally available, then you are gone. Your brand is not visible. Nobody will be able to see you. Nobody will remember you. Nobody will come to you. Okay. So it is mandatory when a client says to you or when a company says that no, our business is absolutely good offline, so we don't want to go digital. उस digital चक्कर में नहीं पड़ना है मुझे. So this, if you are listening to this, then you have to tell them, you have to give them all these reasons. Sir, अगर आप digitally नहीं जाओगे, if you are not creating a website or if you are not creating any digital address for your business, then you will be gone out of the radar. Got it? So if you are gone out of the radar, eventually your business might be running very successfully right now, but eventually people will forget you. Okay. So one of the easiest example that I can give you is, think of Hindu versus Times of India newspaper. Hindu newspaper versus Times of India. People remember Times of India more. If they are Amid users, people will remember Times of India more. Okay. And then there is also this application called as InShots. I don't know how many of you use this. So all those magazines or newspaper content, if they are not associated with InShots, or it could be Way to News, or it could be some these temporary platforms. I mean, these platforms which are actively media platforms which are actively giving short information. Okay, you don't want to read the entire article, but it will give you a glimpse of information, right? So Times of India is top of everything. Hindu is completely gone. Nobody is signing up for them. Nobody is signing up for those digital newspaper. I mean, the percentage of people who are doing that is very less. Got it, guys? This is one of the biggest example. Another example that I can give you along these lines is the media channels, right? The moment, if you truly understand this, the moment OTT platforms are born, right? So when the devices are equipped with Android, basically, okay. So when the digital devices are completely Android driven, right? So when I say digital devices, I'm talking about TVs, televisions. So when those are equipped with these things, the traditional dish TV media is gone. Correct. So people are no more looking at that traditional television TRPs. They are now focused on all these as OTT associations. If OTT associations are not there, then people are not even watching these news channels, right? So they are becoming dummies on YouTube. So they have transformed themselves from the traditional media channels, which is from television, into digital. That is also a part of digital marketing only, if you're thinking that this is different. I hope I'm making sense to everyone. All right. Okay. Let's search for Intellipaat, Bengaluru. Okay. So when I search for Intellipaat, you see this thing right side? Okay. All right. Yeah. So this information is what is Google My Business. Okay. So you have to log into your Google My Business and then you will be able to see all of that. So, this right side, right information that you're seeing is all Google My Business. Okay. So it shows your ratings, reviews, the address, the phone number that you can connect. Is it open? And you will have the reviews, all the detailed review along with that, the little bit of information about it. And then along with that, the social profiles, whatever that are associated, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and all of that, and any other things which are also similar to that. Okay. And the products associated. So this listing on Google, when you search for something like this, is what we call it as Google My Business. Okay. Cool. So I'll tell you how to get that listed even for this thing and all of that. Yeah. Even if you don't have an actual store, physical store also, if you don't have it, even if it is cloud. So if somebody is running any kind of cloud kind of a thing also, then wherever you are physically doing it, I mean, it could be your home or it could be anything. You can list that. No worries. All right. That physical space. So that is a part of it, guys. Now coming back to, the benefits of SEO. Yes. I'm talking about that brand recall. So, any activity that you do, these kind of things will create that brand recall. SEO will have a little bit of more brand recall. Okay. Now compared to Google Ads, because Google Ads, you will see it today, after 6 months, you will not see it. But SEO, it is a constant, memory boost that you always get every time when you search for something. Okay. So imagine searching for Nike all the time and then you get Nike, automatically that Nike will be on your head. In your head. Okay. So that is one of the benefits. Okay. Now, along with Google Ads also, basically, for SEO also there are a little bit of side effects of purely relying on SEO. Okay, I'm going to tell you all of that. Right. So side effects of purely relying on SEO. Purely if you're working on SEO, then obviously one of the biggest problem that you have is, last time I discussed this, it'll take 3 months or at least 3 to 6 months, right, to get listed in the search engine. Again, mind you, this is not on top of search engines. In the search engines, it could be in the second page, it could be in the first page, or it could be in the third page. Okay, right? And then now for this kind of this thing, basically if you do this, then your competitors, if they are doing Google ads, okay, and if you are purely doing SEO, then obviously these will beat you, okay, in the rankings. And when they beat you in the rankings, obviously they get more business. Okay, so when I say they get more business, let me be very specific. They get more traffic. So when they get more traffic, more leads. Right. Okay, so this is what the competitors will get as a benefit, right? If they are doing a little bit of Google ads as well. Okay, got it, guys? So now, sir, you are saying both things. You are saying that you should not rely on Google ads. At the same time, you are also saying that you should not purely rely on SEO as well. Now, what is the best combination here? Right? What should we ideally do? Okay. So ideally what you should be doing is, okay, first and foremost, basically fix everything related to SEO first in the initial 2 months, right? So whenever you are starting, with regards to fix everything related to SEO, probably for your website or an application, okay, or an app. So you have to do all of these things in the first initial 2 months, right? So I'll tell you what are the things that are there. Okay, so what all you should be taking care before you start off all of these things, I'll tell you. All right, so you need to do it in the first initial 2 months, and after that, okay, you can start with minimal budgets on Google Ads. Okay, you have to start with minimal budgets on Google Ads. So that way, what happens is basically your keywords will be ranked faster. At the same time, what is going to happen parallelly is, when you're doing with Google Ads, you will be able to see a little bit of traffic flowing, and then you will have a little bit of leads flowing sometimes. I mean, if you're lucky enough, and then from the leads you will have the sales and conversions and all of that. Okay, now when you do this and this together, right, so eventually you will start with the SEO as well. So SEO will start from, let's say, third month after your website completion. Okay, so when you do this, so this will start probably at in the 4th month or 5th month. Okay, so you will do this in the 4th month of it. And now what happens? So I'll tell you what happens with these things. So technically you can start with even 5th month also, but I'll tell you the later you start, the more benefit you get. I'll tell you why. Okay, so I am writing it at approximately 5th month. Okay, 3rd month you will start your SEO. By 5th month, you have already crossed your SEO by 2nd month. That means you are entering the 3rd month. So even the 5th month also, you will now parallelly do your SEO and the Google Ads. Okay, so that's a deadly combination that you should remember. Okay, so the businesses also will tell you the same thing. They say that literally, why don't we do SEO and Google Ads parallelly? You will have the highest bids being more. It is like technically your charges will be high when you're starting with Google Ads and SEO parallelly. Okay, remember this, guys. When you start your SEO and Google Ads parallelly, your Google ad cost will be higher. It will spend more because you are starting from zero. You don't have credibility. You don't have enough traffic coming to your website. So literally you are you are trying to burn money to Google, and Google will obviously think that, okay, this guy doesn't have anything. Let me charge him more. So now the combination here, when you do this and then this in the 5th month, what will happen with this basically is, at this point of time, since you have already started your SEO, now here is a kicker. SEO already started 2 months ago. Okay, that means you will have enough traffic, not enough traffic, at least basic traffic flowing. Okay, that means basic reputation is already kicking in, right? At the same time, there are users who are appreciating your content, right? So all of this is happening for the last 2 months. Now, when after these 2 months, now when you do it in the fifth month, okay, so what Google is doing right now is, when you look at all of these things, so in the fifth month, what Google Ads will look at it is, since you already have, all of this thing happening, Google will give you, that reduced cost. Okay, what do you mean by reduced cost? Basically, you will have, basically Google Ads will charge you based on clicks. Okay, so you will have lesser cost per click. You will have lesser cost per, maybe landing page views. But if you do both parallelly, like I said, the damage is you will have more cost. So I am giving you all the logical explanation and answers, guys. So if anybody asks you these kind of questions, then these should be your answers also. Got it? Yeah. I'm gonna do it again. So basically, when you are doing this initially, yeah. So when you start off your SEO after your website is ready, right? So when your website is ready, basically you will start off your SEO part. Okay, so you'll start doing your on-page optimization. You start doing your blogs. You start optimizing all the pages and all of that. Once you start doing it for the next 2 months, right? After 2 months, when you start your Google Ads, okay, if you start your Google Ads, you will be charged with a reduced cost. You will not have excess, additional cost. You will have a minimal cost because you have already built this thing over a last 2 to 3 months. Okay, so what do you mean by reduced cost? Basically, so this is, it could be clicks, it could be page views, it could be lead, cost per lead, or it could be video views. All of that will come down. If usually it is charging 5 rupees, it will charge you 3 rupees per click. If it usually is charging 3 rupees per click, it will charge you 1 rupee per click, because your reputation and traffic is flowing consistently. You have already proven to Google that, boss, I am getting good users coming to my website, right? You will have, I mean, if already there is a brand existing, since a long period of time, so it will not take too much time for them to get this listed, because they are already popular online, or offline or online, whatever, right? But it is not the same for all the brands, right? So try doing this for Bata. When you search for Bata basically online, I don't know if it is still existing. Last time when I did that, I saw it. So when I searched for Bata, right? So usually Bata was not showing up. Amazon was showing up. Bata shoes basically. So something like that. I'm not sure if it is still listing or not, but I think they are doing ads. I'm not sure, but yeah, you can check with that. Got it? So, or it could be any brand. Maybe I don't know. Tell me some older brands, guys. Okay, let's say MDH Masala. I'm doing it live right now. MDH Masala, I can see Amazon, I can see Gandhi Foods, I can see Wikipedia, I can see Instagram and Monthly Mart. I'm not see, yeah, MDH Spices is somewhere listed in the middle of it, saying coming soon. Yeah. So I just did MDH Masala. So you see Amazon is listed on top, and then Gandhi Foods. I think it is renamed to Gandhi Foods. I don't know. No, it's different. Gandhi Foods is different. And then Wikipedia, Spice Company, Instagram, Monthly Mart, and then look at the website. It says coming soon. And then you have Facebook, and then you have YouTube channel. So SEO is a must. Okay. And I gave you example of Bata. Let me search for Bata. Yeah, Bata is showing up online. So that means these guys are doing good SEO. Previously, when I checked, they didn't do it. Okay. Yeah. So this is how it works. You understood, right? Got it? Here, guys, this example. So, I just wanted to make it clear to everybody. So digital being is a must. You don't have a choice. Okay. Clear, guys? Ideally, what you should be doing. So now the mix is also very clearly written. So follow this thing. So make sure, that means you have to parallelly. This is actually multitasking. It is not you checking WhatsApp and Messenger together. This is multitasking. Multitasking is basically, so you will have to make sure that you are doing this one and this one. Okay. So you have to plan for this fifth month start, but your plan and everything has to be after your SEO started. Okay, cool, perfect. Now we talked about, okay, we should be doing we should be doing the SEO part and all of that. Okay, so before we start off the SEO also, there are certain checks that we need to take care. We call it as prerequisites. Okay, before starting SEO. Okay, I'm going to go now technically a little deeper into it. So let me give that understanding here. I want your full focus. So when we talk about a website, basically websites are of two types. Okay, to put it in layman terms, we call it as static website and we call it as a dynamic website. Okay, so what are the differences? Basically, static website is nothing but, I'm not going deeper into this, guys. I'm just giving a basic understanding. Static websites are mostly branding websites. Okay, so they are digitally present only for business showcase. Okay, example, I'm going to give you an example. Hospital websites are static websites. Colleges and educational institutions. Okay, software company websites, right? B2B websites, business to business, all of this, like I said, software companies and these things, most of them, they are very static. So static literal terms, okay, people who are not from any of the marketing background, if you are thinking of, the basic of the basic of the basic, static technically will not have content changes happening every day. Okay, you can call it a day. They'll not have huge content changes happening every day. For some, it could be every month. For some, it could be for 1 year. It could be for 6 months. For it could be 3 months, or it could be they'll not even change. Okay, they'll not change anything. Usually, nothing happens in this website. So you check this website today, and then you check this website 1 year later. Also, pretty much everything remains the same. Maybe few changes here and there. Got it, guys? That is your static website. Think of any hospital website. You will not see too much of changes in a hospital website. You will see same departments. You will see same people. Most of the cases, doctors might be changed here and there, but pretty much everything, content remains the same. Okay. So that is a static website. Got it? Now, there is next thing called as dynamic website. Dynamic websites are usually sales websites. Okay, e-commerce websites or quick commerce, all of this websites, these are dynamic. Yeah, so what do you mean by dynamic? Now, all the examples you all know pretty well. Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, Zepto, you name it. I mean, all of this, Zomato, all of these things, right? So you will have all of these things which are dynamically changing. So these will have content changes happening every moment. Okay, it could be minute to minute, it could be hourly updates, it could be half a day updates, okay, or it could be daily updates, very active. Got it? So these will have minute to minute changes, everything. So you will have orders coming in, going in, inventory being built up, being closed. All of this will dynamically very much happen. So this is what you have with regards to static and dynamic websites. Clear, everybody? I literally try to explain in layman terms because everybody has to be understanding it very clearly. Okay, just think of this situation. Is the website content changing every minute, hourly, half a day, very dynamically happening? Is it happening? If your answer is yes, then it is dynamic. If the content is not changing actively, then it is static. Simple. Okay, cool. So now that you understood the website part, then now comes the biggest question: when to start the SEO? Fundamentally, the simple answer is only start when your website is complete. Without your website not getting completed, do not even think of starting the SEO. Okay, this is one of the biggest mistake all the people will do. They simply start off the website and parallelly they try to do all the SEO just because some idiot on YouTube told them to do so. Don't do it. Okay, because search engines will have a very clear algorithm. They'll track you. They'll understand what you're doing, where you are doing, and what you are dynamically changing every moment. They'll keep a track of everything. Okay, so Google is that is that secret agent which will constantly keep a look at your website. You might be thinking that, okay, you might be thinking that, okay, I have opened an incognito window, nobody is watching. No, Google will look at you in a naked view. I'm telling you, it will track everything. Okay, so you cannot escape that. So make sure that you are not doing this. Now, sir, what do you mean by website being complete? I'm going to tell you all of that. Okay, so when I'm talking specifically about website being complete, I am saying literally to get your pages ready. Completely all the pages must be ready with the content, imagery, everything. Okay. Along with that, post must be ready. Okay. So when I say post, I'm talking about blog post. Categories has to be listed. Content has to be sorted accordingly. Right. All of them has to be done. Header has to be very clearly defined. You should have a proper menu. You should have a logo in place. Right. Along with that, footer has to be in place. When I say footer, all pages which are not so important, you will have to put it there. Operating hours must be listed. Address must be listed. Right. So copyrights, social links, all of that must be put in the footer as well. And very importantly, visual appearance. Okay. UI or UX part of it. All right. So all of this must be done. And specifically, what do you mean by pages, sir? I'm going to explain that also. Okay. Only start when these 5 mantra, okay, this panchatantra is ready. Only then start off this. Before that, you should not start off anything. Now, specifically, I'm going to tell you in detail what all pages also has to be ready. I'm giving you that Divyastra. Okay. All that astras that you need for checking whether your websites are now ready or not. Okay. So some of you might be already having a website. Some of you might have already started, but you are clueless. Some of you are thinking to start a website. Some of you are planning to start your own agency. For all of that, remember this. Irrespective of your category of business, industry of business, this has to flow. Okay. I am giving you all of that. Okay. In the pages specifically. Home page must be ready. There should be a proper home page. Okay, what should be listed and all of that I'll tell you. About us page must be ready. Again, these are rules from Google, not from me. Okay, about us must be ready. Contact us page must be ready. Product or service related pages must be ready. Blog page must be ready. It has to have gallery, all the realistic pictures and everything. And very importantly, everybody will forget this. Terms and conditions page. Okay, terms and conditions page must be ready. Along with that, privacy policy must be ready. Along with that, recently it has added cookie policy must also be ready. These are the total pages that are mandatorily has to be there inside the website. If these are not there in the website, trust me, your Google Ads also, your account will be blocked. Your account will not be activated. Your account will be frozen. They'll, blacklist your Google Ads account also. You will not be able to do ads also. Got it, guys? Yes, even for an e-commerce website also, there should be a blog. Yes, blog compulsory for a website, any website. All the things that I have listed here, it has to be there. Okay, clear, guys? So these are mandatory, very clearly mandatory. Okay, so I'm going to tell you, we'll have a very detailed discussion of how to write blogs. Sir, I'm not a good writer and all of that. I'll answer all of those questions. Don't worry. Okay, even if it is a blog also, your homepage will be a grid of blogs, correct? If your website itself is a blog, your homepage will be a grid of all the blogs, individual blogs. Your about us will be who you are, who is writing these blogs. Is it a company? Is it an individual? Who is that? So you will have to write that. Contact. Why should you give your contact? If anybody wants to reach out to you for content, they are really impressed with your content. They want to sign up with you. So you should be giving that information, right? So that is contact. And product or service, if you don't have any product or a service also, you're just doing it for fun, your product here itself is a blog. Got it? So you can mention that, or you cannot you can leave that also if you are doing any kind of a product, or you can say that content writing service if you are doing it. If you're not doing it, you can leave it. And then in the gallery section, maybe you can put some reviews or writings or whatever. Maybe the best the ultimate purpose of a blog is a destination, right? So what is that destination for you? Put it here. Is it becoming the best content, best blogger out there, or something, anything related to that? Try to put it here. Terms and conditions, privacy policy and cookie policy will be there. I'll tell you what these has to be listed. Okay, clear? Few things you might remove it, but yeah, you can also literally stay with existing thing. All right. So when it comes to homepage for specific industries, you might be thinking that how do I structure my homepage and all of that. That we'll discuss live later. Okay, I'll tell you in detail how you can structure all of that. Okay, so these had to be mandatory, guys. And specifically, sir, why should we, do this? I'm focusing more on these three aspects, guys. These all can be customized. You can do it, as you wish. But these three things are mandatory. So what are these things? What are these terms and conditions? Okay. Why should we do that? I am going to tell you that. Okay. So when it comes to terms and conditions, basically the fundamental things, what we'll be doing is, first and foremost, we are letting everybody know what happens when you use this website information. Okay, right? So when I say when you use website information, so if you are seeking information, right? When you are seeking information, that means if somebody is entering their lead detail, okay, we call it as lead. Okay, so if you are getting that lead information from this website, so we'll tell them that, boss, whatever name, email address that you are entering in my website, I am going to use this for so and so information. I am going to use it for so and so purposes. That is, you are seeking information and then using information. Okay, I am going to use your details for giving you much benefit. Okay, you will see. I'll give you an example here. So when you go to certain websites, you will see before you are exiting the website, you will see a pop-up saying that, hey, wait, don't go. Subscribe to our newsletter. Correct? Everybody must have experienced this. When you go to certain websites, you will see that pop-up. The moment you are trying to exit that website, you will see this pop-up saying that, subscribe to our newsletter, where it will ask you for an email address. Correct? Yeah. So that is using information. So they have to tell you that I am going to use your email address for your own benefit. How will I benefit you? I am going to send you customized newsletters. So that is exactly where, you are giving that information willingly because you loved the content. But they'll have to mention what they are going to do with that information. That is seeking and using information. Got it, guys? Also, using the assets. If somebody else, right? Probably I have my own website. I have my own course. If somebody downloaded all my course and then they are selling on their own, obviously that's a crime. So, this happens with a lot of Indians who are using those images. If you are randomly going into Google and then you are picking up that information, picking up those images, downloading those images, and then if you are trying to use that in your blog, so remember, you will be copyrighted. Okay, you're not supposed to do that. You should probably take that, permission from that person who is the owner of that image, and then only use it. We'll have to give them credit. Okay, so that information is also I am going to put it. This is for specifically those people who will download my images and then content. AI generated images, no, I mean, there is no one who is accountable, Nehul. You can use it. I'm talking about the generic images, people who are putting their time and effort into basically, this Photoshop, image editing, video editing, and all of that. They are putting their investment and all of that, right? So you cannot go and then randomly use those images and all of that. Anybody who is using those YouTube channels will understand this pain, right? Suddenly Google will, YouTube will tell you that you are using this music owned by somebody else, copyright issues. I personally faced the same thing. Yeah, even on IG, everywhere. So that is using the assets. So I also faced a similar kind of a situation early in my earlier days of an agency, where there was, there were literally 15 images that we picked up from Google. So the designer, who was a newbie, basically, he didn't know how to, pick up those images and all. So he randomly went into Google and then pulled up those images. And then we used that website in our social media post. I mean, I'm talking about 2011 times in an agency. So when we did that, I mean, it was happily running up and running. So the company is basically Comprehensive Prosthetics and Orthotics, CPO. It's a USA brand. So when we used that, we didn't have any issue. I mean, we didn't even think about it. Later, after 6 months of usage, so you understand prosthetics and orthotics, right? Prosthetics and orthotics are basically, people who are amputated, right? So people who lost their limbs and legs. So they have artificial limbs and artificial legs. We call it as prosthesis and orthotics. You understand? Yeah. So, we used to promote digitally in USA for these ones. People who lost their, limbs and, probably because of accidents, or people who couldn't have, that God gifted things. Right? So this is a company which manufactures those prosthetics and orthotic devices, right? So I mean, we all use that. You knee braces and all of that, guys. People who have arthritis, your grandfathers, your grandmothers, they might be using these things. Neck, embraces, knee embraces, spine embraces. All of these are, we call it as prosthetics and orthotics. Okay, so yeah, I'm coming back to the topic. So we use those images available on Google and then we started doing it. Later, probably after 6 months or 8 months of that post already published, they got responses, we got sales, everything is done. We got an email saying that you have used my proprietary image, so I'm going to put you in court. So we got it from a UK, company, UK photographer. So who put it on Google, and then he raised a copyright issue saying that for every image we are supposed to pay them $1,000. Every image, one image. We don't know how many images we used at that point of time. For every image, he is literally asking us to put 1,000 dollars for it. Okay. So we Indians have a very good habit, right? So if everything goes, in a wrong direction, we have one super mantra that we will always use. What is that? If everything else fails, we have one super thing that we'll always do. What is that? We are really sorry. We didn't know that, this is owned by you. We are really, feeling bad about this kind of this thing. So, please excuse us. Sorry. We are going to remove all the assets that you own. Simple. And then after that, you don't respond. You delete all the things. Extremely sorry for the inconvenience caused. So, universal phrase. So, we said that. We dropped a mail and then said that, we are going to remove all of these things and going forward, we'll not do this kind of a mistake. That was the biggest lesson. After that only, we have Shutterstock, all of these things that we purchased as subscription and then started using those images. Got it, guys? So again, the lesson here is not to listen to my story and then enjoy it. Lesson here is don't use random images from Google. Okay. And also don't think that every time you can say sorry and escape. No, they'll come after you. Because digitally you are trackable. You can, they'll come back. If you block them on this thing, they'll come to LinkedIn. If you block them on LinkedIn, they'll come to Facebook. If you block everywhere, they'll go to Google only directly, saying that this guy has put this thing. I want to now put a lawsuit. You cannot escape. So be very careful, right? So how do you do that? You basically have to reach out to them, drop an email saying that hey, we really like these images, or at least basically credit them, right? So fundamentally you have to drop an email, and then at least if they are not responding over emails on it, at least credit that source saying that image is taken from. That's why you see in certain websites you will see image source. Got it, guys? Now we have all the images. I mean, you don't even have to find the royalty free images. You just go to AI. If you are comfortable, just AI only will give you good images. Okay, cool. So that is about the using of the assets. And then copyright infringement. If you are using my property for any cause, I have all the rights to put infringement. I can do this. That's what terms and conditions is all about. Okay. Along with this thing, there is a process how to create this. Sir, I didn't learn law. I don't know any rules. I don't know how to, draft this page also. Okay. So there are very fantastic things. I mean, you are not alone. So there are a lot of people who have this kind of a problem. How to create this document if you are a novice or don't have any detail. Okay. So there is a simple process which I am going to tell you. So it's simple. I mean, you can do this on your own. There is something called as terms and conditions generator. Just go to Google, you will search for it, and then you will get all the process in place. Okay. Don't use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not going to give you, very standardized information. There are generators which have predefined templates. You can use that. So where in this generator, all you have to do is you have to give them basic inputs, something like, business name, obviously, if you're running a business, and then the website name. Okay. So prove your ownership, probably giving your GST numbers and any of it, and then put down the location. Specifically, they just ask you for a country. Yeah, this is all free of cost. No money. Cool. Privacy policy is basically, it's simple. How this website, when I say this website, your website, how this website is taking measures to protect the user's confidential information. Okay. What is confidential information? The standard is NEP. Okay. NEP is name, email, phone number. Correct? The standard SCP is, NEP is this. Along with that, if you are purchasing something online, your credit card information, debit information, UPI numbers, your OTPs, correct? Everything related, your bank accounts, all of that is confidential information, correct? So you are responsible for any loss of this information on your website. Yes, correct. If a user is coming to your website and giving any of this information, then obviously you have to give them, confidence that yes, boss, I am here to take care of it. Don't worry, your information is safe and sound. Okay. That is what privacy policy is all about. So you are giving that trust to the user who is coming to your website that all the information that we are going to take from you within the transactional process, everything is safe and secure. Okay, that's why you'll have something called as HTTPS mandatory. So if your website is secure, you will have a simple lock button on the top of your website. Okay, so it will give you that this connection is secure. You can happily go ahead and then do all the transactions. If the website is not secure, you will see that this website has malicious information. Don't go further. Correct. So you'll have all of these things. So if it is not HTTP enabled, okay, it's just a protocol. Okay. Now, how to do this also, sir? Again, the same thing. Terms and conditions. You gave us a very good gift by giving us a generator. How do you do this? Okay. So even for privacy policy also, same thing. Just search for privacy policy generator. Okay. So why am I suggesting these generators online, guys? Basically, most of the websites will have same kind of information. Okay. Same kind of rules and lawsuits. You just have to select your country and location. Automatically, it will be basically it's the same thing, right? So you don't have to tweak major things as well. So you will have very teeny tiny things that if you can change, everything goes well. Okay. So that's why I'm suggesting this privacy policy generator, because if you had to draft and do all of this thing, all our money will go into this these things only. So you don't have to waste too much of amount of energy on that. Right. Now coming to the last and final thing, which is cookie policy. What is this cookie? Sir, what is cookie? Is it oatmeal cookie or a chocolate chips cookie? What cookie you are talking about? No, it's not about that cookie. This is little different. Okay. I know you guys are hungry. You can now order anything that you want to. I'll give time. But this cookies that I'm specifically talking about, something where you must have observed if you have gone to any website and if you have looked at some content or some kind of an images, you will see these images or your content following you in other websites or other places as well. Okay, so imagine you are going into Amazon, you are checking Nike shoes, but you have not done any purchase, you are not doing anything at all, but you simply search for that Nike. And then once you search that Nike, because of some reason you exited that application and then you are on your own, you are moving to your office or you're traveling somewhere. And later when you open other website after maybe 3 hours or 4 hours or maybe half a day, if you're checking some other website, you will see exactly the same shoe that you searched in Amazon, correct? And it'll also come to you as a YouTube video. It'll also come to you on your Instagram feed. It'll come to you on your LinkedIn feed also. Everybody, you must have observed this, guys. So all of this basically is like following your activity online like a shadow. Okay, yeah, so that is exactly why. So how is that happening basically is, so when you open this website, okay, when you open Amazon or if you open any kind of a website, in that website you will see a pop-up saying that cookie policy, accept all cookies, reject all cookies, let me decide. In any website you will see accept cookies, customize cookies, reject cookies. So you, without you knowing only, because you are annoyed with that pop-up, you will simply click accept, correct? The moment you click that accept, what happens is, this is what happens. The website will drop a cookie on that browser. Okay, when you open that website, the website basically will drop a cookie in that browser. So browser will have a memory. So what is this saying now? What is this website interacting with that browser is, boss, the user from this browser has now gave me a permission that I can track his user activity online. So wherever he goes, I am going to put myself there. So this is what a communication happens between the browser and that website. Got it, guys? So that is exactly the reason why you are seeing this kind of a follow-up activity. So who is doing this? You are only doing it. Nobody is responsible for it. You are only doing it because you are randomly clicking on that accept, accept, accept every time. The same thing is happening with your applications also. The moment you download and then you are installing it, you are accepting all the permissions. They have access to your contacts, they have access to your phones, they have access to your messages, your gallery, your drive, your email, everything. Got it? You can, I mean, if you are okay to accept it, you can accept it. If you don't want to accept it, you can reject it. So this is the new rule that Google has given. Google made it mandatory to all the websites that how can you track a user without their consent. So that is why it made mandatory to all the websites that you have to give them a choice. If they don't want to, they don't want you to track them, they should be rejecting you. You should not force them. You cannot do it secretly. Until and unless they give you consent, you cannot track it. That is why we have this cookie policy. Got it, guys? But yeah, you guys understood, right? So again, for this cookie policy, basically these are like acceptable cookies policy to give a better user experience. Okay. So yeah, how do I do this? So if you are running a WordPress website, basically it's just a simple plugin. You just go to a plugin and then you can activate it. So I'm going to, give you a live access to basically to WordPress only. So I might not access to WordPress, but I'm going to show all of this live in a real website, which is built on WordPress. So I'm going to show you how to do that as well. Okay. Right. Maybe some cases people are not accepting it, but look at the majority. It's fundamental, guys. So if the content is great, I mean, take my own example. Okay, let's forget everything else. Take my own example. Let's say I have written a blog talking about something, and then I basically created this cookie policy as well. So in that blog, I'm talking something about digital marketing concepts, and I'm talking about something which is really helpful. Okay, so if my content is good, why will the user not accept the cookie policy? That's a question that we need to ask. And if they are coming to my website for the content, obviously the bounce rate will be lesser. So people will not be jumping off the website unless and until I write something very bad. And most of the audience are not liking my content. It's the same thing, correct? So I don't think creating those kind of pop-ups or cookie policies are going to increase the bounce rate. So not at all a problem. It might be attention span little less, but no, bounce rate has nothing to do with this cookie policy at all. Zero, right? It's just like it's a part of a process, guys. Okay, so people don't take that cookie policy very seriously. That's the main thing. Okay, before I started explaining the cookie policy right now, till all this time, have you thought so much about a cookie when you visited certain websites? I am sure 100% you must have never thought about it. 100%. There is your answer. Now that we are discussing about cookie policy, you are thinking about a technical terms on the digital marketing front. But for a consumer, they don't care. That's the point. User will never care. They just look at that blue color button, accept all. They'll not even read the content. They simply click on it because it's a disturbance. Just it is because of a disturbance only. They click on it and then go ahead. So, we don't have to worry about it. Okay. Yeah. Right. So specifically, talking about, so we have covered all the pages part of it. Let's take a look at the post, header, footer, visual appearance, and then we'll look at the live implementation or not implementation, basically a tool, what you can do, how you can check if there is already an existing website, how do you audit that website and all. Okay, I'm going to show you live of how you can do with this. Okay, so now when it comes to posts, I'm specifically talking about the blog posts, guys. So blog posts must be categorically divided. Okay, so what kind of posts that you are doing? So you have to basically sort the content accordingly. Okay, you cannot dump all the types of blogs under one section. Okay, for example, what do you mean by this, sir? I didn't understand. Okay, let's say for example, yours is a digital marketing agency. Okay, your blog has to be divided into categories like SEO blog, social media, content. Okay, I'm talking about pillars. We usually call it as content pillars. Okay, so social media content, or here instead of blog, I'll write SEO content. All right, advertising content, and inside advertising also you'll have God's content. Okay. So what is God's? Google Ads basically. Okay. And then it could be Meta Ads content, anything like that. Okay. And then it could be email content. All right. So it could be influencer content. These will be called as categories. This is how you organize it. Okay. If you want any other example, then I can give that example as well, guys. But yeah, the point is basically you have to categorize content. If you don't categorize content, basically Google will be confused. It will not understand. At the same time, for users also, it is messy. They'll not get a very clear understanding of what you are writing or what is it, how is it relevant. Got it? So that is basically your post. Nothing too complex. It's very simple, straight. All right. So now coming to the header section of it. Header section is nothing but the first thing that you see when you open a website. Okay. So basically, what do you see when you open a website? You will see a menu. You will see a logo. Correct? Basically, the first section inside any website, if you open in a desktop or a mobile, this is what you see. Correct? So inside this menu, you have two different things. We call it as primary menu. And then there is also something called as secondary menu. Okay. So what is this primary and secondary menu? Let me show you with an example. Not topics. Subtopics are different, but it is something that you should know with, two things basically. What is this? Two kinds of menus that are available. Okay. Okay. So this is one of the website called Digital Nest. Okay, it's similar to Intellipaat only. Okay, so in this website, basically, so you see there are two menus. You see one in the above, and then there is one at the below. Correct? So this one that you are seeing here, Digital Nest School of Business versus and the contact us, refer, earn, our reviews, and all of that. So this is what we call it as primary menu. And the one that you are seeing above is what we call it as secondary menu. So you have two menus. Got it, guys? So this usually, I mean, it is not mandatory, but usually these two, if you are planning to do it, you have to have these two. Okay. If you don't want to use secondary menu, that's fine. That's fine. Absolutely fine. No worries. You can simply use one single menu only. So just like we have it in Intellipaat. Intellipaat has only one primary menu. Okay. So this is the primary menu for Intellipaat. So you have only one header. In this header section, you have only one menu. So yeah, no, footer section has a menu, and that menu is what we call it as footer menu, not secondary menu. Secondary menu will be here only, just above the primary menu only. Okay. So in the same example, you see one menu, you see two menus here, right? So this is menu one. The one that you are seeing, the one that I'm hovering right now, it's menu number one, which we usually call it as primary menu. Primary menu is the main menu. Okay. And then there is something above, which is secondary menu. See, what is the difference between primary menu and a secondary menu? Basically is simple. Primary menu is the main objective of the business. So business happens here. Okay. So here you see the courses and all of that, right? Secondary menu is not really important. I mean, not important in the sense it's not on a highest priority. Okay. So these are optional. So imagine yourself basically like you are a learner. Okay. If you're coming to this website, why would you care about us? You will not care about it. Why would you care about become instructor? You will not. Why would you care about support? You will not. You will be only focused on what courses does these guys have. Okay. So that is the objective of this business user. So again, for a learner who is trying to look at this website, they look for reviews. They look for affiliate income if they are interested. They'll try to reach out. So that is why we call it as a primary menu. Secondary menu is also important, but it is not mandatory that it can stay here in the primary menu. Okay. Also, the other reason why we have two different types of menus is, imagine this menu and this menu together. It will become very cluttered. Correct. So it will become very clumsy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So total 9 text. If it is looking here, it will look very odd. Make sense, guys? So that's why it is split into two. Yeah. So the same thing, that I was showing in Intellipaat only. So in the Intellipaat website, it is very structured. Basically, you see nothing, no junk, nothing. It's just, courses that are available and then list of all the courses that are there. Got it, guys? Okay, perfect. So I'm talking about these two things anyway. Let me list it down in detail. So when it comes to the primary menu, basically it's a top level menu, like I said. Top level menu created for easy navigation to the user. Okay, primarily it is focused for the users only. most of the cases. And when it comes to secondary, as we have seen, we'll see usually the social links, okay, social page links, or you will see contact details like we have seen in that website, right? So contact details like maybe email address, okay, or a WhatsApp number. So all of that. That is your secondary menu. And then logo, as we have seen in both the cases, we have seen Intellipaat logo, we have seen the other one as well, right? So both these things are loaded. So this is a part of a header. Apart from this, I mean, after this only, you will see that banner images, you will see that sliders and all of that here, right? In that section only, okay? And similarly, you have footer. So inside this footer also, there is something where usually all the businesses will have to mandatorily put up, okay? So there is something in the footer, which here also we can call it as a footer menu. Here also you can create a footer menu. And in that menu, basically, you will list down all those pages which are not important or critical for the user, but is needed for SEO purpose, SEO or, Google purpose, correct? So what are those things like we discussed last time? So privacy policy. Do you think user cares? User don't care, right? User will not even think of privacy policy. So we have to think about it. And why are we doing it? Purely for SEO and Google purpose. Yes, terms and conditions also in the same line. Okay, terms and conditions. And that's exactly why we see all of these things in the footer, contact pages, yeah, social media links, right? And then cookie policy, all of this. Yeah, this is pretty much what we see in the footer menu. Along with that, you must have also observed that people use this operating hours, right? When are they active? So Saturday to Sunday, Sunday to Saturday, something like that, right? We are open all days. And then you will also see those office times. Have you observed, guys? In specific websites, you will see the office opening times, right? Along with that, they'll also add an address and a Google map. You must have also observed that for easy drive, correct? So you must have seen all of these things, right? Along with that, you will see subscribe to our newsletter. Example, subscribe to our newsletter. This subscription tab will also be visible. And you will see the very important aspect, copyright content. So this website is copyrighted 2025, all rights reserved. You will see all of that, no? Copyright at, company 2025, all rights reserved. You will see something like this as a content, right? So this will be there. And then, yeah, we put up the social media links. So all these are there. So let's go and then check the Intellipaat website only. You will see what all is listed. What am I talking about? Okay. So I'm now going to the bottom of the page. Yeah. So this is what we call it as footer, guys. This entire thing, this black thing that you're seeing here is all footer only. Inside this footer, they have listed all of this. But now look at the bottom footer. You see this? About us, media, refund policy, privacy policy, terms of use, contact us, blog, interview questions. They put up all of this. And then they put up the address disclaimer as well. Got it? So similarly, if you go to other websites, maybe think of some other website. Maybe let's take the same example of digitalness, since we have seen that primary menu. Here also in the bottom, you will see the same thing. You see, recognized by followers, content, the list of menu, work with us, HR, and then you see the address and the details, all of this, right? So that is basically what the footer is. All right. So that is with regards to this thing. And finally, when it comes to the visual experience, so there are two elements, which is user interface, okay, which we usually call it as UI, and then there is something called as UX. Okay, so user interface is basically, it's all about the look and feel of the website. Look and feel of the website. Okay, what do you mean by look and feel of the website? I'm talking about the colors, themes, okay, fonts, all of that is what we call it as user interface. Okay, so this combination, it could be images, anything, yeah, anything which is creating that beauty of the website is what we call it as user interface. Okay, and then there is something called as UX. UX is nothing but the navigational aspects. Okay, navigational aspects are nothing but basically how easy it is to understand or to move back and forth. Okay, so probably functionality wise, right? So if a user wants to move from home page homepage to maybe blog. Okay. And from blog to maybe he wants to, go to contact. So are we giving everything as a very good user experience, right? They should be able to navigate easily without explaining to them that this is how you go. So that is your navigational experience that I'm talking about. Got it, guys? Clear, everybody? Kind of a breadcrumbs, yes. So you are giving step-by-step instructions, in a way visually for them that, it is easy for them to navigate. Okay. Just like, you get a smartphone, right? When you get a smartphone, you will have step-by-step instructions of what to do. Similar to that. That is what we call it as user experience. Okay. And then very importantly, specifically all this, I mean, user interface and user experience is technically a part of something called as a theme of the website. Okay. So these two will be a part of that theme only. So, this theme, whatever that you are selecting or you are creating, it should follow these two for sure. Got it? And then along with that, there are something called as brand elements. Okay. Brand elements are, it, logo, the fonts, the colors that you are selecting, right? The elements. Okay. So elements like proprietary information, proprietary, right? Proprietary aspects. Okay. So something like magazine. Okay. So yeah, all of that. Got it, guys? Perfect. So this is what you need to know with regards to your visual appearance. Okay. So this is what you need to do before you go ahead and then start off your SEO. Okay. Now all those people who already have a website, this is a checklist for you. So make sure that all of this thing is done and then only prepare yourself that yes, now my website is ready for an SEO. Okay. If you have not done any of this thing, even if one single thing is missing in any of this entire list, then you have to fix all of that and then start off the SEO part. Clear, guys? Everybody understood? Cool. So this mind map is going to be easy for you because when you're just, probably trying to attend an interview on SEO, all you have to do is just open this mind map and then go through each of these things. So automatically you'll remember all of this, right? And you can pick up easily where you want to get something. Okay. For example, what are the prerequisites before starting an SEO? You can now simply get, all of this data, and you will get everything listed. Okay. And it will be easy for you also to access. So I'm going to tell you how a digital audit is done. So this will help you. So what will this digital audit help you is basically it will tell you how your website is currently doing right now at this point of time so that you can do the checks. Okay. So let me share that. Let's remove this. Okay. All right. So there is a website called as SEO Optimer, guys. This is the tool. Okay. It's a tool which will give you a naked view of your website performance. Okay. How your website is doing. How is it, is it good, bad, ugly? How is it? Will give you complete SEO audit. Okay. And it will also probably give you the instructions as well. I mean, the recommendations as well. All right. So let me do for one of the website, any website. So let me pick up Intellipaat website only. Okay. So this is the website. So all you have to do is just copy the website URL, go to this website and then drop it, click audit. So all the job, it is going to do rest of the job. Basically, all you have to do is just pick up the website URL and then put it here, put that URL here. That's it. It will give you everything. Okay. So it will give you the on-page SEO. I'll tell you what these on-page and off-page and all of these things are, right? So looking at the website, you see, so the website will give you a listings, from A to F, A plus being the highest, F minus being the least and worst. Okay. So this is something that will give you a naked eye view of a naked bird view of the entire, website, how it is doing with regards to SEO. Okay. So it's an easy fix. So the reason why I am suggesting you this website at this point of time is anybody who is already familiar with, these things basically. So you can use this to instantly audit any client's website. When somebody comes to you saying that, hey, can you do a quick audit of my website and then tell me what should I fix? So all you have to do is just go to this website, drop their existing website, and then take the entire report, suggest them that, sir, this is what your website is currently right now. Okay. So, there is something that you should be alert about. So because in my audit report, I figured out that there are certain problems in this. So this will give you that kind of an audit entirely. Okay. And as you can see for Intellipaat website, on-page SEO is good. Links are good. Usability is a little bad. That means, this website has to be focusing more on the website visibility part of it technically. Okay, so when I say visibility part of it, like the servers and all of that has to be optimized it properly. And probably I think it is also not doing great on the, how do I put it, on the mobile view maybe. Okay, performance wise they are using the best servers. I think they are getting it A here in the performance. And socials also they are good. They are very good on the social. Okay, now as you go down individually, you will see individual results, what are good and what are bad. Okay, so your on page SEO is good. So we'll discuss in detail what is this on page and off page and all of these things are, but to have an understanding. And this is how it looks on a CRP. Okay, keywords, phrases, the total amount of content, it's good. Image alt attributes, tags, all of this. Sitemaps. Is analytics integrated? Yes. And what about the backlinks? This is the off-page optimization part. Domain strength, DA and PA. Someone said about this before. So domain strength is good. Page strength is average. Total backlinks created. Total referring domains, 25.5. All the blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then you will have the usability. This is where it needs to fix. It says that, usability issues across devices. It says it's bad. And Google score web vitals, largest contentful paint, interaction to next paint, page speed insights. Page speed insights is basically how much time it is taking for the website to load. Okay, it says 62 for the mobile version of it, and the desktop it is 65, which is okay. So performance wise, server response is really good. So all page content loaded is something where the entire content on the pages to load, it is taking 6.8 seconds. Okay, which is average. So ideally it has to be lesser than 5 seconds. So it is taking 6.8 seconds. And for all pages to be loaded, 11.9 seconds. And then download, page size, breakdown. So technically you'll get everything else. And then social results, Facebook is good, X is connected, Instagram is linked, YouTube is linked, YouTube has 12 million followers, all the information. Local SEO is also good. Okay, and it also gives you the kind of technology that these guys are using. All right, so look at this. Basically Cloudflare, Facebook Pixel, Get Site Control, all these tools are being used on the website, on the Intellipaat website. Okay, so HTTP, LinkedIn Insight tag. Okay, and Taboola, WooCommerce, and this you can see what kind of tech they are using. So they are using WordPress. The entire website is built on WordPress. Okay, and the moment you see Yoast SEO, it's an easy identifier that it is a WordPress built website. Got it, guys? So this is how, or a quick tool that you can use to instantly get an understanding of it. Okay. And yeah, when I say free, one thing that I missed out here is SEO Optimer will only allow you to take one domain. I mean, when you have to check for one of these client, I mean, if you, let's say, for example, you have two clients that you want an audit. So with one under one IP address, you will be able to do only one per day. Okay. So if I now select and if I go ahead and then try for some other website, okay, probably let's say digitalnest.in, it will say, you see, you have run maximum number of reports per day in a free plan. So premium plans have to be there, but it will not give you that information. Okay, you will have to be little, taking that premium plan. So usually you'll have only two. Yes, I think one, it was only one before, but I think they have now allowed two. Let me search for, yeah. So for the third one, it is saying got out. Okay, it's not there. So this is one of the tool that you can always rely on. Okay, it'll give you, not 100% accurate results, but it'll give you maximum good results. Yes, I think, yeah, 2 searches is what you will be getting per user. Yeah. So let me give you a small tip here. All you have to do is basically there is something called as full page screen capture. Okay, there is this you see this tiny icon that I am hovering to. So that is a Google Chrome extension. Okay, So let's say you wanted to download any kind of a report. Basically, all you have to do is just click on this. It will take a full page screen, picture. So you can take that report entirely and then you can edit it as you want. Okay. So let me show you a very simple example. Let me take my own application that I built recently. Okay, where is this? I built a application for ads. So it is still work in progress. So for marketing directors or anybody who is working at a very high end analytical level as an organization, so basically they can check this application. So it will give a very detailed analysis of how your ads are performing, what campaigns are actually troubling you, what campaigns need to be fixed, and all of that. Okay, so this is something. Okay, let me open it in a bigger window. Right. So this is basically, the campaigns that for one of my client I have been running. Okay. So 5 active campaigns. So these are the campaigns that I created recently, and which, I mean, creation has been done long ago, but it has been active. So if I had to take, so this is something like this. Okay. For example, for meta ads, this is the overview. Okay. So a little bit of data. I mean, forget about what the data and all of that is showing basically. So this will give you the campaign analytics and insights instantly. So you don't have to think yourself. So this is a tool that will give you direct analytics and insights, which will tell you that this is where the problem is. Okay. So even with the analytics part of it, it is still, not completely integrated, but yeah. So it will give you LinkedIn campaign optimization is needed. This is where the problem is. So it will give you the refined targeting area and all of that. So these will be something that it is giving right now. And the best part is, if people are managing, if there are different people working on different campaigns. So as a marketing director, you see, if this is a dashboard that marketing directors will have. So they'll be able to directly check who is working on this campaign. Okay, what is their role, when did it start, and you can directly communicate, right? So I can literally say that analyze this lead quality because I find something fishy there. So I can do all of this. Now again, coming back to this point of, if you want to create this kind of analysis, or if you want to do the same thing with SEO Optimer, right, that we have seen. So all you have to do is use this tool, this extension. So the moment you click on this, for example, let me go to this dashboard. The moment you click on this full extension, it will take the screenshot of the entire page. You see this? This is an image actually. So it's an image. So you can use this report and then you can download it as an image or a PDF file, and then you can start sharing it to the client. Got it? So you might also think basically like, sir, we can do it with a screenshot as well or a snipping tool, right? So I'll tell you the problem. The problem with snipping tool is basically you will be able to only take, up to this section. Okay. Oh, I've got crashed. It's reconnecting. So you can only take it to a certain extent, to a certain, level. Okay. So you will be only able to copy a certain size of the screen, but this extension will give you the entire flow. It will go from top to bottom. Okay. Got it, guys? Yeah. So it will go from entire page. Even if you, I'll show you in the Intellipaat page only. You see? So this is the Intellipaat page, right? This entire page. So if you use a snipping tool, or probably you might be using like, sprint screen and all of that. So here, when you click on this, it will take a screenshot of the entire page, as you can see, right? So it will be really helpful. So now the entire page is captured. You see this? So you can do the same thing on the SEO Optimer website as well. You go there and then you can simply, take that screenshot. Everything will be normal. Got it, guys? So the name is full page screen capture. Full page screen capture extension. So that is one of the tool, guys. Okay. So I think I gave you 2 tools here. One is, I mean, the regular digital marketing tools I just gave. All right. So like I promised, I'm going to tell you one AI tool. Okay. And after that, you can do any of these things. Okay. So one website which I always not suggest, but I would say for starters, is something called as Wix. Okay. So Wix is something that you can use to create an instant website, guys, with AI in place. Okay. Because it has AI right now. So all you have to do is just chat saying that this is what I want in a website. It is not that great as I see, but this is recommended for early ones. Okay. So it says, hi, let's get started with your site setup. First, tell me what your site is all about. Okay. Let me say that, okay, it's a digital marketing agency. Okay. Now it's thinking and it is giving next question, I believe. Yeah. What do you want to achieve with your digital marketing agency site? I want to offer digital marketing services to the small business owners at an affordable cost. Delivering business. Okay. So that is what it is. So it is trying to understand what type of digital marketing services will be offering. Okay. So social media. So parallel, it is trying to create that. You see that? So ideal site profile, social media marketing, digital advertising. Okay. SEO services, website design and development. Okay. Email marketing, just as a random. Okay. What are some additional goals you have for your site? For example, do you want to include a blog or a client testimonials? Yes, include a blog, testimonials, what else? Case studies, which I love to just do that. So it is trying to understand, guys, basically. So this is another easy way, good way for you guys also to get this. What is your unique selling point? I deliver brand awareness frameworks with proven strategic excellence. I'm just trying to randomly fill information. Let's see where will it take me to. AI is still immature. It is not mature enough to take decisions basically. Okay. So it is all like exploring. Like I always say, right now AI is that new actress in town or new actor in town. So where no matter whatever she puts on Instagram, you'll start liking her. Okay. So because she's new to the industry. So AI is also like that. So whatever tool that comes out there, so everybody likes it until and unless it stays consistently over a period of time. We cannot make any kind of a decisions there, right? So that's how it is. Yeah, you're all set. Generate site. So I'm now clicking on generate site. So it is now creating a website on its own, but I am sure it'll be very terrible, guys. I mean, I experiment a lot on tools. I have created multiple places. I have created multiple these things. I mean, right now, this thing that I'm doing, the application that I'm talking about, right? So that is also something that I'm constantly working. It's an application called Replit. Yeah. So I'm using a little tech kind of a platform, free of cost. Wix is also free of cost. This everything that I did, that I'm doing right now is free of cost. Yeah. You see, this is what it has created right now at this point of time. So grow your brand, less content, too much of imagery, not so attractive at all. I mean, I personally don't like this at all. Zero. I'll give a very big zero to this website. So it's not that great. Yep, not great at all. So again, you can just experiment with this kind of this thing. You can simply say continue with this design and yeah, you can edit this website. You can simply do this. You can regenerate. Once you click on continue with design, you will get all the editing sections. Yeah, you can customize it later, anytime. Okay. So this is another tool, guys. Wix. No backend, no coding stuff at all. Zero coding. Everything you can do it on your own. Yeah, WordPress has a backend and all. This is basically easier. So I mean, you don't have to like struggle with regards to navigation, open, different types of builders and all of that. This is much more easier. You will not have that trouble of using different builders like WordPress. Inside WordPress, you will have Elementor, you will have Divi Builder, Astra Builder, you will have Gutenberg, all of this. Here you will not have any of it. You will have only one universal builder. That is Wix Builder. It will be easy. But I have seen, other websites also which are very easy to, do it. Okay, I think Raven suggested Bolt. Let's try that as well. Create a digital marketing agency website. Sign with Google. Yeah. You can rely. Like I said, I mean, reliability is a little bit of a doubtful thing here because we don't know how or how long will it stay. So until it stays, do a business with it. If it's gone, shift it to something else. Simple. Yep. Bolt is doing it. Design elements and everything. Okay, perfectly done. Install dependencies. I just give it a prompt and it is doing everything else. Let's see. I am more focused on the visual perspective. I don't care what is happening in the background. So basically you need to get a proper outcome, right? So all of whatever that you're expecting out of it. Okay. And it is not something like, I mean, it is not technically your wife or your girlfriend. So, they cannot understand what you're thinking. So you have to give it a proper, logic of this is what you're expecting, right? So that's how it is. So you have to give it a proper detailing to it. But I gave the random prompt to understand basically at this point of time, how will it do it? And also the kind of time it takes. I'm also betting on that. It is still doing it. I've also created something using Firebase. I don't know if I saved that file or not. I actually created, a tool for digital marketers. So basically, I have seen a lot of people struggle with, a lot of people struggle with their interviews. So what I did is I created a platform where basically they can literally get that kind of answering mentality. So I created that, and it came up very well. So I'll be making this live soon, exclusively for all those people who want to get into interviews and all of that. So it'll have a mix of questions basically. So for every question that you answer, you'll get loyalty points. So you'll get loyalty points and you'll get a little bit of fun activity as well. So it's good I created that. I keep doing this, guys. I always do this. So I am a seeker. I experiment with Zapier. I do automations. I do create applications and all of that. So this is the environment that I built. Let me show that maybe. So, I mean, the reason why I'm showing all of this is, guys, the world is advancing faster and there is a ton to learn. It's just that you just have to go there, experiment, understand what it is, and then, you'll have to get there. Yeah. So building applications is much more, and Firebase, this is a Google product. So since I've been, training Google employees for the last, I think 3 years now. So I have certain accesses to Google products. WordPress has little vulnerability. So it is little vulnerable compared to this thing. So, but again, coding domain is like 100%, developer dependency. So you need to have a lot of this thing. So yeah, this is the digital talk thing. So here, as you can see, okay, let me do it live and then show you also how it works. So here, basically, if you are a user, okay, so you'll have this kind of a quiz sections. So for example, if you click on marketing automation, you will have subtopics that you can choose: email nurturing, workflow, lead segmentation, CRM data sync. For example, if you select workflow automation rules, you will have the difficulty level. You can select a beginner and then you can generate AI challenge. So here you will see questions for each question that you answer basically. And this challenges is basically this challenge basically is built by, I mean, it is taking from the Google Gemini API. So one question that you see here will never be a repeated question for other one. So Gemini will call for questions and then it will give you this thing. So as you answer 5 questions, you will have all the points added, and for all these points that you generate, you can access these blueprints, self-employment blueprint and all the blah blah blah, right? All right, great. So this is what we need to perceive as a brand, right? So we need to look at it as very clear strategy that everybody is trying to use it and all of that. Okay. So now, talking of certain examples here. All right. So if we had to pick up certain examples in terms of why or how all these brands are focused and they are looking at. So we have a very clear model that is in place. But before that, let's try to understand, or let's try to look at certain brands that I have just said, right? Let's look at Starbucks. Let's look at iPhone. Let's look at Tesla, and then understand what these guys are actually doing, and then what kind of focus areas that these guys are putting out there. Right. So, let me ask you a question. If I want to purchase an iPhone right now, all right. So if I want to do it right now, what is the first thing that I'm going to do it, guys? If I want to purchase something, the first thing that I'm going to go is go online, correct? I'll start with my online research. Yes, I'll start going to Google. I'll start going to Amazon. I'll start going to Flipkart, right? The moment I am there, I start thinking about, yes, we'll start thinking about price. We'll start thinking about features. So this is exactly step-by-step process of what, usually everybody does. They go to Amazon if it is a phone or something, or Flipkart, whichever is their favorite. And then they search for something on Google, like best phones under my budget. So let's say I prepared for 25,000, right? I'll say that, okay, best phones under 25,000, right? And then you will witness this exhaustive list of products. You will see huge pile of products out there, right? If you go to simple Amazon and then type it, you will see all of this, correct? And then what you do, you try to pick up the top 10 out of the entire big list. You try to pick up the top 10 or maybe top 5 or maybe top 3, right? And then, like Nehul has rightly said, you will check about the specifications, you will check about the features, you will check the reviews, you will do all of this, correct? Am I making sense? We are doing this on a daily basis, right? When you are trying to buy something. So, this, you're not satisfied with just looking at the specifications, features, and reviews. What you do, you now go to YouTube, right? So I'll check the unboxing videos of that phone that I'm willing to buy, right? So these kind of influencers, on YouTube and Instagram, like Technical Guruji, Gaurav Sethi, right? I don't know, Gaurav, what is his name? I think Gaurav only, yeah. So, these guys will give that beautiful explanation and unboxing videos of certain, products out there, right? So still you are not happy. So still the consumer is not satisfied. Even after checking also what they do, they go to specific website, right? So they go to the website, they check every detail about the product, what is the guarantee, warranty, and all of that. Then they will start comparing the product, right? I'll start checking the top 3. I have picked up top 10, but now I'll filter out to top 3. I'll do more deep research into what this product is all about, right? If I'll figure out if there are any known people in my circle, if I know any of my friends who have already purchased it, I immediately call them and then say that, hey, recently I think you bought this OnePlus 8T, right? So tell me about it. So how is it? Is it good, bad, ugly, right? Or, we ask our friends, hey, what about this Google Pixel? I think you bought it, right? So how is it? Is it good? What is the good thing about the thing? What are the bad things about this thing? We all do that. And then you are not limiting to that. You go to a physical store, like an Apple store that I discussed before. You want to touch and feel the product, right? Then you will now talk about the decision. Now you will make a decision. At this point, you will make a decision whether you want to buy it or you don't want to buy it. If you want to buy it, when are you planning to do it? How are you planning to do it? And all of that. We all do this kind of a process only, right? Anything, if you want to buy a physical B2C product, or if you're doing any kind of a B2B research as well. So in the same way, you will be doing all of this process very clearly. Correct. So that is exactly what we need to know, right? Till now, you were thinking that, I am doing all this activity, but you have never thought for a second that this is all done by the marketing audiences. This is exactly what we call it as marketing mix. Okay. So the mix is something where I know that customer is going to Google, and so I'll place my product here in Google. I know, that is exactly what we have learned in all the previous sessions, the SEO. Why should I place my product in Google? Because I know that people will go to Google and then search for my product. I know that people are going to Amazon and then search for my product. I know that people are going to search for something like best phones under my budget. And so I am placing my product there. I know that from the exhaustive list, they are going to pick up the top 10. And so I am making exclusively all the product, specifications very clear. I know that people will be going to YouTube and then searching for these unboxing videos. And so as an iPhone owner, I am going to associate with Technical Guruji saying that, hey, why don't you do my unboxing video? I'll give you one iPhone for free. Got it, guys? So this is what, in the background, every company does. So they build the website, if at all, just in case if they want any kind of check that they want, when I say they, the customers, if they want to make a check, they'll be happily able to do it, right? At the same time, I also know that they are going to compare my OnePlus with iPhone or my iPhone with Samsung. I know that this is going to happen. And so when they do this deep research, so I will make sure that everybody in their inner circle, maybe on LinkedIn or Facebook, on Instagram, someone or the other are giving this information, saying that this product is great. That's why I use influencers when they try to compare. So Instagram influencers, they do all of this, right? They pick up the top 3 products that you can buy under 25,000 rupees. Yes. So top 3 Bose headphones that you can choose for the best premium quality. All of this is being done by influencers on Instagram and TikTok and Snapchat and all of that. Yes. So that is something that it is not decided by the customer, but we know that the customers are going through this process, and so we will mix our marketing decisions into something, right? Talking about all of these things is that very clearly that the brands are now started doing this. Okay, now here comes, sir, you have been talking about marketing since the beginning. Okay, but we have joined for a digital marketing course. Why are you explaining all of this? Is this really needed for us? Correct. So this might have popped up in your head sometime or later. You must have been thinking, why is sir giving all this gyan about this marketing mix process 4P model? What is this guy saying all of this? So if you clearly now understand, right, the entire concept of digital marketing itself, okay, is revolving around Google, is revolving around budget, is revolving around YouTube, website, blogs, everything, physical stores, and everything. So we had to be covering, we have to be literally talking about all the areas, or we have to be literally dealing with all the areas for, to make sure that our digital KPIs, the key performance indicators, are met, right? So if we are doing anything here, that comes under SEO. If we are trying to do anything here, that comes under social media. If you are doing anything on Instagram, again, that's social media like Instagram or LinkedIn or any of it. If you are doing a website here, web optimization or an application optimization, right? Comparison, blogs, you write something out there. And then probably I have not written few things here like emails. Every day we receive emails, right? From different brands saying that, hey, we have Independence Day offer now that we are close to Independence Day. So you will be bombarded with all those emails to your mailbox saying that coming from Nike or Puma or Adidas or whatever branch it is. Correct? And already you must have started seeing the Independence Day special offers. Yes, you must have been experiencing all of this. So that's all we are doing here with regards to digital marketing only, right? Though the platforms from traditional to digital have emerged, the concepts and the fundamentals have still remained the same, right? So the consumer is still thinking in the same direction of doing all of this research before they buy. That is exactly the reason why you should know about all of this detail. Okay, once you know all of this detail, once you get this hang of all the details, that is exactly where you will be able to do this 4P model. That is when you decide you will have to now think of a product. What is the product that I'm trying to do? What is the pricing strategy that I have to integrate? What is the place that I have to sell, right? What is the promotion that I have to do, right? So here I very clearly gave that 4P model considering the user use case. Okay, I know that people are really crazy about electric vehicle. I wanted to create something as a product. So, this is already created. So this is something that every company does, right? Now, what is the pricing strategy that I have to integrate? What are the things that I should follow to make sure that I am putting it in the premium segment or a generic segment or a mass segment? Okay, is it a mass product or a generic product or a premium product, right? So if you think of any brand out there, think of any cosmetic product, right? So whether it is Olay or L'Oreal Paris or anything for that, right? Any foundation cream out there, right? So they always have different kinds of premium strategy, right? Pricing strategy will be different. So previously, if you can think of all the massy brands, right? When I say massy brands like Fair and Lovely, or Imami for that matter. So all of this they used very basically fundamentally the basic pricing strategies that are out there, right? So then comes a premium product, something which is like Lakme, for instance, right? So I know that is still not premium, but I'm just giving it as an example. So if Lakme has to present itself out there as a beautiful product in a premium segment, then obviously they would want to position or place themselves with the premium price, just like Tesla is doing. Okay, and then where are they selling this? They are directly, now when it comes to Tesla as a product, they are directly selling it to the customers, or they are taking online orders, and then they are literally asking okay, why don't you visit our company store or a showroom where I'll be able to happily give you this kind of notion, right? So now if you think of these three P's that I'm talking about, whether it is product, price, or a place, so it's all innovation driven, direct to customer, and hype based promotion that you can think of. It's all hype. Elon Musk hype. Correct? We all have never seen a single ad of Tesla, if you can think of. Think for a minute and then tell me if you have seen an ad of Tesla. Have you anywhere, digitally, anywhere? It is either Elon Musk standing next to a Tesla car, right? Even in India, it is launched in Mumbai. It is, I think it is launched, or it is, yeah, I think it is launched in Mumbai, correct? It is already launched in India, but still no promotion, no ads, nothing. So that is how everybody is trying to do that. Okay, now, okay, let's check, or let's try to create a little bit of activity basically, right? So I'll tell you based on all of this, okay, based on all of these things, right? Yes, marketing at an awareness stage. It could be awareness, it could be consideration, it could be sales as well. But promotion of a product in a different segment is something that we all need to understand. Okay, so promotion is marketing. It is under the awareness stage. It will be under the consideration stage also. We usually call it as remarketing. And it could be for a newbies also completely. So promotion is a marketing only. Itself is marketing. All right. So I'm going to give you one example of what, how you can do this. Okay. For example, okay, I'm not going to pick up any example from here, but I'm going to write it for you. All right. So check my screen and you will understand what I'm doing. All right. So first and foremost, I'm going to write the product. Okay. So let's say the product is OnePlus 80. I know this is older model. I mean, that is the phone that I am using right now. So OnePlus 80 smartphone. Okay, that is the product. Okay, and if I need, I'll also write specifications. Okay, specifications is 8 GB, or okay, I'll keep it simple like this. Okay, and then the price of it is 45,000 rupees. Okay, this is what is right now. Okay, this is the this thing right now, and then place where I'm going to sell this product, right? If I am the digital marketer, where I'm going to, sell this product. Okay. Is it a physical store? Yes, I'll be using a physical store. Okay. And then I'll also have an online store, right? And then I'll also put the e-commerce, right? So you must be thinking, sir, what is this online store and e-commerce? Both are same, right? So online store, I'm talking about OnePlus. So where I can directly go to OnePlus and then buy it. E-commerce is something like Amazon. All right, and then promotions. Okay, so how am I gonna promote? So I'm gonna promote it in movie screens. Okay, movie screens, premium presentation. Okay, before movie starts. All right, and then I'll use Instagram. I'll use YouTube ads. I'll use billboards across major metro city junctions, right? So this is how you have to define, right? So I'm talking about a product. If this is a product, so I'm going to place it, somewhere in between this premium segment, right? Probably I'll be using like 35,000 to 45,000 range, depending on the types. So I'll be launching 3 different types, maybe like 8 GB variant, 16 GB variant. All right. And then with regards to the space as well, maybe I'll be, putting 128 GB space and then 256 GB, space. So I'll be using this thing. And probably if there are different screens also, I'll be, but I'll only limit to this one. All right. So now you see this is very clearly defined in terms of AI judging you as, a person or a tool, saying whether you are thinking in the right direction or not. Okay. And I'll also be just like you, like a participant. I am also going to put my answers there and then let's see what it says. All right. So let's start with it, and then let's start first giving it the first instruction. Hey, I have given a task to my learners where they are defining product, price, place and promotion for the new product to launch out there. So they have given very good reasoning for each of the product. I want you to act like an interviewer and then tell me whether they have done their job right. And I want you to rate the responses out of 10, whether they have done well or not. Can you do that for me? Okay, so now I gave the instruction to Claude saying that, hey, I have given the task and all of this, like you have already heard this. So now it's going to take it. Okay, so let me ask the question. Let's see what this says. Yep. So that is what it has also now, did its own research, you see. So when I said that I'm talking about, 4 P's, basically, it has taken all of this into consideration. So it is now acting like an expert interviewer. Okay, let's drop the question. Please share the learner's response right now. So I'm going to start with the responses for each of it. All right, let's start with Nehul. Okay, copying it and then pasting it here. Learner is Nehul. Let's see what it says. Interview evaluation, price analysis, 6 out of 10. The rate 85,000 price point is positioning the product in the premium tech segment, which is appropriate for AR classes. Mentioning EMI option shows understanding of it, right? That is good. Areas for improvement, no competitive analysis. Missing cost breakdown, no consideration of penetration. Target age group is quite broad, right? Place and distribution analysis, 5 out of 10. Smart choice, focus on tech hubs. Multi-channel approach. Amazon inclusion provides credibility and reach. This is good. These are the strengths. But where you can improve, it is saying that retail stores in your tech company, hubs is also too vague. Can you be more specific? Something like electronic stores, maybe retail stores. No mention of partnership strategy with tech retails. You see? Consideration of after-sale service, post-sale service, nobody thought about it. Promotion analysis, it is giving 4 out of 10. Experience centers are excellent. This is good. Social media targeting is good. Offline demonstrations is also good. Areas of improvement, very generic. No proper creativity and specificity, right? No influencer partnerships mentioned. All of this. Overall strategy, 5 out of 10. These are the positives. These are the, critical gaps that you can, do this. And finally, it is giving Nehul demonstrates basic understanding of 4P framework, but needs significantly more strategic depth. The submission reads more like initial brainstorming than a comprehensive marketing strategy. The reasoning lacks market insights, competitive analysis, and all of that. All right. And then recommendations. Isn't this exciting, guys? Isn't this insane? How AI is giving us instructions or where you are missing out, what you're thinking, what you can improve, what you can do this, right? This is exactly what, people like me, the experts in the industry will do on a regular basis, right? So this is why you should learn digital marketing. This is why you have to do market research. You think that you know everything, but you know very barely, very, very little, right? So the same thing has to be very clearly defined. All right. So this has to be taken very proactively. Again, there is nothing bad about it. It's all proactive. It's all thinking that we have to change. It is giving that recommendations. And now when it comes to ratings, why is it 5 out of 10? Why is it 4 out of 10? Why is it, this thing? So this is a check for you that before this is the first day. So the first day here you got an overall rating of what? How much is it? Overall rating is 5 out of 10. By the end of this marketing mix session, I want you guys to redo this activity, do the 4P analysis, and then redo it in very clear way, all the learnings that you have, and then implement the same thing in the cloud, and then recheck at the end of these sessions. Then check for yourself. Then I'm pretty sure that you will be marking this as 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10, right? That's how we prepare you guys. That's how I prepare you to make sure that you're getting the best out of it. Got it? So this is something what has done learner Sarthak. Okay, let's see. Great. Price analysis, 8 out of 10. Okay. A pricing, this thing 8 out of 10. Very nice. Excellent price positioning at 5,000 to 6,000 rupees. Clear understanding of it. Areas for improvement. No mention of cost structure. Obviously, you wouldn't do that because you don't know this, right? Price distribution, 4 out of 10. E-commerce focus is cost effective. This is great, but you have very limited distribution strategy. You see, you must have never thought about it when you are writing it, right? You thought that, okay, I'll use only 2 platforms. That is great. but you are limiting yourself with the distribution. When you limit yourself with the distribution, obviously you're not reaching out to larger audiences, right? No physical or retail presence means customers cannot try before buying. The Apple example that we discussed before. Missing partnerships, no mention of logistics, all of that. Promotion analysis, absolutely fine. So 7 out of 10. This is really good, right? And then no influencer partnership recommendation. PR strategy is missing, which you must have not thought. Budget allocation between channels is not discussed. Obviously, you couldn't do that because you don't know this, because I have not explained any of this, right? So this is basic, fundamental. Overall strategy, 7 out of 10. Final score, 6.5. Sarthak demonstrates solid strategic thinking with particularly strong pricing strategy and target audience identification. Submission shows good market intuition and practical understanding of customer needs. However, the distribution strategy is too narrow and needs more tactical depth, right? Isn't this cool? If every interview that you have attended in your career before, if somebody has given you this kind of inputs at every interview, everybody in India would become successful, right? But unfortunately, our Indian systems are still not that evolved, and that's why AI is helping you do this. And today I am giving you this excellent tool in terms of changing your markup of how you can use AI, rather than simply asking it like, hey, can you tell me what to do today? So we have seen that 4P model before, right? I mean, we have discussed and we have now understood how, we have to think, or, basically what we have been thinking, okay, since the beginning, the basic level of this thing, okay? So fundamentally, along with these 4Ps, now we have something additionally that we have added, with regards to the model, which is right now in place, okay? So that is exactly what I am going to unveil now. So along with this product, price, place, and promotion, there are additional 3Ps. We call it a 7P model. Okay. So these 3Ps are now absolutely important in 2025. Okay. So we have redefined the entire stuff in a very good way. And then everybody started now also utilizing and understood that this is really, really important, when it comes to the marketing mix of it. Okay. So what are those additional 3 things is what we are going to, see right now. And that is exactly what this is. Okay. So what are the 3 additional P's along with the product, price, place, and promotion is people, process, and the physical evidence that this is how it is happening. Okay. So in shorter terms, we can simply call it as, the, usual thing. Okay. Who is delivering the experience will matter a lot. Okay. Because I'll tell you an example. I'll tell you a very simple example, right? Everybody is, accustomed with Zomato, right? You all have Zomato, Swiggy, and sometime or later you might have ordered something online. When you do that, right? If the delivery guys do a mistake, right? So knowingly or unknowingly, you start rating the product. Correct? Everybody does this knowingly or unknowingly. You show that anger not on this delivery guy, but you show on the product. Okay. The biggest and the most easiest example, better than Zomato is Amazon. Right? So when you check Amazon reviews, you will see someone or the other giving 1-star rating because the packaging is bad. Correct? They'll not complain about the product. They'll talk about the packaging. Amazon has done a very bad packaging. It was leaking. The product was leaking. I know this and all of that. So it's not about the product experience. It's about the delivery experience. You got it, guys? Right? So it really matters specifically who is delivering that product, or how you are delivering that kind of a product. Okay, that is exactly the process. So we need to make sure that the people and process are very clearly in place. Okay, when it comes to the product delivery experience. Okay, so these two also must play a very critical role, and they have to be considered when you are trying to actually pull this off from your marketing mix. All right. And then it is also now important, if it is a physical product, it is really, really important for you to have that physical evidence that yes, there is a physical product that you can see and touch. Okay. So again, like I said, this is not something called as mandatory aspects of it, but these are must have. Okay, these are not mandatory, but if it has, then you will have an added advantage compared to the external vendors. Got it, guys? So, this is the 3P promotion, 7P model that is now in place and is being implemented by everybody. Got it? Right. So now when we are talking about this 7P model, basically, so, we have already seen this customer mapping, right? So what is customer doing? What are they doing? What kind of research they are doing? Where they are going? All of that we have seen in the customer journey mapping, right? Now, there is something called as, the product life cycle. Okay. So product life cycle is something where it has little bit of a timeline for it. Any kind of a product you pick up, right? So when you introduce that into the market or the business or the open area, open market out there, so it will grow for a serious time, and then it becomes mature, and then slowly it starts declining. Okay, think of any product. You must have seen certain products which have grown like crazy and then completely forgotten. Those are not even in our senses or memories. Okay. Think of a chocolate called Solano. I don't know how many of you are born in 1990s or early 2000. There used to be a candy called as Solano. It used to give all these tattoos. Okay, bug tattoos, some insect tattoos that you can simply put it on your skin and then you feel like, okay, I have a bug on my this thing. Okay, so something like Big Babool, right? So something like Boomer. Boomer is still existing. I'm talking about these candies, right? So easy peasy candies that you can do that. And then I don't know how many of you have known this, you know, this chocolate called as Kiss Me. Anybody? How many of you know this? Have you heard about this product called Kiss Me chocolate? It's just like your dairy milk, okay, but it has ginger taste, more on the ginger side of it, right? So, all these brands, you will not technically know this, unless and until, yeah, okay, I think it is still there, but, so these are all exhausted. You see, these are gone out of the market, right? So, but does that mean that this product has failed? No, absolutely not. So this is called product life cycle, right? So it'll be introduced into the market. Everybody loves it. They use it. They grow. They give very good revenues, build product, build a brand, and slowly they get matured and then slowly declines. Okay, people will forget, right? So now this is something that you should also keep in mind when it comes to this thing. So this evolution of pricing will grow, right? Think of Nokia phones also, for example. This will be easy for everybody to understand, right? Whether you understood that B2C example or not. So think of Nokia phones, right? Nokia was rockstar in 90s and early 2000s, right? You name it, Nokia N series, Nokia E series, Nokia, whatever series, all of those, beautiful beautiful products that Nokia built, those were rock stars at that point of time, right? So this has grown very extensively, to a very magnum effect, and then slowly decline. Now nobody knows Nokia. If you ask Gen Z that, do you know Nokia, Nokia phones, or do you know any of the Nokia phones? They'll not even have a clue, right? So now this generation entirely relies purely on two aspects, which is Android and iPhone, and as Android and iOS, and specifically iPhone and Android devices. That's it. They don't even know what these other aspects are. Correct? So that's exactly what pricing, that's exactly what we call it as, the life cycle, product life cycle, right? So you should very clearly understand this kind of a product life cycle for everything. So now, let me also give you a B2B example. I gave all the B2C examples, generic consumer side of it. Let me give you a B2B example, right? So think of any product like Windows 7, Windows XP. It's an earlier software, right? Think of customer support, all of these, these kind of services that were existing, right? So these kind of services, basically, they have been introduced, they have grown massively, extensively used by all the computer systems, and then eventually declined. Now you don't have operating systems on Windows at all. Okay, so I am talking about the earlier versions of Windows, whether it is Windows XP or Windows 7 or Windows Vista or Windows Professional, all of that are gone out of the radar. But are those failed concepts? No, absolutely not. Those were successful, but the time has changed. The life cycle is done. Okay, so the product will be dead. So this is really important when you focus on the this kind of a marketing success. You should also make sure, yes, CD players, DVD players, compact discs, MP3 players for that matter, right? Walkmans, all these electronic devices, all these have seen that fantastic magnanimous growth, and then now they are dead. We don't even have that, right? So again, even iPod was used to be a fantastic product out there. iPod Shuffle, iPod Touch. There used to be this tiny button-sized, MP3 player by Apple. I don't remember the name. It used to be very handy where you can simply tag it to your t-shirt and something and then go for a quick run or something. I don't remember. I forgot the name, but yeah, something like that. So every product has that kind of a value out there, right? So you name it. So when it comes to B2B, this is what it is. Softwares, all the softwares will get exhausted. Now we have AI. So when you have AI, everything will go out of the picture, right? Got it? Now, so we have seen this kind of a customer journey out there anyway. So we have done all of this customer journey, and we have very clearly understood that this is what we are going to do. All right. Now, there is also something, once you understand this, there is something called as innovation funnel. Great. So now, since we have, gone through this each and every tiny detail when it comes to, the 7P model, or whether it is the, product life cycle and customer journey, all of that, since we know this, now there are certain models that people, usually integrate, right? That is exactly where we have something called as innovation life cycle. Okay. So innovation funnel, right? So I have anyway listed the product life cycle changes. So I have given all the examples. Okay. So I just gave a different example, but I wrote it for your understanding. All right. Now, there is something called as innovation funnel. What is this innovation funnel? Is basically for any product to go out there. Okay. Here comes the entrepreneur model, right? So for any product out there, if that has to be successful, right, it has to go through this 7-step model, right? 7-step funnel process to make sure that your product is successful or getting failed, right? You cannot simply have an idea today and then start implementing it right away from tomorrow. If you do that, you are doomed to fail. Okay, never do that. If there are any entrepreneurs out there, if there are any agency owners who are learning, upskilling, if you want to be self-employed, create something on your own, so make sure that you are understanding this very clearly. So, okay, there is something called as innovation funnel where it goes through a 7-step process called idea generation, screening, concept testing, business analysis, product development, market testing, and then only launching. All right. So what is this idea generation, right? You might have 1,000 different ideas saying that, hey, this product is a good to have. If I had this, then yeah, my life would be much more easier and all of that, right? So right now you have ideas that can be generated, right? Like 1,000 ideas, right? If you have 1,000 ideas, all you have to do is screen those ideas. Utilize AI also, no problem. Ask AI that, hey, I want to start a business. Now I need 1,000 different ideas for something. Okay, it will give you 1,000 ideas. Very happily, it will give you within 1 minute. Okay, so now what you should be doing with those 1,000 ideas is basically you have to screen it. You have to filter and then bring it down to less than 100 ideas that you can instantly kickstart, that you have the capacity to work on. All right. And then out of those 100 ideas, test 10 concepts. Pick up the top 10. Okay. And then start testing or think for yourself whether this is a good product for me to launch or not. Right. And out of those 10 concepts, figure out the top best 3 concepts and then start analyzing that as a business value. Right? What do you mean by analyzing, sir? What do you mean by screening, sir? What do you mean by concept testing, sir? You are going a little faster. Let me, pause you right there. Simple. Ideas are easy to generate. Screening takes a lot of effort. You know that, okay, if there are 1,000 different ideas, everything cannot be your favorite. You will beautifully love few ideas, right? So those 100 ideas are nothing but your screening, right? Out of those 100, you will definitely have very great expectations out of 10 concepts, right? That is your concept testing. What you're going to do, you're going to test. You're going to test for yourself. Talk about this to somebody, who is very good expert in that industry. Talk about it to those people. right? Or you might come to me saying that, sir, I have a fantastic idea. Can you tell me, is this worth trying or not? Come with the 10 concepts. I'll tell you whether this is good or not. That is concept testing. Okay. Once I confirm that, no, out of all of these 10 concepts, these are the 3 ones that has potential for you to get started. That is exactly what we do the business analysis. That is where you do the research. That are there any other businesses out there who are going with this kind of a concept, who are already doing this kind of a concept? That is what you do as a business analysis. You will understand, will there be any demand for this product out there, right? If I start integrating, if I start creating this product, if I take this product outside to the market, will it be sold? Can it be bought? Will this create value to anybody or not? That entirely falls under your business analysis. Great. So, once you do that finally, then you will decide, right, which kind of a products that you want to go with. Okay. So here also you will not be starting 3 concepts because this is almost impossible. You can limit yourself to only 1 or 2 products. Okay. So start with 1 product and then start developing the product. Okay. So what we do ideally, when I say we, everybody, not just pointing any one single person here. So what usually humans do is they have these ideas, random ideas, and then they directly start with the product development. Got it? That's the biggest problem. Why? Because people start assuming things. They only think that, no, I think this has a great potential. They assume that, okay, this concept is good. They don't do screening. They don't do any of it. They directly pick up one idea and then start directly implementing also. They start, creating all of that, right? So that is not the case. You have to do all of this process. If you don't do this process, it's all gone into gutter. I mean, it will not work at all. You will fail very terribly. That is exactly what I was talking in the initial stages when I said an example that entrepreneurship in India, most of the entrepreneurs fail in India because of they don't follow a process. They simply jump from ideas to integrate, development. It will not work. All right. So this is the reason why most of the products also fail. So pick up that one product and then start testing in the market. You pick up one product, develop that product, go to the market out there, take reviews from the people, from the audience, from the consumers who you think that these are my right consumer. Go to them, give the product to them, sell it, or if you want to give it as a trial also, don't worry, give it away and then take that analysis. Got it? That is what we call it as market testing. So what you're testing here, you're not testing whether the market is ready for your product. You are testing whether your product is ready for the market or not. Got it, guys? So if you put anything into the market which is early for people to adapt, it will not work for you. Got it? The biggest example that I can give you is UPI. When Google Pay was launched, before that only Beam UPI was there. When Google Pay was launched, immediately it launched with the young audience, not the older audience, guys. You remember Google Pay, when the product was launched, it was targeting the young audience, saying that if you do the first online transaction sending 1 rupee to your friend, I'll give you 51 rupees in return. How many of you have done this, guys? So that's a clever marketing testing, right? Yes, Tez app, exactly. It was a MVP, exactly. So that is how they tested the market, basically, to see whether people are ready to accept this product or not. Okay. Then when they understood that, okay, this is really good, awesome, this is amazing, we are getting very good response from the younger generation. Now they started slowly integrating this to the older generation. People who are always comfortable with cash, they started completely moving slowly, eventually to doing all the online transactions. That is when PhonePe evolved. That is when Paytm evolved. That is when all the other applications evolved. Got it? So that was what we call it. That is what we call it as market testing. Without the testing your product in the market, if you're launching, again, it will be a very terrible idea for you to die. Got it? So once you have tested that well, then you will, decide whether it should be launched or not. Okay. If the market is not accepting your product, then you have to simply take a call that shut it down. Don't take it further. Okay. So you have to take a strong call at that point of view. You must have done all this hard work, right? But that doesn't mean that just because market is not, allowing you to sell, that you still feel that, no, I really worked almost, 1 year for this, but markets are not accepting. I'll not quit. No, you have to quit. When you know that the market is not ready to accept your product, you have to simply shut it down or at least park it for the future. Okay, you can rework on it, maybe do something better which the market is accepting. That is when you decide whether you have to launch it or not launch it, right? And then you have your success or failure depending on two environments. We call it as micro and macro environments. Okay, so this is what you have, something where you are entirely your product success or failure is dependent on. Okay, guys. So micro environments are nothing but things which you can control, where you have little bit of control over it, right? So most of it within business. Okay, what are these micro environments? If you want to change some product, packaging, that is within your business, you can do it. If you want to change the pricing within business, you can do it, right? If you want to change the marketing strategy within your business, you can do it, right? And it is controllable. You can anytime increase it, decrease it. It is just like your regulator. You can regulate whatever is happening within your business. That is a micro environment. You can change it anytime. You initially put your pricing as 75,000. Later you realize that markets are not accepting it. Let's do it for 50,000. You can anytime change it. It is still your control. You can modify it. You can change the team. You can minimal the damages. All of this is your micro environments. Okay. Right. So these are micro environments. And then there is something called as macro environments. We usually call it as pestle. Okay. The pestle factors we call it as. What are that pestles? Political things. You cannot control it. Correct? Anything that is happening politically may impact your product. Yes or no? Politically, if there are any changes happening, that might create impact on your business. Yes, it might. I'm not saying it will 100%. It might. Okay, sir, how will political situations change my product brand? Suddenly, India-Pakistan war happens. Okay, and you launched your product, something in AC and refrigerator. Do you think people will actively go and buy your product? Nope, it will not happen. Correct? So, some political situations, elections are happening. So, the new governments are, saying that I'm going to put a cap on real estate. That is going to change your product, right? It is going to change your scenarios. Obviously it will have an impact. Environmental things, like I said, tsunamis hitting the seashores, environmental aspects, it will happen. Yes, change in policies, absolutely. That so any policy changes that will happen, the budget changes that will happen politically every year. They'll say that we are now going to cut down GST on cars and automobiles. Immediately that will happen a political instigation on the product. Environmental factors, climatic changes, rains, right? Extreme hot conditions, extreme winter seasons. So those are going to play a critical impact on your product. Social changes that are happening, any social causes or social changes that are happening in the market, those are going to create an impact. Technological changes, AI introduction, we all are witnessing that. Correct? We all are literally witnessing all of this technology drift that is happening. So that will create an impact on the business. Location, where is your location located? Based on that location also your business is impacted. Economy, interest rate in business loans and inflations, all of this is what we call it as pestle. Pestle is nothing but political, environmental, social, technological, location and economy. Got it? So all of these are going to very critically define your success or failure. You might be very good at this. Sometimes, anything could happen, right? So it could be successful because of the political things, or it could be also bringing you down very badly. Got it, guys? So this is where you have to be prepared when you are starting a business. Every now and then people reach out to me on LinkedIn saying that, sir, I want to start off my business. Sir, I want to create a product. Sir, I want to do this, entrepreneur thing and all of that. So this is what I give them. This is what I tell them, a very clear gyan saying that don't do it. Unless you are clear with all of this, don't start. Okay. Now, very clearly, you must have already understood the kind of budget that goes with this, the kind of time that you have to invest in this, and then you are betting on the markets. So it is entirely not in your hands whether your product will be success or failure. It is purely on the markets. Okay. Every once in a while only, some products like Amazon or Tesla or Elon Musk's these things will work. Every time it will not work. Okay, there are very few people who have gone through that kind of craziness. Got it, guys? So this is what you should be ideally thinking of when you are creating. If you are joining any organization as a digital marketing expert, you should, ideally you'll not be doing all of this, but that business might have done all of this very clearly before. Okay, and they might be in that stage where they are now out in the market. Okay, that's exactly where people are trying to build a team which can integrate into the micro environment, which will increase the success rate of the product. Okay, since now that we have understood this kind of innovation funnel, right, let's take a quick go back and then see what all we have covered till now. Right, so we have understood all the 4P model, okay, very clearly, and then we did a very fantastic activity of what we have learned, and then we looked at the 7P model with the additional 3Ps. What are those things? And then we also looked at the entire customer journey. What is going to happen in the customer online research or the entire process, right? And then we have looked at few examples of Tesla in a different this thing. All right, and then we have seen the product life cycle. Okay, so what is going to happen in the introduction stage, growth stage, and all of different stages? What is exactly going to happen? And then we have seen different examples, and I have written all the examples also here for your easy understanding. All right, and then we looked at the innovation cycle just now, where we discussed about all the aspects of it. Great, so that is good. So far so good. All right, now since we have now understood the external factors and all of these things, this is absolutely fine. This is good to learn, right? So there are different models out there. Okay, what are those models? Right, so think of this onion model, right? Everybody knows onions, right? Onions. So in the onion, you will have a core, you will have the outer layer, and then you will have a little bit of inner layer. Okay, just like Earth's crust, mantle, and core, right? You have 3 layers. So it's just like that, just like an onion, you have something called as a core and the actual product and the augmented product. Okay, what is that core for any kind of a product is, this is exactly what a customer buys. Okay, think of Starbucks, right? So you are buying a third place experience, not just a coffee. Okay, so it will look like you are going for a coffee. When you say that I am in Starbucks, what the other person will be thinking? I mean, when somebody hears over a phone, let's say, I am in Starbucks right now, and Sarthak just called me saying that, hey sir, where are you? I'll say that, hey Sarthak, I am in Starbucks. The first thought that comes to Sarthak is basically, okay, sir must be enjoying, nice coffee out there, right? But Sarthak will never think that I am enjoying the ambience, I am doing networking, I am meeting different people. He'll never get this thought in the initial stages. Got it? So customer thinks that they are buying coffee, but what they are buying is that third place experience, not coffee. Okay, which I told you in the initial stages as well. Got it, guys? Right? Now, the second layer is the actual product. Okay, the one which is little outside is something called as actual product, right? So this actual product is something which, we see that coffee, coffee bucks where people write their names on the Starbucks coffee cups, like the brand name, features, the quality of it, packaging of it, design of it. All of these are the tangible features that, you should know for any kind of a physical product out there. Okay. So whether it is a service model also, you will see it. For a service, you will see website, you will see services, you will see, pricing model, you will see testimonials, you will see design and UI, UX part of it. All of this will be a part of that actual product for a B2B. Okay, for a service-based business. So when it is a physical product, you will see all of this thing. So this is what, the next level of thinking is. For first and foremost, while you're having Starbucks coffee, so you will also look at all of these things. Got it? So now you can relate this to any product out there. Think of a very nice Parker pen, right? You think of buying a pen in the initial stages, but when you go there, you are also looking at the design, you are looking at the brand name, you are looking at the packaging, you are looking at the quality, you are looking at features. Okay, whether it is a fountain pen, whether it is a ball pen, whether it is an ink pen, you're checking all of this very clearly. Got it? So think of a smartphone also. You'll have the same thing. You are intending to buy a smartphone, but technically you are looking at all of this. So remember when I asked you when we put up a poll in the first stage, I gave a poll and then you said that it's about a brand and trust and a loyalty, right? You told about our loyalty. Everybody voted for, I think 6 to 7 people voted for brand loyalty. That brand loyalty is coming from this only because you are making people think about that product, not the actual product, but the brand overall. You're not thinking about one single product. Okay. So if you think about a product, then you are thinking only about a product. You will use it, you will throw it. But you're not thinking about only one single product. You are thinking about the experience of that product. Got it? So even in my case also, even in the training section also. So, most of, you must have listened to multiple trainers or training sessions. Some sessions you feel very connected to, right? So some sessions you feel like, I have done this before. This guy is doing, or this guy is really giving me, very great value. Correct? So you feel that connection with those trainers personally, right? That is the experience that, you will remember. And when you remember that experience, that is where you have created a brand. Got it? Sachin, brand. Virat Kohli, a brand. MS Dhoni, a brand. I'm talking about a cricket, right? So you name it, any of the sports out there, all those things, all those people will become brand when you are constantly giving that experience to people, right? Virat Kohli gives that aggressive experience. That's why people love him. MS Dhoni creates that Captain Cool experience, and so people love him. It's not about the total successes only that they have brought in, but also the kind of attitude that they are showing up to the audience, and so they become brands, right? So that's how you have to inculcate when you are creating brands. That is exactly the brand tone is. Got it? So those are all tangible features that people will remember, the kind of experience that you share, right? And finally, there is something called as augmented product. Okay, we call it as the final touch-ups that you do is you give warranty to it, you give customer service, so you give free installation. So some of you have mentioned very clearly called as trust. If you remember in that poll, you guys mentioned something called as trust. How is that trust coming up? Because you are giving customer service. If something goes wrong, hey, you don't worry. You can come to me anytime, right? Hey, we'll give you free installation. Don't worry. You don't have to spend anything else. Since you are my premium customer, I'll give you free installation. Don't worry. I'll give you 1 year extra warranty for this. Anytime in the next 1 year, if something goes wrong, you're absolutely free to come here. Come to me. I'll replace the product and then give you a new one. That's why you have trust. Now, think of all those brands that you have trust on. You will understand that you must have done any of these things. That's why your trust builds. This is also, we call it as post-sales experience, right? So people will be irritated with the product sometimes, but the kind of response that you're getting from someone at the customer service will solve your problem and then increase your brand. Anybody who is having a very bad experience about something, if someone responds to them in a very nice tone, friendly way, and then solves their problem, that is exactly where your brand will start building. So does this mean you don't know any of this? No, everybody, you have experienced this, but the brains behind your experience are people like me. Okay, people who are into marketings, people who are into the management consulting, people who are doing all of this activity. They do this, they build these kind of frameworks saying that, hey, let's do this. This will create a very magnum effect on the brand. That is where people will remember my brand, right? That is exactly where people will put strategy into a deep thought and then integrate this into the marketing tactics, and that no chat GPT can do it, no Cloud can do it, no DeepSeek can do it, no other things can do this. It'll simply tell you in text saying that you can try this. Okay. So now remember these ancestors who have built this kind of frameworks, thinking that, hey, this is really important for us to make sure that we are creating an impact, right? Think of Mercedes. Why do you think Mercedes, puts that premium segment? Everybody who is, initially trying to build their careers, or if they want, if they are dreaming something, They'll dream that one day I'll drive a Mercedes. One day I'll have my own car, which is a Mercedes car. One day I will buy my own Audi. One day I'll drive a BMW for myself. So that's a dream that they are selling. They are not selling product, guys. They are selling dreams that aim for something big and then come to my showroom. I'm going to walk you through. Got it, guys? Clear? That's the power of a brand, and that is how they are psychologically tuning every consumer out there into that luxury model. Even you talk about Rolex, you talk about all the premium brands. This is what exactly that they do.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers digital marketing course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you will learn complete digital marketing from search engine optimization, search engine marketing to PPC, analytics, and social media marketing, and much more from the IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of digital marketing.